Chapter 1. The Luminary. Song Xuangshu's journey back to her homeland was rather abrupt, shrouded in silence. Upon landing, as she listened to the airport announcements articulated in standard Mandarin, surrounded by the familiar visages of her compatriots, she finally felt the tangible essence of returning to her roots. Draped in a light beige trench coat, beneath which lay a minimalist linen white shirt and denim jeans, she exuded an air of elegance, her silky hair gleaming with an aristocratic sheen. The driver, with a distinct Beijing accent, inquired, "Miss, where are you headed?" "To the third hospital," she replied. The city of Yin, in April, was vibrant with the vitality of rebirth. After 5 years away, Shuang's hasty return was prompted by the ailing condition of her senior, Xu Yang. As she entered the hospital room, she found the emaciated Xu Yang seated cross-legged on the bed, reciting softly, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is for men are but playthings, not to be taken to heart." A wave of concern lifted from Xuangshu at that moment. "How is it that a mere illness has led you to such enlightenment?" Xu Yang, upon opening her eyes, was visibly delighted. "Ah, you're back. Of course, I had to return in your time of need." Xuangshu took a seat beside her. "What did the doctors say?" Recently, Xu Yang had been diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome, a malignancy originating from hematopoietic stem cells, often referred to as a precursor to leukemia. Her long-term boyfriend, taking advantage of her hospitalization, absconded with all the cash from the company's accounts and half of its key personnel, along with 2 years' worth of her hard-earned technical data. "One piece of bad news and one piece of good news," Xu Yang stated. "The doctor informed me that I am now at intermediate risk stage 2, with a high likelihood of progressing to leukemia. Chemotherapy is necessary." "And the good news?" In such dire circumstances, Xuangshu yearned to hear some semblance of optimism. "The good news is that chemotherapy can only manage the condition, not cure it, and it may severely impact my ovarian function, possibly rendering me infertile in the future." Initially, Xuangshu thought Xu Yang had misspoken, but upon reflection, she realized it was difficult to discern which piece of news was worse. "Is this what you call good news?" She touched Xu Yang's forehead. "This illness won't affect your mind, will it? Recognizing a scoundrel isn't considered good news?" Xu Yang, with her inherently carefree spirit, saw the silver lining. "Moreover, I never wanted children. I suspect my illness is hereditary. My father succumbed to leukemia. After 4 years with Chun Peiran, they had returned to their homeland to venture into business together, their relationship seemingly stable. Who would have anticipated that upon her falling ill, Chun Peiran would swiftly abscond with their funds?" Xuangshu frowned at the thought. "I don't expect him to come to your aid, but must he add insult to injury? Isn't that the nature of men? The most unreliable thing in this world is love. Women who believe in love are destined to endure its bitter trials." Xu Yang waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand." Xuangshu indeed concurred with that sentiment. "Although I have not experienced romantic love, I have endured my own share of suffering," she replied. "I have a modest sum saved up, and I've transferred it to your account. Though it may not be substantial, it should assist you temporarily." Xu Yang, counting the digits in her mobile banking balance, emitted a shrill scream akin to a rooster crowing. "This is what you call modest?" The concept of not much as expressed by Xuangshu is entirely different from her own interpretation of not much. Xuangshu covered her mouth to silence her. "Hush, just know that I am sincere with you, no need to get overly excited." Xinyu has always cared for her, providing her with pocket money since childhood. After she was sent abroad, concerned about her hardships in a foreign land, he significantly increased her allowance, which over 5 years amounted to a considerable sum. "Don't talk about sincerity. You could even extract my liver or kidneys." Xu Yang exclaimed, "Will you really lend me that much? Given my current situation, I might not be able to repay." Xuangshu replied, "Consider it an investment on my part." Fei Xue was already teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and others shunned her. Only a fool clad in 24K pure gold would dare to invest now. Xu Yang had not shed a tear during her tumultuous breakup with her ex-boyfriend, nor when she signed the chemotherapy consent form alone in the hospital yet. At this moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. "You're the one I can rely on in critical times." Though she was strong and could bear her burdens alone, having someone to support her during such moments made all the difference. Xuangshu laughed and embraced her, gently patting her back. "Men who share joy but not sorrow are best left behind. Don't worry. I'm here for you." Xu Yang suddenly remembered something and sat up straight. By the way, your sudden return, what will your family say? Did they allow you to come back? Shuangshu seldom spoke of her family or her life before going abroad. Shuyang only knew that she wasn't particularly close to her family, and she had an older brother who was the most important person to her. Moreover, 5 years ago, Shuangshu had been forcibly sent abroad. She referred to it as her exile. Shuang's reaction was more composed than she had anticipated. The worst that could happen is being sent away again. I was prepared for this before I returned. At that moment, Shuangshu was unaware that news of her return had already been disseminated by an unnoticed passerby. In the elite circles of Yinqing, if one were to inquire which heiress held the most illustrious reputation, Song Shuangshu would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Aside from her intricate and convoluted background, her prominence was further bolstered by her association with the illustrious Shen Yu. After passing through several hands, the news eventually reached Yu Zifeng, who promptly shared a photo in a small group chat, tagging Shen Yu multiple times without receiving a response. Just as Shen Yu emerged from a meeting, he received a call. "Were you so busy with it you can't reply to my messages? Why didn't you tell us Shuangshu was back?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yu lowered the phone from his ear, opened WeChat, and saw Shuangshu's photo. The backdrop was a bustling hospital, seemingly aware of being photographed. She turned to glance back, her hair brushing against her cheek, her clear eyes tinged with a hint of confusion. Shen Yu exited the photo, opened Shuangshu's chat window, and confirmed there were no new messages. Since Shuangshu went abroad, their communication had dwindled. The child who once trailed behind him like a shadow no longer shared many things with him. The last time she had actively reached out was over 2 months ago with a simple Happy New Year. But not informing him of her return, was that a sign of excessive rebellion? A secretary handed him a large financial document, and Shen Yu signed it without changing his expression. "Why should I tell you? Such words you speak. Frost Sequence is my sister as well," Yu Zifeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Why not invite her out for dinner tonight? It's been ages since I last saw her, and I miss her dearly." "Go find your own sister," came the curt reply. "My sister is merely 7 years old. Am I to dine with her on a children's meal? It wouldn't suffice to fill my gaps. Then perhaps you should consider a visit to the dentist." With that, Shen Yu abruptly ended the call, gesturing lightly for the secretary to exit the room. He then dialed Frost Sequence. As she received the call, she was just about to leave the hospital. Naturally, she understood the reason behind Shen Yu's call and pondered how to explain her unannounced return. On the other end, Shen Yu spoke first, his tone effortlessly casual. "You're back?" "Yes," Frost Sequence replied. "I just arrived this afternoon." "What brought you to the hospital? Are you unwell?" His unhurried pace of speech steadied her fluttering heart since boarding the plane. "I'm fine. I merely came to visit a senior." Shen Yu did not comment further, simply stating, "Come home for dinner tonight. Send me the address, and I shall send someone to pick you up." Frost Sequence responded obediently. "All right." As dusk fell, the late spring air in Yin City still held a lingering chill. Frost Sequence tightened the collar of her trench coat and stood by the roadside. It wasn't long before the car arrived. The driver respectfully approached the rear, opening the door for her. "Miss Frost Sequence." She handed her suitcase to him and bent down to enter the vehicle, only to catch sight of the man seated inside. Chapter 2. No one here expected her return. Shen Yu arrived from the company, adorned in a meticulously tailored light gray suit. Time had left no trace on his refined visage. The gaze he cast upon her remained as gentle and reassuring as it had been in her memories of him. Yet, despite Shen Yu's annual visits, an unexpected sense of estrangement washed over her at this moment. Noticing her hesitance to enter the vehicle, Shen Yu called out, "Xiaojiu." The resonant timbre of his voice stirred a wave of unspoken melancholy within her. She quickly lowered her eyes to the ground, bent to enter the car, and addressed him softly, "Go." The vehicle glided smoothly through the evening rush-hour traffic, enveloped in a tranquil silence. Shen Yu crossed his legs and inquired, "What time is your flight?" "It landed just after 2, she replied. "Why didn't you ask me to pick you up?" he asked. "I didn't want to disrupt your work," she answered. "Taking a taxi from the airport is quite convenient." Shen Yu shifted his gaze towards her, observing her downcast demeanor. She had once been a spirited child, cherished and spoiled by him, who relied on him completely and felt free to be herself in his presence. Now, however, she seemed remarkably subdued. Yet this excessive restraint lacked intimacy. Even her posture conveyed a sense of distance. Ever since she had been compelled to go abroad, she had refused to return even for the spring festival, perhaps out of defiance, or simply a desire to avoid the people back home. The last time Shen Yu had seen her was the previous year on her birthday, when she had been feverish and alone in her overseas apartment. He had flown over to visit her. She had changed significantly, markedly different from the girl who once trailed behind him. The youthful innocence had faded over the years, replaced by the elegance of a young woman. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyu remarked, Xiaojiao seems estranged from her brother. No, didn't he want to be a burden? She replied. That still feels like estrangement, he countered. In a determined tone, she insisted, I wanted to give you all a surprise. Adult surprises come with a 50% risk of turning into shocks, he replied. When they returned to the Shun family home, Shen Changyuan and his wife were already awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, Fu Yun joyfully pulled her over, inspecting her from every angle, exclaiming that she had grown taller, yet remained unchanged, just as she had always been. Of course, you wouldn't notice any difference when you video call her every month, Shen Changyuan commented, his mood evidently buoyant. He then asked her why she hadn't informed them of her return in advance, as they had been unable to prepare anything for her. I came back due to unexpected circumstances, she explained. It was a hasty departure, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. Returning so late. You must be famished, Fu Yun said. Tonight's dishes are all your favorites. Wang Sa was thrilled to hear you were coming home. The dining table was adorned with all the dishes she had loved since childhood, the East Star grouper placed before her, and the fragrant black chicken soup simmering to perfection. Fu Yun busily served her, while Shen Changyuan asked a few questions about her life abroad, inevitably steering the conversation towards her plans for this return trip. How long did you take off for this holiday? She was aware that they were approaching a sensitive topic, yet she did not wish to fabricate a lie. Setting down her chopsticks, she lifted her head and solemnly declared, I resigned. Upon her utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the living room. You have resigned? Fu Yun paused, her chopsticks halted mid-air, casting a bewildered glance at her, then at Xinyu. You never mentioned it. Why the sudden change? Leaving her position abroad implied that her return to Yin City might be permanent. The warmth and harmony that had just filled the air felt akin to a delicately crafted glass, beautiful, yet fragile. You have left your job with the airline. Do you intend to develop your career back home? Shuangsu did not respond directly, but rather inquired, May I return? Fu Yun hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty. You were doing so well abroad. What prompted this sudden desire to come back? The reasons were twofold. One was Xu Yang's illness, but more significantly, she yearned for home. Yet, Shuangsu understood that they sought more than mere justification. Life overseas was pleasant, but it could not compare to the emotions she harbored for Yin City. This was the place where she had grown up, enduring scorching summers and long, frigid winters. Regrettably, no one here awaited her return. At that moment, Xinyu, who had been silent, placed a plate of meticulously deboned fish before Shuangsu. The fish, glistening and tender, rested in a porcelain dish. Its gentle thud upon the table shattering the uncomfortable stillness. How is your senior sister faring? Shuangsu succinctly relayed Xu Yang's condition. Xinyu inquired, Do you need my assistance? She shook her head. The chemotherapy plan has been finalized, and the medications are the best available. We will have to see how it responds. Thus, the conversation veered away from the topic. After dinner, Fu Yun insisted that Shuangsu stay at her home, leaving no room for refusal as she directly ushered her upstairs. Your room was only cleaned today. Nothing has been moved. It remains just as you left it. Look. Fu Yun proudly pointed to a brand new pink floral bedspread. I bought this especially for you. Do you like it? Shuangsu replied, Thank you, godmother. Enough with the formalities. We are family. Fu Yun paused, holding her hand. It's good that you are back. Being so far away, in an unfamiliar place, it worries me. The last time your brother visited, he said you had a fever and were delirious, lying alone at home, without even a glass of water. It troubled me deeply, keeping me restless through the night. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shuangsu quickly reassured her, I'm fine. I can take care of myself. I'm grown up now. You may be grown, but you are still my little girl. Fu Yun stroked her cheek. You've always had trouble sleeping on planes. You must be exhausted. Go take a hot shower and retire early. Once Fu Yun descended the stairs, Shuangsu meandered slowly around her room, her fingertips grazing the desk and the bookshelf against the wall. This was the space she had inhabited for 10 years, the dust in the air carrying familiar scents. After her shower, she intended to go downstairs to inform Wang Sa to prepare some soup for Xu Yang, but as she reached the staircase, her steps gradually faltered. Through the gaps in the banister, she glimpsed the living room, where Xinyu sat with his back to her, facing the couple Shen Changyuan. Ayu, they said. Tell me the truth. Did you genuinely have no prior knowledge of Shuangsu's return? Fu Yun inquired, Do you agree? Xinyu, with his legs crossed, replied in a muted tone, if she wishes to return, she need not seek anyone's consent. Then enlighten me. Now that she has returned, what are your thoughts? Xinyu responded, when you and the Song family conspired to send her away, my opinion was never sought. I acted solely for your benefit. Fu Yan retorted, those slanderous rumors nearly engulfed our family, had it not been for her. Shuangsu leaned against the wall, feeling the creeping chill against her back. Xinyu interrupted her, his voice devoid of emotion. Children speak ill and spread rumors. Others may take them seriously, but you should not. Fu Yan fell silent. Shen Changyuan gently patted her hand. Let us not dwell on the past. Her reluctance to return these past years surely stemmed from the belief that we did not wish for her presence, which must have saddened her. Now that the child desires to come back, let us not send her away again. If she wishes to return, this place shall always be her home. Regardless of the circumstances, Fu Yan's affection for her was genuine. However, Ayu, Shuangsu is no longer a child. Even siblings should maintain a semblance of decorum. Let alone you two. Shuangsu chose not to listen further and turned to retreat to her room. Chapter 3 Tingdo. Perhaps it was the effect of the time difference, but Shuangsu lay on her familiar and comfortable bed, wide awake, unable to succumb to slumber. She resolved to play her gaming console with old cartridges, the same vintage games she had mastered over the years. To avoid disturbing Xinyu, she muted the sound. It was only when she heard a vehicle downstairs and noticed the lights streaming through the gap in the curtains that she realized dawn had arrived. She approached the window and drew back the curtains, witnessing Xinyu's car departing from the courtyard. After turning off the game, she intended to return for a brief nap. But just as her eyes began to droop, her phone chimed with a WeChat message. Brother, come downstairs for breakfast before you sleep again. As Shuangxu descended the stairs, she found Fu Yun conversing with Shen Changyuan in the living room, their dialogue ceasing upon her arrival. Why not sleep a bit longer? Fu Yun inquired. You woke up just in time. Look how much your godfather dotes on you. He sent someone to queue at Sue's for dim sum early this morning. Shrimp dumplings, molten buns, and hand-pulled chicken, all your favorites. Shuangxu glanced at Shen Changyuan, who was sipping tea. Such gestures were beyond his character. It was Xunyu who would do such things. Yet, she chose to feign ignorance, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, godfather. After breakfast, she did not return to her room for more sleep, instead concocting an excuse to visit the hospital to see Xu Yang. Upon her arrival, she found Xu Yang engaged in a phone call. Whatever was being discussed seemed to infuriate her, as her countenance turned pale. After hanging up, she raised her hand as if to fling her phone away. Shuangxu interjected. 10,000 yuan. With gritted teeth, Xu Yang retrieved the phone. What on earth has you so enraged? Xu Yang, typically calm, must have encountered something quite serious. Shuangxu set up a small table, having brought along a nutritious meal and vitamin-rich fruit and vegetable juice. Despite the presence of Xu Yang's most detested carrot, her fury rendered her indifferent, and she gulped down nearly half the glass. That wretched Qin Peiran has taken our technical data and gone to seek refuge with Qinxing, the very company that has been suppressing Fei Xue. Now, he has even established connections with Yundun Group. Yundun has been monitoring our liquid hydrogen drone research for quite some time, and our collaboration was all but secured until he orchestrated this debacle. No wonder I haven't heard back from Yundun these past few days. Shuangxu recalled her encounters with Qin Peiran. He was a strikingly handsome and charming man, which explained how he had won Xu Yang's heart. However, she never imagined he would stoop to such treachery, taking advantage of their misfortunes. Furrowing her brow, she offered her reassurance. Do not fret. A partnership is not easily usurped. We can reach out to Yundun once more. Xu Yang tossed aside the covers. No, I must personally visit Yundun. Shuangxu hastily pressed her back down. In your current state, where do you think you're going? You have chemotherapy tomorrow. You mustn't wander about. You don't understand, Shuangxu. If the contract with Yundun is snatched away by Qinxing, Fei Xue will find it nearly impossible to recover. Xu Yang held no significant regret over her infertility, but the theft of her research achievements felt akin to the loss of her own child. The liquid hydrogen drone was the core project that Fei Xue had devoted nearly all its resources to over the past 2 years. It was as vital as her very lifeblood. Several senior figures within the company had been lured away by Qin Peiran, leaving them without capable replacements. And their technical genius, a remarkable talent, was plagued by social anxiety. The responsibility fell solely upon her shoulders. She was beset by severe illness. How despicable Qin Peiran is, a cowardly opportunist. Shuangxu sighed. You stay comfortably in the hospital. I shall go in your stead. The assistant temporarily assigned to Shuangshu by Shuang was named Liao. The young girl brought a pile of project documents to the desk. The information was incomplete, as part of it had been taken by Mr. Chun. Let me know what is missing, and I will retrieve it for you. Shuangshu, being from the same field as Shu Yang, quickly familiarized herself with the progress of Shu Yang's projects and set off to Yundun with Liao. Along the way, she hastily searched for information about Yundun Group on her phone. The information available was quite limited, aside from the austere official website. Only a few scattered mentions could be found on certain financial or military channels. Liao murmured beside her, Yundun has many military secrets. I've heard that if someone sneaks in at midnight and gets caught, they could face imprisonment. They also have a massive aircraft production base in the western suburbs. With an entire tarmac filled with fighter jets, it's truly magnificent. There was nothing to be found online regarding their general He. It seemed he had a military background, rendering him quite enigmatic. A military background? The surname He? Before they knew it, the car had arrived. The headquarters of Yundun Group loomed solemnly, its guards more formidable than those at surrounding buildings, with layers of security at the entrance, every 5 steps a guard, every 10 steps a sentry. Shuangshu approached the front desk with Liao. Hello, we are from Feishue Innovation Technology, here to see Mr. He. Do you have an appointment? Shuangshu politely inquired. Could you please check if he is available? Just 15 minutes would suffice. I'm sorry, Mr. He's schedule is completely booked for today. What about tomorrow or the day after? I'm afraid you will need to call the secretary's office to make an appointment. The female staff member in a blue suit spoke in a soft, measured tone, her evasive responses expertly crafted to dismiss them. See, Mr. He will not meet with us at all. President Shu has tried to schedule with him several times without success. They must have already signed with Qinxing. Do you know how unscrupulous Qinxing is? They would go to great lengths to snatch the contract from Yundun. Liao lamented, her shoulders drooping in disappointment. Perhaps we should just head back. Just as she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened to reveal an unexpected figure, Chen Peiran. What are you doing here? Chen Peiran exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing Shuangshu, and then noticing Liao, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Did your senior call you back from abroad? I must say, you're quite foolish to come running back to her from so far away. She is hardly in a position to offer support. Liao's face twisted in frustration, her anger boiling as Chun dared to mention Shu Yang. Mr. Chun, President Shu is still in the hospital. After all these years, can't you show a little compassion? Have I not been compassionate enough? I've wasted years on her. It's generous enough that she hasn't had to repay me in youth. Without me, with her scientific mind, would Feishue have achieved its current standing? Men often easily place themselves on a moral pedestal. Her illness may very well stem from spending her days in the laboratory, surrounded by those substances. If only she had listened to me and settled down to have a child earlier, she wouldn't have to worry about not being able to bear one in the future. Xiao Liao's face flushed with anger. Isn't that a bit excessive? To be candid, at that moment, Shuangshu felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her bag containing the laptop at Chen Peiran's self-righteous face. Yet, she recalled the purpose of her visit. Engaging in futile arguments with him would yield no fruit. She grasped Xiao Liao's wrist and pulled her back, stating, "It is pointless to speak of conscience to someone devoid of it." Chen Peiran, having returned to the country with Shu Yang to embark on a startup, had firmly established himself within a mere 3 years, priding himself as a young talent and societal elite. Dismissing these 2 young women entirely. You don't mean to discuss business regarding liquid hydrogen drones, do you? Chen Peiran's tone dripped with disdain as he flaunted the A4 document in his hand. Let me be frank. I've already secured the contract with Cloud Shield, so don't waste your efforts. Shuangshu extended her hand. Let me see. Such an important document, and you think I would show it to you? Chen Peiran shoved the file into his briefcase. Shuangshu had likely gleaned the implications. She turned to the receptionist and said, "Could you please inform Mr. He that Song Shuangshu is here to see him?" Xiao Liao, puzzled, whispered, "Do you know President He?" "Good news, I do. Bad news, not well." However, in Chen Peiran's presence, Shuangshu maintained her composure. No matter how unfamiliar they were, it was still better than being a complete stranger, or so she thought, adding with feigned mystery, "I've known him for many years." Chen Peiran's smirk was rife with contempt. Who in Yin City doesn't know He Tingzhou? A one-sided acquaintance hardly counts as knowing someone. Have you been abroad for too long to grasp the customs of Yin City? Do you even know who He Tingzhou is? Do you know who his father is? In a city where the elite gather, the He family stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, an existence that is both revered and unattainable. Unfazed, Shuangshu retorted, "But do you know who I am?" Shen Perrin scoffed, thinking this junior lacked the maturity to be pretentious. It doesn't even matter who you are. President, he is not someone just anyone can meet. Your senior can't even secure an appointment with him. What makes you think you can flaunt your capabilities here? As his words lingered, the receptionist, who was in the midst of making an inquiry, respectfully handed the phone to Shuang Su, saying, Mr. He would like to speak with you. Shen Perron's expression shifted dramatically, his features contorting as if they might crack in all directions. Shuang Su smiled slightly, taking the call in front of him, and called out, Brother Tingzhou. Chapter 4. The affectionate sister. The reception area fell into an unexpected silence, with Chun Peiran standing nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The landline transmitted the man's voice with clarity, its subtle electric resonance possessing a magnetic allure, tinged with an air of frivolity that Frosty suspected might have been misinterpreted. Which of my affectionate sisters is this? What nonsense! If it weren't for the fact that this was Yun Dun's company phone, Frosty would have doubted whether it was a wrong number. She discreetly covered the receiver and turned away. Xiao Liao, understanding the situation, promptly pulled Chun Peiran aside, exclaiming loudly, President Chun, eavesdropping on someone else's call is rather uncouth. Don't you think? Curious glances shifted toward them, and Chun Peiran, visibly embarrassed, shrugged her off, retorting, What are you shouting for? Frosty spoke into the receiver. This is Song Frosty. On the other end, the response was, What are you sending? Frosty felt her flicker of hope that he might assist her due to their acquaintance extinguish. She hadn't anticipated that he Tingzhou wouldn't even remember her name. Resigned, she invoked her brother's name. Frosty, I'm Xinyu's sister. Looking for your brother? The man maintained a nonchalant tone, devoid of warmth. P.S. Not with me. Frosty replied, I am looking for you. A moment of silence lingered on the line for 3 seconds before He Tingzhou lazily remarked, Wait. 5 minutes later, He Tingzhou's assistant personally descended to escort her, respectfully inviting Frosty into the elevator. Miss Song, this way, please. Chun Peiran's expression was beyond merely unpleasant. It was a portrait of dismay. Xiao Liao, astonished by her success, felt a flicker of hope ignite from despair. You truly know President He? Then we've surely secured victory this time. Let us not pop the champagne just yet, Frosty cautioned, covering her mouth and speaking softly. I'm not very familiar with him. President He only meets with Frosty alone, leaving Xiao Liao behind in the lobby, watching as the elevator doors closed. The gleaming metal frame reflected Chun Peiran's taut and contorted expression, a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. She found amusement in the situation. President Chen, your face looks quite dreadful. While it's fine to be angry, let us not allow it to affect your health. Ha ha ha. Chun Peiran shot her a glare, disregarding the banter as she anxiously retrieved her phone, speaking in a hushed tone, find out who exactly Song Frosty is. She had anticipated that He Tingzhou would genuinely agree to meet her. How much effort had Qin Xing expended to connect with Yun Dun Group through a mid-level leader? He had made numerous visits, liaising only with a minor head of the technical development department, never even catching a glimpse of He Tingzhou. If she truly knew He Tingzhou, wouldn't that spell disaster for Qin Xing's collaboration with Yun Dun? Frosty herself, however, did not possess such confidence. He Tingzhou was a friend of Xinyu, and one would assume that with Shen Yu as a connection, the modest liquid hydrogen drone contract would be easily secured. Yet, among Shen Yu's circle of friends, Frosty had the least interaction with and the greatest apprehension toward He Tingzhou. Her scant impressions of him remained fixed on one word, trouble. Upon reaching the executive office on the top floor, the guiding assistant knocked on the door, and a cool, distant voice beckoned from within. Enter. The scene was drastically different from the earlier phone conversation. The assistant opened the door, extending a polite gesture to invite her in. Frost Sequence exhaled deeply, her fringe lifting and falling gently with the breath. Steeling herself, she stepped inside. He Tingzhou's office was a stark assembly of cold grays, the unyielding lines and metallic accents underscoring the owner's aloof demeanor. To her surprise, there were others present. A few impeccably dressed gentlemen occupied the meeting area, making it no wonder that Frost Sequence's gaze was immediately drawn to He Tingzhou, who stood out remarkably among them. Unlike Xinyu's refined handsomeness, He Tingzhou possessed a strikingly strong facial structure, with pronounced brows and deep-set eyes, his high nose lending him an aggressively handsome air. He reclined on a black leather sofa, his broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, his long legs elegantly encased in dark trousers. As the door swung open, he raised his gaze momentarily. His eyes, sharp and narrow, conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure with just a single glance. Without lingering on her, his attention drifted past her, seemingly indifferent, perhaps not even registering her presence. Frost Sequence was perplexed as to why he would allow her entry while engaged in discussions. Choosing to be discreet, she seated herself at a distance, shutting her ears to avoid eavesdropping. After nearly 20 minutes, the conversation concluded, and once the others departed, she rose to approach the meeting area. He Tingzhou remained in his seat, his head bent over the documents as if he had forgotten her existence. Frost Sequence understood that this brief moment was afforded to her through Shen Yu's influence, as he had approved the documents while she conveyed her purpose. He Tingzhou did not lift his head, the sound of his pen scratching against paper filling the silence. His fingers were long and strong, the pen gliding with an elegant rhythm, producing a soft, intermittent sound akin to clouds drifting and dragons soaring. Frost Sequence summarized the latest developments of the liquid hydrogen drone project, only to realize that at some point, He Tingzhou's attention had shifted from the documents to her. The open blue folder rested on her lap, and he supported his forehead with his fingers, staring intently at her. His eyes, sharp in shape and deep as obsidian, rendered her unable to discern if he was fully engaged or merely daydreaming. The liquid hydrogen drone project had taken Feishuet 2 years to develop, and Chun Xing's acquisition of the research outcomes was far from legitimate, stemming from a rift between the two founders. Couples' quarrels are not my concern, He Tingzhou finally interjected. What I require is the technology, not their romantic entanglements. Whether the child bears the father's or mother's surname is inconsequential. It is consequential, Frost Sequence replied with poise. Xu Yang is a graduate student specializing in aircraft design and engineering, while Chun Perrin studies finance. The technical core of Feishue's research department has always been Xu Yang. More crucial than technology itself is the talent that masters it. After a brief pause, she continued, since you have shown such sustained interest in this project, you must have considerable trust in Xu Yang's capabilities. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Have you stopped calling me Brother Tingzhou? Frost Sequence thought to herself, didn't you claim not to remember me? Brother Tingzhou, she corrected herself. He Tingzhou regarded her thoughtfully for a few seconds. Why should the matter of Feishue require your connections? Frost Sequence wishes to clarify that she did not come merely to leverage connections. Her appearance here was spontaneous and unforeseen. However, upon reflection, if these connections could indeed yield assistance for Xu Yang, it would constitute a favorable outcome. Xu Yang, my senior, presently resides in the hospital and is unable to attend in person. I am here as her representative. You are the first to have traversed the back door to reach me. He Tingzhou, seemingly amused, lifted his head and remarked, it would not be an issue to grant you a precedent. The same conditions apply to Qinxing. Should you wish to sign a contract, please arrange a meeting with my secretary. Frost Sequence furrowed her brow, stating, the conditions offered by Qinxing are practically a gift to you, intended to establish a connection with the Yundun Group. This project belongs to Feishue, and they will incur no cost whatsoever. However, for Feishue, the situation is markedly different. They have invested considerable resources and effort into this project. If it were to be given away for free to Yundun, would not the past 2 years of hard work be rendered futile? Frost Sequence attempted to negotiate further. Might we reconsider the terms? Before she could finish, a knowing smile played at the corners of He Tingzhou's lips. His black shirt, with 2 buttons undone, rendered him less like a corporate president and more akin to a roguish young aristocrat. The pen twirled between his fingers, and his languid enunciation bore a flirtatious undertone. Little princess, you do not hold such weight in my realm. Chapter 5. The Heartless Girl. When Shuangshu returned to the hall, Chun Peiran had yet to depart. She had lingered upstairs for nearly 40 minutes, while Chun Peiran had waited that entire time. As soon as the elevator arrived, Chun Peiran swiftly turned around. Not being a local of Yinqing, and having studied abroad on a government scholarship, he was entirely unfamiliar with the upper echelons of Yinqing society. During the years he had been back in the country, Shuangshu had conveniently been absent, leaving him unaware of the considerable background of his junior, Xu Yang. Not only was she the daughter of Director Song of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but she was also the sworn sister of a certain young master from the Shen family. Xiao Liao dashed forward eagerly. So, what happened? Shuangshu gently shook her head, causing Xiao Liao's face to fall in disappointment. Chun Peiran's anxious heart found solace once more. He had thought her more capable, but it turned out she was merely ordinary. Adjusting his tie, he strode up to Shuangshu, blocking their path. I told you it was hopeless. You insisted on subjecting yourself to humiliation. Do you think He Tingzhou is just anyone? No matter how powerful your father is, He must bow his head in front of anyone with the surname He. Shuangxiu found the incessant chatter of men rather distasteful. She mused that excessive talking might indicate a deficiency in one's renal health, as a lack of vitality could impair pulmonary function, leading to a compulsion to speak in order to facilitate respiration. Have you ever consulted a doctor? She inquired, her tone unwavering and serious. Chun Peiran instinctively touched his kidney area, quickly realizing and paling in response. I'm not going to stoop to your level. You should advise your senior to focus on her health. Why engage in a futile battle with me? Can she truly compete with me? Shuangxiu had initially intended to inform Xu Yang of the outcome later, pondering alternative strategies. However, she was caught off guard by Xiao Liao, who acted as an eager messenger. She had imitated Chun Peiran so perfectly that it infuriated Xu Yang, who snapped a pair of chopsticks in half. Once I'm discharged, just wait and see how I'll make him suffer. Xu Yang had always believed in parting amicably, allowing everyone to take their own path, avoiding a messy and disgraceful confrontation. Chun Peiran was the first to warrant an exception to this rule. Xiao Liao, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, he must pay. Xu Yang's fighting spirit was ignited. Help me ask the doctor if we can expedite the chemotherapy. I want it done once a day. I'm eager to be discharged. Xiao Liao jumped up. I'll go right now. Shuangxiu was utterly speechless. Sit down. This is chemotherapy, not a spot treatment. Even the king of hell would find that excessive. Xiao Liao, oh, I'll sit. Xu Yang calmed down, pausing for a few seconds. Then suddenly pointed at Xiao Liao and said to Shuangxiu, do you know why Chun Peiran didn't take her away? Shuangxiu couldn't suppress a laugh. Xiao Liao chimed in, because I am utterly loyal to you. Xu Yang retorted, how wonderful it would be if your loyalty were directed toward Chun Peiran instead. Go and bother him. Xiao Liao mumbled in response, and as the two engaged in playful banter, Shuangxiu glanced at the time and stood up. I must take my leave. It's my brother's birthday. Is it your brother, Xinyu? Xiao Liao asked with wide-eyed admiration. I found his photo. He is incredibly handsome. Indeed, Shuangxiu said, her eyes curving with a smile. Before departing, she instructed Xiao Liao, I entrust you with taking care of your senior Xu. Just don't let her come to harm. The birthday celebration took place at Xunyu's private villa. In the evening, when Shuangxiu was placing the cake into the car, the Shun family chauffeur inquired with a smile, is this cake made for the young master? Indeed, she replied. During her childhood, her interests were ever-changing. And Xinyu always took her little hobbies seriously, be it swimming, equestrianism, or archery. He personally taught her all. However, he had no experience in baking and had thus hired a teacher specifically for her. Shuangxiu learned only the basics, her enthusiasm waning as she shifted her focus back to swimming. Yet, the tradition of crafting a cake by her own hands for Xunyu's birthday remained steadfastly preserved over the years. Having not returned to Yin City for 5 years, Shuangxiu had avoided public appearances, allowing the buried rumors to resurface with her return. For the past few years, while she was abroad, she had not attended Xunyu's birthday celebrations, but this year, she found no reason to evade it any longer. In the days leading up to her return, she paid no heed to the outside chatter, resolutely deciding to ignore any peculiar glances she might encounter. The 3-story French-style building was ablaze with light, illuminating the night sky. The crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and the sweet aroma of champagne wafted through the throngs of guests. At the entrance, a pair of twins conversed, one clad in a red dress and the other in blue, casting scrutinizing looks upon Shuangxiu as she approached. She removed her coat and handed it to a servant. But amidst the crowd, she did not spy Xinyu. At the bar, several men were engaged in conversation, and Yu Zifeng, dressed in a flamboyant pink shirt, rested his elbows on the counter. Noticing that the attention of several guests was drawn toward the entrance, he casually glanced that way while sipping his cocktail, momentarily pausing. The women present were all elegantly attired and adorned with striking makeup, while Shuangxiu's makeup was refreshingly light, her beauty effortless. With a standard oval face and striking features, her naturally radiant appearance was tempered by a clear and pure gaze, rendering her allure exceptionally innocent. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall seemed to favor her, enveloping her in a silken glow as she wore a fitted black cocktail dress that accentuated her slender ankles, the straps of her high heels delicately framing her graceful frame. Yu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this little Shuangxiu? He set down his glass and strode over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. It's been years. You've grown so beautiful. He was Xinyu's childhood friend and had watched Shuangxiu grow, feeling a wave of familiarity upon seeing him. Shuangxiu carefully cradled the cake with one hand and smiled, allowing his embrace. Zifeng Ge, it's been ages. You've been abroad for years without returning. Don't you miss your brothers? She teased, shaking her head in response. Not at all. What an ungrateful girl, Yu Zifeng chuckled. I bet you missed your brother, though. Shuangsu merely smiled and remained silent. Nearby, a man with a drink approached. Come here, sister, let me hug you too. But Yu Zifeng swiftly swatted him away. Get lost. Who do you think you are to hug her? If Xinyu comes over, you'll be in for it. Everyone knew how much Xinyu cherished this sister, and the man took it in stride. Just wait. If anyone gets into trouble, it will be you first. Frost Sequence approached the edge of the table, where 7 or 8 cakes were already artfully displayed, each more exquisite than the last. Her blueberry mousse appeared rather plain among them, akin to a security booth in an upscale villa community. As she placed her cake down and prepared to leave, she overheard a hushed conversation. Is that her? She doesn't seem at all like it. How could she? Who would brazenly display such a lack of shame on their face? She looks quite innocent, doesn't she? Innocent, you say? She is quite the schemer. Fully aware that her status as an illegitimate daughter is unwelcome in the Song family, which is why she clings to the Shin family, seizing any opportunity to latch onto Xinyu. Frost Sequence feigned ignorance, attempting to turn away, but the woman in red continued to speak more freely. It's disgusting how brothers and sisters get involved with each other. Ah, but Xinyu doesn't seem like that kind of person. How do you know what kind of person he is? After all, why would he keep a girl with no family ties close to him? Perhaps he has an inclination towards that sort of thing. Frost Sequence had spent years training herself to disregard the prying eyes of others. Yet she could not tolerate their contemptuous and sordid tone when discussing Xinyu. She turned back, walking up to the pair of twins, and gazed at them quietly. Is that truly your preference? Chapter 6. A slap to arouse the appetite. The woman in red, who had just been speaking in a sarcastic tone, suddenly displayed a hint of embarrassment on her face. Few situations are more awkward than being caught gossiping behind someone's back and confronted on the spot. In an instant, she switched her expression like a page being turned in a book, raising a smile that was overly familiar, as if they were close friends. Frost Sequence. It's been so long. We've missed you dearly during your absence. Frost Sequence's eyes were gentle yet devoid of warmth, and as she regarded them, they felt a chill. If you miss me so much, why didn't you send me a message? Is it that you don't have my number? The other party concealed her discomfort. I thought you had changed your number. If you had sent a message, you would know that I haven't. Frost Sequence replied, her cold gaze fixed on her, unwilling to let them off the hook. You didn't finish your earlier thought. Why the sudden silence? The woman in red appeared flustered. I was just repeating what I heard from others. As her words trailed off, Frost Sequence advanced a step closer, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap across her face. The sound echoed loudly, crisp and clear. Caught off guard, the woman gasped and covered her face, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. I want to listen to others anymore. Miss Song, please don't be angry. Frost Sequence turned her attention to the woman in blue, who had gone pale and trembled as she defended herself. I didn't say anything. It was all her. Frost Sequence replied coldly. Even in a comedic act, there is a role for supporting characters. You were quite enthusiastic in your praise earlier, but now you wish to distance yourself. She raised her hand once more, causing both women to shrink back in fear. From a nearby table, Frost Sequence retrieved a 2-tiered cream cake and placed it before them. Today is my brother's birthday, and I do not wish to spoil his mood. Otherwise, this would not be merely a slap. She spoke with a tone neither harsh nor gentle, yet her demeanor was chillingly authoritative. You will eat this cake before you leave. With that, she strode past them. The two women stood frozen, their expressions stiff as they stared at the towering cake, hardly daring to breathe. After taking a few steps, Frost Sequence unexpectedly locked eyes with someone. She looked up to see a figure leaning against the wooden staircase railing. Itingo appeared as though he had just awoken. His gray silk shirt loosely buttoned, his distinctly chiseled features bearing a languid expression, which accentuated his ambiguous charm. His eyes sparkled with amusement, suggesting he had witnessed the entire commotion. Frost Sequence paused, feeling a shiver run down her spine. How frightening. Itingo seemed to relish the unfolding drama. Would I be silenced now? Frost Sequence didn't believe she had done anything wrong. Her slap had been restrained. However, being seen in such a light felt inappropriate. As if she were bullying someone, leading others to think that Xinyu had failed to raise her properly. I merely invited them for cake. Itingo casually strolled down the stairs, hands tucked into his suit pockets, moving with an unhurried gait, before indulging in cake. Must one first enjoy a slap to whet the appetite? Is that your family's tradition? His tall stature cast a long shadow as he passed by her. After a moment's contemplation, Frost's sequence turned back to call out to him. Tingzhou Gu. Tingzhou turned slightly, an eyebrow raised in curiosity, inviting her to continue. Now, Fei Xue finds herself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place due to Qinxing. Collaborating with Cloud Shield feels akin to pouring one's heart and soul into a venture that yields nothing, leaving one bereft of even the most basic necessities. Conversely, to refrain from such collaboration would mean relinquishing opportunities to Qixing, rendering all efforts futile. Fei Xue, founded by Shuang, naturally lacks the robust financial backing of a well-established enterprise like Qixing Technology, and Shuang has devoted nearly everything he possesses to the research and development of liquid hydrogen drones. Either way, one finds themselves giving away everything, facing the specter of bankruptcy regardless of the recipient. Given the encounter with He Tingzhou, it is imperative to exert further effort. Shuangxu remarked, I am aware that Qixing's terms are quite low, but a lower price does not equate to a sound business deal. Fei Xue can promise to prioritize the sharing of subsequent technological developments with Cloud Shield. In the long run, a partnership between Cloud Shield and Fei Xue holds greater value. My senior's current predicament is indeed challenging. This collaboration is vital for her. Could we possibly grant her this opportunity? He Tingzhou slightly lowered his head, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman among a crowd of taller individuals, and leisurely inquired, what if I decline? His eyes, deep and piercing, momentarily bore a languid gaze. Yet now they fixed intently upon Shuangxu, evoking within her the sensation of being scrutinized by a hawk. Shuangxu hesitated. He Tingzhou interjected, what? Are you inviting me for cake? Shuangxu was acutely aware of her insignificance before him, and thus resorted to mentioning Xinyu once more. You are friends with my brother. Could you possibly assist me in his stead? He Tingzhou stood upright, regaining his carefree disposition. If you wish to leverage your brother's influence, have him come speak with me. Shuangxu pressed her lips together. She had initially intended to seek Xinyu's assistance today, but now hesitated to trouble him for this matter. The words of those two women echoed in her ears. She did not wish for anyone to tarnish Xinyu's reputation in such a manner. She knew that if she were to ask, Xinyu would undoubtedly come to her aid. She also understood that if Xinyu intervened, a mere word from him could effortlessly resolve the dilemma that plagued her and Shuang. In her childhood, it was only natural to bask in his protection. Now that she had matured, unable to offer him anything in return, she felt it was essential to learn to refrain from relying on him. In the silence that ensued, He Tingzhou had already turned to leave. He approached the table, where someone attempted to greet him. He feigned ignorance, pulled out a chair, and casually selected a piece from the array of cakes, dragging it toward himself and picking up a fork. Shuangxu opened her mouth, but no sound escaped in time. The polished silver fork had already pierced her blueberry mousse cake, lifting a piece to the mouth of the leisurely he, who seemed to enjoy life after a restful slumber. Shuangxu's mouth snapped shut once more. It had been years since she made an appearance, and many seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Behind her back, they whispered and gossiped, while in person they offered flattery, embodying the chameleonic nature of those within this circle. Regardless of her relationship with Xinyu, any connection sufficed. If all else failed, she still had a father. At the card table, Xinyu caught sight of her silhouette, beckoning with a finger for an additional chair to be placed beside him. As Shuangxu was about to take a seat, her companion, Yu Zifeng, extended his hand and dragged the chair towards him, exclaiming, "Come sit with me, little Shuangxu. Every time you take a seat next to your brother, his luck seems to surge. Today, you must grant me some of that luck." Xinyu interjected. With such poor skills, even Xiao Jiu cannot rescue you. Shuangxu surveyed the scene and concluded that Yu Zifeng had likely played mahjong with his feet for the past 2 decades. Not even the god of wealth could save him. It was no wonder he lost every time. One could only say he lost with dignity. Suddenly, Xinyu's phone lit up with incoming messages, and Shuangxu stole a glance. Though she quickly averted her gaze, he ignored it, but shortly after, a call came through. He picked up the phone, and as he rose, his palm rested on Shuangxu's head, saying, "Come take my place." Shuangxu stepped forward to substitute him and was dealt a promising hand. Just as she was about to rectify the upside-down chicken tile, she heard the man across from her inquire, "Zhou Yi, care for a couple of rounds?" Looking up, she saw the well-rested and well-fed He Tingzhou approaching, who took the seat generously offered to him. He glanced at his hand and disdainfully clicked his tongue. What a wretched hand. The player to her left, Zhang, chuckled, "With Shuangxu here, how could anyone else possibly have good luck?" Following his remark, he played a one of bamboo, and just as Shuangxu reached for a tile, He Tingzhou drew 2 from his pile and discarded them, declaring, "Pong." Xuanxu retracted her hand. It was uncertain whether He Tingzhou acted intentionally, whether he sought to pong for himself or merely to feed Yu Zifeng. She went 3 rounds without drawing a tile. By the 4th round, she finally had a chance to draw. Luck was on her side, and she was about to take a 3 of circles when He Tingzhou's voice, like a bucket of cold water, interrupted. Pong. Xuanxu replied, "Do you lack any sense of morality?" Even Yu Zifeng recognized it, asking, "Isn't Xuanxu about to win?" Xuanxu silently repeated to herself that the opposing party was akin to a father figure. Xu Yang's father was now her father too. With determination, she forcefully returned her tiles, stating, "I will not win." He Tingzhou reclined his chair, resting the back legs on the ground, slowly swaying while offering her not even a glance. Chapter 7. I Will Cease When I Weep. Frosty had a fondness for playing cards, typically alongside Xinyu and his companions, who treated her like a cherished pet, indulging her whims and ensuring her delight. However, He Tingzhou did not belong to this circle of amiable brothers. Not only did he prevent her from touching the cards, but he also mercilessly targeted her in every round. It wasn't long before Xinyu's chips were completely depleted, causing Frosty's brows to furrow in discontent. She felt as though He Tingzhou was deliberately singling her out. This was not the first time he had bullied her, wielding his strength against her vulnerability. Yu Zifeng, witnessing her plight, couldn't help but intercede. "Can you please target me instead? If you make Frosty cry, be wary of Xun Yu's wrath upon his return." He Tingzhou glanced over with a glint of interest in his eyes, observing Frosty intently. "Have you cried? If you do, I shall relent." Yu Zifeng remarked, "You truly are incorrigible." Frosty had every reason to believe that even if she were to shed tears, He Tingzhou would remain unyielding. The first time she encountered He Tingzhou, she was merely 17. Her limited knowledge of him stemmed solely from various rumors circulating outside. Arrogant, brash, audacious, and a bully who had nearly caused someone's demise. In short, he was not regarded as a virtuous individual. She distinctly recalled her initial impression of him, a chilling demeanor tinged with a hint of danger. Whenever He Tingzhou visited the Shin household, she would retreat as far as possible after exchanging pleasantries. On the rare occasions when Xinyu had to step away, leaving her to entertain guests, she was compelled to remain and endure He Tingzhou's presence. At that time, she had just begun to learn chess and had invited him to play. Xinyu had patiently taught her, and she believed she had grasped the game reasonably well. Xinyu was always accommodating, allowing her to take back moves, but He Tingzhou was altogether different. He showed no mercy, ruthlessly exploiting her every mistake. Frosty was unafraid of losing but despised being humiliated. When she wished to end the game and pack up the chessboard, He Tingzhou's sharp, slanted gaze languidly scrutinized her, mocking. Running away after losing? How disgraceful. This experience left her with a lingering aversion to chess for some time. When Xinyu returned from his phone call and surveyed the card table, he raised an eyebrow at the evident situation. "Why are you bullying my little Jiao?" Frosty promptly vacated her seat, feeling disgruntled at He Tingzhou's relentless targeting, yet she had no choice but to endure it, even attempting to defend He Tingzhou a bit. "I'm not very skilled at this." Xinyu chuckled, giving her a couple of playful pats on the back of her head, as he had always done, before handing her his phone as he rejoined the game. "Keep an eye on things." Xinyu and He Tingzhou were evenly matched, engaging in a spirited contest that allowed them to recover some of the losses Frosty had incurred. Frosty observed from the sidelines. Previously, she had never learned the intricacies of these strategies, relying solely on what seemed to be the favor of the gods in her luck. She now realized that there was a great deal of nuance involved. One had to count cards and anticipate multiple moves ahead, possessing a keen understanding not only of one's own hand, but also of others' cards. As the tension of the game escalated, she discreetly shifted to the opposite side, glancing at He Tingzhou's cards, but she could not decipher them. This was because he paid no heed to the cards at all. He simply placed them as they came, with a 4 and a 9 sandwiched between a wealth card, while a 10 and a 20 were separated by an entire galaxy. His disarray seemed to possess an inherent defense against prying eyes. Frost's sequence was attempting to clarify in her mind what she had actually heard when He Tingzhou abruptly turned his head and asked, "Have you figured it out, little undercover?" The attention that had been focused on the few players at the card table suddenly shifted towards Frost's sequence. She felt like a thief caught red-handed, facing immediate judgment. "I didn't." She wanted to explain that she wasn't peeking, merely curious about his playing style. He Tingzhou rocked his chair, adopting a condescending tone. "Listen to the 8,000. Go back and inform your brother." In the clash of titans, it was always the commoners who suffered. Yu Zifeng, nearly stripped of his dignity, slapped his thigh in sudden realization, Now I understand why Shun Yu always wins. He has a little yellow cap. Frost Sequence found herself at a loss for words. Shin Yu merely chuckled, tapping the half-burnt cigarette on the crystal ashtray, offering no defense and accepting the blame for sending an undercover. The art of deception is not to be underestimated. As he spoke, he revealed an 8,000. He Tingzhou indeed listened to the 8,000, nonchalantly pushing his cards aside. Rocking his chair, Frost Sequence truly wished to kick his chair leg. Resigned, she returned to her seat and refrained from approaching He Tingzhou again. At midnight, a cake adorned with candles was placed before Shun Yu, as everyone gathered in a circle to sing the birthday song, surrounding him in jubilation. Frost Sequence found herself unexpectedly jostled to the back. Such a thing would never have occurred before she turned 18. Everyone around Shin Yu was acutely aware of how much he cherished her. Nonetheless, she had to adapt to this reality. She could not remain by his side forever. A lesson she was gradually learning to accept. As she kept rhythm with the music, Shin Yu's gaze transcended the crowd, landing on her. The orange candlelight cast shifting shadows across his features, and he beckoned, "Little Nine, come here." The circle turned to look at her, and those in front quickly stepped aside to make way. Frost Sequence approached, and Shin Yu rested his hand on her left shoulder, guiding her in front of him, directly facing the flickering candles atop the cake. Make a wish. This was something Frost Sequence often did. She always had an abundance of wishes to make. Her own birthday was never enough, as Shin Yu allowed her to make her wishes on his birthday as well. Whatever she wished for, Shin Yu would help her realize. She could feel a multitude of gazes upon her, each carrying different implications. However, the once whimsical girl who loved to make wishes had matured, understanding that not all dreams come to fruition. "I have no wishes now," Frost Sequence said. "Brother, it's your birthday. You should make a wish." Shin Yu's eyes, illuminated by the dancing candlelight, appeared profound. When she looked again, they held the same warmth as always. He gently stroked her hair. "Then keep it for now. Make a wish when you're ready." During the latter half of the birthday celebration, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Over the past few days, Frost Sequence had not rested well, and unable to hold out any longer, she dozed off on the sofa, awakening to find herself covered with a blanket. The servant standing nearby remarked, "Young master said, if you're tired, you may go upstairs to sleep." Following the sounds of laughter, she spotted Shin Yu and Yu Zifeng still engaged in drinking. This group of young masters, intoxicated and reveling, had beautiful, charming women nestled in their arms. Today, Shin Yu celebrates his birthday, and it is inevitable that he is subjected to the collective insistence of others to consume alcohol. He lounges comfortably on the sofa, his long legs crossed, two buttons of his white shirt casually undone, while his right hand, holding a cigarette, rests on the armrest, the smoke curling upwards. He is uncertain whether he is intoxicated or merely lost in thought. The woman seated beside him is strikingly beautiful, her familiarity piquing Frost's memory. Reminiscent of a certain celebrity, though her name eludes her at the moment. She appears as if she has just awakened, staring blankly in Shin Yu's direction. The sound of Yu Zifeng's tipsy banter cuts through the air. Someone has flown in late at night just to celebrate your birthday, and you show no sign of appreciation. Shin Yu retorts, "Are you jealous?" Yu Zifeng replies, "Jealous of you? I wouldn't give that up for anything." The actress laughs sweetly, leaning her chin against Shun Yu's shoulder with an ease that once belonged solely to her. She has always been quite attached to him. As a child, she insisted on accompanying Shin Yu and Yu Zifeng on their outings, and he invariably took her along. With her presence, their gatherings were innocent. During those times, Shin Yu was devoid of other women, and she would rest her head on him and doze off when fatigue overcame her. Frost's gaze, momentarily entranced, drops to the floor. Her fingers, propped against the sofa, elongated and pale. After a brief moment, she lifts her head again, masking any hint of emotion, and inquires of the servant, "Where's Brother Tingzhou?" "Mystery hasn't been seen. He must have left," the servant replies. Without hesitation, Frost rises, hurrying towards the parking lot. The servant, clutching a blanket, queries from behind, "Are you leaving? Won't you say goodbye to the young master?" Frost shakes her head, "I shall not disturb him." Chapter 8. Love unattained breeds hatred. As the late spring night breeze permeated her skin with a chill, Shuangsu shivered and suddenly remembered she had forgotten her coat. The warmth and merriment of the crowd lingered within the brightly lit house, while the parking lot was sparsely adorned with stars. She hesitated to re-enter, scanning the surroundings until she spotted He Tingzhou's all-black Koenigsegg still parked there, though he was absent from the vehicle. Standing beneath a tree, she awaited his return. The night sky deepened into an abyss of solitude, enveloping the laughter from the villa's front yard behind an invisible barrier. Shuangsu heard footsteps and caught sight of a tall, imposing figure striding towards her through the darkness. He Tingzhou approached the car, pressed a button on his key fob, and from the shadows emerged another silhouette. Brother Tingzhou. He Tingzhou took a half-step back, startled, steadying himself against the car's roof to calm his frayed nerves in the pitch-black night. His inscrutable eyes pierced through the darkness, fixating on her petite form, which nonetheless carried the weight of intimidation. What are you doing? Hiding from a robbery? Am I really going to rob you at a height of 166 meters when you stand at 188 meters? Feeling somewhat cold, Shuangsu cut straight to the chase. The blueberry mousse you just ate was made by me for my brother. To prevent He Tingzhou from denying it, she had taken a photograph as evidence. He Tingzhou glanced down at her phone screen, his perfectly chiseled face betraying no hint of embarrassment. So, you poisoned your brother. And I accidentally consumed it? Shuangsu retrieved her phone, exasperated. Why would I poison my brother? He Tingzhou leaned casually against the car door. Love unrequited breeds hatred. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the fabric of her dress. The cold wind coursed through her spine, freezing her blood, rendering her momentarily voiceless. Who could be as cruel as He Tingzhou? While others might gossip behind one's back, he chose to stab directly at the heart. The wind brushed against her face, arms, and calves, each touch a sharp chill. Shuangsu fought the impulse to bolt from his presence and maintained a facade of composure. I mean no ill will. You may enjoy the cake, but I simply hope you will reconsider the collaboration with Fei Xue. She dared not ask for too much. It was merely a cake, after all, not a treasure of exorbitant worth. Yet, it was a birthday cake she had made for Xunyu, and He Tingzhou had partaken of it. Surely, that was not too much to ask. He Tingzhou remained perfectly still, as if frozen in time. If not for the swaying shadows behind him, one might think the scene had glitched, like a movie interrupted by poor internet connectivity. Confused by his silence, Shuangsu opened her mouth to speak. But He Tingzhou finally moved, his expression serious. I've considered it, and the answer is no. If exasperation had a physical form, it would have manifested as the eye roll Shuangsu barely suppressed at that moment. The blood that had just frozen in her veins now surged with indignation. Could you please give it some serious thought? A little self-awareness would do you good, she implored, though it was evident that He Tingzhou had no intention of yielding. 3 seconds is hardly sufficient for serious consideration. Little princess, you truly are a handful. He was resolute in denying her any opportunity, withholding even the slightest concession. Frost Sequence felt a twinge of melancholy as she recalled eating the cake she had made for Xunyu, unable to compel him to regurgitate it. She dreaded the notion that He Tingzhou might truly do so, which would be rather revolting. Perhaps it was best to relinquish any illusion she harbored about him. Is that it? He Tingzhou inquired. Frost Sequence was perplexed by his meaning. Leaning languidly against the car door with his hands in his pockets, he remarked, I have a rather delicate stomach. I felt unwell after consuming your cake, and I may need to undergo an examination tomorrow. Should my stomach suffer any harm, you shall bear the responsibility. What? Frost Sequence's mind struggled to keep pace with his unconventional trajectory. She swiftly recalled the ingredients she had used to make the cake, all of which were freshly purchased that very day, so there should be no issue. For your brother's sake, I shall overlook it, He Tingzhou declared magnanimously, reminding her to convey to her brother that she owed him a favor. Not far away, a couple emerged from a villa, laughing and making their way to their car, which soon departed the parking lot. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the hem of Frost Sequence's skirt. She had not intended to let Xunyu owe anyone a favor, yet through a series of missteps, not only had she failed to achieve her goal, but she also found herself at a loss, having lost both the cake and a favor owed to He Tingzhou. Frost Sequence realized she had been outmaneuvered. Feeling a surge of frustration with no outlet for her grievances, which she could only swallow in silence, her mood was truly dismal. Her heart weighed down by a sponge swollen with some viscous liquid, compounded by a buildup of emotions that simultaneously assaulted her tear ducts. Thoughts of Shuang's diminishing presence, Chun Peiran's ostentation, the unwelcome home, and the sight of a starlet in Xunyu's embrace flooded her mind. She felt a warmth in her eyes, as tears threatened to spill over. With her gaze cast downward, she said, If you do not wish to assist, then so be it. I apologize for wasting your time. With that, she turned and walked briskly away. In that fleeting moment, He Tingzhou noticed a glimmer of moisture in her eyes. She was slender, yet not gaunt. Her form was delicately graceful, the fabric of her black dress clinging to her curves. From behind, she appeared almost ethereal as she hurried away, seemingly at risk of being swept away by the evening's strong winds. Leaning against the car, He Tingzhou pondered for a few seconds whether he had been excessively harsh. Is President He truly such a person? Shuyang was taken aback. She had encountered He Tingzhou once at a drone industry expo where experts, scholars, and distinguished entrepreneurs from around the globe had gathered. It was a fortunate stroke of luck that she had managed to secure a spot at the conference. Discussing the development of liquid hydrogen drones with a potential investor when He Tingzhou overheard their conversation, leading to Yun Dun Group's interest in Feishuo. However, it was a mid-level manager responsible for the drone sector who had handed her a business card and subsequently reached out to her. She recalled observing from a distance how He Tingzhou was surrounded by industry luminaries such as the conference chair and academicians. Dressed in a bespoke suit that accentuated his tall and commanding stature, standing out in a crowd. His expression remained impassive amidst the flurry of admiration directed at him, exuding an aura of aloofness and prestige. Although Frost Sequence had urged Xinyu not to assist, he nonetheless arranged for her to have a VIP room at the hospital. After undergoing chemotherapy, Shuyang experienced significant side effects, alleviated only slightly by the antiemetics prescribed by her doctor. Her complexion was pallid, and she appeared utterly exhausted. Shuyang's impression of him had always been that of an unapproachable, striking figure. She was taken aback by his unexpectedly despicable personality in private. If he chooses not to assist, so be it. After all, he is friends with my brother. How could he treat you so harshly? I should have never harbored any illusions. Just because he is my brother's friend does not guarantee him any obligation to extend me kindness. Shuangshu has now come to terms with reality and her own naivety, her brow furrowed with concern. It appears I may still need to approach my brother for help. No. Please do not trouble your brother, Shuyang interjected. He is far too difficult to deal with. If he were inclined to assist you out of respect for your brother, he would have done so already without you having to plead. In the adult world, his silence speaks volumes. There is no need for us to force this issue. Chapter 9. Crying over what you cannot have, Frost Sequence unexpectedly remarked. So, are you planning to relinquish that melon to Qinxing? If they desire it so eagerly, let them take it. I had thought you would find it hard to accept. A mother's love for her child is profound, while others may squander my efforts. I cannot squander them myself. Qinxing wishes to engage in a price war, but we are certainly no match for them. It is entirely reasonable for Yun Dun to choose them. Given the same product, I too would opt for the more affordable option. In recent days, Shuyang has gained clarity, persuading herself, it's all right. Others may employ unscrupulous tactics, and if I lose, it is merely a reflection of my poor judgment and character. I hold no shame. My conscience is clear. The funds you provided have resolved the financial issues at Feishuo, and all the overdue wages and bonuses have been settled. If worse comes to worst, we can always start anew. Once I recover, I shall repay this grievance. Frost Sequence suddenly reminisced. Do you remember when we first met? Shuyang certainly recalled. You were so aloof back then. You had acute gastroenteritis, and I kindly took you to the hospital, bustling about, only for you to dismiss me with a roll of cash. Not dismissal, but gratitude, Frost Sequence corrected. At that time, I had just been betrayed by my closest friend and was reluctant to make new acquaintances. No wonder you never contacted me after leaving the hospital, Shuyang noted, adding, I must thank my mixed-race ex-boyfriend for that. Her former partner lived in the same building as Frost Sequence and had sent her harassing messages one night. It posed a dilemma whether to inform the person involved. After contemplation, Frost Sequence took the risk of potential backlash and directly forwarded the message to Shuyang. When you stormed into my house that day, I thought you intended to hit me, Frost Sequence said, surprised when you dragged me to confront him. Delivering 2 slaps, one for yourself and one for me, before dismissing him with flair. At that moment, I thought, this woman is so carefree. I truly admire her character. Frost Sequence turned to Shuyang, her smiling eyes earnest. I am delighted, after all these years. You remain the same Shuyang who can embrace life as ups and downs. Shuyang opened her arms and embraced her, then learned from your senior. For the most crucial aspect of life is to remain open-minded. As for men, they are everywhere. Frost Sequence paused, her expression momentarily revealing a secret she had strived to conceal. How did you know? Just a guess, Shuyang replied with a weak yet mischievous smile. Frost Sequence, your eyes are so beautiful, yet they only seem to see your brother. That evening, upon returning to the Shun residence, it was nearly 10 o'clock. As she exited the car, her phone buzzed in her pocket, an incoming call from the Song family. She could no longer conceal her return from them. After her public appearance at Xinyu's birthday celebration a few days prior, Her arrival back in Yin City had transformed from mere rumor to undeniable fact. She had returned without permission, and it was only a matter of time before Cui Ning sought her out. Frost Sequence was not surprised in the least. Although she bore the surname Song, the identity of the Song family's young lady did not fit her well. She was indeed the daughter of Song Mian, but Mrs. Song. Cui Ning was not her mother. She grew up in the Shin family, her relationship with the Song family rather tenuous, even described as indifferent. 5 years ago, they forcibly sent Shuangshu abroad, further diminishing the already scarce familial bond. Standing beneath a tree outside, she heard a dignified and noble female voice on the other end of the phone. When are you coming back? Last Tuesday. If it weren't for hearing someone mention it today, I wouldn't have known you returned. Cui Ning remarked, chiding her for not visiting home after so many days. Though the words carried an undertone of reproach for her perceived filial disrespect, Shuangshu was acutely aware that if she were to return, she would only face disdain. Cui Ning's true grievance lay in her return without their consent. There are many matters to attend to recently. I'll return once I finish, Shuangshu replied. Come back this weekend. Cui Ning commanded, leaving no room for refusal, and coldly hung up the phone. Shuangshu lowered her phone from her ear, muttering under her breath, whoever wants to come back. Let them. Just as she was about to step inside, a sudden honk startled her, drawing her attention to a Koenigsegg that resembled a giant cockroach parked not far away. The window rolled down, revealing He Tingzhou, who was gazing at her from inside the car. Not wishing to engage with him, yet feeling the need to be polite, she swiftly averted her gaze upon seeing him and continued walking forward as if she were a blind person with her eyes wide open. Just as she stepped away, the man's soft voice drifted over. Don't pretend. Shuangshu took a deep breath, turning around with polite composure. Tingoge, what a coincidence. Not a coincidence. I'm looking for you. Come over. Shuangshu took 2 small, hesitant steps towards him, standing 2 meters away from the car. Is there something you need? She asked. He regarded her with a cool detachment, as if her proximity would suffocate him. I don't like looking up at others. Get in the car to talk. How demanding he was. Shuangshu, now avoiding him, replied, I just returned from the hospital. I might carry many germs. It wouldn't be good to infect you. He smirked slightly. Try getting in and see if you can kill me. Biting her lip, Shuangshu eventually relented and walked around to the passenger seat. The matte black leather and carbon fiber interior mirrored He Tingzhou's own cold demeanor. As she sat down, she was enveloped by a chilling yet profound atmosphere. A certain refreshing aroma of cedar mingling with a hint of sweetness. He Tingzhou was chewing on a piece of candy, casually glancing at her. Which university do you attend? Stanford, Shuangshu replied, unsure of why he was asking. Is the school motto serve the senior sisters? He inquired. Shuangshu choked slightly. Can I serve myself? I now own half the shares of Feishua. Half the shares can buy Yu Shen Yu's sister. General Manager, Shu certainly knows how to conduct business. Frost Sequence was displeased with the tone in which he spoke. My senior is very kind to me. Whether she harbored ulterior motives, I am well aware. He Tingzhou let out a scoff from his throat, laden with sarcasm. Little princess, are there not many who treat you well? Frost Sequence did not think so. Having been abandoned by my biological mother once in my childhood, I carry a substantial psychological shadow regarding the notion of being sent away. During my initial days overseas, I was in a poor state, and my senior was the only one who showed concern for me. The cuisine abroad was truly unpalatable, and finding an authentic Chinese restaurant was a challenge. I had never even approached a stove in my youth, and I could not discern the proper cooking time for noodles. My senior often came to keep me company, preparing Chinese meals for me. During the spring festival, she traversed half the city to gather ingredients just to make dumplings for me. Frost Sequence reflected, if one were to quantify it, she has neither saved my life nor have we known each other for long, yet she was there for me during my most trying times. When she encounters difficulties now, should I not assist her? He Tingzhou clearly could not comprehend such bonds and emotions. Does your brother know that a mere plate of dumplings could deceive you out of 20 million? Frost Sequence was aware that he would not understand. How could a young master of such distinguished lineage, who towers above the masses, grasp the feeling of abandonment? In my heart, there exists something far more valuable than 20 million. I do not feel deprived. Frost Sequence wished to say no more. Having finished your mockery, may I take my leave? He Tingzhou dropped a document onto her lap. It was the contract for the liquid hydrogen drone, with conditions identical to those initially offered to Xu Yang. The slight displeasure etched on Frost Sequence's brow transformed into suspicion. Did you not refuse? Chen Xing insisted on giving it to you, a freebie. Why choose us? With a crunch, He Tingzhou bit down on the candy in his mouth, chewing slowly. If I do not give it to you, you will sulk. Little princess, with such a temper, you might return to your brother and complain. I fear your entire family may come to invite me for cake. I did not sulk. Frost Sequence contemplated denying it, but realized that admitting it could facilitate Fei Xue's collaboration, which was not a bad idea. She understood why He Tingzhou had changed his mind. Offending her was inconsequential, but he and Shen Yu were good brothers. Shen Yu cared for her, and it was unwise for the esteemed young master to alienate his brother over such a trivial matter. A project of this magnitude was akin to a single hair on a lion. It would be better to grant her a favor. Having come to this conclusion, Frost Sequence exited the vehicle, bending to express her gratitude before closing the door. Thank you, Brother Tingzhou. Chapter 10. Her face was bruised in the early morning. As Shen Yu sat in the dining room, sipping coffee while perusing work emails, Shuangsu quietly took a seat across from him, unaware that he had returned the previous night. This silence was a rarity. Typically, she was a chatterbox in Shen Yu's presence, eager to share every little detail of her life. It was Shen Yu who broke the silence first. I heard from Mom that you've been visiting your senior at the hospital every day. Yes. Her mother has been unwell for the past few years, and we haven't informed her about her illness to avoid causing her worry, Shuangsu replied. Let the caregivers handle the patient. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Although Shen Yu did not interfere with her friendships, he was reluctant to have his cherished sister tending to others. Understood, Shuangsu acknowledged. Her treatment plan has been reviewed by the nation's top hematology experts, so there should be no issues. Please don't worry. His concern for Xu Yang's illness stemmed from his affection for her, and Shuangsu stirred her porridge, offering a non-committal sound in response. Noticing her subdued mood, Shen Yu glanced at her. Are you unhappy? Not at all. She quickly changed the subject. Brother, do you know any lawyer friends? Have you landed in trouble already upon your return? Shen Yu teased, his long fingers gently grasping the coffee cup. His voice tinged with amusement. What kind of trouble have you stirred up? The morning light shimmered in his eyes, and Shuangsu averted her gaze. It's not me. My senior has some financial disputes with her partner, and the lawyer I found isn't very experienced. It's not a big deal, Shen Yu reassured her. I'll arrange it for you. Thank you, brother. The lawyer Shen Yu arranged contacted Shuangsu that very afternoon, an experienced barrister specializing in economic cases, perfectly suited for such minor disputes. Over the weekend, Shuangsu busied herself meeting with the lawyer while ignoring the Song family's indifference, treating Cui Ning's orders as mere whispers in the wind. Upon returning to the Shen household that evening, she found Fu Yun still awake, waiting for her in the living room. As Shuangsu entered, Fu Yun instructed Wang Sa to bring over some warmed milk. What have you been busy with these past few days? You've been returning so late. I'm helping my senior with her company matters. Although Shuangsu was not particularly fond of milk, she obediently accepted the glass. Since your return, you haven't visited home, have you? Fu Yun remarked. You should take some time to go back and check in. It was likely that Cui Ning had already reached out to her. Given the close ties between the Shen and Song families, Fu Yun often had to consider Cui Ning's feelings to maintain harmony. I've been too busy lately, Shuangsu replied, finishing the milk in one go, stifling a yawn. I'm so tired, godmother. I'm going to head upstairs to sleep. After her swift descent to her room, Fu Yun watched her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. She always runs away when this topic comes up. Miss Shuangsu was not particularly close to them. After all, the Song family had never truly raised her. The force with which Director Song had struck her left her face bruised, and since her departure, the madam had shown no interest in her life. Now that she had just returned from abroad, it seemed she was in a rush to act. Did they truly wish for Miss Shuangsu to remain away forever? Wang S. was wholeheartedly devoted to her daughter, declaring that she would not return to face reproach. Do not exacerbate the situation, she admonished. Fu Yun interjected. After all, she is family. The arrangements for Shuangshu's marriage will ultimately be dictated by the Song family. If we anger Cui Ning, what benefit would that bring her? Wang S. sighed. Given Madame Song's disposition, what advantageous marriage could she possibly orchestrate for Miss Shuangshu? Fu Yun relayed this matter to Cui Ning over a phone call. It was not her intention to avoid returning. She had simply forgotten amidst her busyness. A senior from her university had fallen gravely ill, and the company was rumored to be experiencing difficulties. While Shuangxi was abroad, this senior had taken great care of her, and their bond was particularly profound. Recently, Fu Yun had been tirelessly attending to her senior's affairs, so much so that she hardly had the chance to see Shuangxiu. These grandiloquent justifications failed to sway Cui Ning, who coldly retorted, You may not see her, but I believe your family Shen Yu certainly does. Fu Yun's tone grew irritable. What do you mean by that? Ayu has always cherished Shuangxiu, treating her like a sister. It is entirely normal for them to meet. Cui Ning chose not to elaborate further and sent her a video instead. The clip captured Shen Yu's birthday celebration with a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Shuangxiu stood beside him at the table as he was cutting the cake, the angle suggesting he had her enveloped in his embrace. The video was but a fleeting few seconds, and as the cacophony subsided, Fu Yun's expression had already shifted. Cui Ning maintained her composed demeanor. Have you forgotten why she was sent away in the first place? If your family believes the events of 5 years ago were not sufficiently embarrassing, I am unafraid to sacrifice the Song family's reputation to ensure her expulsion. Shuangxiu was not at all fatigued. Upon returning to her room, she lay on her bed, feeling despondent. Her disdain for the Song family stemmed not only from a lack of affection, but also from the events of 5 years prior. Her lineage was no secret within their circle. It was widely known that the eldest daughter of the Song family was not the biological offspring of Madame Song, Cui Ning. Her true mother was a direct subordinate of Song Mianji, who had only recently begun his career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was no surprise that Shuangxiu's mother fell in love with her dashing and cultured superior. As their relationship blossomed during their work together, Song Mianji was still single at the time. Sadly, the disparity in their social standings proved insurmountable, while Shuangxiu's grandfather held a vice-ministerial position. Song Mianji was merely at the outset of his career, and the background of a junior translator was evidently incompatible with his promising future. Her grandfather forcefully severed their bond. Yet Shuangxiu believed that his interference was not the sole factor. Song Mianji was primarily devoted to his career and his own ambitions. Her mother, with a stubborn disposition and a strong sense of pride, was compelled to resign. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she chose not to inform Song Mianji and bore the child alone. Until the age of 8, Shuangxiu lived with her biological mother, but eventually, her mother abandoned her. This abandonment left her with deep psychological scars, which made her plead desperately against being sent abroad by the Song family 5 years ago. She yearned to call Shen, but her phone had been confiscated, and they confined her to a room before escorting her onto a plane days later. The memories of that time always left her feeling suffocated. Early in the morning, Shuangxiu noticed Fu Yun bustling in the kitchen, preparing something. She was concocting ginger tea brewed with scorched red dates and snow pears, sweetened with rock sugar, resulting in a delightful taste. Shuangxiu had never been fond of the pungent flavor of ginger and had always detested drinking ginger tea. Thus, whenever she caught a cold as a child, Fu Yun would prepare this sweet ginger tea for her. It had been many years since she last tasted it. Yet the familiar aroma evoked a sense of nostalgia. The pears had been simmered to a semi-transparent texture. Shuangxiu leaned closer and stealthily forked a piece to savor. Is someone at home unwell? With 3 cooks in the household, Fu Yun rarely took to the kitchen herself, and only a select few could coax her into making ginger tea. She was perfectly lively and well, and with Shan Changyuan away on a business trip for the past few days, it could only mean, your brother has a fever. Fu Yun poured the hot tea into a thermos, noting that the fluctuating temperatures lately had not been kind to him, and he had been neglecting his health. When you head out later, please deliver this to him, she urged. Upon hearing this, Shuangxiu did not hesitate, swallowing the ginger-flavored pear and swiftly taking the thermos to Shenyu. Chapter 11. Intentionally letting her see after turning 17. Shenyu moved out of the Shen family home to live alone. Since his departure, his visits had become increasingly infrequent, reducing the encounters between him and Shuangxiu from daily to merely once a week. Fu Yun remarked on his busy work schedule, yet Shuangxiu remained disheartened, often resting her chin on her desk during class. Her best friend adamantly asserted, your brother is 25. He must have a girlfriend. Living at home is inconvenient. Living alone allows him to bring women home for the night. Shuangxiu dismissed her friend's claims, insisting, my brother has not a girlfriend. Indeed, every time she visited Shenyu, she had never encountered any woman. Her disbelief persisted until one fateful day, on Shenyu's birthday, when she hid in his apartment, intending to surprise him. Instead, she witnessed him kissing a woman. At that moment, the world around her seemed to crumble. She knew Shenyu's door lock code. It was the same one he frequently used, and she had visited him every weekend. After that incident, she never returned. As she drove to the apartment building, Shuangxiu carried a thermos upstairs. Uncertain if Shenyu had seen a doctor or if he had any medication at home, she decided to purchase some from a pharmacy along the way. After ringing the doorbell and waiting a moment, the door swung open, revealing a cascade of chestnut curls followed by the exquisitely beautiful face of a woman. Shuangxiu stood frozen, caught off guard. It was the star from that night, still strikingly beautiful even without makeup. She wore only a man's shirt, its ample hem draping over her hips, exposing her bare legs, with no slippers adorning her feet. The star, leaning against the door, scrutinized Shuang Su with a hint of hostility, as if regarding her as a rival. Are you looking for Xinyu? He is not awake yet. After a fleeting moment of stiffness, Shuang Su regained her composure. I brought some ginger soup for my brother. You must be his sister. The star remarked, as those close to Xinyu were aware of his cherished younger sibling. Instantly, her demeanor shifted 180 degrees. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she tousled her deliberately disheveled hair and adjusted the open collar of her shirt. Her tone softened, tinged with an undertone of appeasement. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch him. Shuang Su remained rooted outside. No need. Just take it inside. She handed over the thermos and medicine, slipped her hands into her coat pockets, and turned to leave. Hey. The star watched her retreating figure. Realizing she had made a grave mistake by offending Xinyu's family on their first encounter. Just as her frustration mounted, Xinyu emerged from the bedroom. His voice hoarse from a lingering fever. Who is it? Your sister came to bring you ginger soup, but she left without coming in. Xinyu's gaze drifted to the thermos and medicine bag in the star's hands, pausing momentarily. Perhaps it was her imagination, but his previously weary expression seemed to soften. Feeling somewhat flustered and still processing the moment, Shuang Su was taken aback as Xinyu brushed past her, grabbed his coat, and opened the door to leave. The elevator moved sluggishly. Perhaps it was not slow, but each passing second felt interminable to Shuang Su. As the door swung open, she stepped inside and turned around, only to see Xinyu's silhouette emerging. Her gaze fell, observing his feet as he approached the elevator. Brother, he said, his voice slightly hoarse, likely due to a cold. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? I was afraid of disturbing you, Shuangxi replied. I still need to visit the hospital to see my senior. I'll accompany you. There's no need. You should rest more since you're unwell. It's just a cold, Xinyu said, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the basement floor. Inside the elevator, silence enveloped them. Xinyu glanced at her, but she stood in the corner, her shoulder pressed against the wall, maintaining a considerable distance from him. Today, Xinyu drove himself, and on the way to the hospital, Shuangxiu stared vacantly out the window. Despite his attempts at conversation, she remained oblivious until he called out again, Xiaojiu. Shuangxiu snapped back to reality, realizing they had already arrived at the hospital. She opened the car door and leaned down to say, Brother, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Xinyu remained silent, his gaze towards her inscrutable. Distracted, Shuangxiu paid little attention. After a moment, he urged, Go inside. She responded with a nod and hurriedly entered the bustling crowd of the hospital. Shuangxiu felt as though she were the one running a fever, walking under the warm April sun, yet an icy chill seeped through her bones. She was aware of the presence of another woman near Xinyu. That much she knew. However, knowing this in her mind was different from witnessing it firsthand. The former was a chronic, dull pain, while the latter was a sharp sting that jolted the oblivious to wakefulness, tearing open the festering wound for the numb. Her heart was a clear mirror. She understood that Fu Yun had deliberately sent her here to see that. Why had she gone to such lengths to guard against her? As she reached the lower level of the ward, Shuangxiu abruptly remembered that today was the scheduled signing day with Yundan. The partnership with Yundan would determine whether Fei Xue could be resurrected. The side effects of chemotherapy were gradually fading, and Shuyang's health had improved a bit in the past few days. To emphasize Fei Xue's commitment to this collaboration, she had personally taken Xiao Liao to Yundan Group for the signing, entirely neglecting the hospital. Thus, she did not ascend the floors, instead opting to sit on a bench downstairs under the sun. With her eyes closed, the sunlight warmed her face, and her limbs gradually thawed. Hadn't she decided before returning home to properly position herself as a dutiful sister? Why feel sorrow? Shuangxiu, she admonished herself inwardly. You have no right to be sad. Shuyang and Yundan were treated with significantly enhanced hospitality upon their arrival. A dedicated staff member greeted them and escorted them to the elevator. As the meeting with Yi Tingzhou was still ongoing, the secretary invited them into the lounge, offering exquisite coffee and snacks. There were also 2 pieces of blueberry mousse cake. Shuyang could not indulge too much, so after tasting a couple of bites, the rest found its way into Xiao Lao's stomach. He munched away, muttering, This president he is truly difficult to deal with. His thoughts are inscrutable. In ancient times, he would be the kind of treacherous monarch who, while offering you cake, might just as easily draw his dagger to slit your throat and retrieve it. Stop talking. Shuyang interjected. I'm feeling nauseous. Before long, the door to the adjacent conference room swung open, and a cadre of impeccably dressed gentlemen emerged. At the center of the group, He Tingzhou stood out like a phoenix among mere chickens, a figure seemingly plucked from the pages of a comic book. Xiao Liao exclaimed, "Wow, he's so handsome. He resembles my future husband." Xu Yang quipped, "As long as you're not worried about having your throat cut, I have no objections." Outside the glass door, He Tingzhou had been listening to the conversation with a casual demeanor when his secretary approached him to convey something. He glanced into the lounge, his gaze briefly sweeping over the faces of the two women before returning, unresponsive, to its original direction. 5 minutes later, they found themselves seated face-to-face with He Tingzhou in the conference room. He occupied a chair with his back to the window, legs crossed, revealing a glimpse of black dress socks beneath his tailored trousers. The contract signing proceeded with remarkable ease, his pen gliding across the paper without a single superfluous word. After receiving the freshly minted agreement, Xu Yang offered a few pleasantries of gratitude, expressing her appreciation for the collaboration. He Tingzhou capped his pen and casually inquired, "Why isn't Song Shuangshu here?" Xiao Liao's spirits soared like a sprouting blade of grass, her innocence leading her to divulge Shuangshu's whereabouts. Our little boss went to deliver ginger soup to her brother. Chapter 12. Which woman does not adore him? Listening to Xiao Liao's exuberant recounting of the smooth signing process, Shuangshu's heart, laden like clouds heavy with rain, felt a touch lighter. Xu Yang gently touched her face and inquired, "Why is your complexion so pale? Are you unwell?" "No," Shuangshu replied. "Perhaps it's just my naturally fair skin." "Ridiculous. Your so-called natural has nothing to do with being pale," Xu Yang retorted, hands on her hips. "Is good genetics such a remarkable thing?" "Indeed," Shuangshu bantered back, and as they exchanged playful jests, her smile brightened her countenance. After sending Xu Yang back to the hospital, she turned her attention to the recruitment matters. The personnel in the technical department had initially been brought in by Xu Yang, and when the two partners parted ways, most chose to side with her. Chen Peiran had taken away the management and administrative staff of Feishua. For a technology company, administration is the lifeblood. Though they had suffered a significant blow, the true core remained intact, allowing for the possibility of revival. However, in order to restore normal operations, it was imperative to fill the vacant positions. After a long day, Xiao Liao discussed carpooling home with another girl, and upon seeing Shuangshu still in the office, leaned in to ask, "Boss, aren't you leaving?" "I'll leave shortly," she replied. "I see the sky is about to rain. You should head home early," Xiao Liao advised. Turning to glance outside, Shuangshu noticed the darkening sky. Yet, thoughts of the Shen family and Fu Yun plunged her mood into despair, as if she were submerged beneath the weight of the encroaching sea, unable to resurface. Not wishing to return home, she opted instead for a bar to indulge in some drinks. Inside the Blue Night Club, the music reverberated loudly as scantily clad men and women swayed wildly on the dance floor. She ordered a cocktail and settled at the bar. The bartender's skills were lacking, rendering the drink quite unpalatable, yet she ordered a second. As she sipped her drink, two men approached, seating themselves on either side of her, their gazes unabashedly fixed on her. "Hey there, beautiful, why are you drinking alone?" A heavy and vulgar scent of cologne assaulted her senses, but Shuangshu ignored them, finishing her drink and sliding a bill beneath the glass before rising from her stool to leave. "Hey, don't rush off," one man interjected, blocking her path while ostentatiously showcasing his Rolex watch. "What a coincidence to meet you. Let me buy you a drink so we can get acquainted." Shuangshu, already in a foul mood, found their obstruction intolerable. "Can't you see the fate you're invoking is nothing but filth?" The man's expression soured. Yet he quickly feigned nonchalance, laughing with his companion. "You've got quite the character. I like fiery girls like you. How about we have some fun together?" As he spoke, he attempted to drape an arm over her shoulder. She turned, her striking features radiating a chilling glare. "You would do well not to touch me." "What if I do?" The man dismissed her warning entirely. The bartender, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected, "Hey, buddy, picking on a girl isn't cool. What is it to you?" The man challenged, reaching out to grab Shuangshu, only to have his hand intercepted by a sudden, unexpected arrival. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, and the two exchanged amiable smiles, saying, "If you wish to play, come join me. What business do you have with my sister?" Just moments ago, these two had been quite arrogant, but upon seeing Yu Zifeng, they immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, akin to dogs before their master, stammering, "Young Master Yu. What a coincidence. Is this your sister?" With Yu Zifeng present, was Xinyu also here? Shuangsu instinctively glanced behind him. While Zhuozhong and a few others were indeed present, Xinyu was nowhere to be found. At the back of the crowd, He Tingzhou leaned casually against the railing, hands tucked in his pockets, chewing gum as he observed from a distance. The flickering lights illuminated the dancers in the pit, making them appear as a throng of demons and spirits, while his chiseled nose carved through the shadows, his expression one of indifferent detachment. Shuangsu discerned that had Yu Zifeng not been there today, He Tingzhou would not have bothered with this matter. Yu Zifeng, with a smile that crinkled his eyes, replied, "Of course, she is not my sister. My sister is only 7 years old." The two men visibly exhaled in relief. The Yu family of Yin City was not to be trifled with. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Before the tension could settle, Yu Zifeng's smile vanished, transforming from a benevolent Buddha to a cold ruler of the underworld in an instant. He slapped the face of one man a few times, declaring, "This is the beloved sister of young Master Shun. Next time, keep your eyes open. If you so much as touch her finger, I shall have 10 of yours without mercy." The two men were so frightened they repeatedly apologized, bowing deeply to Shuangsu. "Miss Shun, it was our foolishness. We merely saw you alone and feared you might be lonely," not knowing to whom the apologies were owed. Shuangsu merely noted that she did not share the Shen surname. "Lonely my foot." Yu Zifeng called over security. "Drag them to the men's restroom and give them a good beating. Look at their shifty eyes. It infuriates me. They don't even have the sense to behave." The two men continued to plead for mercy. "Young master, please don't. We've shared drinks before." Yu Zifeng retorted fiercely, "Beat them to a pulp. As long as they don't die, it's fine. If they do, it'll be Shin Yu's problem." After dealing with the offenders, Yu Zifeng resumed his carefree demeanor. "Sister, why are you here all alone? Drinking by yourself is no fun. Come, let us go upstairs and play." Shuangsu promptly shook her head, intending to refuse. "No, I was just about to leave." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Zifeng unceremoniously pulled her upstairs. "Your brother isn't here today, and I can't allow you to drink alone. This place has many unsavory characters, and if someone were to take advantage of you, your brother would surely be furious with me." Zuozhong added, "This is your brother Zifeng's territory. If anyone dares to bully you here, your brother would dismantle him." Only upon hearing that Shin Yu was absent did Shuangsu relent and follow him upstairs. As the group ascended, the staircase was carpeted, the lighting dim enough to obscure everything. Whether it was a wrinkle in the carpet or a cigarette burn, Shuangsu's high heel caught on something. As she stumbled, her foot misstepped, inadvertently landing on someone else's foot. A soft click of the tongue from behind startled her, prompting an immediate apology. "I'm sorry." A hand gently supported her waist, lifting her slightly and guiding her upward. The fingertips left a swift yet firm sensation on her waist. As she stood on the staircase and turned back, she found herself meeting the deep, inky gaze of He Tingzhou. Perhaps taken aback by the suddenness of the encounter, the distance between their eyes exceeded the bounds of safety, causing her heart to leap as if jolted by electricity. She murmured, "What?" He Tingzhou withdrew his hand, tucking it into his pocket, his demeanor seemingly indifferent, as if he had pushed her away out of annoyance for having stepped on him rather than out of concern. "What are you doing? Can't you even manage to climb a staircase without stumbling? Should I ask your brother to fetch a baby basket to hoist you up?" His tone was casual, yet the words lacked any semblance of kindness, drawing the attention of Yu Zifeng and others who turned their heads in response. Shaosu stepped aside to clear the path. "You go ahead." He Tingzhou passed by her, ascending the stairs. Yu Zifeng remarked, "What's your deal? Always teasing your sister. Don't you have a shred of brotherly compassion?" He Tingzhou retorted, "She hasn't called me brother, has she?" The gathering was small today, consisting mainly of her familiar brothers. Yu Zifeng led her into a private room and summoned a waiter, who procured a bottle of fruit beer from seemingly nowhere. Popping the cap and handing it to her, Shaosu thought to herself, "What do you take me for, a child?" Yu Zifeng beckoned her to sit beside him, with He Tingzhou's single sofa on his right. He exuded an air of extreme relaxation wherever he went, leaning back into the sofa. Others instinctively offered him cigarettes and poured drinks. Their conversation largely revolved around financial futures, venture capital, and private equity, subjects that piqued little interest in Shaosu, leaving her only partially understanding the discourse. After a while, the topic shifted to Shun Yu, who had caught a cold. It was said that a major celebrity had taken time off from her filming schedule to care for him, demonstrating her unwavering affection. "What good is infatuation?" Yu Zifeng scoffed. "What woman isn't infatuated with him?" He added that the celebrity had just been seen off at the airport, where she was besieged by fans. "Didn't you see the news?" Shaosu lowered her head, sipping her fruit beer. Whether he was sent off or not bore no relevance to her. "Isn't it about time for you to date?" Someone inquired, Have you found a boyfriend while studying abroad? Caught off guard by the sudden shift of the conversation to herself, she paused before responding. I'm in a relationship. Chapter 13. The Unrequited Love and Truth. They had never been in a relationship, but she believed that claiming they had would save her from a myriad of troubles. Then she pondered. If she were to find a boyfriend, perhaps Fu Yun would finally relax, no longer regarding her as a homewrecker with a lingering affection for Xinyu. Yu Zifeng exclaimed in surprise, which foreign rascal are you talking about? What does he look like? Is he a foreigner or a Chinese? Why didn't you bring him back for us to see? It's over, she retorted. It's easy to fabricate nonsense. How did it end? Shuangshu, annoyed by his prying, took a sip of her drink and replied, it was just a fling. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere fell silent for several seconds. Shuangshu felt an intense gaze fix upon her. Following the direction of that gaze, she met He Tingzhou's eyes. What are you staring at? Shuangshu thought it odd that her admission would astonish them. Among this group of wealthy young men, every single one had played the field. Which of them hadn't he encountered more women than the men she knew? Her usual demeanor was so demure. And Xinyu had sheltered her like a princess in a castle that her words caught everyone off guard. He Tingzhou's deep-set eyes lingered on her, intrigued. How many have you been with? How presumptuous of you, she shot back, tossing the hot potato back to him. And you, brother Tingzhou, how many have you had? Years of experience had not been for naught. He Tingzhou was not easily flustered by her question. With a slight smirk, he replied, I don't play with men. Well then, she conceded. Oh my sister has truly grown up, Yu Zifeng mused. His feelings reminiscent of the time his younger sister had slapped him at the tender age of 3. She had been so small, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had learned to manipulate men's emotions. Didn't you have any encounters with women when you were 22? True enough, Yu Zifeng chuckled. Sister, tell your brother what kind of man you like, and I shall find you a suitable one. Shuangshu's ideal type already had a living, breathing template, cultured, gentle, and endlessly patient with her. Yet, she could not voice this, so she fabricated, I prefer the wild, the domineering, the unreasonable. Ah, Yu Zifeng grinned mischievously. Aren't you just revealing brother Tingzhou's ID number? Shuangshu was taken aback by her own words. She had merely intended to express the opposite of Xinyu, not to imply anything about He Tingzhou. Laughter erupted from those around them, with someone teasingly calling out to He Tingzhou, Hey, young Master Zhou. It seems Shuangshu has taken a liking to you. What do you say? Shuangshu turned her neck in response. The private room was dim, devoid of flashy lights, the warm orange glow casting a soft sheen over everyone. He Tingzhou leaned against the sofa, his blue shirt casually unbuttoned, a cigarette perched between his thin, sharp lips, observing her through the interplay of light and shadow. Just as she was about to speak, he pulled the cigarette from his mouth with 2 fingers, his voice a low, husky drawl. So you have a crush on me? Shuangshu replied. What a grand misunderstanding. He tapped the cigarette against the rim of a glass on the table, ashes falling into the shallow brown whiskey, and drawled, Give up that thought. I don't play with my friend's sisters. Who said I wanted you to? She could never harbor a secret crush on He Tingzhou. Initially, she contemplated clarifying the misunderstanding. But considering Fu Yun, perhaps allowing others to believe she was infatuated with He Tingzhou would simplify matters. Moreover, she was aware that He Tingzhou was privy to her little secret. His remark was merely an intentional jest at her expense. Thus, she refrained from offering an explanation and replied, Oh, then I suppose I've experienced heartbreak. Yu Zifeng erupted into laughter, dismissing her comment entirely. With He Tingzhou's shameless demeanor, perpetually teasing his little sister, only someone bewitched could develop feelings for him. What pretense? When had he ever possessed any integrity? He Tingzhou, however, remained unperturbed. How do you know I lack it? You don't have one, Yu Zifeng asserted with unwavering conviction. If you did, you'd be my father. Those with younger sisters often felt a sense of brotherly responsibility. Before midnight, Yu Zifeng urged everyone to disperse. Having consumed alcohol, he sought someone to escort Shuangsu home and spotted He Tingzhou, promptly thrusting Shuangsu in his direction. Perfect timing. You haven't had a drink. You can take my sister home. Recalling her previous experience of being taken advantage of, Shuangsu hesitated to owe him a favor. No, I can manage myself. Her refusal was cut short as He Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance, his eyelids lowering. What? Do you intend to take advantage of me under the cover of darkness? Shuangsu was bewildered. What are you talking about? I have no such intentions. Then why are you afraid to ride in my car? He Tingzhou replied, his expression suggesting no need for an explanation. She simply coveted his good looks. He casually flicked his tailored coat from the back of the sofa onto his shoulder. biting down on a cigarette as he sauntered toward the exit. Shuangsu had no choice but to follow, even as she settled into the passenger seat. She couldn't comprehend the logic behind it all. Refusing to ride with him equated to wanting to take advantage of him? Was it not the case that if someone wished to distance themselves from him, they must be hopelessly in love? Unable to fathom it, she opted to relinquish her thoughts. He Tingzhou was a constant enigma. For instance, despite abstaining from alcohol, he frequented the loudest venues in the world to sleep. His thought process likely thrived on unconventional paths. He extinguished his cigarette before entering the vehicle, tossing his suit jacket onto the passenger seat, possibly forgetting that someone occupied it, a habitual gesture. The cold, crisp air emanating from his coat enveloped Shuangsu as she glanced at him. Take it. He Tingzhou started the engine, one hand on the steering wheel, gliding smoothly from the parking spot onto the main road. With no backseat in the sports car, and unable to discard his jacket, she folded it neatly onto her lap. It felt impolite to remain silent after accepting his favor, yet Shuangsu struggled to think of a topic to discuss. Life? Their lives were worlds apart, making it difficult to initiate a conversation. Discussing the liquid hydrogen drone project? Please, it was after hours. Surely, they couldn't delve into the rumors surrounding him, the near-fatal incidents. Not every scion in Yinxing was as exceptional as Xinyu. Many were indulged second-generation heirs who could rely on their families to resolve any troubles they stirred up, such as the infamous prodigal son of the Zheng family. Shuangsu knew little about Yi Tingzhou, having only heard bits and pieces from others. Commander, he once collaborated in dismantling a transnational drug trafficking syndicate along the China-Myanmar border. These individuals were utterly ruthless, having kidnapped Yi Tingzhou, then merely 5 or 6 years old, along with his mother, who tragically lost her life during the ordeal. This incident has become a taboo, and no one dares to mention it in the presence of Yi Tingzhou. The only whispers came from a few inebriated men at a banquet, whose indiscretions were overheard by Shuangxiu. When she curiously inquired about it from Xinyu, he playfully rebuked her, saying, "With your insatiable curiosity, perhaps I should rename you Song Dantang." Thus, in the confines of Yin City, Yi Tingzhou indulged in reckless abandon. Wielding his family's power like a towering mountain, a legacy built upon 3 generations of influence and military accolades. He possessed the audacity to shatter the heavens with a mere flick of his wrist whenever displeased. Lost in contemplation, Yi Tingzhou's hand suddenly reached out towards her without warning. Shuangxiu flinched, instinctively retreating against the car door. Noticing her startled reaction, Yi Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What are you hiding from?" He then opened the glove compartment beside the passenger seat. A soft light streamed in from outside, illuminating his long fingers. The tendons on the back of his hand rippling with a raw, untamed strength. The blue veins snaked upwards, disappearing into the luxurious cuff of his shirt. Shuangxiu watched as he retrieved a box of candy, unwrapped one, and tossed it into his mouth with a smirk, remarking, "If anyone should be wary of exploitation, it's surely me." Shuangxiu silently composed herself, thinking, "I'm merely concerned about taking advantage of you." Yi Tingzhou glanced at her with his dark eyes, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Why don't you give it a try?" But what courage did she possess to dare such a thing? The truth was, she was too foolish. When the car halted outside the Shin residence, Shuangxiu wasted no time, placing her neatly folded coat on the seat, waving her hand. "Goodbye, Tingoku." Then, she swiftly dashed into her home. Chapter 14. The future sister-in-law. At this hour, Fu Yun and the servants had already retired for the night, and the lights in the Shun family's villa had dimmed. A light was left on in the corridor for her. Upon her arrival, Aunt Wang donned her coat and stepped out of the room to greet her. "Why are you so late? Madam has been waiting for you, and was quite worried when she saw you hadn't returned. I had to persuade her to go rest." She continued, "Are you hungry? The kitchen has prepared fish soup for you. Shall I cook you a bowl of noodles?" "No need to fuss. I'm not hungry," Shuangsu replied softly. "You should go rest. I will head back to sleep as well." Aunt Wang watched her ascend the stairs before returning to her quarters. Shuangsu did not turn on the lights, moving quietly upstairs to her bedroom, ensuring she did not disturb anyone. The next morning, when Fu Yun saw her, she inquired, "Where did you go last night?" "Aunt Wang said you returned at dawn." "I went out drinking with Zifeng and the others," Shuangsu replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had occurred the previous day. Observing her composed demeanor, Fu Yun's anxious heart finally settled. Aunt Wang brought over a cup of coffee. Shuangsu lowered her gaze to eat her fried egg, overhearing Fu Yun say, "Your brother has turned 31 since his birthday. It's time for him to settle down. I discussed this with your godfather yesterday, and we plan to find a suitable match from a family in Yin City. Your brother has no objections." Could you help me look through some profiles in the coming days? Sure, Shuangsu replied with a smile. I'm certain anyone you choose will be wonderful. Fu Yin suspected this was merely a preliminary exploration, as she had only shown Shuangsu a photograph once. In the Shun family's social sphere, such unions were binding agreements of mutual benefit between families, far beyond the reach of younger generations like Shuangsu. Especially since she was not even a true member of the Shen family. Born into such a class, she could scarcely influence her own marriage, let alone that of Xinyu. When she received a call from Yu Zifeng, she had just finished her shower. Yu Zifeng invited her out for a gathering. Shuangsu replied, "You all go ahead. I am ready to rest." "Going to sleep so early? Is your bed at home more comfortable than those in the States?" Yu Zifeng teased, "You used to be so eager to join us. Now it seems you can't be persuaded to come." "Not coming? Your future sister-in-law is here. Want you come and take a look?" Shuangsu felt a slight ringing in her ears, unsure if it was from the water in her ears after her shower. She hadn't anticipated that things would progress so swiftly. Was this truly settled? Who was this person? The daughter of which family? She realized she knew nothing about her. Reluctant to attend, she pulled the blanket over her head, yet feared that declining might seem odd and expose her true feelings. What should a sister's attitude be towards a sister-in-law? Curious, excited, eager to explore. Thus, she feigned excitement and replied, "Of course I want to see. Please send me the address." By the time Shuangsu arrived at the club, 40 minutes had passed. The place, named Moonlit Begonia, was quite unique. It was not its opulence that stood out, but rather the fact that this courtyard house within the second ring road was inherently valuable, contrasting with the lavish facades of other clubs. Of course, it boasted luxury as well. The white marble steps were intricately engraved with swirling patterns, and a single transplanted pine tree in the courtyard was worth a fortune. Those who frequent this place are either affluent or of noble lineage. Each individual, when examined, reveals a heritage that is unattainable for the average person. Young women flock here, enticed by the romantic allure of the name Moonlit Begonia. Yet the true essence lies in the realms of wealth, power, and desire. This venue does not operate on a membership basis, but it remains inaccessible to the common folk. Vehicles are prohibited within. Frost sequence alights at the entrance. As she walks in, her handbag in hand, she spots a sleek, pure black Koenigsegg prominently parked in the courtyard. Well, who could blame him for bearing the surname he? Upon entering the private room, Frost Sequence finds a lively gathering in full swing. The atmosphere is vibrant, filled with a multitude of people, both familiar faces and strangers alike. "Sister, over here." Yu Zifeng beckons her over, wrapping an arm around her while gesturing with his drink toward the woman seated beside Xinyu. With a grin, he teases, "Do you know who this is? Your future sister-in-law." In stark contrast to Frost Sequence's imagined vision of an elegant and refined lady, this woman appears youthful, barely in her 20s, with bright, spirited eyes. It is difficult to discern whether the hazy lighting of the room contributes to Shun Yu's nonchalant demeanor or if it is simply his nature. He offers no denial, merely casting a mild glance at Yu Zifeng, employing his usual tone of playful mockery. "Perhaps you should visit a dentist about that gaping mouth of yours." Unfazed, Yu Zifeng retorts, "Frost Sequence is your sister. She is not a stranger, so what's the fuss? It's still in the early stages." The woman appears slightly bashful, a genuine and unpretentious shyness, radiating an innocent charm that suggests she has been cherished and pampered by her family. Her gaze toward Frost Sequence is filled with curiosity. "Are you the little nine?" Only Xinyu refers to her as such. He has discussed her with this potential match, but has never mentioned a word to her. The fact that the other party knows her nickname while she is entirely unaware of who this woman is creates a subtly isolating sensation for Frost Sequence. Inevitably, the day will come when Xinyu establishes his own family, complete with a wife and children. The privileges she once enjoyed will eventually fade away. "Hello. I have long wished to meet you. My name is Lu Manman." Lu Manman greets her with a friendly smile. Frost Sequence reciprocates with a polite smile. "Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Why so formal? Just call me Manman." "We're the same age," Lu Manman responds, adding, "Don't mind Zifeng's nonsense. I'm not your sister-in-law yet. My family merely has intentions regarding this matter, so we're getting to know each other. There is little distinction. A marriage alliance involves two families. And as long as the parties involved do not feel repulsed by one another or possess any glaring flaws, the union can easily be solidified." Frost Sequence replies, "Well, I shall wait until you both have established a connection before I change how I address you." Lu Manman produces her phone. "Come, let us add each other on WeChat." In Xinyu's presence, Frost Sequence cannot refuse. As soon as the friend request is accepted, Lu Man, with an ease that belies their acquaintance, links her arm with frost sequences and leans in closer, inhaling deeply. You smell wonderful. What perfume are you wearing? Frost sequence. On the verge of social anxiety, barely manages to restrain herself from pulling away. I'm not wearing any perfume today. Lu Man smiled at Xinyu and said, Your sister is truly adorable. Although they operated within the same circle, Shuangsu and Lu Man were hardly acquainted. Lu Man was a cousin of He Tingzhou, whose uncle was Commander He. Her father held a significant position within the military committee and spent his early years stationed in Lin City, where she was raised alongside her parents. Shuangsu's life trajectory diverged from Lu Man's. While Lu Man was in another locale, Shuangsu was in Yin City. And 5 years ago, when Lu Man returned, Shuangsu was sent abroad. Lu Man shared a close bond with her half-sister, Song Lian, though ironically, the two sisters from the Song family had a relationship akin to that of adversaries. The conversation primarily revolved around Xinyu and Lu Man, filled with light-hearted banter among friends, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. At just 22, Lu Man blushed under the playful teasing of her companions and leaned toward Shuangsu, asking, Little Jiu, do tell me, does he have any flaws that others are unaware of? Shuangsu replied, My brother has no flaws. You've mistaken your inquiry. Ask his sister. She would give Xinyu a perfect score of 10,000. You ought to ask me instead. Yu Zifeng interjected, Hand me 100 yuan, and I shall reveal all of Xun Yu's little secrets to you. Lu Man playfully swatted his palm. I don't believe you. I only trust little Jiu. Upon hearing this, Shuangsu cast a sidelong glance at her, her eyes reflecting a depth of inquiry. Lu Man genuinely could not recall the last time they had met. Or was she merely feigning ignorance in front of Xinyu? Chapter 15. Do you have affection for your brother? Today, a significant gathering of the most affluent young nobles of Yin City took place, graced by the personal delivery of several bottles of the exquisite Armai Martin Louis XIII by the owner of the Moonlit Crabapple. The jovial, benevolent-looking elder chuckled. With all of you present, my humble establishment is illuminated by your brilliance. Allow me to offer a few bottles of fine spirits to elevate the festive spirit. A small token of my appreciation. I hope Master Shen will not take offense. Oh, how generous of Mr. Qin, Frost Sequence mused. It appeared that even the proprietor of the club was aware, while she herself remained blissfully oblivious to the gathering's significance. The muffled sound of soft female voices wafted from the private room, a gentle inquiry, Has Master Zhou awakened? Following the sound, Frost Sequence turned her gaze. This particular room was exclusively reserved for them, typically closed to the public. Its expansive interior was dimly lit by 2 low-temperature spotlights, casting a somber glow that had initially gone unnoticed. It was only at this moment that she discerned, amidst the shadows, a figure reclining on the plush sofa. The couch was too short for the long legs of the man, who had them crossed and resting on the armrest, his hand draped over his eyes. Nearby, a woman clad in a qipao knelt gracefully on the carpet, gently fanning him with a handheld fan. The temperature of April was far from warm, yet the fan swayed languidly, creating a dreamy atmosphere of serene indulgence. To have a beauty attending to him even in slumber, who could rival He Tingzhou in extravagance? Frost Sequence pondered, why does he have such an affinity for sleeping everywhere? One could only imagine the exhilarating and exhausting nightlife that left him so fatigued. Able to slumber soundly amidst the raucousness of the room, He Tingzhou lazily rose, parting the sheer curtain as he emerged. The man on the single sofa, possessing a keen sense of awareness, graciously made space for him. He Tingzhou settled down and requested a cigarette. The enchanting woman followed suit, positioning herself on the armrest beside him. Her fitted qipao accentuated her exquisite figure, and with one slender, fair leg casually crossed, her delicate frame leaned towards He Tingzhou. With fingers painted in a deep crimson lacquer, she delicately flicked the lighter to ignite his cigarette. A truly extraordinary beauty, she was unlike the typical hostesses. Under the weight of her lineage, Lu Man exhibited a hint of trepidation towards him, addressing him formally as cousin. Yu Zifeng inquired of He Tingzhou. I heard that the chief returned a couple of days ago? He Tingzhou lazily cast a glance, his lashes appearing notably long from this angle. What do you seek in tracking his whereabouts? Planning an assassination? I would never. He Tingzhou interjected, if one desires his life. There is no need for such elaborate schemes. I shall escort you to him shortly. Should he catch wind of your intentions, he would surely commend your audacity. Yu Zifeng nearly fell to his knees in fright, raising 3 fingers skyward in solemn oath, by the heavens above and the earth below. I swear I harbored no treasonous thoughts. He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, brushing off the ash from his cigarette. What is there to fear? It's merely a matter of taking a bullet. The old man is an excellent shot, I assure you, pain-free. His father was a person of considerable stature, requiring first-class security for his outings. Even with all the courage in the world, Yu Zifeng dared not utter those two words. Such jesting was well within He Tingzhou's realm, yet after this evening, he would surely keep one eye open while he slept. Yu Zifeng raised a hand to his mouth and exclaimed, I truly speak too freely. Lu Mianman seemed to exhibit an excessive interest in Shuangxiu, often steering conversations towards her. With such beauty, doesn't Xiao Jiu have many admirers? None, Shuangxiu replied. Lu Mianman remarked, but I heard that Zheng Zui pursued you before. Later, Xin Yu even made him apologize to you. What was that about? Before Shuangxiu could respond, Yu Zifeng scoffed. Are you unaware of Zheng Zui's character? What he did cannot be called pursuit. It was harassment. This happened many years ago, and Zheng Zui is notorious in our circle for his unruly behavior, taking advantage of the Zheng family's power. Rumor has it he was already involved with women in middle school. Unlike He Tingzhou, whose wickedness carries a certain danger, Zheng Zui is rotten to the core. At that time, Shuangxiu was merely 15, a young girl who had encountered Zheng Zui a few times at various events, and he began to harass her. Upon learning of this, Xin Yu confronted the Zheng family directly, leading to the elderly patriarch's embarrassment as he personally brought his grandson to apologize to her. This concluded the matter, and thereafter, Zheng Zui ceased to trouble her. Your brother is quite protective of you, Lu Mianman observed. Indeed, Xin Yu was very protective of Shuangxiu. Prior to reaching adulthood, she had no genuine suitors. Upon graduating high school, she was sent abroad just before her 18th birthday, and during her years overseas, aside from Shuyang, she shunned all social activities. Whenever she was mentioned, people would describe her as aloof. Where would suitors come from? At the mention of this, Yu Zifeng recalled a recent conversation and turned to Xin Yu, saying, Did you know your sister is dating someone abroad? Your precious little cabbage is being nibbled on, and you remain oblivious. Xin Yu, seated across from him, glanced at Shuangxiu and inquired, Are you in a relationship? Caught off guard by Yu Zifeng's boldness in addressing Xin Yu, Shuangxiu did not meet Xin Yu's gaze but merely nodded. Xin Yu, with a cigarette between his fingers, rubbed his temple in silence. Yu Zifeng lamented, She was so well behaved as a child, trailing behind you like a little shadow, constantly calling you brother with a melodic inflection. A fog of nostalgia enveloped them as Xin Yu picked up his drink, his long fingers resting on the glass. She only appeared obedient. She has a stubborn streak. Who could be more stubborn than my sister? If I hadn't seen you with her day after day, I might not have pestered my mother for a sister, only to end up with a troublesome child. Really? Lu Mianman asked, intrigued. Was Xiao Jiu that adorable as a child? Yu Zifeng, animated by the topic, replied. You should have seen her as a child, her chubby cheeks, big eyes. When she cried, it could melt anyone's heart. Otherwise, why would Xin Yu be so soft-hearted towards her? Bringing her home? If she cried, it would stop Xin Yu's car wheels. It was almost miraculous. Hey, Zhuozhong interjected, let's not drag anyone down. Yu Zifeng retorted. If my sister grows up to play with men, I would surely strip that man of his skin and serve him as a dish to the dogs. Young master you seem rather double-standard, someone chimed in. The enchanting beauty in the qipao beside, He Tingzhou spoke with a melodious voice. Is it permissible for you to indulge in women while we are denied the pleasure of men? Of course, you, the illustrious Mu, may play as you wish. However, I am not in the same position. Yu Zifeng sensed that only Xin Yu shared his sentiments on the matter. He suggested, why not ask Xin Yu if he wishes to deal with that man? Xin Yu, tapping the ash from his cigarette, replied nonchalantly. Perhaps you should seek a firearm from the commander instead. Lu Mianman glanced at him and then at Shuangxiu, her expression thoughtful. Yu Zifeng exclaimed, Come on. Why is everyone targeting me? He then turned to Shuangxiu. Sister, let us converse. Shuangxiu rose. I need to use the restroom. The restroom was eerily quiet as Shuangxiu absent-mindedly rubbed her fingers under the flowing water. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Lu Mianman entering through the mirror. Lu Mianman tilted her head. Do you find me detestable? Shuangxiu countered. What has led you to such a mistaken belief? Just a feeling. Don't overthink it. Shuangxiu turned off the gilded faucet and slowly dried her hands. You are strikingly beautiful, with a cheerful and generous personality. Who could possibly dislike you? As she turned to exit the restroom, Lu Mianman suddenly remarked, Hey, do you have feelings for your brother? Chapter 16. The timed bomb in an instant. A paralyzing rigidity rendered Shuangxiu immobile. She pinched her fingertips and, after a few moments, regained her voice. No, please don't misunderstand. What Song Lian said back then shouldn't be taken seriously. She and I have a poor relationship, and she is deliberately spreading rumors. It was unclear whether Lu Mianmian believed her. After all, they were not siblings by blood, and Shuangxiu empathized, realizing that she would likely feel the same discomfort in Lu Mianmian's position. After a brief silence, she continued, "You need not believe me. Simply trust in my brother's character. I hope my presence does not alter your perception of him." Upon returning to the private room, the conversation had shifted to other matters. The sofa where He Ting-o had been sitting was now empty. He had vanished with the enchanting beauty. Shuangxiu did not concern herself with their whereabouts. She simply picked up her bag, and Yu Zifeng, looking puzzled, remarked, "You've only just arrived. Are you leaving already? Aren't you waiting for your brother? I'm a bit tired." "You all enjoy yourselves," Shuangxiu replied. "Brother, I will head back first." Stepping out of the fragrant and warm private room into the courtyard, a gentle breeze rustled through the branches of the ancient pine trees. It was only upon catching sight of the ostentatious black sports car that Shuangxiu noticed someone beneath the tree. The woman in the qipao was leaning towards the car window. Speaking, "Is Master Zhou not playing anymore?" "Not interested," He Ting-zhou replied listlessly. The beauty suggested, "Then let me take you somewhere fun?" He Ting-o, resting his hand on the car window, flicked away the ash from his cigarette and lazily responded, "What kind of fun? I'm all ears." Shuangxiu had no intention of intruding upon their flirtation, yet the car was parked rather arrogantly, blocking the thoroughfare. Unsure when their interaction would conclude and not wishing to witness the unfolding scene, she resolved to walk past them nonchalantly. It was difficult for one so striking to go unnoticed. As the woman straightened up, her voice took on a soft, tender quality as she addressed Shuangxiu. Although it lacked the playful teasing she had directed at He Ting-zhou, "Miss Song is leaving?" "Yes." He Ting-zhou's sharp black eyes glanced her way with apparent indifference. "Shall I escort you?" Shuangxiu was not so oblivious as to miss their flirtation. With such a captivating beauty nearby, who would take the time to see her home? Moreover, He Ting-zhou had never been particularly kind to her. Any courtesy was merely a matter of polite obligation. After all, once the Shun and Lu families became in-laws, he would be Shun Yu's distant uncle, drawing them closer still. She understood the insincerity behind it. "No need to trouble yourself, Brother Ting-zhou," she replied graciously. "You carry on with your affairs." He Ting-zhou retorted, "Which of my eyes did you see me busy with?" "Both of them," she thought, while others indulged in drink. He was clearly conserving his energy for an evening spent in the company of beautiful women. However, Shuangxiu refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely explaining, "The driver brought me here." Before she could finish, He Ting-zhou withdrew his gaze from her, pressed down on the accelerator, and the arrogant roar of the engine reverberated through her nerves as he sped away. Shuangxiu stood momentarily stunned. She was surprised that he could so callously abandon the beauty. The woman, however, appeared unfazed, adjusting her earring that had been stirred by the wind. Her alluring demeanor eliciting admiration even from Shuangxiu. He truly lacks any sense of cherishing beauty. Upon returning home, Shuangxiu, after a refreshing bath, burrowed herself beneath the covers, feeling fatigued while her mind raced with elusive thoughts. For reasons unknown, despite her brief stay at the club, she felt particularly drained. A WeChat message pinged on her phone, prompting her to take a glance. "Lu Mianmian, have you reached home?" The number of women enamored with Xinyu was countless, springing forth like bamboo shoots after rain. One after another, some sought to navigate around Shuangxiu, while others resented the attention Xinyu bestowed upon her. Yet, without exception, they all felt compelled to curry favor with her. In her youth, Shuangxiu had innocently delivered love letters for them, letters that Xinyu never glanced at. Her curiosity, however, led her to open and scrutinize them with great interest. She had witnessed similar attentions numerous times, yet the young lady of the Lu family had no need to placate her. Shuangxiu replied courteously, "I have arrived. Thank you for your concern. Lu Mianmian, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go shopping together?" Shuangxiu declined. "Sorry, I have plans tomorrow." Subsequently, Lu Mianmian periodically messaged her, inviting her to meals, shopping, and trendy cafes. Shuangxiu found herself perplexed by her intentions and what she was trying to ascertain. Her refusals remained polite, yet the underlying distance was unmistakable. In the realm of adulthood, she believed the other party would grasp her sentiments. After all, although Lu Mianmian appeared innocent and carefree, she was indeed quite astute. After several attempts, noticing Shuangxiu's continued cool demeanor, Lu Mianmian ceased her fervent overtures. Days later, Fu Yun called to inform her that guests had arrived at home, requesting Shuangxiu to return early. Upon her arrival at the Shun residence, she spotted Lu Manman seated in the living room. Lu Manman waved at her. Xiaojiu. We meet again. Fu Yun beamed. Manman has been waiting for you for quite a while. Shuangxiu felt a tinge of discomfort, and unable to express her irritation in front of Fu Yun, she asked, Miss Lu, is there something you need from me? Lu Manman seemingly failed to detect the aloofness in her tone. My mother's birthday is approaching, and I'm at a loss for a gift. I was hoping you could offer some advice. I'm not very good at selecting presents. Shuangxiu deflected, suggesting, perhaps you should seek assistance from someone else. Lu Manman blinked her eyes in a pitiful manner, but I have no other friends. I grew up in Lin City with my father, and I hardly know anyone in Yin City. What a display of feigned vulnerability. Did you not share a close bond with Song Lian? Yet Shuangxiu refrained from voicing such thoughts, as Lu Manman's plight was not merely an act for her benefit. Sure enough, Fu Yun intervened. The gifts you choose for me are always delightful. Just help Manman pick something out. It won't take much time. How about I prepare some dried tangerine peel red bean soup for you tonight? Reluctantly, Shuangxiu acquiesced. Fu Yun arranged for a driver to take them, and during the ride, Shuangxiu maintained a profile view, gazing out the window, ignoring Lu Manman. Don't be upset. Lu Manman prodded her arm. I meant no harm. Since I couldn't get you to agree, I had to employ a few subtle tactics. I'm not upset, Shuangxiu replied. You know that utilizing my godmother to manipulate me shows your cleverness. Being angry serves no purpose. So you should have just accepted my refusal from the start. As the frost settled, Shuangxiu turned to see the smile on Lu Manman's face, a smile imbued with a confident assurance of victory. What exactly do you want? I wish to befriend you, she replied. Shuangxiu, uninterested in playing games, remarked, my brother and my godmother are not here. There's no need for pretense. Let us be direct. Lu Manman glanced at the driver's seat, noting that the driver belonged to the Shin family. Shuangxiu promptly exited the vehicle and entered a CAF, requesting a private room with good seclusion. Once the door was closed, the two sat facing each other. Shuangxiu cut to the chase. You are unlike other women. You are my brother's intended, supported by two families, so there is no need to curry favor with me. I don't harbor any dislike towards you. Even if I did, I would remain courteous for my brother's sake. Therefore, there is no need for you to continuously test my boundaries. But I am quite curious about you, Lu Manman replied, delicately picking up a sugar cube with tweezers and stirring it into her coffee. I am not afraid to admit that I truly like Xinyu. In fact, when I returned to Yinqing and first laid eyes on him at a banquet, I was instantly smitten. Do you know that heart-fluttering sensation? That night, I exchanged only 2 sentences with him. I asked him where the restroom was, and he had someone escort me there. When I thanked him, he merely smiled lightly, almost dismissively, yet I blushed the entire evening. But I was quite young back then. You understand, we are of the same age. Shuangxiu was not inclined to hear such tales. Those are words you should share with him, not me. Lu Manman, seemingly undeterred, continued, I am aware that there have been other women in his life, and I am unbothered by it. At his age, with such charm, it would be unusual for him to have no female admirers. Those women do not concern me. The one I find most threatening is you, an engaged man with a beautiful stepsister whom he dotes upon. She glanced at Shuangxiu, adding, do you not realize that you are a ticking time bomb? Chapter 17. Shall I accompany my brother? Once again, the sensation of being suffocated by a sponge enveloped her. Frost Sequence despised the feeling of being regarded with suspicion. Yet deep down, she harbored guilt and could not blame anyone but herself. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely on her shoulders. The entire world seemed to declare her affection for Xunyu as a heinous crime, branding her an ungrateful wretch consumed by shameless fantasies. She loathed uttering the words. Rest assured, I am merely his sister and will not affect your relationship. Lu Manman shrugged nonchalantly. I beg to differ. I am aware of your feelings for him. So, what do you wish to do? Frost Sequence met her gaze squarely. Do you wish for me to sever ties with my brother to ensure your peace of mind? I can tell you now that it is utterly impossible. I do not wish to alter your perception of my brother. I have never contemplated disrupting your golden bond. Yet, he will always remain my brother, and no one can change that. You may accept this reality or make your own choices. Do not impose your discontent upon me, as I bear no obligation to account for your unhappiness. You are so submissive before your brother. Why be so resolute with me? Am I your brother? Naturally. There exists a distinction between kin and outsiders. Family cannot be equated with strangers. Frost Sequence replied candidly. If you refuse to heed reason, then allow me to be direct. This marriage is yours to pursue or abandon at will. To be honest, prior to this day, Lu Miaman had believed Frost Sequence to be a docile and easily manipulated person. Yet, she sensed that this defiant side was the true essence of Song Frost Sequence. I am not so domineering. After all, you have lived together for many years. Even a dog develops feelings over time, let alone siblings. However, as your future sister-in-law, I have the right to inquire about the background of my younger sister, do I not? If you truly believe you have that right, would it not be swifter to simply ask my brother? Lu Miaman donned a familiar smile once more. Are you certain you wish for me to inquire? Does your younger sister harbor feelings for you? Frost Sequence loathed the manner in which Lu Miaman wielded Shenyu as a means of coercion. Yet she could not deny the effectiveness of such tactics. My origins, Song Lian has undoubtedly shared with you. I was abandoned by my mother at the tender age of 8. She did not desire me and returned me to the Song family. My father was assigned to work abroad at that time, and both Aunt Shui and Song Lian accompanied him to Europe, leaving me unattended in the country. Thus I was entrusted to the Shin family. What of your grandfather? My grandfather is the most disdainful person towards me in the world. Frost Sequence's fingers tightened around the handle of her coffee cup, her grip small and delicate, as she caressed the smooth porcelain surface. Speaking with the calmness of recounting another's tale, he holds a grudge against my mother for giving birth to me and discarding me, perceiving me as timid and weepy. A creature of lowly demeanor, and thus left me in the care of a nanny without a second thought. Lu Miaman, having been cherished by her family throughout her upbringing, found it difficult to fathom that there were children in this world who were unloved by their parents, abandoned despite having living relatives, living as though they were orphans. Then why did you Zifeng say that it was Shenyu who brought you home? Shuangshu gazed at her for a moment before responding with a hint of reservation. The Shin family and the Song family are neighbors. My brother happened to pass by, saw my plight, and took me back. Lu Miaman displayed a sympathetic look. But Shuangshu was too disinterested to discern the authenticity of her compassion. She felt no need to. Setting her coffee down, she picked up her bag resting on the chair. I have conveyed everything you wish to know. How you interpret it is entirely your concern. Please refrain from bothering me again. As nightfall silently unfurled outside the glass window, the CAF, at this hour, saw but a sparse flow of patrons. She pushed open the door to the booth and departed without a backward glance. The driver from the Shin family awaited her outside the CAF, and Shuangshu instructed him to escort Lu Miaman home. She then strolled along the tranquil street outside the shopping mall for a stretch before ascending the Grand Bridge. The city of Yin, illuminated by a myriad of lights under the cloak of night, radiated a unique splendor. The damp, cool breeze brushed against her face as the river flowed tumultuously beneath the bridge. The lights along the embankment forming a linear pathway that extended back to the year she turned 8. The story she recounted to Lu Miaman was a condensed version. For a child, being abandoned by one's mother is akin to the shattering of the world, especially when her mother had always professed love, yet suddenly declared her departure. At 8, she had already grasped many truths. She understood her mother intended to send her away. She resisted fiercely, clinging to the doorframe. But her mother forcibly pulled her out. That day, while waiting in the restaurant for Song Mianji to pick her up, she had thrown a tantrum. Her mother, perhaps feeling reluctant, coaxed her with promises of her favorite ice cream from the adjacent shop. When she stubbornly refused to go, her mother went alone, entrusting the staff to look after her. Seated alone in the restaurant, she watched as people entered. Each man who resembled the age of her mother's impending choice intensified her reluctance. The final straw that broke the camel's back was a rather unsavory-looking man who kept staring at her. Terrified, she impulsively dashed out of the restaurant, yearning to return home. But in that unfamiliar place, she lost her way and couldn't find the restaurant again. Overwhelmed by a tide of grievances, she stood at the intersection, breaking down into tears until a pair of clean sneakers appeared in her tear-streaked vision. A boy, strikingly handsome like a character from a comic book, crouched before her, his eyes curving with kindness as he asked, "What's wrong, little one?" Though she sobbed uncontrollably, he remained patient, listening as she babbled incoherently for what felt like an eternity, even treating her to a delightful little cake. Sensing her weariness, he accompanied her to the police station, staying by her side until her mother arrived to collect her. Shuangshu vividly remembered that day, the fragrance he carried, the warmth of his hand as he ruffled her hair, and his farewell before he departed. She also recalled returning home, only to be harshly punished by her mother for her reckless wandering, as her mother had searched for her throughout the afternoon. She wept through the night, her tears eventually running dry. The following day, her mother sent her directly to the Song family, and she remained quiet throughout the journey, ceasing her previous outbursts. Watching her mother's retreating figure, she silently hoped for a glance back, yet it never came. Song Minji had already departed the previous night for work abroad. The decision made by her mother to send her back was abrupt. The sudden appearance of this daughter was entirely absent from his original arrangements. He could only spare a lunch for them, and upon arriving at the restaurant without encountering anyone, he departed. Hence, the Song residence stood empty, inhabited solely by two caretakers who neither recognized her nor understood the whispers of her lineage. Overwhelmed by the sorrow of being abandoned by her mother and the desolation of isolation, it was not until days later that grandfather Song found time to visit the villa. His demeanor was inherently stern, and his discerning gaze scrutinized her with evident disapproval. The girl's anxious demeanor irritated him, prompting him to leave after only a few minutes. The servants were tasked merely with providing her 3 meals a day, scarcely exchanging more than a few words. Frost Sequence was left alone in that desolate villa, akin to a soul forgotten by the world. Each day, she squatted by the fence in the yard, gazing longingly outside, like a wild mushroom rooted in that place, still naively fantasizing that her mother would return to fetch her. Yet, she did not wait in vain for her mother. Instead, she awaited the arrival of a handsome older brother. Clad in the school uniform of the affiliated school, he would pass by the fence in the evenings, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Each time, her mushroom-like head would turn towards him like a sunflower following the sun. Finally, one day, he walked across the lush green lawn towards her, standing outside the iron garden fence, bending down to observe the forsaken girl for a moment before asking, "Would you like to come with your brother?" That year, Shinyu was 16. Outsiders only knew that she had been entrusted to the care of the Shin family. But they were mistaken about one crucial detail. It was not Mr. and Mrs. Shun who raised her, but Shinyu himself. Chapter 18. The river beckons at the tender age of 16 or 17. Youth is often characterized by indulgence and recklessness. Some engage in racing, others in romantic escapades, while some find solace in smoking, tattoos, and piercings. Yet, Shinyu chose to nurture a young girl by his side. It was common knowledge that he cherished her like a precious gem, showering her with gifts and taking her wherever he went, what the Song family deemed as mere refuse. He elevated to the status of a princess. When Shuangsu recounted the tales of her abandonment to Lu Miaman, she felt no sorrow. The wounds inflicted by her original family had all been mended by Shinyu. What pained her was the realization that she was on a path that would inevitably lead her to lose Shinyu, propelled forward with no chance to halt. At times, she questioned whether her affection for her brother was merely a contagion caught from reading the heartfelt letters penned by other girls to him. How could she possibly harbor such feelings for her own brother? When the world cast her aside, it was Shinyu who rescued her. Yet, she contemplated the possibility that one day, even he might abandon her. Sitting on a bench by the bridge, she felt the wind tousling her hair, growing increasingly fierce. How she wished to awaken one day to her childhood, longing to remain in that innocent state forever. A sleek black sports car sped past her, only to reverse slowly moments later. The blaring horn jolted Shuangsu from her reverie. Turning in confusion, she beheld the black supercar parked by the roadside. He Tingzhou lowered his window, his gaze lingering on her reddened eyes for a brief moment before raising an eyebrow as he glanced behind her. "Planning to jump into the river if you can't have me?" That's quite a passionate declaration. A wave of bewilderment crashed over her, scattering the fog of her thoughts and the weight in her heart. Turning her head away, she found herself unable to suppress a laugh, only to quickly stifle it, pretending it had never occurred. What a peculiar individual. "Get in the car," he Tingzhou ordered. The prospect of riding with him sent a chill down her spine, and she remained still. "So, you're determined to jump into the river today?" He leaned back, crossing his arms. "Go ahead. I'm just here for the spectacle." "I'm not jumping into the river. I merely wish to sit here for a while," Shuangsu explained. "You needn't concern yourself. I can find my own way home." He Tingzhou seemed convinced that her refusal to leave with him was merely a ruse to seek an opportunity to leap into the water. "Should I call your brother to dissuade you?" At the mere mention of Shinyu, she fell silent, letting out a sigh before obediently opening the passenger door and getting in. He Tingzhou did not rush to start the engine. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at her from the driver's seat. Shuangsu was likely unaware of her own appearance, hair tousled by the wind and eyes reddened. She resembled a child abandoned and unsure of where to seek solace, left alone by the riverside. Sensing his gaze upon her, she turned her head, confusion evident in her eyes. "What's wrong?" "Just waiting for you to cry," he Tingzhou replied lazily, his wrist draped over the steering wheel, the slender bone and prominent vein tracing a path upward. His tone was teasing. "Shall I call for an action cue?" I appreciate your concern, but I'm not crying. Frost Sequence could not recall when she had left the impression of being a weeper. She had never shed a tear in front of He Tingzhou. The corners of He Tingzhou's lips curled in a cryptic smile. So you went home to cry in your brother's arms, did you? At your age, still seeking comfort. Frost Sequence opened her mouth, but found no words to respond, so she fell silent. Indeed, she had been quite the crybaby in her youth. A mere twinge of discontent would send her tears cascading down. No need for a cue. Today, she was disinclined to engage in conversation. Rather than suffer through an awkward chat with He Tingzhou, she preferred to remain silent. The luxury sports car sped along the broad, straight roadway. The myriad of lights flashing past the window, a tapestry of opulence. The city's millennia-old history seemed to dwarf an individual's joys and sorrows, akin to a grain of sand in a turbulent river. While waiting at a traffic light, a pink G-Class SUV pulled up alongside them. The passenger window rolled down, and a bright, melodious voice floated over. "Hey, handsome." Frost Sequence turned her gaze in the direction of the voice to find a stylishly dressed beauty leaning against the window. Her figure accentuated by a snug tank top, casting flirtatious glances at He Tingzhou. Just one, perhaps due to the height difference and the encroaching darkness. She had not noticed Frost Sequence in the vehicle. "No," He Tingzhou replied, resting his elbow on the window, his tone languid and teasing. "What a thing. Do you have a girlfriend?" The woman inquired. "Would you like me to?" He Tingzhou expertly flirted back. The woman, equally adept, shot him a sultry glance. "If you want one, you can have it." In the half-light, He Tingzhou's expression oscillated between indifference and allure, embodying a contradictory essence. He lazily sucked on a candy. "Never mind, I wouldn't want someone getting jealous and leaping into the river." Frost Sequence thought, what does it matter to her? Handsome men were a dime a dozen, but one as striking and affluent, driving a top-tier sports car, was indeed a rarity. As the green light for straight travel illuminated, the beauty was reluctant to concede defeat, leaning further out of the window to toss a card over. "I'm free tonight, call me." The perfumed card fluttered down onto He Tingzhou's lap, where he pinched it between two fingers, the ink digit stark against the paper. Frost Sequence stole a glance at him. His demeanor was nonchalant, betraying nothing. Yet, he did not discard the card. Instead, he continued to drive, occasionally tapping it against the steering wheel while waiting at red lights. Frost Sequence turned her face toward the window, realizing she had likely interrupted his romantic encounter. Moments later, the car came to a halt in an unfamiliar alley, dimly lit by the feeble light sources hanging overhead, secluded and shadowy. Where were they? Why had they come here? The door slammed shut, jolting Frost Sequence from her morose thoughts, and in the stillness of the night, her mind flitted to alarming headlines. Young woman meets a tragic end in the alley. The shocking identity of the perpetrator is Rap. He Tingzhou tapped on the car window from outside. Frost Sequence peered through the glass, catching a glimpse of his tall silhouette framed against the light. She lowered the window just a crack, looking up at him. He Tingzhou's gaze fell upon her, and in that instant of eye contact, it felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of the unknown. His brow is high, and his eyes are a captivating blend of peach blossom and phoenix eye shapes, elongated and sharp like a sword, with the outer corners slightly raised, exuding an air of tenderness. After a few moments of locked gazes, He Tingzhou leisurely spoke. "What are you sneaking about? Do you really think that just because there's a gap between us, I wouldn't notice your furtive glances?" Frost Sequence replied. "I was waiting for you to speak. Should I still invite you after getting out of the car? Such a lofty princess." As He Tingzhou said this, he propped his right hand on the car roof, lazily leaning forward. "Please, esteemed princess." Frost Sequence unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle. Where to? For a bowl of noodles. Only then did she notice a noodle shop not far away. Its old wooden sign lacked LED lights, making it rather inconspicuous at night, with only a small patch of warm light spilling forth from the entrance. "I'm not hungry." "I didn't ask you," He Tingzhou retorted. "If you're not hungry, you can just watch me eat." "Very well." The shop, nestled in a small alley, had seen better days, yet it was impeccably clean, even from a distance. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Though she had felt hungry before, the delicious scent reminded Frost Sequence that she hadn't tea at dinner yet. Chapter 19. The disappearance. He Tingzhou appeared to be a frequent visitor, and the proprietor, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man, casually engaged him in conversation while serving 2 bowls of beef noodles. "Haven't seen you in a while. Have you been busy lately?" He Tingzhou meticulously picked out the scallions from his bowl. "Yes, preoccupied with tending to others' business." The owner chuckled amicably, his gaze towards Shuangshu imbued with kindness. First time I see you bring someone. Such a lovely young lady, she must be your girlfriend. He Tingzhou did not deny it, adopting a tone that suggested a man besieged by a woman's affections. She has quite the handful. What can I do? Shuangshu managed a strained smile in response to the proprietor's surprised expression, too weary to offer an explanation. Despite its somewhat obscure location, the establishment served remarkably delicious food. The broth was rich and fragrant, and the handmade noodles were both slender and elastic. One bowl of hot soup noodles banished the chilling breeze from the riverside. As she savored the meal, Shuangshu felt the heat rise to her cheeks, and, upon looking up, realized He Tingzhou was observing her. He had scarcely touched his own meal. Reclining lazily in his chair, toying with the rustic ceramic teacup, his long legs stretched beneath the table, appearing quite at ease. Is it to your liking? Shuangshu nodded a couple of times, curiosity piqued. How did you come to know of such a hidden gem? Have you not heard of whose territory Yin City belongs to? His arrogance was as natural as breathing. There is no place here that I am unfamiliar with. Shuangshu blurted out, Are you also well acquainted with the ladies' restroom? The moment the words left her lips, she realized she had audaciously challenged him. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. You're quite talkative, are you full? Yes, Shuangshu replied, delicately wiping her lips with a napkin. The lipstick she had applied earlier had long faded, revealing her naturally rosy lips. He Tingzhou glanced at her. If you're full, then go settle the bill. I'm to pay? Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, not out of reluctance, but sheer astonishment. In all her dining experiences with Shun Yu or Yu Zifeng and their companions, no one had ever asked her, a mere sister, to pay. Shall I cover it? He Tingzhou, with an air of entitlement, remarked, I rescued you from the riverside, escorted you home, and now I must treat you to noodles. Are you infatuated with me? Or am I infatuated with you? Forgot to bring cash? If you can't afford it, call your brother. Shuangshu, having finished her meal, obediently retrieved her phone to prepare for payment. Upon opening it, she discovered over 20 missed calls, not only from Uncle Wang and Fu Yun, but also from Xinyu. There was also a pinned WeChat message. Brother, where are you? Brother, Xiaojiu, answered the phone, uncertain of what was transpiring. She was about to return Xinyu's call when Fu Yun's call came through. As soon as she answered, Fu Yun urgently inquired, Shuangshu, where have you run off to? I went shopping with Miss Liu. Didn't you know? She felt somewhat baffled by the situation. Uncle Wang said he would pick you up after dropping Manan off. But then he could not find you, and your phone was unreachable. I was worried sick. Fu Yun's tone was reproachful. How could you not answer your phone? Lost in thought on the bridge, she was oblivious to the passage of time, only realizing that 3 hours had elapsed since leaving the shopping mall. I had muted my phone during a meeting and forgotten to unmute it. Frustrated, Shuangshu rubbed her forehead. Your brother has gone out looking for you. You should call him back. As soon as Xinyu's call connected, Shuangshu greeted him with a soft brother, but suddenly choked up, at a loss for how to explain her absence that evening. After a brief silence on the line, Xinyu's voice remained gentle as he inquired, Where have you been? Eating noodles, Shuangshu replied. Send me the address. She relayed the location of the noodle shop, and Xinyu instructed, Don't wander off. Wait for me. Shuangshu acknowledged with a soft then ended the call, standing silently for a moment. At this hour, the shop was devoid of other patrons, the stillness almost surreal. Remembering she had yet to pay, she picked up her phone and asked the owner, who was preparing to close, How much is it? The owner, with a friendly smile, replied, Mister, he has already settled the bill. Paid. Shuangshu turned around, only to find the spot where He Tingzhou had been was now empty. He had left without her noticing. Exiting the shop, she saw He Tingzhou leaning against his car, smoking. With broad shoulders and long legs, he resembled a clothes hanger, his shirt billowing in the gentle breeze, illuminated by the car's headlights, exuding a casual charm. My brother is here to pick me up. I'm waiting for him. Shuangshu contemplated saying, but instead uttered, Thank you for today, Tingzhou. Although she had not considered jumping into the river, she had indeed been in a dark place. Someone had pulled her back from the cold winds by the riverbank and treated her to a steaming bowl of noodles, so her gratitude was genuine. Amidst the swirling smoke, He Tingzhou glanced at her, responding in his characteristic manner, You're welcome. He extinguished his cigarette, straightened up, and got into his car. The Koenigsegg roaring away in a haughty flourish, likely eager to find his next romantic escapade. By this time, Xinyu had arrived 20 minutes later. The owner, being kind-hearted, or perhaps waiting out of respect for He Tingzhou, remained until Xinyu came to pick her up before closing. The old alley felt even quieter at night, and a young girl alone was not safe. Shuangshu thanked the owner and got into the car. Xinyu glanced at the humble, secluded noodle shop and asked, "Why did you come all the way here for noodles?" Unable to articulate her feelings, she instinctively withheld He Tingzhou's name, replying, "A friend recommended it. Their noodles are delicious." "Did you come with a friend?" Xinyu inquired. "Yes, he left first." As the car exited the alley and merged onto the asphalt road, silence enveloped them for a moment. Xinyu casually asked, "What were you talking about with Man-Man?" "Not much," Shuangshu replied. "Just helping her buy a birthday gift for her mother." "What did you buy?" Xinyu pressed. She hesitated, having not shopped at all that afternoon. She struggled to conjure a response: coffee, shop, a fib, and she left the latter part for Lu Man-Man to elaborate on. Upon returning to the Shun residence, the living room was brightly lit. Shinchang Yuan, back from his business trip, had already arrived, and Fu Yun was still awake, waiting for them in the living room. Upon witnessing their return, Fu Yun finally released the anxious grip on her heart. Unable to suppress her reproach, you went off to indulge in noodles without even informing old Wang. We were left searching high and low, unable to reach you by phone. At your age, one would think you would act with more consideration, rather than whimsically. Don't you understand the consequences of your actions? Shuangsu lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, godmother. I didn't mean to cause you worry. Shinchang Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Fu Yun's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. The important thing is that we found her. Shuangsu did not intend to cause any distress. He then turned to Shuangsu. Your godmother is simply anxious when she cares too much. The moment she couldn't reach you, she was in a tizzy at home, even calling your brother back. Shuangsu nodded, I understand. Fu Yun, still simmering with frustration, continued, I am not trying to blame you, but you must act with discretion. I merely asked you to accompany Man-Man to buy a gift. Even if you are displeased, disappearing is not the answer. Xinyu interjected directly, gently tapping Shuangsu's head. Go upstairs and rest. Shuangsu glanced at Fu Yun, sensing the deepening displeasure on her face due to Xinyu's defense of her. Xinyu maintained a calm demeanor. Be obedient. Chapter 20. She should move out that night. Shuangshu experienced a restless slumber, her dreams fragmented, filled with scenes from her childhood. Upon awakening, the daylight flooded in, sunlight streaming through the curtains, illuminating the textured wallpaper with a shimmering glow, serene and tranquil. Lying on the bed that was hers, she surveyed her room. Having lived in the Shun household for a decade, every lamp's warmth and each tile's pattern were ingrained in her very essence. She could ascend the spiral staircase on the second floor even with her eyes closed. The distance to the affiliated high school was merely a 15-minute drive. She learned to swim in the pool. The turtle she whimsically adopted at 12 still thrived in the pond of the yard. In her mind, the embodiment of home was this house, yet after turning 18, much had changed. The 5 years spent away felt like an extended desensitization. And from the moment she returned to her homeland, the countdown to her departure from this home began in earnest. It was time for her to move out. Upon learning of her intentions, Shuyang offered no commentary, merely providing silent support. You can stay at my place for the time being. After all, you have the keys to my home. I have 2 rooms, and if you fancy it, you could live with me for good. Shuangshu understood her implication. Rest assured, I have a place to go. I own an apartment at number 9 Songming Road. Shuang, caught off guard while taking her medication, nearly choked, coughing twice. Number 9 Songming Road? What's the matter? Is there something wrong with it? Her vehement reaction left Shuangshu somewhat bewildered. Having been abroad for several years, had something occurred on Songming Road? The only issue there was the exorbitant housing prices that rendered it unattainable for ordinary mortals. Shuang reassured herself with a pat. You still lack some of the lavish habits of a wealthy heiress. It often slips my mind that you are indeed affluent. How dare you say that? Shuangshu retorted with a playful scoff. I've squandered that 20 million on dogs. Woof, Shuyang quipped, shaking her head in disbelief. Shuangshu laughed and scolded her playfully, prompting Shuang to ask, have you discussed this with your brother yet? Shuangshu paused, gripping the empty plastic pill container. Meticulously peeling off the aluminum foil, I haven't decided how to approach it yet. An excuse was easy to conjure. Shuyang saw through it, noting that the main hurdle lay within Shuangshu's heart. It was entirely normal for children to grow up and live independently, but Shuangshu's situation was distinct. The Shen family were not her true kin, and the unresolved matters from 5 years prior created an unbridgeable chasm. Before Shuangshu could reach out to Xinyu, he called her first. Clear your evening. I'm taking you to meet someone. That evening, Shuangshu donned a modest yet formal blue checkered dress, knee-length, embodying the essence of spring with its elegance and vitality, topped off with a cream-colored trench coat. At 7:05 p.m., Shin Yu's car glided into the courtyard, where Shuangshu had been waiting at the entrance. Shin Yu was engaged in a work call, his gaze gradually drifting through the car window to rest upon her. Shuangshu jogged a few steps, and as the driver exited to open the door, she bent slightly to enter, remarking, "Brother, you're late." Shin Yu curled his lips into a smile. "What do you wish for this time?" On the other end of the phone, his subordinate, perplexed, responded, "President Shin?" The smile on Shin Yu's lips remained, yet the tenderness in his tone had vanished, replaced by a formal demeanor. "Submit the report later." During her school days, Shuangsu had a dedicated chauffeur, yet she always yearned for Shin Yu to pick her up. If he were late, her displeasure would surface, prompting him to appease her with gifts, gradually becoming a cherished routine. Once he ended the call, Shuangsu spoke up, "Brother, I wish to move out." Shin Yu paused, the mirth in his eyes slowly fading. Shuangsu felt a twinge of sadness at his expression. She opened her mouth to explain, but Shin Yu's phone rang again. He answered, and the call persisted until they arrived at the restaurant. The individual Shin Yu introduced Shuangsu to was the director of the Yin City Aviation Research Institute. Throughout the meal, Shuangsu maintained impeccable decorum. Yin City, a bastion of power, was built upon foundations laid by authority, with families like the He, Shun, Zheng, and Yu reigning at the pinnacle. The elder of the Song family was also a prominent figure, yet compared to the Shin family, he lacked the deep-rooted heritage accumulated over generations. By coincidence, Director Su was a high school classmate of Song Yinji, fostering a degree of camaraderie. He remembered that the daughter he brought along was lively, intelligent, and somewhat spoiled. However, he had never encountered the eldest daughter before. The intricacies of the Song family's affairs were unknown to outsiders, yet classmates had heard whispers of the truth. This eldest daughter was not the biological offspring of the current Mrs. Song. Nevertheless, with Shin Yu overseeing her, no one dared to show any disregard. Director Su praised Shuangsu, stating, "Women in the aviation field are quite rare. The hardships of this industry often go unnoticed. Who would have thought that a seemingly gentle and delicate young lady like Miss Song possesses such passion and fervor?" Shuangsu replied, "I am neither gentle, nor do I consider myself delicate. My brother has always supported me, encouraging me to pursue my interests." Director Su chuckled, "We must indeed thank President Shun for his encouragement, as it has prevented us from losing a talented individual." In recent years, the drone market had experienced rapid growth, offering unique advantages across agricultural, freight logistics, and military sectors, with vast prospects domestically. Our institute boasts its own drone research and development team, undertaking numerous national projects. Talents like Miss Song, especially those returning from abroad with advanced technical expertise, are precisely what we need. If you have time in the coming days, you are welcome to visit our institute." Shuangsu responded, "Perhaps there will be an opportunity." Both parties understood the underlying intention of the dinner. Shin Yu aimed to secure a position for his sister at their research institute. Naturally, Director Su arranged everything with clarity. Yet he wondered if Miss Song was disinterested in their institute. He instinctively glanced at Shin Yu, whose expression remained unchanged, though he subtly diverted the conversation. "I heard that young Master Su has started his own venture?" Indeed, from a young age, he harbored a passion for automobiles, leaving a respectable position at the Tobacco Bureau to embark on an entrepreneurial venture in new energy vehicles alongside his friends. Although considerable funds have been invested, the fruition of this endeavor remains elusive. Whenever the topic of their troublesome child arises, Dean Su cannot help but sigh. Their family lacks the substantial wealth of those in power, rendering them unable to indulge extravagantly. Recently, he has been preoccupied with securing loans, having gone several days without making an appearance. It is commendable that the youth possess such fervor. Shin Yu remarked with a gentle smile, "I shall have a word with President Zhou at Hongtai Bank. Perhaps he could facilitate the documentation process. The success of this venture will ultimately depend on their company's qualifications." Dean Su, overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly lifted his glass. "I am immensely thankful, President Shin. Allow me to toast to you." As the dinner concluded, the ride back was enveloped in silence. Shuangshu contemplated offering an explanation, but upon witnessing Shun Yu's serene profile, she refrained from speaking. Just before they arrived at the Shun residence, Shin Yu opened his eyes and instructed the driver to halt the vehicle by the roadside. He alighted, lighting a cigarette and savoring its smoke slowly. After observing him for a moment, Shuangshu exited the car and approached him. "Brother, are you upset?" Shin Yu tapped the ash from his cigarette, casting a glance in her direction beneath the night sky. "You are preparing to move out and rejecting my offer of employment. Have you grown your wings and yearned for independence? I merely dislike that job, Shuangshu replied. In such an environment, I would find no opportunities for growth. They would merely regard me as a mascot, a token of privilege, and likely mock my connections behind my back. Isn't privilege advantageous? No one can mistreat you. Indeed, it is favorable when one can enjoy such privilege. Shuangshu lowered her gaze, idly kicking a small stone on the ground, and after a moment of silence, she murmured, "But what if one day, I no longer have your support?" Chapter 21. The scandal of the Song family. In due time, she would amount to nothing. The smoke before Shunyu dissipated with the wind, and the night as hues unfolded in the depths of his gaze like a profound inkwell. Cursing me? Does your brother seem short-lived? That is not my intention. Frost Sequence sought to clarify, but found herself at a loss for words. Shinyu's voice seemed to entwine with the breeze. Little Gio has grown up. Unlike in her childhood, she no longer turns to her brother for everything. A sudden pang of sorrow welled up in Frost Sequence's nostrils, and the suppressed emotion surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through her eyelids. She wished to deny it. Yet she was acutely aware of the truth. From the moment she was sent away 5 years ago, she ceased to be the little Gio of old. Her head hung low, and tears, akin to pearls, fell silently to the ground, vanishing without a trace. Shinyu extinguished his cigarette, his palm resting gently atop her head, tenderly tousling her hair. Frost Sequence possessed a cascade of beautiful long hair, akin to satin drenched in water, dark and supple. She was averse to others touching it casually. Previously, when Yu Zifeng, like Shinyu, would playfully ruffle her hair, she would not permit it. "What do you wish to pursue instead of entering the research institute?" Shinyu inquired. Frost Sequence choked back her sobs, her tone steady as she replied, "I plan to venture into entrepreneurship with my senior." Shinyu remained noncommittal. "You wish to start a business? Shall I provide you with your own company to play with?" Frost Sequence shook her head. "I am very interested in the liquid hydrogen drone project that my senior is working on. Fei Xue possesses formidable research capabilities and ample room for future development, which I find promising." Shinyu did not stifle her enthusiasm. Smiling as he remarked, "Then I shall await the day you ring the bell for your company's public listing." Frost Sequence nodded in agreement. She recalled the interrupted conversation in the car, hesitating to bring it up again. "Brother, if you wish to move out, then do so." Shinyu understood her intent. The apartment on Songming Road had been prepared for her all along. Frost Sequence felt a sense of relief. "I have yet to inform my godmother." Shinyu reassuringly patted her head. "I will handle that with mother." It was unclear how he managed to convey this to Fu Yun, but in any case, the matter of Frost Sequence moving out from the Shin family proceeded smoothly through Fu Yun's approval. The apartment on Songming Road had never been inhabited, furnished yet devoid of daily necessities. She ordered the missing items online for delivery. She took little with her from the Shun household, having arranged for the family driver to transport her belongings. Many old books would never again be perused, and the plethora of clothing, shoes, and bags in her wardrobe belonged to her youthful days. Not only were the styles outdated, but the sizes no longer fit. Much like this room, it was solely the domain of the little Gio who existed before she turned 18. Frost Sequence had initially intended to bring along the turtle she had cared for. A new aquarium had already been arranged for the new home, yet after searching the garden pond for quite some time, she found no trace of the turtle. She inquired with the servant responsible for feeding it, "Where is Gue Gue?" The servant, equally perplexed, responded, "It was here just yesterday. It must have hidden away in some corner to slack off." This turtle had a penchant for escaping, often seeking out a secluded nook to rest. Frost Sequence instructed, "If you find it, please give me a call." Xu Yang, upon hearing about her move, offered to assist her, stealthily slipping out of the hospital without the doctor's knowledge. Frost Sequence responded coldly, "If you can't stay, just say so. Can I rely on you to work? You are currently more fragile than glass. A mere touch could cause you to bleed profusely." Xu Yang's illness had this particular flaw. Anemia and reduced platelet count made any bleeding difficult to stop, and she was prone to recurrent infections. "Well, I won't pretend any longer." Xu Yang immediately reclined weakly onto the new sofa. "I am delicate and precious. I can't work. You two hurry and finish up. Then order me takeout." Xiao Liao was darting around the house like a rabbit, exclaiming, "Oh my, this dazzling kitchen is something I've only seen on television. My goodness. This dressing room is larger than our entire 3-bedroom apartment. Wow, this bathtub could accommodate 4 muscular men at once." Frost Sequence was unpacking and organizing items brought from the Shin household when Xiao Liao dashed over. "Little boss, you take a break. I'll handle this." "Let me do it. You've already run 3 laps. Aren't you tired?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Liao snatched the box from her hands. I'm young and fit. Who are you implying? Xu Yang lay serenely on the sofa. Just give her a chance to show off. I can see she is eager to resign and apply here as a maid. Xiao Liao blushed, hee. One must ask. Which young person wouldn't desire a room of their own in a luxurious flat within the third ring road, even if it were a maid's room? I don't need a maid, Frost Sequence pondered for a moment, but my turtle is missing, and there's a vacancy in the fish tank. Do you need it? Xu Yang laughed heartily. As Frost Sequence went to fetch them water, Xiao Liao lifted her head from the boxes and asked, Little boss, did you ever win the citywide youth swimming competition? Frost Sequence glanced at the carefully wrapped trophy she held. Yes, I love swimming. This was the hobby she had maintained the longest amidst her fleeting interests, and Shin Yu had even hired her a professional swimming coach. She had won several trophies throughout her life, but only this one was brought from the Shin household, highlighting its significance. I won it when I was 16. My first and only swimming competition trophy. Oh, Xiao Liao exclaimed. Was your prowess so ephemeral? Frost Sequence chuckled, raising an eyebrow. I am quite capable. However, after this competition, my father explicitly forbade me from participating again. Why? Because his work required our family to maintain a low profile, especially me. Frost Sequence shrugged off with a smile. I am the scandal of the Song family. It's best if I don't appear in public. The photo of her holding the trophy with a radiant smile was published on the front page by the organizers. Yet, the excitement of winning dissipated upon receiving an overseas call from Song Mianji. It was known that he rarely called her throughout the year. The one time he did, it was to prohibit her from participating in any further competitions. Xiao Liao struggled to comprehend. What is so scandalous? You are clearly beautiful. Frost Sequence paused, then burst into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa. Thank you for your refreshing perspective. I find it comforting. Xu Yang could not contain her laughter. How on earth did she manage to enroll in a prestigious university with such intellect? Great wisdom appears foolish, said Shuangsu. Look, Xiao Liao has jumped up. Only the little boss appreciates my talent. The three of them shared laughter and merriment, and though their possessions were few, they busied themselves until nightfall. This was perhaps the most relaxed moment Shuangsu had experienced since returning to the country. Xiao Liao volunteered to escort Xu Yang back to the hospital, while Shuangsu accompanied them downstairs, watching as the car drove away. As she turned to head back, she noticed a long limousine parked by the roadside. The driver, clad in white gloves, stood before the vehicle, bowing respectfully from a distance before opening the door for her. Shuangsu's good spirits plummeted. She approached and took her seat inside, and the driver closed the door behind her. The wife of the director was an exceedingly elegant woman, perpetually attired in a suitably refined Chanel ensemble, her hair meticulously arranged, and not a speck of dust dared to settle upon her shoes. Nobility was etched into every fiber of her being. She sat gracefully opposite Shuangsu, first casting a few glances through the car window at the towering luxury residences outside. These houses are quite nice. Shin Yu seems quite generous towards you. Shuangsu was aware that her visitor's intention was not merely to admire the properties. If you fancy it, purchase a unit. Cui Ning then shot her a glance. Your demeanor as Miss Song is growing increasingly lofty. To see you, I must come personally. The Shun family's residence is adjacent to the Song family's. Do you truly have no time to step into your own home amidst your daily visits to the Shin household? Shuangsu replied, I am emulating to you, who passed by his home 3 times without entering. Her unyielding attitude displeased Cui Ning, who asked directly, when do you plan to return to America? Chapter 22. It is best not to harbor ill intentions. The United States does not call it returning, Shuangsu remarked. I do not favor that notion. I have already resigned from my overseas position, and this time I shall not leave. Who prompted your resignation? Was it Xin Yu or Fu Yun? Such a significant matter. Did you consult either me or your father? Shuangsu calmly responded amidst her dissatisfaction. It was my own decision. Without their consent, do you dare to act on your own? Cui Ning seemed to be convinced that someone from the Shin family was backing her. She detested Shuangsu's closeness to the Shin family, as it had led to countless jabs at her spine, making it appear as though she was incapable of containing others, as if she had abandoned her child to be raised by another. Do not think I am unaware. Xin Yu intends to arrange for you to join the research institute. Old Su is an old classmate of your father's, and he bypassed your father to seek Old Su's assistance in securing you a position. Do we not matter to them? Shuangsu replied, if you are displeased that he bypassed you to help me, you may personally approach Dean Su on my behalf. Cui Ning certainly did not mean that. Shuangsu was aware of it, and thus she mockingly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Rest assured, I have declined the position at the Research Institute. However, do not rejoice just yet. The reason for my refusal is that I intend to partner with someone to start a company. There is no need to take out your grievances on my brother and godmother. I am of age now. If I wish to return to my homeland, I shall. And if I wish to remain, I shall stay. My actions are my own. Cui Ning's expression grew colder. Song Shuangxiu, while I may not be your biological mother, I am your legal guardian. No matter how well the Shun family treats you, if I wish to send you away, no one can assist you. Shuangxi was well aware that 5 years prior, she was sent abroad in precisely that manner. I'm not going anywhere, she declared with dignity. I am no longer that powerless minor who could not resist 5 years ago. If you wish to send me off, you will first have to bind me. Cui Ning furrowed her brow in surprise. She had not anticipated that years abroad would instill such defiance in her. She fixed her displeased gaze on Shuangxi for a moment, then resumed her poised elegance, her voice haughty and cold. You truly have grown wings. Very well, if you wish to return, so be it. I would rather not have others say I cannot accommodate you. As long as you do not create trouble for me, I care not where you are. Understood. As Shuangxu prepared to exit the vehicle, Cui Ning remarked from within, the marriage between the Xin and Lu families is nearly settled. During this period, you should remain compliant. And it is best not to entertain any ill intentions. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? Shuangxu did not respond, unsure if she had even heard. And she closed the car door before turning to walk back. It was already 9 o'clock. The bustling East Third Ring Road was illuminated with brilliance, yet no. 9. Songming Road enjoyed a serene solitude amidst the urban clamor. This spacious flat, ideally located, was a gift from Xinyu for her 18th birthday. Shuangxu had always known that the pressure to go abroad had come not only from Song Nianji and Cui Ning, but also from Shun Changyuan and Fu Yun. Thus, she had been reluctant to return home, for she felt she had no home to return to. She spent her 18th birthday in California, where Xinyu had flown over to visit her, transferring the ownership of this apartment to her name, signifying a place to come back to. She understood it all too well. On the weekend, Xu Yang had reserved a private dining room at a restaurant for a company gathering. Firstly, we extend a formal welcome to Shuang Su as the newly appointed CEO of Feishue. And secondly, we celebrate the loyal employees who have steadfastly supported her through turbulent times. Shuang Su, having gone to collect the custom cake, arrived at the restaurant slightly later than her colleagues. Upon her arrival, she found Xiao Lao anxiously messaging her. Have you arrived yet? Have you arrived yet? This Australian lobster has been enticing me for 10 minutes. With a smile, Shuang Su replied via voice message, you can start eating first. However, she soon sensed an unfriendly gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw a man at the elevator turn around. It was none other than Chen Peiran. Their paths crossed once more. The last time she had encountered the once arrogant general manager Chen, he now appeared disheveled and worn, his hair unkempt as if it had not been groomed for days, with a scruffy beard and noticeable bags under his tired eyes. Song Shuangxiu, I underestimated you, Chen Peiran said, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized her. How did you manage to win over He Tingzhou? Was it through your father? Shuangxiu retorted, what does it matter to you how I did it? Chen Peiran had invested considerable time and money to curry favor with the director responsible for the drone division at Yundan, only to see his partnership crumble at the last moment when the director abruptly stopped taking his calls. This was his project aimed at gaining favor with Qinxing. Without it, he could not secure his position there. His anxiety had manifested physically, as evidenced by the blisters forming at the corners of his mouth. When the representatives from Qinxing cryptically informed him that he should cease his futile efforts, he learned that Yundan had already signed a contract with Feishue. Just yesterday, a court summons had reached his hands, as Feishue had enlisted a renowned attorney to pursue legal action against him, having lost both his allies and resources. Today he learned that the director would be dining here, seemingly intent on confronting him. Unexpectedly, fate led him to cross paths with Shuang Su. Who knows what you relied on? Chen Peiran vented his frustration upon her. I have heard that the Song family does not even acknowledge you as their daughter, having sent you off to be raised by others. Do you truly believe your father would come to your aid? Xu Yang struggled for so long to secure that contract. And yet you returned just a few days ago and managed to charm He Tingzhou. I suspect you must have shared his bed. Bystanders cast curious glances in their direction. But Shuangsu remained unfazed. What does this have to do with you? She replied coolly. Chen Peiran's resentment bubbled over, revealing his spiteful demeanor. Being beautiful certainly has its advantages. Spread your legs, and all problems are solved. This remark was particularly distasteful, causing Shuangsu to furrow her brow as she coldly responded. Control your mouth. If you continue to slander me, I will file another defamation lawsuit against you. Do you think I fear you? What slander have I uttered? If you haven't been sleeping with him, why did Tingzhou suddenly change his mind? Why would he choose to collaborate with a nearly bankrupt small company over a large enterprise like Qinxing? He refuses free offers and insists on paying a high price. Has he lost his mind, or is he simply foolish? Chun Peiron's voice grew louder, and with his emphatic tirade. A ding echoed as the elevator doors across from them slid open, revealing Tingzhou unexpectedly standing before him. With a nonchalant tone, Tingzhou inquired, surprised. Chun Peiron, akin to a hen that had been grasped by the neck, abruptly fell silent. Following the direction of his terrified gaze, Shuangsu turned in surprise. Inside the elevator stood several impeccably dressed gentlemen, each wearing an expression more peculiar than the last. In the center stood a figure with hands tucked into his pockets. The hem of his suit jacket casually pushed back, revealing a neatly pressed white shirt and the taut waistline of his tailored trousers, undeniably charming and dashing. Mr. He. Chun Peiron's face quickly drained of color, his lips trembling as he attempted to salvage his predicament. I am not. Please let me explain. Tingzhou interjected, straighten your tongue and speak properly. It's exhausting to listen. Mr. He, what a coincidence. Are you here to dine in person? Chun Peiron's expression shifted to one of obsequiousness, the transition so abrupt that it appeared almost ludicrous. Tingzhou coolly replied, if I do not dine myself. Will you partake on my behalf? Chun Peiron's face flushed crimson. Mr. He, your Yundun clearly promised to collaborate with Qinxing. A verbal agreement is still an agreement. Yet you turned around and signed a contract with Song Shuangxiu. Are you not toying with me? Toying with you? What do you think you are worth? The He family scion, raised amidst immense power, showed no restraint in his arrogance. Even if I were to toy with you, what would it matter? You are insignificant. Chun Peiron, a young man of some repute, felt his face burn with humiliation, nearly turning the color of liver. Is your surname He truly that impressive? Tingzhou scoffed. Indeed. It is impressive. What, do you wish to adopt the surname He? Call me father, and I shall recognize you as my godson. Just in time. Your grandfather is at home waiting for a grandson. A young man behind them could not suppress a laugh, prompting Chun Peiron to shoot him an indignant glare. To which the young man quickly composed himself. My apologies. Amidst this, Shuangxiu found herself absurdly envisioning a scene of Chun Peiron, pacified by Commander He, sucking on a pacifier in his arms. She bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. Chapter 23. Unwanted thoughts. Chun Peiron's chest heaved violently, his anger bubbling like a pufferfish on the verge of explosion. Suddenly, he caught sight of a Mediterranean hairstyle and pointed accusingly. Mr. He, your company's director Fan personally promised me that I would collaborate with Qinxing. After accepting so many benefits, he reneged on his promise. No matter how powerful your He family may be, surely you cannot bully me like this. In the midst of such public scrutiny, a heavy burden was placed upon the He family, causing cold sweat to trickle down Director Fan's forehead as he rushed over to push Chun Peiron away, admonishing him. Choose your words wisely. Tingzhou, unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, nonchalantly drew his hand from his pocket and pointed it at Chun Peiron, his piercing gaze slicing through Director Fan's bald head. You deal with him, or I shall deal with you. Rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly. Director Fan hastily assured, forcibly dragging Chun Peiron away. Let us resolve our issues privately, without causing a scene before Mr. He. Xiao Liao's anxious call came through, revealing his impatience. Frost Sequence said, Brother Tingzhou, I must take my leave. After answering the call, she prepared to pass him on her way upstairs. Tingzhou observed her silhouette with a meaningful glance, remarking, Is that all you desire, to sleep with me? On her phone, Xiao Liao's voice trailed off abruptly, followed by a cacophony of reminiscent of a raucous team-building event in a May mountain. Xiao Liao had put the call on speaker. Tingzhou likely heard as well. Are you calling a monkey? Frost Sequence, momentarily stunned, quickly hung up the call, instinctively glancing at the gentleman behind Tingzhou. The men immediately diverted their gazes in all directions toward the ceiling, the floor, the air, wishing they could don signs proclaiming their deafness to the conversation. I did not. She stammered, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. I have no illicit thoughts about you. Then how do you explain your previous silence in the face of such slander? You labeled it slander. How he interprets it is irrelevant. There is no need for me to clarify, Frost Sequence insisted, striving to maintain her composure. If I were to clarify every suspicion others had, I would be led around by the nose. Is that so? Tingzhou questioned. Could it not be that you, like a toad longing for a swan, Deliberately foster misunderstandings to spread rumors about me? You are the toad, she retorted impulsively, immediately regretting her words. Previously, she would only dare to voice such thoughts internally, but since that last meal, something had shifted within her, making her more audacious in her exchanges with He Tingzhou. Very well, if I am the swan, do you find satisfaction in being my toad? He Tingzhou dismissed her trivial claims with disdain. Frost sequence. He Tingzhou leisurely remarked, perhaps you should manage your desires regarding me. Your fervor is rather unsettling. What nonsense. The expressions of his subordinates behind him clearly indicated, we have overheard something we should not have. Frost Sequence felt that even if she possessed 10 mouths, she could not clarify her position at this moment. Being subjected to slander by Qin Peiran in person was profoundly disheartening. After He Tingzhou finished speaking, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and gracefully brushed past her. Each subordinate trailing behind him offered a subtle smile to Shuangxiu, a blend of respect, caution, and mutual understanding. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the elevator with a nonchalant attitude, pressing the closed door button 3 times. Upon entering the compartment, a multitude of eyes turned towards her, their gazes piercing and full of ambiguity. Oh, who was that on the phone just now? A couple in conversation remarked as she walked by. Shuangxiu maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence, yet Xiao Liao was unconvinced, having distinctly heard another comment trailing behind. Before she could inquire, Shuangxiu preemptively stated, I just ran into Qin Peiran downstairs. Instantly, the room's attention shifted. What was he doing here? How unfortunate. He is so short-sighted. Had he ventured out on his own, others would at least regard him with some respect. Instead, he chooses to grovel at Qin Xing's feet. I hold him in contempt. To be honest, Qin Peiran's departure is a blessing. Had he remained, our little boss would not have arrived. As everyone vocally condemned Qin Peiran, Shuangxiu quietly exhaled with relief. She should have clarified the situation immediately, if this gossip continued to spread. Soon the entire world would know of her unrequited affection for He Tingzhou. Who could have predicted that a single moment's hesitation would lead to such a steep decline? Shuang squinted and leaned closer to whisper. That voice sounded oddly familiar. I just can't place it. Who could it be? Don't ask, Shuangxi replied, taking a sip of her juice. Unless you offer me 20 million right now, I shan't utter a word. Shuang promptly retracted, forget it. He is not worth 20 million. The families of Xin and Lu were well matched, with Xinyu standing out among the younger generation, impeccable in every aspect. Lu Manman had fallen for him at first sight, and this union, appropriate for their social standings, facilitated smooth negotiations for the marriage. The family's first formal meeting was scheduled for the end of the month. Having grown up in the Xin household, Shuangxiu, despite not bearing the Xin surname, was still considered half a member of the family, thus, her attendance was inevitable. I honestly think it wouldn't matter if you didn't go, Shuang remarked. The Shuns raised you out of kindness, but you're merely a younger sister. Your absence wouldn't be considered impolite. He is my brother, Shuangxiu replied firmly. How could I not attend? Shuyang was about to undergo her second round of chemotherapy, having just had blood drawn and lying on the hospital bed. Feeling a pang of sympathy. I worry you won't know how to endure it. It's something I must learn to accept, Shuangxiu replied, striving to embrace the reality. If her fondness for Shunyu was a delicate flower that had once blossomed in her youth, it now struggled to survive in barren soil, withering away. She was attempting to uproot it. Whether it was Lu Manman or any other woman, Shunyu would eventually marry someone else. This was a truth she had to reconcile with. On that day, Shuangxiu arrived at the dining establishment 10 minutes early, adorned in a new, modified sleeveless qipao of a formal black hue, understated yet sophisticated. Fu Yun gently patted her hand, offering a reminder. Today marks our first formal dinner with the Lu family. When we meet Mr. and Mrs. Lu, remember to exhibit proper etiquette, understand? Her concern for Shuangxiu lingered. Shuangxiu feigned ignorance, lowering her gaze and responding, I understand. Just then, the Lu family arrived. Upon hearing voices in the courtyard, Shuangxiu turned to glance out the window. This fleeting observation caused her to pause. Lu Manman was also clad in a black qipao today. Though the styles differed slightly, the similarity in both the garment and her coiffure was strikingly apparent. Chapter 24. No injustice for Lu Man, and Fu Yun was evidently taken aback. Her gaze shifting from Lu Manman back to her, her expression becoming increasingly troubled. How unfortunate it was that they had chosen the same outfit. Such an occurrence was awkward in any context, let alone at an event like today. The moment the two entered and faced each other, the ambience would likely become even more delicate. Shinyu, equally surprised by the situation, paused for a moment before reassuring her, it's quite all right. Man is not the petty type. Yet, no matter how magnanimous a woman might be, it is unrealistic to expect her to be indifferent to such a coincidence. Especially on a day like this. Fu Yun's brows furrowed deeper with worry. Making a poor first impression in front of her parents would surely leave them feeling uneasy as well. Shinyu unbuttoned his coat and handed it to Shuangsu, saying, Here, wear this for now. Fu Yun's expression tightened further. It's obvious this belongs to you at a glance. Before Shinyu could respond, Shuangsu stood up. Fully aware that today was not her moment to shine. It was her first time meeting her partner's parents, and she could not allow Lu Man to feel slighted. Hence, she decided to remove herself from the situation. I'll find something else to wear. Fortunately, the private room of the traditional Chinese restaurant was designed with 2 doors, allowing her to swiftly exit through a side door before the Lu family arrived. She inquired with the manager about emergency clothing. But such a request was impractical for a restaurant. Hence, she sought directions to the nearest women's clothing store and hurriedly left the establishment, intent on purchasing a replacement outfit. As she lifted her dress to step over the threshold, she nearly collided with someone around the corner. He Tingzhou caught her arm, steadying her to prevent the mishap. Shuangsu took a step back to regain her balance as he released her, his dark eyes casually observing her. That was close. However, Shuangsu had no time to engage with him today. Tingzhou, I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Spotting the car behind Tingzhou, urgency took precedence, and she neglected any formality. I need to buy a dress right now. Could you give me a ride? The driver had brought them to the restaurant, and the meal would take at least 2 hours. Typically, they would use this time to address their own dining needs, which would take additional time if they were called back. Without a domestic driver's license, hailing a cab was evidently not the fastest option. She seldom looked at him with such a pleading expression. Even when discussing collaborations, she maintained a formal demeanor. Tingzhou glanced at her, taking in her attire. The qipao she wore was not particularly ostentatious, with its subtle orchid embroidery designed for understated elegance. Yet, its fit was impeccable, accentuating her delicate figure. The black fabric highlighted her porcelain skin, and her long neck resembled that of a swan, with a slender waist flowing into a captivating curve. Was mere beauty insufficient? Did she intend to adorn herself like a celestial being, overshadowing others? Shuangsu had neither the time nor the inclination to explain, and seeing that he lacked the intention to assist, she bypassed him and rushed downstairs to catch a taxi. Leaning against the car door with arms crossed, Tingzhou remarked, The nearest mall is a 15-minute drive. Round trip would take half an hour. Are you certain you want to keep both families waiting that long? The manager mentioned there's a clothing store to the east. She began, but before she could finish, Tingzhou interjected, Yes. I saw it on my way here. It sells sportswear. In such circumstances, it is naturally inappropriate to don sports attire. Shuangxiu, momentarily at a loss, stood by the roadside, pondering whether fleeing today would disappoint Shinyu. Tingzhou was not driving a sports car today, but rather a 4-door sedan. He casually opened the car door, retrieved a spare shirt, and tossed it to her. Shuangxiu hastily caught it, examining the men's shirt in her hands. It seemed there was no better alternative at the moment. Thank you, Brother Tingzhou. When Shinyu called, she had already returned to the restaurant with the shirt. I've found the shirt, brother. I'll handle everything and head back. So don't worry. There was a brief silence on the other end before Shinyu's voice emerged, devoid of emotion. That's good. Shuangxiu borrowed a changing room and scissors from the waiter and directly transformed the qipao by cutting it into a half-skirt. The shirt from Tingzhou was exceedingly large for her. Fortunately, the silk fabric was lightweight and draped gracefully, avoiding any ostentation. She rolled up the excessively long sleeves and tied the hem into a knot, pairing the white silk shirt with the embroidered half-skirt rather well. Though it appeared somewhat casual for the occasion, it was the best solution available. Upon returning to the private room, the atmosphere was just right. Father Lu donned a formal Zhongshan suit, his demeanor kind and jovial. Mother Lu looked significantly younger than Shuangxiu had imagined. Her hands were exquisitely cared for, revealing a woman accustomed to a life of comfort. Her smile bore a striking resemblance to Lu Man's, as she warmly complimented Shuangxiu. You are truly stunning. I dare say you are far more beautiful than those stars on television. It seemed Lu Man had not divulged her affection for Shinyu. Shuangxiu obediently smiled and replied, Thank you, Auntie. She took a seat at the end of the table, beside Tingzhou, who was Lu Man's cousin and represented the He family today. Shen Changyuan inquired about Commander He. It has been a while since I last saw him. How is he faring lately? Quite well. With the vitality of a 20-year-old in a 60-year-old's body, he is sturdier than I am, he Tianzhou remarked, casually reclining with a nonchalant demeanor. How old are you this year, Tianzhou? I recall you are 2 years younger than I am. 28, he replied. Fu Yun interjected. It's about time to settle down. You and I are of similar age and good friends. Marrying early would allow the commander to hold a grandchild. Since Commander He's mother passed away, he had not remarried, while other affluent families were bustling with children and numerous illegitimate offspring. The He family, despite its power, remained a quiet duo of father and son. I already have one, Shuangxu thought to herself. He Tianzhou leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips, though it seemed somewhat detached. Merely skimming the surface, I lack Xinyu's good fortune. This statement could be seen as a veiled compliment to both parties, eliciting laughter from everyone at the table. Xinyu smiled lightly. Your fortune is hardly shallow. Others might as well cease to exist. Shuangxu joined in the laughter, responding in kind. He Tianzhou cast a sidelong glance at her. She resembled a robot programmed to follow a certain routine, neither interrupting nor making grand gestures to reach for food. Fixated instead on a dish of spicy bullfrog before her. Quiet and barely present, she only activated her responses under specific conditions, such as the laughter of those around her, which would momentarily draw her attention before she returned to her own world of consumption. The shirt she wore appeared to be an ordinary oversized style. Yet the collar was notably larger, revealing her delicate collarbones and porcelain skin, which seemed to rival the softness of silk. Yidingzhou's gaze drifted from her porcelain neck, where her long hair had been released, cascading down her back like another form of satin. Could you help me remove the fish bones? Frost Sequence heard a voice and lifted her head, noticing Lu Manman tilting her head as she spoke to Xinyu. I love fish, but I often get bones stuck in my throat when I eat. Her tone was slightly playful, perfectly balanced to avoid being irksome. Xinyu, of course, would not decline. He was a person who made everything he did a pleasure to behold, including the task of deboning fish, which Frost Sequence had witnessed numerous times. As the tender fish fillet was placed before Lu Manman, she smiled with crescent-shaped eyes and expressed her gratitude. Frost Sequence lowered her head once more, resuming her meal of bullfrog. The bullfrog was flavorful, the meat succulent and springy, albeit slightly spicy. While she was eating, she overheard someone nearby remark, "Doesn't it taste better when it's your own kin?" Initially, Frost Sequence did not comprehend, turning her head in confusion to meet Yidingzhou's elongated yet meaningful gaze. Gradually piecing it together, she glanced at the bullfrog on her chopsticks. Wasn't it a close relative of the toad? Suddenly, she found herself unable to continue eating. Chapter 25. Where is your home? At the conclusion of the banquet, Fu Yun presented Lu Manman with an exquisite set of jewelry as a token of their meeting. The water droplet-shaped emerald, encrusted in a diamond necklace, sparkled brilliantly, accompanied by a matching ring and earrings, each piece worth tens of millions. This set of jewelry had been seen in her wedding photos with Shinchang Yuan, as it was a gift from Grandma Ayu when she married. This is the heirloom that was bestowed upon me by Grandma Ayu at the time of my marriage to Chang Yuan, and now it can finally be passed on to you. The act of gifting such a family treasure before an official engagement underscored Fu Yun's recognition and esteem for her future daughter-in-law. The Lu family was indeed surprised. And Lu Manman, feeling overwhelmed, immediately rose to embrace Fu Yun, playfully exclaiming, "Auntie, you are too good to me. Would it seem too unreserved if I were to call you Mom right now?" Fu Yun nearly burst into laughter. "Ah, you truly have no sense of shame." Lu's mother chided with a smile. "What do I have to be ashamed of? I am simply overjoyed," Lu Manman declared, promptly removing the necklace from her own neck, exclaiming, "This necklace is so beautiful. Ayu, could you help me put it on?" Xinyu took the necklace and adorned her with it. Lu Manman's delight was palpable. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and the elders beamed with satisfaction. From across the table, Shuangxu felt as though she were seated in the audience, witnessing a heartwarming performance of happiness that bore no relation to her own existence. Fu Yun and Lu's mother praised how lovely Lu Manman looked wearing the necklace, prompting her to ask Shuangxu once more, "Little Nine, do I look beautiful?" "Yes, you look beautiful," Shuangxu replied. Lu Manman's eyes twinkled with joy. "If you say it's beautiful, then it must truly be beautiful." Perhaps the joy witnessed by a rival was even more exquisite. Shuangxu mused that she should have said it looked unattractive to irk her, seeing their camaraderie. Lu's mother assumed a closeness between the two. "You two truly have a wonderful rapport. We are of the same age," Lu Manman replied, "and share many common topics." Shuangxu, however, did not perceive any shared language between them. Their life trajectories were entirely divergent, each inhabiting a different era of Yen City. The affection Lu Manman received from her parents was something Shuangsu lacked, and the fear of abandonment that plagued her was foreign to Lu Manman. The only potential commonality between them might be their similar tastes. As the banquet concluded and they exited Wanshan Lu, Xinyu and Lu Manman walked ahead. Lu Manman clung to Fu Yun's arm, sweetly addressing her as auntie, which brought a smile to Fu Yun's face. Shuangsu trailed behind. With Yitingzhou in front of her, he strolled lazily, hands in pockets, gradually distancing himself from the others. In the corridor, seizing the moment when the others could not hear, Shuangsu expressed her gratitude. Tingzhou, thank you for your assistance today. She had worn the shirt, and Yitingzhou would likely not require it back. How much was your shirt? I can replace it with a new one. Yitingzhou glanced sideways. And then you would conveniently keep this one for yourself? Why would I hide your shirt? That is a question you should ponder yourself. Yitingzhou replied lazily, what do you intend to do with my shirt? I am not that peculiar. Frost Sequence felt a growing numbness within her. Soon perhaps she would come to terms with the fact that she resembled a toad. I shall return it to you after cleaning, she remarked. On the drive home, Fu Yun noticed the striking transformation of Frost Sequence's attire, which had entirely shed its original identity as a qipao. Where did you acquire such a garment in such a short span of time? She inquired. It was borrowed, came the vague reply. Under ordinary circumstances, should we accidentally bump into each other while dining, it would merely be a trivial matter. However, today is exceptional. I apologize for any discomfort caused. Shin Chuanyuan expressed with a hint of regret. It's quite all right, Frost Sequence responded calmly, relieved that the situation had not dampened anyone's spirits. You and Man share a remarkable similarity in taste. What a coincidence that you don matching outfits. Frost Sequence smiled but chose to remain silent. Upon returning home, she sent Yitingzhou's shirt for dry cleaning. Initially, she contemplated asking Xinyu for his WeChat details, but ultimately decided to reach out to Yu Zifeng instead. What do you need your brother Tingzhou's WeChat for? Yu Zifeng queried. Frost Sequence concocted a half-truth. Last time at Wangwei Tower, he left his shirt behind. And I wish to return it. Yu Zifeng, aware of the Liu and Shin families dining at Wangwei Tower, dismissed her concern casually. Just toss it away. Your brother Tingzhou's garments are disposable, never to be used a second time. While discarding it might be an option, she could not allow her amphibian relative to benefit. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to throw it away. It would be better for him to dispose of it himself, Frost Sequence replied. Yu Zifeng forwarded Yitingzhou's business card. I've already spoken to him. You can add him directly. Yitingzhou's profile picture depicted a serene expanse of water. Crystal clear and shimmering, reminiscent of the pristine blue sea of the Maldives, a stark contrast to his own demeanor. Frost Sequence sent a friend request, which was swiftly accepted. Tingzhou, I have washed your shirt. How shall I return it? She messaged. Yitingzhou replied succinctly, bring it over. I will deliver it to your company tomorrow morning. She responded. Yitingzhou continued. So you wish to seize the opportunity to spark rumors about us? Shall I host a press conference and purchase some articles to announce it to the world? How many women had pursued him to provoke such sensitivity? Frost Sequence could only respond, then I shall bring it to your home. What is your address? Yitingzhou sent her a location. Bring me a cake. The implication was clear. He wanted her to deliver it immediately. Given the favor he had done her previously, she bore no grievances about retrieving his shirt. Unsure of Yitingzhou's preferences, but noticing his apparent fondness for blueberry mousse, she stopped at a nearby shop to procure one. The address Yitingzhou provided led her to a villa in Yinsi, and upon her arrival, the entire residence was illuminated, yet eerily silent. The door opened automatically, and she stepped inside, carrying the cake and shirt. The 6-meter-high living room was spacious and airy, with a vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a meticulously trimmed lawn, and a large swimming pool outside, its surface reflecting the courtyard lights. With no staff present in the house, Frost Sequence hesitated to wander about, opting instead to sit in the living room and send Yitingzhou a message indicating that she had delivered the items and would be leaving shortly. Before she could finish typing, she heard the languid footsteps descending from the second floor. Yitingzhou appeared as though he had just stepped out of a refreshing shower. Clad in a black crewneck sweatshirt and casual trousers, his short hair glistening with moisture. The relaxed atmosphere of home softened the intensity of his presence. As Tingzhou greeted her, Shuangxu noticed that a Doberman with erect ears trailed behind him, while she held no fear of dogs. The imposing stature of this fully grown carnivorous beast inevitably stirred a sense of unease within her. Dobermans are inherently formidable, and this particular specimen of Tingzhou's seemed exceptionally robust. potentially weighing as much as she did. Tingzhou approached, and the Doberman followed suit. He settled onto the sofa to her left, opening a cake and taking a forkful, instructing her to sit. Just as Shuangshu prepared to lower herself, Tingzhou clarified, "I was speaking of the dog." Oh, she found herself frozen mid-motion, caught in indecision whether to sit or stand. Just as she contemplated making a discreet exit, the Doberman sauntered around the coffee table, positioning itself to her right, and sat down with an air of solemnity, fixating its gaze upon her. Shuangshu felt a slight stiffness in her body, attempting to reassure herself that domesticated dogs are generally well-trained and do not bite indiscriminately. However, one could hardly be certain, after all, if Tingzhou himself lacked decorum. No, what she meant was, if a person like Tingzhou was not a decent character, what noble temperament could one expect from his dog? She held her gaze steady upon the Doberman, which mirrored her attention, leading to a brief standoff. Ultimately, she succumbed first, her resolve faltering as she averted her eyes. The dog, sensing her shift, leaned in to sniff her, then promptly licked her hand with its tongue. Shuangshu nearly jumped, instinctively taking a significant step towards Tingzhou, her heart racing in response to the unexpected display of canine affection. Chapter 26. I am not embarrassed. Why are you? Tingzhou leisurely savored his cake, appearing entirely indifferent to the unfolding situation. Shuangshu glanced at him, attempting to prompt him to manage his dog, which was licking her. Tingzhou did not even lift his eyelids. It's hungry. Hungry? It should eat dog food. Shuangshu felt increasingly exasperated, subtly shifting away and placing her hand on the side distant from the dog, silently grateful for her choice of long pants that day. Do you not have any dog food at home? Preoccupied with feeding yourself, yet neglecting the dog and leaving it so hungry that it resorts to licking people. No. What does it eat then? After finishing half the cake, Tingzhou set down his fork, reclined against the leather sofa, and lazily glanced in her direction, stating, "It eats meat." Understanding his penchant for mischief and the discomfort it caused her, Shuangshu felt a twinge of fear. She resolved to leave immediately. Rising from the sofa, "I'll head back now." Tingzhou remained nonchalant, leaning back against the sofa, his finger resting on his temple, watching her with mild interest. Shuangshu surveyed her surroundings, caught in a dilemma. To her left sat Tingzhou, and to her right, the dog. Exiting this space would require navigating past either one of them. After a moment's hesitation between the two, she pondered whether to climb over the back of the sofa or leap over the coffee table. Ultimately, she dismissed the idea as too undignified. "Brother Tingzhou, could you please ask it to move aside? I can't get out." Tingzhou, indifferent to her plight, offered no assistance. "Talk to it yourself." Shuangshu turned her attention to the formidable adult Doberman, attempting to communicate politely. "Could you move, please?" The dog remained still, lying down, letting out a long breath. Shuangshu began to approach Tingzhou. At the very least, he was not inclined to bite. The gap between the sofa and the coffee table was sufficient for one person to pass through, but Tingzhou's long legs effectively blocked the path. His posture relaxed as if he were a lord, utterly oblivious to the need to yield. Deciding against further requests for him to move his esteemed limbs, Shuangshu carefully lifted her foot and sidestepped over his leg. The front foot landed steadily, but unexpectedly, her rear foot stumbled against his, causing her to lose balance and fall. Tingzhou observed coolly, making no effort to assist her. In the instinctual moment of falling, Shuangshu, in desperation, instinctively reached out with her hand. It was only after the fact that she realized her hand had pressed against Tingzhou's thigh. Tingzhou glanced down, and their eyes met, drawing her into the depths of his dark gaze like a vortex. "Quite a natural fall," Tingzhou remarked, raising an eyebrow. "How does it feel?" Under the influence of survival instincts, her hand regained sensation as his words resonated, the muscle beneath her palm firm and solid, evoking a vivid image of its latent power. Startled, Shuangshu quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing as she stammered an apology. "I'm sorry." Tingzhou's gaze upon her was profound, yet his demeanor remained nonchalant. "I am not embarrassed by your touch. Why should you be embarrassed? I did not intend to touch you." Shuangshu discreetly concealed her hands behind her back, attempting to mask her actions. "You are the one who prevents me from moving forward." Tingzhou's lips curled in a playful smirk. "Move forward where?" Such innocuous words, devoid of any meaning, inexplicably made Shuangshu's cheeks burn. Perhaps it was due to the intensity of his gaze. Tingzhou possessed high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, which often conveyed an aloofness that made him appear distant and indifferent. Yet, when he smiled, his expressions became captivating and charismatic. "The clothes are returned to you, and the cake is my treat." So we are even. Farewell. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. He Tingzhou observed her retreating figure, which betrayed a hint of anxiety beneath her calm demeanor, while his dog fixated on her as well. Once Shuangshu's silhouette vanished, He Tingzhou redirected his gaze, and the dog, bored, laid down on the ground. Having grown up, Shuangshu had never experienced a romantic relationship. Her nascent feelings for Xinyu had yet to be articulated and were abruptly stifled before they could flourish. Despite her usual composure and poise, she remained an unblemished canvas, untouched by the complexities of love. Exiting her home, she pressed her palm against her cheek, attempting to cool her flushed skin. He Tingzhou was aware of her affection for Xinyu, and that unrequited love was a poignant wound. Shuangshu understood he was merely toying with her, yet the unfolding events felt increasingly askew. Could it be that He Tingzhou genuinely believed she had developed feelings for him? Upon returning home on Songming Road, while perusing her social media before bed, she stumbled upon Lu Manman's latest post. Recently, she had been frequently socializing with the likes of Yu Zifeng, and as Xunyu's prospective fiancé, and He Tingzhou's cousin, she naturally enjoyed many privileges. Coupled with her vivacious and affable nature, it was effortless for Lu Manman to garner the affection of others. She was swiftly integrating into Xinyu's social circle, which had once been Shuangshu's domain. To express welcome felt insincere, while rejection was not an option. Rather, it was a damp, ineffable mist that settled in her chest, not causing pain, yet gradually soaking through her garments. Shuangshu liked the post and scrolled past it. She yearned to converse with Xu Yang, but it was too late, and Xu Yang was likely already asleep. The toll of chemotherapy on the body was severe. Each session could feel like a brush with death. Her circle of friends was indeed limited. Had it not been for Xu Yang's serendipitous entry into her life, she would have resisted making friends. Consequently now, in her desire for company, she found herself utterly alone. In the past, she had shared her thoughts with a confidant, but eventually, those secrets had turned into daggers aimed at her. Shuangshu set her phone aside, forcing herself to close her eyes and succumb to slumber. The next encounter with Lu Manman occurred at a hair salon, where Shuangshu was getting a trim. Just as she was about to leave, a group of chattering women entered. Lu Manman and Song Lian were surrounded by a throng of socialites, including the twin sisters she had seen at Xinyu's birthday party. Lian, isn't that your sister? Someone exclaimed, spotting her first. Song Lian, 2 years younger than Shuangshu, bore a resemblance to both Cui Ning and Song Minji, while Shuangshu had inherited her mother's striking features entirely. However, Song Lian was willful and headstrong, lacking the decorum that characterized Cui Ning. At merely 20 years of age, her bright and haughty visage rolled its eyes in disdain as she crossed her arms and retorted, "What nonsense! I am an only child. Where would a sister come from?" Her companions, ever eager to elevate her ego, chimed in, "Indeed, your grandfather and father do not acknowledge her." When Director Song was transferred abroad, he did not take her along, and her mother showed no interest in her. One might surmise she harbored resentment, considering her parents' indifference. Shuangshu chose to ignore them entirely, not even bestowing a glance in their direction. Lu Manman spoke up on her behalf. "I think you are being rather excessive. Xiao Jiu is my friend." The twins then solemnly cautioned, "Man, do not be deceived by her seemingly innocent exterior. You may consider her a friend, but you are unaware of her feelings towards Shen." Just as Shuangshu had nearly reached the door, she paused, turned, and regarded her. Chapter 27. The Relentless Heart of a Thief. Have you not learned your lesson? Must I reiterate what I said last time? The tone of Shuangshu was neither cold nor warm, and the twins, haunted by the memory of the slap from their previous encounter, swiftly closed their mouths in trepidation. "What are you afraid of?" Song Lian remarked with a scornful expression. "I will eventually have my revenge for that slap." Shuangshu regarded her with a gaze devoid of warmth. "There is no need to wait. You can seek your retribution right now. Would you like me to strike you?" Song Lian scoffed. "Do you dare to hit me, Shuangshu?" Having been spoiled and domineering since childhood, she had only ever struck others, never having experienced a blow herself. "Why should I hesitate? Have thorns grown on your face?" Shuangshu retorted. "After being exiled for several years, your tongue has certainly sharpened." The malice in Song Lian's eyes was palpable, as she recalled how, in their last encounter, Lian had stood trembling and pale, unable to utter a word. The group of well-dressed young ladies behind her wore expressions of smug delight, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Although Lu Manman did not display contempt, she stood among them, and the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to 5 years prior. In that moment, Shuang Su felt as if she had been transported back to the welcome party that had cast her into the depths of despair. Upon her arrival at the Song family, Song Lian had already settled in Europe with Song Mianji, and the two sisters had barely crossed paths in their upbringing. Neither the affection of the Song family nor their wealth had ever been bestowed upon her, nor did she covet them. She had never intended to vie with her sister. Ideally, they could have coexisted peacefully, but Song Lian was unwilling to allow that. Had she not instigated matters, Shuang Su would not have been sent away 5 years ago. That year, upon Song Minji's reassignment back to Yinqing, Song Lian returned with him. To celebrate her homecoming, a welcome party was organized. Shuang Su received an invitation and, despite her initial reluctance, was persuaded by Fu Yun to attend, as it was a chance for the sisters to bond. On the day of the event, numerous young ladies from prominent families gathered. When Shuang Su arrived, she noticed the peculiar glances directed at her, leaving her bewildered until she spotted her closest friend standing behind Song Lian, unable to meet her gaze out of guilt. With a mocking smile, Song Lian announced to everyone, "So you fancy Xinyu? He sees you as a sister, and yet you shamelessly harbor feelings for him." That day mirrored the present. Song Lian stood proudly, surrounded by a throng of admirers who ridiculed and scorned Shuang Su without mercy. They denigrated Xinyu, suggesting he might be a pedophile. In that moment, Shuang Su felt as though she had been stripped bare and exposed to the glaring sun, vulnerable and subjected to the scrutiny of onlookers. She had cherished her feelings for Shan Yu in silence, never having the chance to express them, only to be publicly humiliated in such a manner. From that day forth, whispers began to circulate. To quell the rumors, Cui Ming publicly acknowledged Shuang Su as his goddaughter, out of respect for the families involved. The gossip was suppressed and did not escalate. However, Song Mianji was infuriated by the incident, dispatching someone to retrieve her from the Shin family, confining her until arrangements could be made to send this disgraceful daughter abroad. Frosty gently pinched her stiff fingertips. "Do you still dare to bring it up?" Song Lian scoffed confidently. "Why shouldn't I mention it if you dare?" Indeed, her loyal follower chimed in. "You've lost all shame, so why fear our words? How could you have the audacity to return? It's all just rumors." Lu Mianmian raised the corners of her mouth in a faint smile, though it appeared cheerful. The joy was barely perceptible. "You and Xiao Jiu are siblings. Let us not perpetuate these rumors, shall we?" The group of sycophants glanced at her, awkwardly falling silent. Had she not been present today, Frosty would undoubtedly have struck her. Lu Mianmian noticed this and said, "Xiao Jiu, could you do me a favor?" Frosty regarded her quietly for a moment before raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap across Song Lian's face. Song Lian gasped, covering her face, while the twins, who had been standing behind her, instinctively recoiled. Others exchanged startled, fearful glances, astonished that Song Frosty had the audacity to raise her hand against Song Lian. "Frosty, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike Lian, not fearing Director Song's wrath? Then I shall strike her and deal with the consequences afterward." Frosty shook her stinging right hand and replied to Lu Mianmian, "I can grant you a favor, but this slap is payment for a debt incurred 5 years ago, and it cannot be postponed any longer. I will repay it next time." Lu Mianmian was taken aback. The Frosty before her was a stark contrast to the meek and quiet Xiao Jiu she presented in front of Xinyu. Song Lian, still covering her face, stared wide-eyed, unable to process what had just transpired, while Frosty placed her hands in her coat pockets and turned to leave with nonchalance. The group of women fumed. How has she become so arrogant? What is she being arrogant about? It's merely because Xinyu backs her. Man, you must be cautious of her. Her intentions towards Xinyu are undoubtedly insidious. Lu Mianmian silently watched Frosty's retreating figure, choosing not to respond. That slap had been exhilarating, yet it did little to elevate Frosty's spirits. Even if she were to deliver 10 slaps to Song Lian, it could not reverse the passage of time. The predicament she faced today was entirely the result of Song Lian's machinations. This half-sister, born of the same father yet different mothers, was nothing short of toxic, leaving Frosty feeling vexed. Upon returning to her home on Songming Road, the entire house was eerily silent. She lingered at the entrance for a moment, finding everything strangely unfamiliar: the lights, the sofa, the solid wood dining table, and the empty fish tank. She dialed the Shun residence to inquire about her turtle, and it was Wang Sa who answered. "I've searched all its usual spots, but it remains missing." "How peculiar." "Excellent. Even the turtle had abandoned her." She felt like discarded refuse. Wang Sa then expressed concern about her living situation, her tone laced with worry. "It would be so much better for you to stay at home. being all alone there. You won't even have a warm meal waiting for you. Madam said she would hire a maid for you, but you refused. Frosty disliked living alone with a caretaker, a lingering shadow from her childhood. She smiled nonchalantly. I've lived abroad for 5 years. I've grown accustomed to it, so it's perfectly fine. Wang Sa fell silent. After hanging up the phone, Shuangshu buried her face into the down pillow, nearly suffocating when the phone rang again. Sister, are you asleep? The voice of Yu Zifeng always sounded cheerful. Not yet. Then you should get some rest. Tomorrow we're going out on the yacht for some fun. It was needless to say that Xinyu and Lu Mianman would certainly join. Shuangshu casually fabricated, I get seasick. Seasick? Why aren't you ever sick of me then? Have you been swimming too much in the waves? Yu Zifeng remarked, you haven't been out with us lately. I can't even get you to come for a meal. Have you had a quarrel with your brother? Of course not. Before Shuangshu could finish her sentence, the call was taken over by someone else. Soon, Xinyu's clear voice came through. What's wrong? Shuangshu resignedly sighed. It's nothing. I need to see my senior first. I'll join you all later. Chapter 28. An unexpected guest. The sky over the sea was low and blue, its clarity and purity uplifting the spirit. The sea breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a refreshing, moist essence. Numerous sailboats and yachts docked at the harbor, among which a magnificent superyacht, over 100 meters in length and gleaming white, stood tall, resembling an exquisite architectural marvel. Crew members clad in white gloves assisted her with her luggage as Shuangshu ascended the gangway, where Yu Zifeng awaited her on the deck. Ah! Our dear Song has finally arrived, Yu Zifeng jested as he led her into the cabin, teasing, don't forget your brother when you strike it rich someday. Shuangshu removed her headphones. What did you say? Never mind. Yu Zifeng shouted again over the wind. I said your brother is now taken care of. While I am still at a loss, remember to provide for me in my old age. My twilight years are entrusted to you. Shuangshu dismissed such burdens. Why not let your own sister care for you? My sister is hardly as dependable as you, Yu Zifeng retorted with a chuckle. She always adds sand to my meals. When I grow old, she might end up feeding me excrement. Shuangshu recalled that when she left for abroad, his sister was merely 2 years old, and she had even carried her. Little did she know the child would grow up to be so capable. She couldn't help but laugh. Being able to eat is already a blessing. Who needs to be picky? See, you look delightful when you smile. Yu Zifeng remarked as they walked inside. You used to smile so much when you were younger. America truly devours its people, even robbing our little Shuangshu of her joy. Only then did Shuangshu realize Yu Zifeng was deliberately trying to cheer her up. Initially, she thought he had noticed her recent discontent, but upon entering the cabin, she discerned a different reason altogether. The opulence of the superyacht surpassed all imagination, featuring a helipad on the deck, accommodating small yachts and mini submarines. The vessel boasted an indoor cinema, a gym, and various entertainment facilities, with a colossal swimming pool at the stern, resembling a luxurious castle afloat on the sea. The spacious living room on the first floor was adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier, where guests gathered, sipping drinks and laughing. Among the familiar faces Shuangshu expected, there was also Song Lian. Seated beside Lu Mianman, Song Lian shot her a look that seemed to say, just you wait, and silently huffed in her direction. Yu Zifeng was aware of the strained relationship between the two sisters. Their interactions with Song Lian were minimal, hindered by an age gap and a lack of familiarity. They also knew about the incident where Song Lian had instigated bullying against Shuangshu. The nonsensical remarks made by Song Lian were never taken seriously. She resembled a petty tyrant who enjoyed forming cliques, while Shuangshu was someone they had watched grow up, thus the distinctions were evident. Mianman's friend. Let us give her some face, Yu Zifeng murmured softly. You don't need to bother with her. Your brothers are here, and she cannot bully you. It's fine. Shuangshu replied. She was merely annoyed by her, not afraid. As for Lu Mianman bringing Song Lian along, she felt indifferent. In truth, she had never expected Lu Mianman to understand her. Only those who shared resonant experiences could empathize, and Lu Mianman was not of her ilk. Lu Mianman and Song Lian epitomize a certain type of individual, darlings of their fathers, cherished companions who accompany them when relocated for work, and the beloved children of their families. This shared essence allows them to forge a friendship. As Shuangshu exchanged greetings with Xinyu and the other gentlemen, her gaze momentarily lingered upon Yitingyo. He exuded a nonchalant arrogance wherever he went, sprawling comfortably across an entire sofa, a magazine draped over his face as he slumbered. The cover model was alluringly seductive, obscuring his sculpted and aristocratic features, an unpleasing sight. However, what rendered Shuangshu's body tense with an involuntary reaction was his choice of attire, a strikingly familiar white silk shirt. nearly identical to the one she had borrowed previously. She feared that either Xinyu or Lu Manman might recognize it. Yet, men's shirts are often quite similar. He Tingzhou appeared to have a penchant for this soft, skin-friendly fabric, leaving her uncertain if it was indeed the same piece. Hadn't Yu Zifeng mentioned that he never wears the same clothing twice? Perhaps it was merely a similar style. Neither Xinyu nor Lu Manman seemed to react. It was likely just her overactive imagination. This situation clung to her nerves like a stray hair, inconsequential yet persistently disruptive. Shuangxiu's gaze frequently darted back to He Tingzhou. Everyone else was laughing, drinking, and conversing freely, creating an atmosphere so lively that it seemed impossible for anyone to sleep. Curiously, she whispered, "Will he not be disturbed by all this?" Yu Zifeng replied dismissively, "Not at all. He enjoys the sound of voices while he sleeps." Having encountered many light sleepers who preferred silence, she found this peculiar preference for auditory companionship quite novel. As evening approached, the clouds were bathed in a warm orange hue by the setting sun. Yu Zifeng opened his eyes and declared, "All right, everyone is here. Let us set sail." Just as he finished notifying the captain, footsteps resonated on the deck. "Why was I not invited to join you on this outing? It's far more enjoyable with company." A nonchalant voice entered the cabin, and Shuangxiu felt an irritating sense of familiarity, turning to investigate. The man wore triangular sunglasses and a flamboyant floral shirt paired with beach shorts. He pushed the sunglasses atop his head, revealing a face that made Shuangxiu frown. After years apart, Zhang Zui's swaggering rogue demeanor had remained unchanged. Someone courteously called out, "Zheng Xiao," acknowledging the infamous reputation of his grandfather. Despite his reckless behavior, he was not to be trifled with. "Whose ostentatious yacht is docked here?" "Ah, it's you," Zhang Zui declared, "Waiting for me, I presume?" Yu Zifeng clicked his tongue. "What sea breeze has brought you here?" "Naturally, it's the alluring scent from your grand yacht," Zhang Zui replied as he uninvitedly plopped onto the sofa. His arms carelessly draped behind him, with one foot perched atop the opposite knee. Yu Zifeng glanced anxiously at Xinyu and then at He Tingzhou. Xinyu's expression remained neutral, devoid of any visible emotion. He Tingzhou slept soundly on the sofa, oblivious to this unexpected visitor. In Yin City, the He, Shun, Zheng, and Yu families coexisted within the same realm, interconnected yet navigating their distinct social circles. For instance, Yu Zifeng, along with Zhuozhong and Xinyu, share a childhood bond, their relationship being the closest among the trio. They became acquainted with He Tingzhou only later. However, this group has never mingled with Zhang Zui, not out of malice, but from a sense of disdain. They simply do not align with him. It is a rather chaotic situation, yet with everyone present, one cannot simply cast anyone aside. Zhang Zui appears resolute in his intention to linger, while Yu Zifeng contemplates the possibility of expelling him. Nonetheless, considering their frequent encounters, the face of the Zheng family must be respected. If there were truly someone bold enough to cast Zhang Zui overboard, it would undoubtedly be the audacious He Tingzhou. Unfortunately, he is currently lost in slumber. At that moment, the external gangway begins to retract, signaling the imminent departure of the vessel. Thus, the option to disembark has been rendered futile. Chapter 29. The Kiss. He Tingzhou awoke just in time for dinner. A crew member came to inform him that the meal was ready. Yu Zifeng was about to call him, but He Tingzhou languidly lifted the sensual woman draped over his face and sat up slowly. "Damn," Yu Zifeng remarked, "you really know how to wake up." "I'm starving," He Tingzhou replied, exuding an air of languor. He reached for a cigarette from the box on the table, biting it between his teeth, and lazily glanced at Shuangxiu. "Lighter." Shuangxiu, who had been studying the shirt he wore, lifted her gaze upon hearing his voice. They locked eyes for 2 seconds before she realized he was speaking to her. Truly, he was a young master accustomed to being served. Could he not extend a hand himself? She handed him the lighter, which he ignited to light his cigarette before carelessly tossing it back to her. She hurriedly caught it with both hands to prevent it from falling. It wasn't even her lighter. Leaving it on the table would have sufficed. She rose to follow the others to the dining room, and Zhang Zui trailed behind her. "Long time no see, little beauty." "Don't provoke me." Shuangxiu's disdain was evident. When she was 15 and still a minor, he had gazed at her with lecherous intent. Xinyu had protected her, and old Master Zheng had personally reprimanded him to put an end to it. Zhang Zui chuckled. "Just saying hello, why so tense?" Shuangxiu ignored him and quickened her pace. Zhang Zi's eyes roamed over her figure. Her beauty transcended mere facial features. Every aspect of her, from her hair and brows to her teeth, shoulders, and the proportions of her legs and the curve of her ankles, was impeccable. While many women were more glamorous and sensual, None possessed the unique allure she exuded. Dressed in a gray-green blouse tucked into a black skirt, her attire was unremarkable. Typical of office workers, yet her waist-to-hip ratio was undeniably captivating. Zhang Zui, with his extensive experience in women, estimated her measurements to be 88-56-88. He licked his teeth and mused aloud, that waist must be delightful to grasp. Your neck would be quite a thrill to grip as well. A dispassionate voice interrupted from behind. Zhang Zui turned to see Tingzhou striding past him, exuding an air of indifference. The dinner aboard the ship was of 5-star quality. Followed by a party. Shuangxu returned to her room for a brief rest and changed her attire. As she stepped into the corridor, she ran into Song Lian. The sight of her instantly reminded Song Lian of the slap she had received last time, which had left her face sore for days and caused her great embarrassment in front of so many people. I still owe you a slap from last time. You've come to the wrong place for that, Shuangxu replied coolly. You can't repay me here. Song Lian gritted her teeth. Aboard this ship, everyone revered Shen Yu and his friends, leaving her feeling vulnerable. If I hadn't spent 10 years in Europe with my father, what would you be to me? Do you really think you're the little princess of Yen City? Can't you see how others regard you? Only you, shameless, insist on clinging to Shen Yu. Shuangxu's expression turned icy. If you can't learn how to speak properly, I shall teach you once more. Song Lian scoffed. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. Your infatuation with Shen Yu. Do you truly believe Lu Man would tolerate your presence? She has the Lu family backing her. What do you possess? Do you honestly think Shen Yu would offend the Lu family for your sake? If he were forced to choose between you two, whom do you think he would select? Why concern yourself with whom he would choose? Shuangxu replied coldly. It certainly won't be you, so why fret? Taken aback, Song Lian felt a pang of irritation at the truth of Shuangxu's words. Shuangxu turned to leave, casually tossing over her shoulder. Perhaps you should reduce your salt intake. It was only after Shuangxu had walked away that Song Lian realized she had been mocked. Frustrated, she elbowed the wall, wincing in pain as she cradled her arm. The yacht had sailed into international waters, where the deep blue sea melded seamlessly with the sky. The sound of waves carrying laughter. A crowd had gathered at the club at the stern of the boat. The aroma of champagne wafting through the air as a symphony orchestra played a magnificent waltz. People indulged in drinks and danced exuberantly, reveling in the moment. He Tingzhou lounged in the sofa area, exuding an air of relaxed dominion wherever he went. With one leg draped over the coffee table, he stared down at his phone, typing away with one hand, seemingly engrossed in a conversation. Shuangxu, holding a glass of champagne, took a seat across from him. Their eyes met when she glanced at his shirt, and he caught her gaze. He tossed his phone onto the sofa and remarked, "If you enjoy looking so much, why not come closer?" Shuangxu felt flustered. It was too self-important to explain. She was merely questioning whether he wore a shirt she had once donned. Sipping her drink to divert the conversation, she asked, "Brother Tingzhou, aren't you going to dance?" He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Are you inviting me to dance?" Had her prolonged absence abroad dulled her command of Chinese? Which word in her sentence implied an invitation? No, it wasn't her language skills that were lacking. It was the way he Tingzhou regarded her, as if she were a 360-degree panoramic toad. Shuangxu felt a twinge of worry. Could he truly have misunderstood her? That would be problematic. Just as she grappled with how to clarify the deepening misunderstanding, Yu Zifeng approached, calling out, "Sister, come dance." Shuangxu shook her head. "I'm not dancing." Her refusal fell on deaf ears as Yu Zifeng pulled her along. "Sitting here is terribly dull. Come, let me show you my charming dance moves." Yu Zifeng was utterly carefree, his exaggerated and quirky antics eliciting laughter from Shuangxu, who blossomed into a radiant smile. Eventually, as the revelry wore on and fatigue set in, they returned to the sofa area to rest. Shen Yu beckoned her over, handing her the phone he had been using to video chat with Fu Yun. Shuangxu settled into a seat, conversing with Fu Yun for a while before ending the call. A suggestion to play Avalon arose to pass the time, but Yu Zifeng produced a deck of cards instead. "Avalon requires too much brain power. I'm exhausted. Let us play King's game, with 1 joker card and 10 numbered cards. The king holding the joker could designate any numbered card holder to complete a task. The first 2 rounds saw players playing cautiously, but in the 3rd round, He Tingzhou drew the joker. Shuangxu, sharp-eyed, quickly covered her card to prevent him from spotting it and seizing the opportunity to tease her. A soft scoff echoed nearby, and He Tingzhou observed her subtle movements with keen interest. This scoff was interpreted by Shuangxu as an indication of her own fanciful thinking. He Tingzhou held no interest in her whatsoever, He glanced at Yu Zifeng and issued a command, "Dive in for a swim," while others merely pointed at cards. He arrogantly called out a name. "You are indeed bold," Yu Zifeng retorted, hands on his hips, shaking his card. "If you're so capable, guess what I have?" He Tingzhou casually replied, "The reflection from the mirror behind you." Yu Zifeng immediately turned to look, discovering there was indeed a decorative mirror on the shelf behind him. He Tingzhou lazily lifted his chin. "Go on, it's the Ten of Hearts." "Damn," Yu Zifeng exclaimed. The crowd erupted, gathering on the deck. Yu Zifeng downed a drink to warm himself, cursed under his breath, and jumped in barefoot. Once he completed his swim and returned, dripping wet. The game truly entered an exhilarating phase. The thrill of party games was what Shuangxiu had always adored. She used to revel in watching them indulge in their unrestrained antics. However, she never anticipated witnessing Shun Yu's performance firsthand. Lu Man was selected and tasked with choosing a male participant for a kiss. Yu Zifeng squinted in jest. Who will you choose? I bet it's Shin Yu, isn't it? Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or a touch of shyness. Lu Man's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. Yet, even in her bashfulness, she displayed a remarkable boldness, amidst the encouraging cheers from the crowd. She tilted her face towards Shin Yu, seeking a kiss. Chapter 30. No refusal. Shuangxiu sat beside Shin Yu, clearly observing Lu Man's eager and radiant face. However, she could not discern Shin Yu's expression, nor could she see the tenderness in his gaze directed at Lu Man. One could only imagine it was quite gentle. "Shin Yu, do you not dare to be intimate?" Yu Zifeng nearly wanted to intervene. "Hey, are you capable of this? Pretending to be innocent?" Amidst the teasing of his friends, Shin Yu offered a faint smile and leaned towards Lu Man. At that moment, Shuangxiu lowered her eyes, choosing not to witness the scene. She focused on the ground, beginning to feel the gentle sway of the boat amidst the waves. Yet, it should not be so. This yacht was large and stable. He Tingzhou cast a glance at her. She was engrossed in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to his disinterest. "Who is the Ace of Spades? Step forward quickly. Do not attempt to hide." Yu Zifeng's call snapped her back to reality, and upon looking up, she realized the game had progressed to the next round. With everyone searching for the next unfortunate soul, Shuangxiu caught a gaze directed at her from across the table. Song Lian flashed a knowing look, revealing the ghost card in her hand. "I am the king," she remarked, her eyes fixed on Shuangxiu. "Ace of Spades, come forth." As Shuangxiu reached for her cards, she felt a slight crease on the back of one of them. It was a mark made by someone. Yu Zifeng searched around, but found nothing. Turning his attention to the last one left, "Little Shuangxiu, it wouldn't be you, would it?" Shuangxiu turned her card over, and indeed, it was the Ace of Spades. The triumph in Song Lian's eyes was unmistakable as she reiterated the task. "Choose either the person on your left or your right, and use your mouth to pass the card." The once boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, as all eyes converged on Shuangxiu. On her left sat Shin Yu, and on her right was He Tingzhou. Song Lian intentionally aimed to put Shuangxiu in a difficult position. Passing the card with their lips, separated only by a thin card, was as intimate as a kiss. She was aware of Shuangxiu's feelings for Shin Yu, but would she dare approach him? If she chose He Tingzhou, who was unaware of the temperament of the prince of the He family, she would certainly face public rejection, rendering her utterly embarrassed. Lu Man's gaze also fell upon Shuangxiu, seemingly eager to witness her choice. Shuangxiu unconsciously clenched her fingers. The light sound of a glass being placed on the table broke the tension. Shin Yu's expression remained indifferent, his voice void of emotion. "It's getting late. Let us disperse." Yu Zifeng chimed in humorously. "All right, I need to hurry and take a hot shower. I'll catch a cold otherwise." Song Lian was unwilling to let it go. Everyone else has played. Why can't she? Passing a card isn't excessive, is it? Just a moment ago, you were feeding grapes to that beauty mouth to mouth. Why come to play games if you can't handle this? Yu Zifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's fine," Shuangxiu interjected. Zhang Zui, shaking his glass, interjected with a half smile. "Why not choose me? I would be more than willing to assist." She would rather choose a pig than the rogue Zhang Zhuya. Shuangxiu picked up a playing card, biting it with her teeth as she turned to the right, contemplating that her reputation as a toad might soon be solidified. Song Lian was about to correct her on how the card should be passed, but a cold glance from Shin Yu silenced her. He sat languidly on the sofa, utterly still, with a look of disinterest on his face. Shuangxiu leaned closer to him, but he regarded her advances with indifference, showing no intention of reciprocating. His sharp, dark eyes exuded a detachment, as if he were merely a spectator to a play that bore no relevance to him. Caught in a public predicament, she feigned calmness. Yet her anxiety betrayed her through her eyes. She felt like a clown on stage, while he remained an indifferent audience member. Shuangxiu anticipated his refusal to offer her an escape, yet she was unprepared for the extent of his coldness and the embarrassment it brought. Having never found herself in such a situation, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, she was acutely aware of Song Lian's schadenfreude and Shen Yu's watchful eye. Her cheeks flushed, not from shyness, but sheer awkwardness. Fine, let it be as it is. Everyone could see it was He Tingzhou's unwillingness to cooperate, not her inability to play along, nor her lingering feelings for Shen Yu. As she began to withdraw, He Tingzhou suddenly pulled her waist, drawing her closer. Shuangxi was caught off guard, landing in his embrace. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he held her firmly as he lowered his head, biting the other end of the playing card. In that moment, she could almost feel his breath mingling with hers, his nose brushing against hers, a feather-light touch, almost illusory. Her face burned with rising heat, and she realized that she felt breathless. She noticed He Tingzhou's unexpectedly long eyelashes. His thin, indifferent eyelids lifted, and she found herself unguardedly gazing into his deep, dark pupils. Her heart racing involuntarily. She could almost sense his body warmth as his arm encircled her waist. The subtle cedar scent emanating from him, which was ordinarily faint, now enveloped her like a delicate mist. The entire ship fell into a hushed silence in that instant, with only the sound of crashing waves against the hull reverberating around them. A cup slipped from someone's hand, shattering loudly on the floor, jolting Shuangxiu back to reality as she quickly retreated from He Tingzhou's embrace. He turned away, discarding the card, and leaned back against the sofa. Lu Man was equally astonished. This cousin she had always been too timid to approach was actually playing along with Shuangxiu's game. Yet, upon reflection, she mused that perhaps all men were alike, readily accepting the allure of flirtation when it was offered. She shifted her gaze to Shen Yu, whose expression remained unchanged, as usual. However, as her eyes inadvertently swept past him, she noticed the tension in the knuckles of his hand resting on the armrest of the sofa. Chapter 31. Is your affection something precious? Wow, Zhou is quite something. Yu Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. If you want to take a card, then do so. But why are you embracing Shuangxiu's waist? He Tingzhou wore a languid expression, seemingly indifferent. How else would I take it? Would you like to try? Shuangxiu could hear them teasing He Tingzhou. Their voices reached her ears, but her mind could not process the words. She comprehended nothing. With her fingers propped against the edge of the sofa, she stared vacantly at the floor's patterns, waiting for the warmth on her face to gradually dissipate. As the game came to a close, the people at the stern of the boat dispersed sparsely. When Shuangxiu stood up, she met Shen Yu's gaze. Such games are unnecessary, he spoke, his tone still gentle. Do not overexert yourself next time. Shuangxiu nodded. It was at that moment she realized He Tingzhou had left without her notice. She turned and departed from the stern, while Shen Yu sat on the sofa, lighting another cigarette. Yu Zifeng patted him on the shoulder twice, for no one understands the feelings of an older brother better than a brother himself. Adolthood aside, who would not want to flip the table upon seeing their sister engage in such games? As for the game, Shuangxiu did not overplay her hand. Song Luyin wished to witness a grand spectacle, although the outcome fell short of her expectations. Seeing Shuangxiu's expression while engaging with others before Shen Yu must have been quite distressing for her. Ha! Yu Zifeng glanced at her. Why do you always bully your sister? She has done nothing to provoke you. You were the one who invited her to play. Isn't that you bullying her? Song Liyan retorted dismissively. Yu Zifeng clicked his tongue. You really are unlikable. This remark caused Song Liyan to frown. Who cares to be liked by you? Who do you think you are? Shen Yu, with a cigarette held between his fingers resting on the armrest, exuded a calm and composed demeanor, yet his voice seemed particularly frigid against the ocean breeze. He did not even glance at Song Luyin, merely lowered his gaze to flick away the ash, addressing Yu Zifeng. See her off the boat tomorrow morning. As Shuangxiu made her way along the side passage of the ship, she walked slowly. The laughter and chatter from ahead gradually faded away. Some were still reveling, planning to head to a spa or find a place for another drink. Others, who had just hit it off, were loath to part and entered rooms together. Upon returning to the third floor, she spotted He Tingzhou on the deck. This layer of the deck was deserted, dimly lit. As she approached, she noticed a tall figure standing by the railing. He Tingzhou was smoking, his silk shirt clinging tightly to his body due to the fierce sea breeze, the smoke swirling in the wind around his fingers. Shuangxiu initially intended to return to her room directly, but after a moment's thought, she walked over. Tingzhou Gu. The wind was strong at sea, and her voice was soft. He Ting Zhou turned to look at her. Her long hair danced wildly in the gusts, the deep and dark hues of the ocean accentuating her fair skin. Her features were clear and exquisite, resembling a meticulously crafted fine art piece. "Is there something you need?" he asked. Shuangsu sensed an unusual chill from him today, although she could not fathom the reason. Of course, He Tingzhou had never been particularly warm towards her. "Thank you for providing me an escape during the earlier game." She carefully chose her words. "In truth, I do not harbor a secret affection for you. Nor do I entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I fear causing you any misunderstanding, hence my need to clarify. My silence thus far stemmed from the belief that you already knew." She left her sentence unfinished. "Misunderstanding what?" He Tingzhou inquired. "Misunderstanding that I like you." He Tingzhou slowly took a drag from his cigarette, flicking the ash off his fingertips, which fell into the sea. His tone was languid. "Is your affection something of great value?" Frost Sequence was momentarily taken aback. He continued, "Are you not simply using me as a smokescreen? Why reveal the truth, unless you fear your little secret might be uncovered?" It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. He had been toying with her all along, and she had foolishly feared his misinterpretation. It was indeed a self-inflicted humiliation. "It is good that you are not mistaken," she declared, turning to leave. He Tingzhou watched her retreating figure, his gaze inscrutable. Frost Sequence paused at the stairs, then returned, biting her lip and furrowing her brow as she stood before him. "Have I offended you in some way? Why do you always belittle me?" She did not wish to provoke him, but his words were truly hurtful, casual, yet far more painful than those of Song Lian. While Song Lian's disdain was rooted in her dislike, the reason behind He Tingzhou's mockery eluded her. Frost Sequence had once felt gratitude towards him for the steps he had offered and the assistance he had rendered on several occasions. That bowl of hot noodles had led her to believe she had bridged the distance between them, allowing her to occasionally express her thoughts freely. Now, she realized she had overestimated her significance. He Tingzhou retorted, "What have I belittled you for? Why is my affection deemed less precious?" Frost Sequence challenged. "On what grounds do you say that?" Leaning against the railing, with his long legs planted firmly, he replied, "If you wish to know its value, ask your brother. Why come to me? You favor him, not me. What does my affection for my brother have to do with you? He is the one who treats me best in this world. What is wrong with my feelings for him? Have I done something wrong?" Perhaps it was the emotional turmoil that had reached a breaking point, or perhaps He Tingzhou's sharp words had truly wounded her. For a moment, she struggled to contain herself. With such conviction, "Why don't you speak to him?" He Tingzhou's eyes were dark and piercing, his voice devoid of warmth, as he glanced at the cabin behind her. "He likely has not yet slept. Shall I call him out for you so you can confess? This is my own affair. It has nothing to do with you." Frost Sequence clenched her pale fingers, insisting, "I have not harmed any of you." He Tingzhou snapped the cigarette in half and tossed it into the trash. "Then do not present yourself as a victim of everyone else's cruelty. What demeanor have I displayed?" Frost Sequence's voice trembled slightly in the sea breeze. "Everyone is wary of me. Anyone could use this matter to manipulate me. I must consider many people's opinions if I wish to return to my country. Who am I putting on a show for? Who cares about my grievances?" The dim light of the ship illuminated her glistening eyes, and He Tingzhou noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes, her gaze fixed on him like a wounded yet defiant rabbit, reminiscent of a rain-soaked wild lily. After a surge of anger, Shuangsu suddenly recalled, through his indifferent demeanor, that he was Lu Mianmin's cousin. Although he and Lu Mianmin rarely interacted and lacked intimacy to the point where she had almost forgotten he was her blood relative, there was no doubt that he would side with her. Gradually, the fury that had risen within him subsided, and with the return of calm came a belated clarity. What was she, really, to be arguing with He Tingzhou here? She admitted that she was indeed prone to tears. Yet she understood that tears are only cherished in the presence of those who truly care. Thus, she repressed all her emotions. "Forgive me. I had forgotten that you are Miss Lu's cousin. It is only natural that you defend her and find my presence superfluous." He Tingzhou remained silent, his deep-set gaze resting upon her like the distant, inscrutable surface of the sea, devoid of any visible turbulence. "In your eyes, I am merely a stepsister without blood ties, posing a threat to her, even though I have done nothing wrong. It is fine, I understand. Were I in your position, I too would despise being an impediment. You need not worry. I will not disrupt my brother's significant life events. I wish for his happiness more than any of you do." Having uttered these words, she turned and walked away against the wind. Chapter 32. Unable to seek help? The soundproof materials ensured absolute tranquility within the cabin. making the suite even more luxurious than a hotel. Shuangshu sat by the bed for a while, feeling utterly awake, yearning for a breath of fresh air. The sea in early May remained chilly, yet surprisingly, the water in the pool was warm. Her slender form glided through the water like a nimble fish, moving freely. After an unknown number of laps, fatigue set in, and she floated on her back, gazing at the rich, deep blue night sky. Gradually, she sank beneath the surface, enveloped by a world devoid of sound. The buoyancy felt gentle and serene, cradling and protecting her. To her, Xinyu represented this very expanse of water. She pondered what might have transpired if, during her tearful moment on the street years ago, Xinyu had not stopped. Would she have been abducted by a nefarious individual or encountered another kind-hearted soul? Had Xinyu not rescued her from the Song family, would she have languished there, left to wither into a distorted and pathological persona, perhaps dying alone in that empty house, unnoticed? On this moonless night, if she were to vanish, perhaps everyone else would feel a sense of relief and joy. Reaching her limit of frustration, Shuangshu emerged from the water, wiping her face dry. The previously deserted poolside now hosted a man, Zheng Zui, with eyes sparkling with intensity, fixated on her. Swimming alone at this hour? Can't sleep from loneliness? Shuangshu's interest waned instantly, and she swam to the other side, grasping the ladder to ascend. Her decision to swim stemmed purely from a poor mood after quarreling with He Tingzhou, and she had not changed into her swimsuit. The damp black dress clung to her form, and as she bent to pick up her towel, Zheng Zui felt a rush of blood surge through him. Though she was not conventionally voluptuous, her figure was slender, with a remarkably small waist, and yet her curves were pronounced where they needed to be. Her delicate ankles and the softness of her skin added to her allure. As Shuangshu draped the towel around herself and prepared to return to the cabin, Zheng Zui circumnavigated the pool and seized her wrist. Why the rush? Let's chat a bit. I have nothing to discuss with you. Shuangshu attempted to tug her wrist free, but Zheng Zui's grasp was firm, his gaze raking over her form. You've become even more captivating over the years, haven't you? Have you blossomed? Damn. Xinyu's luck with women is truly remarkable. Do not slander my brother with your vile thoughts. Shuangshu struggled, feeling pain in her wrist from his grip. Her voice cold as she commanded, let go. In the tussle, her towel slipped away, leaving her wet and exposed. The gaze she directed at Zheng Zui, filled with indignation, caused a stir within him. Feigning innocence, huh? Xinyu keeps you close every day. Surely he has not been idle. Shuangshu lifted her other hand in an attempt to strike, but he captured it as well, leaning in to inhale her scent near her shoulder. You smell delightful. The alcohol he had consumed that night ignited a fire within him, urging him to take advantage of the moment. Shuangshu could scarcely believe his audacity, daring to make such advances under Xinyu's watchful eye. My brother is still up there. You dare to touch me. Your brother is preoccupied with his liaison with Lu Man, leaving little time to attend to your affairs. By the time he descends, all my matters will have been resolved. Do you truly believe that having succeeded today will afford you leniency tomorrow? I shall deal with you first, and tomorrow's concerns can be addressed then. Zheng Zui has engaged in far more reprehensible acts than this, and as long as his grandfather draws breath, no one can touch him. Xinyu, a refined gentleman governed by propriety, stands in stark contrast to the temperamental rogue He Tingzhou. Zheng Zui is acutely aware that, regardless of Xinyu's dominion, should he choose to eliminate him tomorrow, his grandfather will shield him. At worst, a beating awaits, but for now, indulgence takes precedence. Shuangshu, employing every means at her disposal, attempted to strike him, yet having just emerged from the pool without footwear, her delicate foot met Zheng Zui's leg with little effect. Despite her desperate struggles, Zheng Zui easily subdued her. The disparity in strength between the genders rendered her utterly hopeless in that moment. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the cabin, yearning for someone to notice her plight, but the vast yacht was devoid of any who might hear the commotion. Suddenly, she spotted a figure at the railing above. Like a beacon of hope, she instinctively called out, Tingogo. Zheng Zui paused, glancing upwards. The salty sea breeze filled the air as He Tingzhou's tall frame loomed at the third-floor railing, hands buried in his pockets, his gaze indifferent. Shuangshu even discerned a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He had been there, he had seen her, yet it was clear he had no intention of intervening. Noting He Tingzhou's lack of intent to thwart his plans, Zheng Zui felt reassured. You have mistaken your caller. Even if I were to end your life today, he would not come to your rescue. A chill enveloped Shuangshu's heart, and her cries for help lodged in her throat. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Understandably so, he bore no obligation to save her. Zhang Zui pressed her against the railing, and in her struggle, her foot struck a protruding metal edge, the sharp pain forcing tears to spring to her eyes. At that moment, two crew members rushed from the cabin, calling out, "Miss Song." Zhang Zui muttered a curse and released her. "I see she's about to fall. Assist her." The crew members draped a towel around Shuangxiu, her face pale and her body trembling as they escorted her to the third floor. He Tingzhou remained in his previous position, casting a glance over his shoulder, his gaze once again sweeping over her disheveled form. "Can't even call for help? I summoned you. You ignored me. Weren't you quite fierce just now?" He Tingzhou remarked, observing her sudden silence. Shuangxiu remained mute, standing before him wrapped in the towel, an unusual stillness about her. Yet, it seemed she had always been this excessively quiet girl. Once the crew members delivered her, they departed, leaving only the sound of the waves on the deck. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze to her for a moment. "Speak." Finally, she uttered a single word, "Thank you," before turning to retreat into the cabin. She would forever remember He Tingzhou's aloof, detached gaze, which rendered her shivers of despair when she sought rescue. She found it impossible to connect him with the crew member who had rescued her. Although she knew she ought to feel gratitude, she instead desired to keep her distance from him, wishing never to utter another word. He Tingzhou's gaze drifted over her bare feet, where crimson flowed across her pale skin, leaving a trail of blood with each step. He clicked his tongue, quickened his pace, and bent down, cradling her in his arms. Shuangxiu immediately urged him to put her down, but He Tianzhou gave her a sidelong glance. "The infirmary or your brother's room, choose." Shuangxiu fell silent. He Tianzhou carried her into the ship's infirmary and laid her on the medical bed, her feet dangling in the air. He located some antiseptic wipes and gently lifted her ankle. Shuangxiu instinctively tried to pull away, but He Tianzhou shot her a look. "Shall I call your brother?" She became still and silent. As he cleaned the wound, a twinge of pain made her flinch, and he discarded the used wipe aside. "Delicate," he remarked. With those two words, Shuangxiu's pent-up emotions suddenly surged, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, dampening her lashes and cascading in a steady flow. She remained silent, sitting at the edge of the bed, quietly shedding tears. Crying at a single word? He Tianzhou teased, calling her little princess. Shuangxiu remained mute, turning her face away. Her lips pressed tightly together. Her wet black hair fell behind her, accentuating the clarity of her face, yet her almond-shaped eyes were red, continuously shedding pearls of sorrow. He Tianzhou retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and pinched her chin with his fingers. Shuangxiu's mouth opened involuntarily, and he promptly stuffed the candy inside. Her eyes were still red, bewildered. "What are you doing?" He crumpled the candy wrapper in his hand and accurately tossed it into the trash can, his expression languid. "You wanted to cry, so I'm comforting you." With the candy in her mouth and tears still clinging to her lower lashes, Shuangxiu felt a profound sense of grievance, as if someone had turned on a faucet within her, rendering her unable to cry. Chapter 33. Then you offend me. The door was knocked twice. Rousing the doctor from his rest, he hurriedly attended to the wound that had been lacerated by metal, swiftly applying medicine. The injury was somewhat deep, thus, the doctor administered a tetanus shot and cautioned her, "Be vigilant to prevent infection and refrain from exposing it to water until it has healed." Frost Sequence nodded in acknowledgement. After attending to her, the doctor glanced at He Tingzhou and then back at her, subtly probing, "Should we inform young Master Shen about this?" He suspected that it was He Tingzhou's doing. Frost Sequence, damp and wrapped in a towel, clearly had been in the water. And with a foot injured in such a manner, it was evident that he had not behaved well. What a scoundrel, she thought. He dared not offend either party. Voicing it could lead to He Tingzhou holding it against him, while remaining silent might result in Shen Yu seeking retribution the next day. He Tingzhou responded nonchalantly. Let her decide for herself. Previously, when she had been wronged, Frost Sequence would have immediately sought comfort from Shen Yu. However, now, she even began to question whether she was a nuisance to him. Taking his fiancée out to sea for a delightful excursion only for her to mar the experience was certainly not something Shen Yu would overlook. Should he take her side again upon returning, it would likely sour his relationship with the Zheng family. Without her, matters would have been far simpler. Frost Sequence unconsciously picked at her nails, contemplating, "I'll speak to him tomorrow." She was uncertain if Lu Miaman was truly in Shen Yu's room. She could not disturb them now by knocking on the door. The suite was on the same floor, as she returned from the infirmary. Frost Sequence and He Tingzhou traversed the carpeted corridor, one following the other. Upon reaching her door, she paused and turned to He Tingzhou, saying, Ting Zhou, you need not take my earlier words to heart. I have no right to be angry with you. I may have unintentionally offended you during this time. I apologize. And it will not happen again. Having said this, she did not wait for his response and closed the door behind her. Her demeanor was polite, even respectful. A stark contrast to the earlier outburst when she had scolded him. She felt at ease around those she was close to, often smiling and playful. Much like when she was with Shen Yu before, there was no trace of the cold detachment she exhibited towards him, akin to the disdain one might feel towards a toad. She resembled a turtle that had long shielded itself with a shell, only feeling secure enough to cautiously extend her head and limbs. Yet, once pricked, she would retract swiftly, rolling away with her shell far from harm. As Frost Sequence entered her room, she heard 2 sharp knocks on the door. She returned to crack it open slightly. The princess was indeed temperamental. He Tingzhou leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and directly inquired, "What are you angry about?" Frost Sequence was utterly perplexed. "What do you mean? I meant when I said your affection is not precious. Or do you refer to when I mentioned you had a pitiable look?" He Tingzhou pressed. She remained silent. The eldest son of the He family had never pondered his own words or actions. Raising his brow, he searched through his memories, casting aside the unpleasant emotions of that moment, and even he felt he had acted poorly. "Was it when I urged you to confess to your brother?" Frost Sequence, perplexed by his antics, grasped the doorknob and inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I retract everything I said this evening." He Tingzhou lowered his gaze upon her. "Is that acceptable?" His expression bore an earnestness that left Frost Sequence astonished and bewildered. After a few moments of silence, she diverted her eyes, replying, "It is unnecessary. What you expressed were merely your innermost thoughts." "Who said that?" He Tingzhou countered assertively. "Can you truly discern my heart's whispers? How do you know I am not being disingenuous?" Frost Sequence found his behavior quite odd. Having spoken hurtful words, he now sought to retract them. "Suit yourself," she replied, unwilling to delve deeper or engage further. She sensed his gaze lingering upon her. "If there is nothing else, I shall close the door." He Tingzhou placed his hand against the door she attempted to shut, insisting, "Clarify this. What is the cause of your temper? If you do not speak, how may I placate you?" How could he possibly be so benevolent as to soothe her? Perhaps he had seen her cry and feared she would disclose everything to Shun Yu the following day. "You need not soothe me, and I am not in a temper. I merely wish to recognize my own position and no longer regard myself as insignificant." Standing closer, He Tingzhou, towering over her, gazed down lightly. "Yet I insist on placating you." "Please cease your teasing," Frost Sequence replied. "I am truly not angry with you." He scrutinized her as if assessing her sincerity. After a few moments, he proposed, "Then you shall offend me just a little." What an absurd request. Frost Sequence only wished to establish boundaries and avoid entanglement in such matters. With the door obstructing her exit, she could only endure and assert, "I shall not offend you again. Consider today's events as if they never transpired. I dislike harboring unresolved matters overnight. If there is to be a quarrel, let it conclude today." He Tingzhou, with a domineering air, presented her with a choice. "You may offend me, or I shall soothe you until your anger dissipates." Exhausted and rendered speechless by his persistence, she felt her temper rising. Pushing firmly against his chest with both hands, she declared, "I do not wish to converse with you now. I need to rest. Farewell." He Tingzhou glanced down at her hands, yielding to her push and retreating a step. As the door closed before him, she muttered softly, "What a peculiar person." After such a tumultuous evening, even if she were not fatigued, Frost Sequence's spirit felt drained, and she quickly succumbed to slumber upon her bed, most likely having caught a chill from the ocean breeze. She awoke in the middle of the night with a high fever, her body ablaze with heat. Drowsily, she slept until morning when the sound of knocking roused her with a splitting headache. Rising to answer the door, she passed by the mirror and was startled to see her face flushed crimson. Lu Man stood outside, brimming with energy. "Good morning." "Good morning," Frost Sequence replied, feeling faint beneath her feet. "Later, you will take me snorkeling. Will you join us?" Lu Man asked. "He mentioned you have won swimming awards and are quite adept at snorkeling." Frost Sequence shook her head, her mind heavy and throbbing. Observing her pallor, Lu Man reached out to place her hand upon Frost Sequence's forehead. "Wow, you are burning up. How did you get such a high fever?" "Wait here. I shall fetch a doctor for you." The doctor approached to measure her temperature, leaving behind antipyretics. Lu Man stood by her bedside, saying, "You certainly can't go like this." "I want to go. Enjoy yourselves," she replied, her eyes heavy with fatigue. After a while, she heard the door close. Lu Man had departed. feverish and disoriented. She was drenched in sweat, every bone and nerve aching intensely. Sleep eluded her, her brows knitted tightly as she curled up under the blanket. In a hazy state, she sensed a gentle hand brushing aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead, tenderly caressing her cheek. She struggled to open her eyes, her fever-clouded mind unable to distinguish between reality and dream. Brother. Shinyu sat at the edge of her bed, his fingertip lightly touching her fever-warmed eyelid. His voice barely above a whisper. Sleep, little Gio. Comforted by this soothing voice, she succumbed to slumber once more. As the antipyretics took effect, she awoke again, slightly more alert. The bedside was empty, the suite enveloped in an eerie silence as if no one had ever been there. She recalled that Shunyu was supposed to accompany Lu Manman for snorkeling today. It was Lu Manman's first experience, and she had anticipated it eagerly. They must have already left. Chapter 34. It must be our Lord He. Awakening close to noon, she took her temperature and found that the fever had subsided somewhat. However, her body felt exceedingly weak, devoid of any strength. Numerous messages flooded her WeChat, with Xu Yang expressing his envy and jealousy, urging her to send some photos to satisfy his cravings. Shuangsu painted a rosy picture, promising, once you're better, I'll take you along. She managed to rise, gulped down a glass of water, and approached the window, intending to capture a photograph for Xu Yang when she noticed a crowd gathering on the deck below. Xinyu and Zheng Zui stood facing each other, locked in a standoff. She hesitated for a moment, not even bothering to change her shoes, and hurried outside. Word of Zheng Zui, nearly bullying Shuangsu in the middle of the night, had slipped out among the crew and eventually reached Xinyu's ears. When Xinyu found Zheng Zui, he was still drinking, his arm draped around a young model, laughing in a way that was far too familiar. In a cold voice, Xinyu warned, if you do not wish to be implicated, then leave. The young model promptly bolted. Why so fierce? Zhang Zui retorted. Are you here to settle the score with me? I was merely playing with your sister. I did not harm her. Look, she's perfectly fine. Xiao Jiao is not for your amusement. Xinyu's gaze was as frigid as ice. I have warned you before, if you lay your hands on her again. Do not blame me for being unkind. Unperturbed, Zhang Zui finished his drink leisurely and stood to face Xinyu. Are women not meant to be played with? If I do not play with her, others will. She was a minor before, but now that she is of age, why are you so possessive? Planning to keep her for yourself? Xinyu, a gentleman of impeccable grace, contrasted sharply with Zhang Zui's brazen demeanor, which made him feel invincible. When Xinyu's fist connected with his face, Zhang Zui's smile had not yet faded, and he found himself sprawled on the ground. Gasps and exclamations erupted around them, while Lu Manman covered her mouth in shock. As Shuangsu rushed down, she saw Xinyu gripping Zheng Zui by his collar, pinning him against the railing of the deck. Bystanders gathered to watch, some recording the scene on their phones. Just as she was about to approach, Lu Manman pulled her back. It's best you don't go over there. Seeing Zheng Zui with blood streaming from his nose, Yu Zifeng and Zhuo Zhong stepped in to intervene. That's enough. If you continue to beat him, it won't end well for you. Zheng Lao, protective of his family, would not tolerate such treatment of his grandson, who had grown accustomed to wielding power in Yin City. Now, with no serious incident having occurred, should his grandson be so brutally beaten, the old man might very well intervene. Zhang Zui, clutching the railing, managed to rise, wiping the blood from his face, his bravado amplified by the crimson streaks. Come on, why have you stopped? If you have the guts, kill me. Let us see if my grandfather won't be the first to take out your sister. Xinyu remained silent, his demeanor darker than even Shuangsu had ever witnessed. Damn it. Yu Zifeng seethed, feeling frustrated yet powerless. Just then, a languid figure sauntered past Shuangsu and Lu Manman. Is that you, cousin? He Tingzhou, presumably just awakened, had slightly tousled black hair and wore a displeased expression as though his slumber had been disturbed. Ignoring Lu Manman's call, he ambled towards the deck, and the crowd parted instinctively to make way for him. Xinyu and Zheng Zui remained locked in confrontation, with Zhang exuding an air of arrogance. What are you going to do about it? He Tingzhou leisurely approached, lifted his foot, and sent Zhang tumbling over the railing. An exclamation of shock erupted on the ship as a crowd rushed to the edge to witness the spectacle. Zhang plummeted from the several-meter-high yacht deck into the sea, where the deep blue water met the white frothy waves. After a considerable time, he resurfaced, sputtering and furious, shouting, He Tingzhou, you son of a. He Tingzhou, with a tone of indifference, replied, I have no mother. Perhaps you should curse your own. After uttering these words, he turned and strolled back across the deck, hands casually in his pockets, under the astonished and alarmed gazes of those around him. As he passed by Shuangsu, her mouth slightly agape in shock, he quipped, "Close your mouth, or you'll drool." When Xinyu approached, his demeanor had returned to normal as he placed his palm against her forehead. "Fever gone." Shuangsu nodded, "Much better now." Xinyu refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night, instead gently ruffling her hair. "Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." After organizing this, he walked over to He Tingzhou, placing his hand on his shoulder and giving it a firm pat. "Thanks." The gratitude was not for the earlier kick, but for saving Shuangsu the night before. "Don't mention it," He Tingzhou replied, casting a glance at Shuangsu. "Your sister is like my sister." This statement sounded hypocritical to Shuangsu's ears. When had he ever treated her like a sister? Yu Zifeng returned from the deck, grinning broadly. "It's all thanks to our Hego. There's a reason that idiot has hated you for so many years. Only you can handle him." Did Zheng really hate him? Shuangsu couldn't help but glance at He Tingzhou. "Not having choked him to death is truly my oversight. I've endangered society." He Tingzhou remarked with a casual tone that left it unclear whether he was joking. "I'll go apologize to the Queen Mother later." I let him drift in the sea for a while, and when he looked like he could swim no longer, I tossed him a life ring, Yu Zifeng said. "Vent your frustrations, but if he dies, the Zheng family will come after us. We need to arrange for a speedboat to take him to shore and have someone from the Zheng family pick him up. Before lunchtime." The chef prepared fish soup noodles specifically for Shuangsu, not just for her, but for two. Lu Man also entered, sitting across the table and ordering a bowl of noodles as well. The milky broth, rich and fragrant, showcased the exquisite flavor of the fresh sea fish, incomparable to farm varieties. Although Shuangsu had little appetite, she found herself consuming half a bowl without realizing it, while Lu Man barely touched her own. As Shuangsu set down her chopsticks, intending to leave the dining area, Lu Man remarked to herself, "Your brother really cares for you. Yesterday, when Su Luyan upset you, he had her sent away overnight. And today, when you fell ill, he canceled the snorkeling trip. Su Luyan was sent away? No wonder she hadn't seen her today. They hadn't gone snorkeling. Was it Xinyu she saw that morning, or merely a figment of her imagination?" Shuangsu gazed at Lu Man, who lifted her head and said, "It was the first time I saw your brother in a fight. He possesses an inherent gentlemanly demeanor, always maintaining an air of composure and grace. I have never witnessed him lose his temper. I believe provoking him would be an arduous task. However, I must concede that his wrath, when unleashed, is strikingly handsome." Shuangsu comprehended her sentiments. Lu Man, already sensitive to her, likely felt discomfort by Shun Yu's repeated interventions on her behalf. "My brother is fiercely protective of those around him, and you, too, would receive the same regard. If I were to be wronged, he would not remain indifferent or passive. Such a person would hardly be appealing to you." Lu Man rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "That is true. You both will have ample opportunities in the future. He will accompany you in many endeavors you wish to pursue." Shuangsu sought to comfort her. "Xinyu is truly wonderful. Perhaps her fortune is insufficient, allowing her only a decade with him, after which he will belong to another. Having an older brother must bring immense joy. I envy you," Lu Man said. "I am an only child, lacking both older siblings and younger ones." Shuangsu envied her for the affection of her parents. "But do you not have a brother?" she inquired. "Your cousin cares for you as well." "You mean my cousin? He cares for me?" Lu Man suddenly emitted an odd, mocking laughter, straightening up with evident excitement as she recounted, "When I was in elementary school, I once lost a hairpin tugging match and ran to him in tears, hoping he would support me. Do you know what he said? He found me bothersome and remarked, 'If you shave your head, wouldn't you be invincible?'" Lu Man slapped her hands on the table, her resentment palpable. "Have you ever seen a brother treat his sister like that?" Shuangsu's expression grew serious. She stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. Chapter 35. Difficult to persuade in the living room, Yu Zifeng continued to chatter at He Tingzhou. "You. Seeing that fool bully my sister, why did you not rush to help? Call a couple of crew members. Can they keep their mouths shut? Now the whole ship knows. And my sister is too shy. How distressing for her. What were you thinking?" Luo Zhong mentioned that Zheng Zui has a grudge against Tingzhou. "You have no idea how deeply he despises him. Anything associated with Tingzhou, he will try to seize it. His initial interest in my sister might have faded in a few days, but if he sees Tingzhou protecting her, he will surely fixate on her, resorting to drugging and kidnapping if necessary." "That's true," Yu Zifeng retorted. "Zhang Zui's lifelong devotion is indeed to our He Tingzhou lazily glanced over. "If you wish to accompany him, Just say so. I will give you a kick to ensure you both can fly together. He simply shows no interest in me. What can I do about it? Yu Zifeng grinned with schadenfreude. You should keep your distance from my sister, to avoid that beast getting entangled with her again. He Tingzhou remained indifferent, a nonchalant demeanor evident in his brow as he idly played with a playing card he had somehow acquired. The yacht docked that evening. The clouds tinted in a gradient of pink and orange by the twilight, while the sea remained a deep cerulean. Lu Mianmian entered Shen Yu's car, and as he closed the passenger door, he turned to look at her. Before he could speak, Shuangsu, understanding the situation, said, "Please take Miss Lu home. I will go with Zifeng and the others." Shen Yu reminded her, "Make sure to rest well when you return, and if the fever hasn't subsided, remember to take your medicine." Shuangsu nodded, watching as their car drove away. He Tingzhou's Koenigsegg was parked by the roadside, following closely behind Yu Zifeng. Shuangsu walked straight towards Yu Zifeng's car, but as she passed the Koenigsegg, the window rolled down, and He Tingzhou spoke, "Get in. I'll give you a ride." Shuangsu paused momentarily, showing no intention of approaching. Politely, she replied, "No need to trouble you. Tingzhou go. It's out of your way." She lived in the East Third Ring, while he resided in the West, quite far apart. As she spoke, she continued walking backward. Weren't things settled last night? Why is she still so distant? He Tingzhou leaned his arm on the window, his finger pressed against his temple, watching her as she entered Yu Zifeng's car, slowly retracting his gaze to start the engine. Difficult to persuade. After returning to Yan City, Shuangsu did not see He Tingzhou for a while. Apart from Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng, her interactions with He Tingzhou had always been minimal. By chance, she encountered him once while dining out with Fu Yun at the same restaurant. The individuals accompanying He Tingzhou were unfamiliar to her, and they fawned over him enthusiastically. He appeared disinterested, but when his gaze swept across the restaurant and briefly rested on her, it was fleeting. She noticed the woman beside him, the enchanting lady in a qipao from the last gathering. Her figure was graceful in the fitted dress, smiling charmingly as she conversed with others at the table. Yet her foot subtly brushed against He Tingzhou's calf beneath the table. Ignore the impropriety, Shuangsu averted her gaze and did not look again. As she exited the restaurant, she coincidentally ran into him at the door. "Tingzhou." Fu Yun halted, smiling as she conversed with him. He Tingzhou responded lazily to a few remarks, his gaze drifting past Shuangsu, who stood on his other side. Initially, Shuangsu had politely addressed him as Tingogu, but soon turned her attention to the roadside, waiting. Once Fu Yun finished speaking, she accompanied her into the car and departed. The union of the Shun and Lu families was a grand event within the elite circles of Yan City, creating a buzz that permeated the media, with various outlets tirelessly reporting on it. Each day, individuals loitered outside the Shun family villa and Shen Yu's private residence. Paparazzi, armed with long lenses, caught glimpses through a window an elegant young woman wrapped around a man's waist, gently rising on tiptoe. The man's tall figure was partially obscured by a sheer curtain, his face hidden, yet the silhouette and the line of his jaw were enough to ignite the imagination. This photograph made its rounds through major media outlets the following day, spreading widely. Little Liao, engrossed in the gossip, excitedly scrolled through the news, exclaiming, "Wow, this picture captures such an atmosphere. They make a perfect match." Shu Yang, lying on the edge of the bed and feeling utterly miserable, tossed an apple core she retrieved from the trash at her. "Shut up." The caregiver swiftly cleaned up the mess, while Shuangsu fetched a towel to wipe Shu Yang's face. "Really? Look, little boss." Little Liao held her phone up to Shuangsu's face. "Doesn't it make your brother look handsome? And this Miss Lu is quite beautiful too." Forced to look closely, Shuangsu nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is indeed a wonderful shot." Shu Yang pointed at little Liao, wanting to scold her, but momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her wretched state, Shuangsu instead chuckled. "It's fine. Consider it desensitization therapy." Desensitization is a slow and lengthy process, and she realized that she no longer felt as heartbroken as she once did. Severing her dependence and ties to Shun Yu was akin to a painful extraction. Yet it was also relatively straightforward. Necessity left her no other choices. Recently, she had only seen Shen Yu during weekend family dinners, where he inquired about Fei Shue's well-being, to which she responded, and that constituted the entirety of their interaction. "What desensitization therapy?" Little Liao innocently inquired. "What are you allergic to?" Shuangsu replied with utmost seriousness. "I'm slightly allergic to you." Little Liao, Lu Mianmian's grandmother, aged and in poor health, did not return with them to Yan City, but remained in the temperate Lin City for recuperation. After the engagement was settled, Shen Yu accompanied her to Lin City to pay respects to the elders. The younger sister of Yu Zifeng was celebrating her 8th birthday, and the Yu family, having longed for a daughter, lavished her with affection, reserving a banquet hall at a hotel for the occasion. The birthday party had a children's theme, decorated like a Disney castle to delight the young guests. Yu's sister dressed as her favorite character, Officer Rabbit, while Yu Zifeng was reluctantly donned in a fox headband and tail, becoming the target of playful teasing throughout the gathering. Truly a childhood ruin. His friends joked as they snapped photos. Yu Zifeng seized a few of them. Her friend insisted on being Snow White. And now I'm worried we lack someone to play the dwarfs. Go on, the costumes are all ready for you. Left Zhong attempted to protest. Are you sure that standing next to her makes us dwarfs and not giants? When they eventually emerged dressed in their dwarf costumes, Shuangsu could hardly contain her laughter. The diminutive figures were still one short. As Zhuozhong adjusted a misaligned button, he inquired, has Tingzhou not arrived? You expect him to play a dwarf? Dream on. He wouldn't even agree to portray a prince. Sipping her juice, Shuangsu mused that Tingzhou's demeanor bore little resemblance to that of a prince. He was more akin to a fearsome dragon, dressed in a Judy cosplay outfit. Her younger sister appeared utterly adorable, the rabbit ears atop her head bobbing playfully. Upon spotting Shuangsu, she dashed over, seizing her hand, exclaiming, Princess Elsa has been found. Instantly, a swarm of vibrantly clad little girls rushed towards her, tugging at her hand, eager to lift her up. I am not. Shuangsu attempted to protest, but her words were interrupted as one girl approached, her eyes sparkling like stars, and said, Sister, you are so beautiful. Would you play Elsa, please? Very well then. Who could resist such enchanting eyes and compliments? The party planners had spared no effort, providing an array of costumes for both children and adults, complete with professional makeup artists and hairstylists in the changing room. Shuangsu, too, fell victim to the allure and was whisked away to don Elsa's iconic blue gown. The hairstylist initially intended to fit her with a wig, but, after a brief deliberation, decided against it, stating, Your hair is so lovely. It would be a disservice to cover it with such inferior quality. Instead, they styled her hair into a matching braid that cascaded down her left shoulder. Emerging from the changing room and returning to the banquet hall, Shuangsu found her skirt trailing a bit long, prompting her to lift it with her hand as she walked. Just then, a pair of leather shoes came into her line of sight, forcing her to halt abruptly and glance up. Tingzhou, with his gaze lowered, slowly appraised her from head to toe, then reversed his scrutiny. Finally, his eyes settled on her face, and with a leisurely motion, he raised one eyebrow. Chapter 36, Have you consumed something unsavory? A mere raise of his eyebrow spoke volumes, eliciting an inexplicable sense of shame within Shuangsu. She maneuvered past him and hastily returned to the banquet hall. After a while, as she was engaged in playful games with several children, she heard exclamations of surprise behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tingzhou. He had donned a pristine white prince's outfit, his legs remarkably long, and the fitted design accentuated his lean and athletic waist, complemented by broad and straight shoulders. The moment he entered, a gaggle of little girls erupted into excited squeals, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Young Yu boldly declared, abandoning her beloved bunny officer, I choose you to be my prince. Tingzhou nonchalantly sank into the sofa, retorting, Dream on. The little ones, forced to crouch on the floor, exchanged glances, their expressions filled with discontent. Aren't young girls today rather hypocritical? Yu Zifeng felt a pang of bitterness. It was truly perplexing. After she had implored him for so long, he had now changed into this outfit on his own accord. The birthday celebration had invited Yu's close friends and classmates, along with several children from prestigious families, creating an atmosphere as lively as an amusement park. The children's interests shifted swiftly, and when the cake was brought out, all attention diverted. Finding solace, Shuangsu retreated to the sofa area, choosing to sit at a distance from Tingzhou. She sipped a glass of champagne and nibbled on some cake, but as her gaze inadvertently traversed in his direction, she found herself caught in his eyes. He rested his chin on his hand, exuding an air of languidness, seemingly having watched her for quite some time. What are you looking at? She inquired. Tingzhou's lips curled into a subtle smile, his voice laced with mirth and a hint of playful mockery, admiring the princess. Shuangsu felt a sting of ridicule in his words. There were princesses aplenty around, not just her. Is that so? She replied, noting the insincerity in his tone. His gaze still lingering on her with keen interest. Desiring to maintain her distance, she chose not to engage further. Her identity had become all too clear during their time on the boat. Lowering her head to consume her cake, Tingzhou remarked, quite adorable. She nearly choked on the cake at his comment. Throughout the latter half of the party, she chose to ignore him completely. As the birthday celebration neared its conclusion, a staff member clad in a white uniform with a bow tie approached, offering her a glass of champagne from a tray. She expressed her gratitude, took a sip, and then retreated to the dressing room to change back into her own clothes. With the makeup artist having departed, the small space felt somewhat stifling as she donned her outfit. Wishing to step outside for some fresh air, she found the sensation of discomfort intensifying. Her heart raced. Breaths became shallow, and a disorienting lightheadedness enveloped her. Had she overindulged? Yet, she had only consumed 2 glasses of champagne that day, which should not have caused such a reaction. This unease persisted as she exited the dressing room, and a hotel staff member inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" Shuangxiu was uncertain of her condition, but knew with clarity that returning home was her best course of action. "Please escort me outside," she requested. "Please follow me. The exit is this way." As dizziness overwhelmed her, she followed the staff for a short distance until they reached an elevator, where a button was pressed. Suddenly, Shuangxiu looked up at her. The staff member turned back, offering a friendly smile. In that instant, an alarm rang in Shuangxiu's mind. She abruptly recalled her previous visit here with Xinyu. This elevator led to the upper floors. Realizing this, she sensed something amiss and instinctively turned to flee in the opposite direction. "Miss Song." The staff's speed clearly surpassed her unsteady steps, and they quickly caught up. Grasping her arm firmly, "Aren't you feeling unwell? Let me take you upstairs to rest." Shuangxiu struggled, yet lacked the strength to resist. "Do you know what you're doing?" She gritted her teeth, demanding, "Who sent you?" The individual remained silent, forcefully guiding her toward the elevator. Zheng Zui? He is the only one who would orchestrate this. Shuangxiu's chaotic thoughts raced. Hadn't he not shown up today? Had he been present, she would have been vigilant, keeping her distance as far as possible. Perhaps Zheng Zui was aware of this, which is why he never appeared. In the bustling banquet hall filled with children's laughter and familiar, trusted servers delivering drinks, how could she have been on guard? Now that the festivities had concluded and the guests had departed, she wondered if Yu Zifeng and the others had left as well. At this moment, no one would notice her absence. The floor was covered in a burgundy sound-absorbing carpet, muffling her footsteps to near silence. Yet, amidst her despair, Shuangxiu still heard the sound of heels. He Tingzhou had changed back into his own clothes, white shirt and black pants, crisp and tidy. Upon seeing him, she suddenly broke free, summoning all her strength to lunge toward him. Tingzhou Ge. She remembered his indifference that night on the yacht, but now he was her only hope. It was simply her misfortune to encounter him repeatedly. He Tingzhou raised a hand to catch her. His sudden appearance caused the staff member to hesitate, quickly bowing their head and retreating. Shuangxiu could barely maintain her footing. Her hands clutched onto He Tingzhou's arm as if it were a lifeline. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat, and her body felt as though it were devoid of bones. Leaning against him, her breath hot against the air, He Tingzhou noticed her distress, lifting her chin to examine her flushed face. "Have you ingested something foul?" Shuangxiu nodded weakly. "Near the end, someone offered me a drink. It seemed suspicious." He Tingzhou frowned, lifting her limp body into his arms. His embrace was broad and warm, instilling a flicker of safety within her as she faced her dire situation. He carried her to a suite on the top floor, and by the time she was laid on the bed, the effects of the drug began to take hold. Heat coursed through her, her senses nearly drowned by the fiery blood surging within. In this state, being alone in a hotel room with an adult male was perilously dangerous. She fought to keep her consciousness intact. She sought her phone, only to realize her bag was missing, having been yanked away by that individual during the scuffle. Her phone lay within its confines. Sitting up, she implored, "Tingzhou, could you assist me in calling my brother?" In moments of peril, her instinct was still to seek out Xinyu. He sat down on the sofa opposite the bed, lit a cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, "Your brother is unlikely to be of any assistance in this matter. Then could you take me to the hospital?" The smoke enveloped He Tingzhou's features, obscuring his gaze from Shuangxiu, who could only hear his indifferent voice respond, "The hospital won't be able to help you either." Chapter 37. How do you wish for my assistance? Indeed, if she were to be sent to the hospital in this state, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire circle by tomorrow. What of her being the victim? The only one to suffer humiliation and derision would be her. Xinyu is currently discussing marriage with Lu Manman. Such a scandal could certainly provoke disapproval from the Lu family, as well as the Song family. If she were to lose face because of this, who knows if they would whisk her away on a plane to resolve the matter once and for all. What should she do? Shuangxiu sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, her neck flushing a vivid crimson. He Tingzhou, with a cigarette in hand, leaned casually against the armrest, observing her with an air of detached composure. Shuangxu was acutely aware of what her current predicament implied. If it were Zheng Zui before her, she would have grabbed a fruit knife to stab him without hesitation. However, with He Tingzhou, the thought seemed to waver. Perhaps it might not be entirely out of the question. A mental battle raged within her, swaying from side to side. Compared to being ostentatiously sent to the hospital, triggering a cascade of repercussions, it appeared far simpler to share a bed with He Tingzhou, a man of his charming reputation. Flitting through a garden of beauties, untouched by the chaos surrounding him, having dallied with numerous women, Shirley had no strict principles of chastity. After all, she had already played the part of the toad. After an internal struggle, she grasped the bedsheet with trembling fingers and gazed at the nonchalant man on the sofa. Tingzhou, could you assist me? She was uncertain of her own appearance at that moment, her eyes slightly reddened. The clear depths of her apricot-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears, an intoxicating blend of innocence and chaotic desire entwined. To extend such an invitation to a man was undeniably provocative. He Tingzhou supported his forehead with his fingers, the warm orange light of the room casting shadows across his brow, obscuring his eyes in deep shade. How do you wish for my assistance? What other help could there be? The big bad wolf, feigning innocence. Can you be with me? Her directness was startling. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, drawing on his cigarette, remaining silent. It's all right. If you are unwilling, I could seek someone else. She struggled to maintain her composure, her fingers and toes tense, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal her embarrassing allure before He Tingzhou. He would surely mock her. He Tingzhou lifted his eyelids. Who were you planning to find? Shuangxu truly had no one in her social circle suited for such a situation. The city was filled with entertainment venues, and it wouldn't be difficult to procure a companion. However, given her current condition, it was clear that seeking one out herself was not an option. Xu Yang was in the hospital, Xinyu had gone to Lin City, and her trusted acquaintances were few. I could ask Zifeng for help. As soon as she uttered this, He Tingzhou let out a cold chuckle, his tone frosty. Then remember to have him clean his neck. Waiting for your brother to return and deal with him. He misunderstood. Yu Zifeng was not akin to him. To Shuangxu, Yu Zifeng was like a close elder brother, belonging to a realm devoid of sexual connotations, and thus not on her list of choices. Nevertheless, they often socialized together, and he would surely know where to find a reliable companion swiftly. The request for her son-in-law to call for companionship was undeniably awkward to initiate. If He Tingzhou were willing, she would rather not waste time seeking alternatives. Are you concerned about my brother? She inquired. I won't tell him. Today is an unusual circumstance. Just consider it a favor for me. If you feel it's a loss, I can compensate you. He Tingzhou was not lacking in wealth, yet she was desperate, knowing he would be reluctant to assist without compensation. Fine, He Tingzhou agreed, but my services come at a premium. After pondering for a night, Shuangxu believed she could afford it. How much do you want? He Tingzhou's business acumen had propelled Yun Dun Group to the forefront of the industry, a level she could not rival. How much do you have in your account? Shuangxu had invested all her savings into Fei Xue, leaving her with little. She answered honestly. I have 1 million left. He Tingzhou, taking advantage of her confusion, raised the price. Then I want 1 million. Shuangxu was taken aback for a moment. 1 million? Is that thing made of diamonds? He Tingzhou replied lazily, I told you, I am quite expensive. The effects of the medication quickened her breath. She felt as if ants were gnawing at her body, her heart racing in panic. She understood that the million was merely an excuse for refusal. The shame of voicing such a request was daunting, and being turned down would be even more embarrassing. She realized she should not place her hopes on He Tingzhou. Forget it, she said, her voice choking slightly, though the brevity of her words concealed her distress. She stumbled out of bed, intending to take a cold shower. But her legs felt weak and her head spun. She fell after just a few steps. He Tingzhou happened to be seated there, making her appear as though she were clumsily seeking solace. He remained unmoved, only shifting his hand holding a cigarette away slightly, allowing her to collapse onto his lap. She was light and soft, radiating a feverish warmth. Shuangxu braced herself against his chest, her palm meeting the firm contours of his muscles. He Tingzhou glanced at her hand and asked, What are you doing? Planning to force yourself on me? Initially, that was not her intention, but upon touching him, her body instinctively craved closeness. The torment that spread from her very core made her feel like a starving dog upon seeing a sumptuous feast when she was near He Tingzhou. She recalled the day a beautiful woman in a qipao had flirted with him under the table, He had not seemed so reserved then. Her mind clouded. She inadvertently blurted out, "You're not worth $1 million. Others sleep with you for free, and you still buy them bags, cars, and houses." Realizing her slip of the tongue, she acknowledged that despite his carefree nature, who he chose to be with was his prerogative. Attempting to free herself from his grasp, she was held back. He Tingzhou extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned down to question her. "Who sleeps with me for free? Who have I bought bags, cars, or houses for? That's your concern, not mine." Shuangshu pushed him away, one foot already on the ground, but He Tingzhou caught her waist and pulled her back forcefully. This time, Shuangshu found herself enveloped in his embrace, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. A sensation coursed through her, and her mind exploded with awareness. Her blood began to simmer and burn, and her heart raced uncontrollably. With a flushed, astonished face, she stammered, You what about me?" Shuangshu pressed against his chest in an attempt to retreat, her gaze instinctively drifting to his black trousers. When she lifted her eyes again, she unexpectedly collided with He Tingzhou's gaze, where all traces of languor and leisure had vanished, replaced by depths as dark as the sea. His voice, low and nonchalant, teased, "Isn't this precisely what you desire?" "I don't," came her barely audible reply. "You don't?" He Tingzhou countered. "Who was it that just offered $1 million to sleep with me?" Shuangshu felt her ears flush with embarrassment. "I didn't offer $1 million. That was your own suggestion." She did not deny her desire to be with him, yet she was particular about the price. He Tingzhou chuckled softly, leaning closer. "Then shall I offer you a discount?" His deep-set eyes, inherently sharp, turned beguiling when he smiled. Shuangshu felt like a scholar entranced by a vixen, asking, "How much of a discount?" He Tingzhou lifted her legs and placed her on the bed, kneeling beside her, his body hovering over hers. With a voice low and gravelly, he tempted her. "If you call me brother, I'll let you have it for free." Was he intentionally humiliating her, fully aware of her feelings for Shenyu? "I don't need your help," she replied, attempting to turn away, only to have He Tingzhou grip her knee, pinning her to the bed. Suddenly, he exhibited a stark contrast in demeanor, radiating a predatory aggressiveness, akin to a fierce beast, exuding an aura of danger. While she felt like a small creature pinned by its throat, the disparity in their sizes felt like a cage, completely enclosing her. She noticed the sharp prominence of He Tingzhou's Adam's apple, its movement inexplicably alluring. Anxiety gripped her, and her breathing quickened. He Tingzhou's gaze deepened. "Are you backing out?" Shuangshu shot him a defiant look, her eyes ablaze. "I don't need you to humiliate me. You want to solicit me, yet claim I'm worthless. Who is humiliating whom?" He Tingzhou replied, "My little princess, you are truly a challenge to please." Just then, there was a knock at the door, 2 firm raps. The dark intensity in He Tingzhou's eyes dissipated silently as he straightened, pulling the blanket over her to cover her, before stepping out of the suite to answer the door. At this hour, who could possibly be knocking? Confused, Shuangshu heard a man's voice. "I rushed over as soon as I received your call. Is everything all right?" He Tingzhou's tone remained flat, devoid of any trace of previous excitement. "Quite well, full of life. If you hadn't come, I might have had to sell myself." Chapter 38. Who comes first? Shenyu or me? The private physician hurried into the bedroom, carrying a medical kit, and swiftly administered an injection to Shuangshu. Uncertain of the composition of the administered medication, complete relief was unattainable. It would merely alleviate her condition, with effects expected to manifest in approximately 15 minutes. Some discomfort might linger, but she would recover by tomorrow. The doctor meticulously managed his gaze throughout the encounter, not once directing his eyes towards the woman on the bed. He Tingzhou had resumed his place on the opposite sofa, smoking languidly, his demeanor seemingly distracted. "Consider what should and shouldn't be said," he remarked in a measured tone. And the doctor felt as though a blade was poised at his jugular. "Rest assured, Mr. He, tonight's events will not escape this room." He Tingzhou offered no response, leaving hastily, closing the door with the utmost delicacy. Shuangshu's long hair fanned out on the white sheets, resembling soft, smooth black satin. Her gaze remained somewhat dazed, her skin flushed, and yet to return to its normal hue. She lay quietly for a moment, glancing at the man on the sofa. He Tingzhou was observing her intently. When their eyes met, he bit down on his cigarette, the corners of his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. "What are you staring at?" Shuangshu thought, recalling her boldness in approaching him earlier, even contemplating paying for his company. Embarrassment surged within her like a tide. "You called the doctor. Why didn't you inform me?" He Tingzhou languidly replied, "You didn't ask." Indeed, she had not inquired. It was entirely her initiative. He merely took the opportunity to tease her, reveling in her discomfort. He had saved her and even summoned a doctor. She had no grounds to reproach him and ought to feel grateful. What is the matter? Are you disappointed that I didn't sleep? He Tingzhou lightly flicked his cigarette. Shuangsu pressed her lips together and turned her face away. No. Thank you for your help. Please leave. I will reimburse you for the room tomorrow. With that, she enveloped herself in the covers, feeling utterly mortified. She wished never to see Yi Tingzhou again. In another luxurious executive suite within the same hotel, Zhang Zui was prepared, having finished his bath and wrapped in a towel. Lounging comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed. He had indulged in every type of beauty imaginable. Women were merely fleeting pleasures, tiresome after a few encounters. Yet, there was only Song Shuangsu, who lingered in his thoughts, unattainable and even subject to ridicule from old Master Shin in front of Xinyu. Just as he had nearly forgotten her, he unexpectedly caught sight of her ascending the gangway at the port during their last encounter. The once naive girl had blossomed, exuding even more allure than before. Xinyu truly had discerning taste. Had he known of her exquisite beauty sooner, he would have acted decisively, ensuring her adoption before Xinyu could interfere. Zhang Zui had never invested such effort for any woman. With Xinyu away from Yin City and Yu Zifeng preoccupied with planning a birthday celebration for his sister, the opportunity was ripe. A few drinks would coax her up, and should Song Shuangsu resist, the medication would surely render her compliant in due time. He waited patiently, yet as the party below had come to a close, the person he dispatched still had not returned with Miss Song Shuangsu. Growing increasingly impatient, he was about to make a phone call to hasten their arrival when the doorbell finally rang. Zhang Zui promptly approached and opened the door, only to find the female staff member he had assigned standing alone outside. Where is she? He inquired. On the way, someone took Miss Song away, she replied, her gaze cast downwards. Who took her? Zhang Zui's expression darkened to a shade of rage. Young Master Yu, she stammered. The opportunity slipped away like a bird from his grasp, and Zhang Zui, infuriated, kicked the wall. Damn that Yu Zifeng, ruining my plans. Meanwhile, Yu Zifeng carefully carried his sister, who had fallen asleep in the car after playing, into the house, treating her as if she were a delicate balm, lest he wake her. Just as he settled her onto the bed, an itch in his nose compelled him to stifle a sneeze, and he slipped out of the room to avoid disturbing her. Achoo! Who's thinking about me? The phone rang. It was Zhuo Zhong inviting him out for drinks. Tingzhou is here as well. Are you coming? At this late hour, they were still drinking? How can you say that? We've been squatting for 2 hours. Our legs are numb. Yu Zifeng conceded. All right, I'll be there shortly. Tonight, I treat. Upon arriving at the Blue Night Club, he found a few friends chatting and drinking in a private room, accompanied by several ladies clad in tight, short skirts. He noticed He Tingzhou lounging on a sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table, exuding an air of languid indifference. A glass of drink in hand that had yet to touch his lips. The bar's dim, suggestive lighting illuminated He Tingzhou's disinterested expression, while a demure girl watched him from a distance, mustering the courage to inch closer. Zhou Yi, what are you thinking about? She asked. He Tingzhou barely glanced her way, responding with a lackluster tone devoid of warmth. Not you. Why do you ask? Yu Zifeng entered, plopping down next to Zhuo Zhong, joining in their light-hearted banter. After a while, he turned to find He Tingzhou's gaze upon him, puzzled. What are you staring at? He Tingzhou appraised him with an enigmatic look, muttering. I just realized you possess some charm. Only just now? Yu Zifeng tossed his hair flamboyantly, adding, I won't claim to be the best in the country, but in Yin City, aside from you and Xinyu, I must surely rank third with this stunning visage. The group scoffed at him, with Zhuo Zhong retorting, stunning visage? You're just a large face in a grand world. What have those two done to be compared to you? Don't be jealous, Yu Zifeng teased, patting his shoulder. I'll designate you as the fourth beauty of Yin City. He Tingzhou seemed intrigued by this ranking, suddenly asking, who ranks first between me and Xinyu? His question drew the attention of everyone present. Oh, so you care about this, they remarked, amused. The outcome is uncertain. It depends on the preference. Those who favor your style would surely place you first, but if they prefer the refined and dignified, Xinyu would outshine you by leaps and bounds. Yu Zifeng spoke with conviction. Look at me. I'm merely stating the truth. He Tingzhou smirked slightly, lazily reclining back. Quite well. All I've done are practical matters. When Shuangxu awoke that morning, her body felt normal, albeit a bit fatigued. The suite was silent enough that one could hear a pin drop. Her bag and phone, which had been lost the previous night, lay on the sofa across the room. She replied to the pending messages on WeChat, placed her phone down, only to pick it up again to find He Tingzhou's contact, click on the profile, and delete it. After a night's rest, her emotions had stabilized. She simply wished to avoid encountering He Tingzhou or hearing his name. On Wednesday, she was to attend a meeting at Yundan, and she would once again see General Manager He. Upon arriving at the office, Xiao Liao chattered incessantly in her ear. "Little boss, you're not being fair. General Manager He is so handsome, and you didn't even tell me. Do you have his WeChat? Do you meet him often? Can you take me along next time?" There was no escaping it. He Tingzhou was now the client of Fei Xue in the collaboration she had painstakingly pursued. Troubled, Shuangshu retrieved her noise-canceling headphones and plugged them into her ears. Thankfully, the small hydrogen-powered drone project of Fei Xue was not significant enough to warrant the personal attention of Mr. He, who was otherwise occupied with the affairs of Yundan Group. On the day Fei Xue presented at Yundan, they were met by Director Fan, who was somewhat aloof and kept urging them to condense their presentation further and further. He frequently glanced at his watch, and after hearing a general overview, he dismissively interrupted, "All right, this should suffice for today. Come back next Monday." As they exited the conference room, Xiao Liao grumbled. He wasn't even listening properly. Yet expects us to return weekly. The client thinks highly of themselves. Lao Feng, a veteran employee who had been with Fei Xue since its inception and was a few years their senior, remarked, "Isn't that what clients are for? You're currently in the presence of the esteemed client, so mind your words and actions." Shuangshu remained silent as the group walked down the corridor and spotted He Tingzhou at the far end. His appearance at the company was slightly different from that in private. His suit impeccably tailored, accentuating his sharp demeanor. Accompanied by his executive assistant and several high-ranking officials, his assistant spotted her first and whispered something to He Tingzhou. The ongoing conversation ceased, and He Tingzhou turned his gaze towards her. The previously indignant Xiao Liao's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, that face is truly remarkable. What about your pride?" Shuangshu knew she should politely acknowledge him, setting aside the fact that he was a friend of Shun Yu and the heir of the He family. He remained a client of Fei Xue, someone she could not afford to offend. However, upon meeting He Tingzhou's piercing gaze, the images from that fateful night resurfaced in her mind like an inescapable advertisement, one she desperately wished to erase from her history. Sensing her cheeks warming, she quickly turned her head away. Chapter 39. The elegant rogue Frosty Sue wished to feign ignorance and walk away. Yet she was unable to escape the watchful eyes of others. The seasoned flatterer, Old Feng, spotted He Tingzhou and promptly approached him with fervent praise. "Mr. He, we are immensely grateful for your appreciation of Fei Xue. Were it not for your discerning eye and timely assistance, we might not have persevered until now. You are truly Fei Xue's benefactor, and we hold you in the highest regard." "Is that so?" He Tingzhou replied, his tone implying that not everyone shared the same admiration. "Of course," Old Feng insisted. "Every time our general manager Song mentions you, she is moved to tears." "Let us not exaggerate," Frosty Sue interjected, sensing He Tingzhou's implicit cue. Reluctantly, she acknowledged, "I shall forever remember your kindness, Mr. He." With her gaze lowered, she avoided meeting his eyes, focusing instead on the third button of his shirt. He Tingzhou remarked playfully, "Perhaps I should unbutton it and give it to you so you may converse with me privately?" Frosty Sue maintained her composure and offered an excuse. "I apologize. I have a stiff neck today." He Tingzhou, hands in his pockets, smirked. "A moment ago, I observed you moving quite nimbly. Mr. He, your time is invaluable, and every word from you is worth a fortune. We shall not impose further." Frosty Sue replied, her tone respectful yet distant. After delivering her words, she turned on her heel and left, her expression impassive. The astonishment of the executives behind He Tingzhou was palpable, and even the Fei Xue staff deemed her audacity shocking. "General Manager Song, have you lost your mind? You dare confront Mr. He? What do you know?" Xiao Liao defended. The young boss is well acquainted with Mr. He. You only perceived her sarcasm. You failed to notice Mr. He's indulgent demeanor. Frosty Sue shot her a glance. "How severe is your nearsightedness?" Xiao Liao proudly declared, 680. Frosty Sue affectionately patted her head. Old Feng, with genuine concern, advised, "General Manager Song, I understand your familiarity with Mr. He, but one must exercise caution in conversation. As a privileged heiress, it is natural that you are unfamiliar with the art of flattery. Allow me to handle such matters in the future." Frosty Sue sighed inwardly, acknowledging that everyone had Fei Xue's best interests at heart. "Very well, I shall endure next time. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter the ever-busy president," he repeatedly. On Monday, upon returning to Yundan, Director Fan kept them waiting in the conference room for 15 minutes before making his tardy entrance. During the meeting, He brazenly perused his phone. Positioned to his right, Frosty Sue caught a glimpse of the screen, revealing that he was engaged in trivial messaging. Xiao Liao doodled in her meeting notes and soon turned the notebook towards Frosty Sue for her amusement. She had drawn a pig's head dressed in a suit, complete with a receding hairline. Frosty Sue pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. Focus. Midway through the meeting, the frosted glass door suddenly swung open, and Assistant Sujin stepped aside to let Yi Tingzhou enter. Tall and imposing, his commanding presence interrupted the ongoing presentation, and an immediate hush fell over the room as all eyes turned towards him. Director Fan, in a flurry, hastily stowed away his phone, his sturdy frame springing from his seat. In an instant, he transformed from a demanding client director into a sycophantic courtier beside the emperor. Mr. He, what brings you here in person? Has your meeting concluded? However, Yi Tingzhou paid him no heed and strode in with purpose. Today, he appeared somewhat different. Typically, Yi Tingzhou exuded a languid and casual demeanor, but today his suit was impeccably tailored, presenting a sharp and polished appearance, with his tie meticulously knotted. The finely tailored ensemble accentuated his superior physique, and the deep black hue complemented his commanding presence. He sported a pair of slender silver-framed glasses perched on his nose. While his usually tousled black hair was slicked back, its tips artfully disheveled, creating an appearance that seemed effortless yet demanded discernment. Director Fan respectfully gestured for him to take the primary seat, where he settled, crossing his right leg over his left knee, his high nose and deep-set eyes radiating an air of unattainable nobility. Shuangsu's gaze lingered on him for merely a second before his keen dark eyes swiftly met hers. Is Mr. Song's neck better? Shuangsu diverted her gaze. Please, continue. With Yi Tingzhou's arrival, the atmosphere among the attendees noticeably stiffened. The presenting team stumbled over their words, frequently faltering. What is with the tension? Yi Tingzhou remarked, I am not a python. I do not consume people. You are not much better than a python. Shuangsu retorted, glancing at him instinctively due to his comment. Behind him was a floor-to-ceiling glass wall, and as the clear light poured in through his lenses, it revealed a quality that starkly contrasted her previous impressions of him. This was the first time she had seen Yi Tingzhou in glasses. This scholarly accessory, seemingly mismatched with his aura, curiously harmonized with it. Perhaps the delicate frames tempered the sharpness of his bone structure, diminishing the oppressive impression he often conveyed. Just as Shuangsu intended to withdraw her gaze, Yi Tingzhou unexpectedly turned his attention towards her. Unprepared, she found herself ensnared in his gaze. The hint of Yi Tingzhou's characteristic nonchalance, refracted through the lenses, appeared deceptively dignified. It was not refinement. It was a refined facade. What are you looking at? He inquired. Is there a presentation on my face? Throughout the meeting, Shuangsu's eyes remained fixated on the presentation, avoiding his gaze entirely. Upon concluding the discussion, Yi Tingzhou picked up the documents on the table and posed a penetrating question. When can we expect the finished product? Old Fong replied. The first version of the prototype has been completed, but due to the low volumetric energy density of hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen tanks occupy considerable space. And we have yet to find an effective solution to this issue. Without lifting his head, Yi Tingzhou interjected, I do not appreciate repeating myself. If you do not understand, procure a translator. Old Fong fell silent. Shuangsu proposed an estimated deadline. 3 months. Too slow, Yi Tingzhou pressed. 1 month. Shuangsu responded directly, it cannot be done. Yi Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, shifting his gaze from the documents to her face, his expression inscrutable, quite bold. This representative from the second party. Several employees nearby exchanged frantic glances, signaling her to temper her assertiveness. This is the client, Mr. Song. Please rein it in. I cannot. When out of sight of Yi Tingzhou, she appeared to be a stable and composed individual. However, upon encountering him, she was inevitably reminded of that evening's deliberate teasing and her own embarrassing moments, leaving her in a state of acute discomfort. She took a deep breath and said, I am merely being pragmatic. If Mr. He enjoys pancakes, I can certainly paint one for you. I will have the finished product ready by next week, though you might discover it accompanied by a substantial liquid hydrogen tank. Would you like that, Mr. He? Yi Tingzhou replied leisurely. If I express my disinterest, will you sulk again, Ms. Song? Instantly, a barrage of fiery gazes focused on Shuangsu, and after a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Liao excitedly grasped the edge of the table. The remark was exceedingly ambiguous, causing Shuangsu's ears to flush with warmth. Director Fan's small, squinted eyes darted back and forth between her and Yi Tingzhou like a spotlight. Mr. He, please refrain from jesting. Shuangshu maintained her composure. Until the energy storage issue is effectively resolved, we do not wish to present you with a mere half-finished product. The goal is to deliver an excellent product that meets market standards. Throughout the Yun Dunjun Group, it was well known that Mr. He was a man who showed no leniency. He was decisive, unwavering, and left no room for negotiation. Director Fan feared him, not just because he wielded the power of life and death over the enterprise, but also due to a profound apprehension of He Tingzhou as a person. During those 2 months, He Tingzhou seemed to have undergone a transformation today, appearing unusually amicable. Shuangshu exhaled in relief. Leaning back in his chair, He Tingzhou regarded her with lazy, dark eyes behind his glasses. Yet spoke with an air of formal seriousness. Please have Ms. Song send the detailed technical documents to my WeChat. Director Fan opened her mouth to inquire. Aren't you known for avoiding WeChat for work purposes? However, the seasoned professional understood the cardinal rule of workplace survival. Do not ask questions that should remain unasked. Upon leaving the conference room and stepping into the elevator, Shuangshu was immediately enveloped by a few piercing gazes. Ms. Song, is your relationship with Mr. He this close? Shuangshu remained impassive. We are merely acquaintances. But it seems Mr. He treats you differently. Shuangshu replied. Have you forgotten how challenging it was to secure a partnership with Yun Dunjun? Very well. The fervent flames of gossip were swiftly extinguished. Upon returning to the office, Shuangshu found herself compelled to re-add He Tingzhou on WeChat. The only consolation was that he would not message her, thus sparing her the embarrassment of revealing that she had once had the audacity to delete him. She sent him the requested information, and he did not respond. Chapter 40. Who struck the blow? The news of Grandpa Song's surgery due to blocked blood vessels reached Shuangshu last. It was during a dinner at the Shun residence that she learned of this matter through the conversation between Fu Yun and Shen Changyuan. You didn't know? Fu Yun expressed surprise. Shuangshu responded nonchalantly. No one has informed me. How could Cui Ning not notify you of such a significant event? Fu Yun hurriedly summoned someone to prepare nutritional supplements, insisting, he is still in the hospital. You should go see him immediately. I have no desire to go, Shuangshu replied, disinterestedly picking at the fish on her plate. My presence won't make him any better. He is your own grandfather. He is undergoing heart surgery, and as his granddaughter, you are not even inclined to visit him. If word gets out, people will accuse you of being unfilial, Fu Yun admonished, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Let them say what they will about my unfiliality, Shuangshu retorted, dismissing Fu Yun's words. You child, Fu Yun exclaimed, do you want people to think we raised you poorly? At last, Shuangshu set down her chopsticks and reluctantly stood up. As Wang Sa accompanied her to the door, she anxiously reminded her, when you see your grandfather, make sure to behave well, speak sweetly, and say something nice. Shuangshu held no expectations, thinking, what good is sweet talk? No matter how eloquently I speak, he will never take a liking to me. Wang Sa watched her depart in silence, sighing at the thought, such a fine girl, yet why does he not cherish her? Having returned to the country for over a month, Shuangshu had yet to see her grandfather. He had never regarded her as his granddaughter. Thus, she felt no obligation to him. The bond between them was even weaker than that of strangers, for at least strangers did not harbor disdain for her. This visit was merely for the sake of appearances. Upon arriving at the hospital, the entire floor had been cleared. As Shuangshu ascended, she coincidentally encountered Song Lian. The moment Lian spotted her, she crossed her arms and demanded imperiously, who permitted your presence here? Shuangshu, indifferent, brushed past her and proceeded toward the patient room. After Shinyu expelled me from the boat last time, you still dare to show your face before me? Lian yelled, turning to call for assistance. Zhang Ma. Throw her out. Zhang Ma hesitated, unwilling to act. Miss, I don't think that's appropriate. If I say it's appropriate, then it is. Lian retorted stubbornly. Will you throw her out? If not, I shall expel you as well. Shuangshu's position in the Song household was exceedingly awkward. She was neither a host nor a guest, which rendered the servant's treatment of her rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, Zhang Ma dared not truly expel her. Caught in a dilemma, she was saved by the arrival of Cui Ning's voice. Lian, do not stir up trouble. What trouble have I caused? Clearly, she is the one who bullied me first. Lian snapped, but upon seeing Cui Ning's displeased expression, she fell silent. Cui Ning's demeanor towards Shuangshu remained lukewarm. Go on in. Shuangshu entered the patient room, carrying the nutritional supplements. Grandpa Song was reclining against the headboard, being fed by a caregiver. She feigned obedience, asking, Grandpa, are you feeling any better? You still recognize me as your grandfather, Grandpa Song remarked with a gaze reminiscent of her childhood, stern yet critical. I have been hospitalized for half a month. and former subordinates from over a decade ago visit me daily. Have you come to see me even once? Frosty Heart remarked, I do not require your elevation. She was unaware of the matter at hand. After decades in politics, Grandfather Song's words exuded the oppressive air of authority. You are oblivious. It is not the fault of others. You have been back for quite some time and have not even returned home once. I no longer wish to feign compliance. Frosty Heart understood that it was best not to argue, for it would be futile, yet she retorted, it is not my responsibility. I do not possess the gift of foresight. Song Lian fanned the flames nearby. Grandfather, she visits the Shun family daily. Where is her loyalty to us? Frosty Heart shot her a cold glare. Lian sensed that she might receive another slap. With a calm demeanor, Frosty Heart implied a veiled accusation. You raised me, and I have shown you my devotion. Grandfather Song caught on, huffing disdainfully. You have certainly become quite eloquent. Lian interjected, did you strike her last time? Frosty Heart did not deny it. I did. Suddenly, without warning, Grandfather Song raised his hand and struck her. The caregiver, holding a bowl, froze in shock as Frosty Heart's face turned away, a flush of crimson rapidly blooming against her porcelain skin. Grandfather Song, a lifelong official of high rank, lowered his voice, exuding an imposing presence, striking Lian in public. Whose face are you slapping? Your own misdeeds have led to so much scandal. Your father sent you away to reflect and learn. What have you learned? The Shin family indulges you, neglecting proper guidance, yet you tarnish the reputation of the Song family. Lian, reveling in the moment, chimed in. I told you, I will definitely return that slap. The entire left side of Frosty Heart's face throbbed with pain throughout her life. The slaps she had endured came from those who were supposed to be her kin. She did not cry, nor could she muster a feeling of grievance. She merely felt exasperation. It was not I who brought shame to the Song family, but rather Song Lian. If you care so much about the family's reputation, it would be quicker to silence her. Just as Grandfather Song was about to explode with anger, Cui Ning opened the door. Father, Old Man Zheng has come to see you. Instantly, Grandfather Song's expression transformed into a smile, engaging in pleasantries with the elderly Zheng, who entered supported by a cane. Old Zheng, what brings you here? The venerable patriarch of the Zheng family, over 80 years old, leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his hair frosted white beneath a black cap. His spirit undiminished, and his eyes bright as torches. Although he had long since retired from the forefront of politics, his influence persisted, commanding respect from all, who referred to him as Old Man Zheng. I heard you had heart surgery, so I had to come see you. It was merely a minor procedure. Grandfather Song replied amiably. Zheng Zui is here as well. Upon entering, Zheng Zui's gaze locked onto Frosty Heart, her look akin to that of a venomous serpent, making Frosty Heart uncomfortable. She stood there, feeling invisible, and as the two elders exchanged pleasantries, she seized an opportunity to slip out unnoticed. Zheng Zui trailed closely behind her. Did you sleep with Yuezafeng that night? Indeed, it was you. Who else could it be? Zheng Zui, far from feeling shame, took pride in her disdain for Yuezafeng, cursing him for having benefited from her carefully laid plans. Yuezafeng? What does he have to do with this? Not far away were the servants of the Song family. Zhang Zui did not dare to act recklessly. He blocked her path and lowered his voice, saying, Song Shuangxiu, cease pretending to be innocent before me. Either let me have my fun, or I shall inform your brother that you have entangled yourself with his good friend. He seeks to ruin me. I am curious to see if he will first eliminate his own companion. Shuangxiu felt an intense aversion towards him. Do you truly believe my brother would spare you for your drugging of me? Go ahead, tell him. Zhang Zui, emboldened, leaned closer and whispered ominously, if I were to take advantage of you, the worst I would face is a beating. Should this matter escalate, your grandfather, a man obsessed with reputation, would undoubtedly compel you to marry me to safeguard the honor of the Song family. As for me, I merely wish to toy with you. The complications of marriage are far too cumbersome. Shuangxiu clenched her teeth in anger, fully aware that Zheng Zui spoke the truth. If this scandal were to leak, the Song family would go to great lengths to preserve their reputation. The most effective strategy would be to transform this disgrace into a joyous occasion. That night with Yu Zifeng had no connection whatsoever. It was unacceptable for him to suffer in silence and be forced into marriage with her. He would be wronged. He Tingzhou? Do not even think about it. Even if they had been intimate, he could never be held accountable. In reality, nothing had happened that night, leaving her with two grim options. Either Zheng Lao would treat the matter lightly and suppress it, or Zheng Zui would marry her to provide an explanation. For her, it was a dead end. Suddenly, her wrist was seized, and someone pulled her away from Zheng Zui. She looked up to see Shen Yu's figure. reminiscent of many moments from her childhood. Leave, Xinyu coldly commanded. Do not force me to strike you before your grandfather. Just a couple of words. And look at how nervous you are, Zhang Zui replied, his demeanor carefree, casting a meaningful glance at Shuangxiu before departing. Think it over. I shall be waiting for your decision. Once Zhang Zui entered the hospital room, Xinyu turned back and inquired, what did he want you to consider? Shuangxiu's mind was in disarray, and she replied vaguely, just the same things. A shadow of gloom flickered in Xinyu's eyes, yet his tone remained gentle as he advised. Do not pay him any heed. Shuangxiu lowered her head, lost in thought. Did you hear me? Xinyu asked. She nodded. I understand. Xinyu's gaze fell upon her swollen left cheek, his expression tightening slightly. It was only then that Shuangxiu remembered the pain from Zhang Zui's harassment, having been so preoccupied that she had forgotten her injury. Instinctively, she turned her face away, but Xinyu's fingers gently grasped her chin, turning her face back towards him. Who struck you? Initially, she had not felt wronged, but meeting his eyes made her throat tighten with emotion. My grandfather. Chapter 41. The dog thief. Xinyu remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he raised his hand, gently pressing his warm palm against her injured cheek. Does it hurt? Frost Sequence could not hold back her tears any longer. For the 10 years she had been sheltered by Xinyu, she had never endured any grievances. During that time, she was not Song Shuangxiu. She was simply Xinyu's little sister, Xiaojiu. She was endearing and well-loved. Both Shen Changyuan and Fu Yin cherished her. And even Yu Zifeng and his companions doted on her. No one would dare to strike her. Even if someone had the audacity to consider it, they would think twice. However, once Song Mian returned to the country, she once again became the daughter of the Song family, as if she had suddenly transformed into something utterly detestable. At times, Shuangxiu selfishly wished they would never return. Brother. She suddenly grasped Xinyu's sleeve, longing to confide in him about Zhang Zui's drugging. Hoping to find solace behind him as before, knowing he would resolve any trouble that came her way. Xiaojiu is all right, isn't she? Lu Manman's voice broke through at that moment. The words she had yet to utter caught in her throat. When Lu Manman approached, she released her grip. I came with your brother to visit your grandfather. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Zhang Zui didn't T-bully you, did she? Lu Manman inquired. No, Shuangxiu suppressed her emotions. Your grandfather was too harsh. It's swollen. Lu Manman's expression reflected concern. Let me take care of it for you. No need. I'll just ice it when I get home, Shuangxiu replied. You both should go inside. Her tone was unnaturally calm, as if nothing had transpired. Had it not been for the visible injury on her face, one might not have realized the severity of the slap she had endured. After speaking, she stepped into the elevator, turned, pressed the button, and did not glance back at Xinyu. As night fell, the hospital's entrance bustled with hurried footsteps, each person tethered to their own worries or concerns. Upon exiting, Shuangxiu felt the sharp sting of pain on her face, so intense it brought her to the brink of tears. Yet, no one would be there to lift her up when she cried, nor gently wipe away her tears. At that moment, she felt reluctant to return home. The Song residence, the Shen household, or the empty house on Songming Road all felt like places that were not truly home. She was weighed down by a heavy burden in her heart, suffocating her. She sank onto a bench at the bus stop, watching the ceaseless flow of traffic before her. Strangers passing by cast glances at her face. Although she could not see them, she imagined she must appear quite disheveled. But she chose to ignore them. The night silently enveloped the surroundings. And the girls waiting for the bus nearby suddenly stirred. Wow, what a handsome dog. Hello, what's your name? Hey, it's ignoring us. Shuangxiu slightly turned her gaze and spotted a robust, imposing Doberman with its ears erect, striding through the crowd of people at the bus stop, approaching her with a leisurely pace. She did not own a dog, and to her, all dogs of the same breed appeared identical, with Dobermans boasting sleek black fur tinged with a hint of brown. However, this one exuded an extraordinary aura of cold authority, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Somehow familiar. She could not recognize whether it was indeed He Tingzhou's dog. The Doberman had already approached her, its head leaning towards her. Instinctively, she took a large step aside, even preparing to rise and walk away. The Doberman dropped the object it had been holding in its mouth onto the chair, an ice pack. Frost Sequence was momentarily stunned. Is this for me? The Doberman sat down but turned its head away, perhaps wounded by her apparent disdain. Apologies, she said to it. I am somewhat afraid of dogs. It is not a reflection on you. The Doberman seemed to understand, turning back and nudging the ice pack towards her with its snout. Frost Sequence picked up the ice pack and applied it to her face, glancing around. She saw neither He Tingzhou's car nor any suspicious figures. The fiery burning sensation on her left cheek gradually numbed under the cold, though the pain had merely transformed rather than vanished. Throughout her application of the ice pack, the Doberman remained by her side, resembling a lofty guardian. However, its striking presence only drew more attention to her. A beautiful woman with a swollen face from a slap, accompanied by a majestic large dog. As she stood up, the dog also rose. She began to walk, and the dog followed closely behind her. It felt somewhat ungrateful to abandon it, so she hesitated for a moment. "Where is your owner?" The Doberman remained motionless, appearing to convey an expression of incomprehension. With a sigh of resignation, Frost Sequence took out her phone and dialed He Tingzhou's number. After 3 rings, he answered with a nonchalant voice. "What can I do for you, Mr. Song?" His words left her bewildered. Wasn't it he who had instructed the dog to deliver the ice pack? Had she mistaken the dog, or had it somehow transformed? "I encountered a Doberman and am uncertain if it belongs to you." He Tingzhou drawled. "Why don't you ask it?" Frost Sequence looked down and met the dog's gaze. "Is your dog lost, or do you not know?" She frowned. If it wasn't his dog, she would not concern herself. "It is lost. I am currently searching for a dog thief." He Tingzhou placed the blame squarely on her. "Where are you?" she inquired. There was a 2-second pause on the other end, and she heard He Tingzhou say, "Look behind you." Frost Sequence held the phone to her ear, bewilderedly turning around. Across the wide road, amidst the rushing vehicles, she spotted a Kalinin parked by the curb. The driver's window was partially lowered, revealing He Tingzhou's excessively handsome face. He had been so near all along. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Lu Manman entered the hospital room, and upon seeing them, Old Master Song greeted them warmly. "You and Manman have come." Lu Manman found it hard to reconcile his amiable demeanor with the fact that he had inflicted such harm on Frost Sequence's face. "Old Master Song, are you feeling better?" she asked. To the same question, Old Master Song replied with a smile. "I have been recovering well these past few days. Thank you for your concern." Among the younger generation in Yen City, Shen Yu was one of the most outstanding, and Old Master Song held a great appreciation for this junior. Shen Changyuan initially intended for Shen Yu to enter politics, believing that with his capabilities and the support of the Shen family, achieving a deputy bureau-level position at such a young age would be feasible. Regrettably, he harbored no interest in political maneuvering. The Shun and Song families had maintained a cordial relationship, and in the past, Grandpa Song had contemplated a marriage alliance. However, the one who desired to wed Shen Yu was not Shuangxiu, but rather Song Lian. Unexpectedly, 5 years ago, Shuangxiu's interference nearly tarnished the reputation of both families, rendering any further discussion on the matter inappropriate. Presently, as the Shun family engages in discussions with the Lu family regarding a marriage proposal, this issue must remain unresolved. This is one of the reasons for his discontent toward Shuangxiu. Lu Manman was typically adept at charming and ingratiating herself with her elders. Yet perhaps due to witnessing the injuries on Shuangxiu's face, she merely smiled and refrained from approaching him. Shen Yu consistently exhibited courteous behavior towards others, inquiring about the old gentleman's health. After exchanging pleasantries and preparing to depart, he addressed Lu Manman, saying, "You may return first. I wish to speak with Old Master Song for a moment." Lu Manman seemed to anticipate his intentions and, after closing the door, did not stray far. Inside the hospital room, Shen Yu casually remarked, "I heard that Xiao Jiu has caused some trouble and upset you." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. While Shuangxiu was indeed a child of the Song family, she had grown up alongside Shen Yu. His mention of this matter was likely an effort to defend her. "Did she report me?" Shen Yu inquired, noting her swollen face when he encountered her earlier. "During my absence, has she gotten into mischief to provoke your ire?" Cui Ning interjected, "It's nothing serious. She and her sister merely had a spat, and in public, she ended up in a scuffle with Lian. Her grandfather was also displeased with her lack of decorum, no matter the chaos at home. She must not become a source of ridicule in public." "What a trivial matter," Shen Yu replied, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Xiao Jiu has always been well-behaved. Her gentle temperament makes her susceptible to being bullied. That is why I have encouraged her to be a bit more assertive. If she is wronged, she should strike back. This cannot be blamed on her." Grandpa Song expressed his discontent. "I understand your bias towards her, but she is my granddaughter. If she has erred, am I not entitled to discipline her?" The smile on Shen Yu's face had now nearly vanished. "You are indeed entitled to discipline her. However, I have raised her, and if she has truly made a mistake, I must bear the responsibility. Should there be any further incidents, I will correct her. Given your heart condition, It would be prudent not to let your temper flare. Chapter 42. Applying medicine today, He Tingzhou drove a Cullinan, parked directly across from the bus station. Frost Sequence had never seen it before, which explained her earlier oversight. She was unaware of his arrival. After hanging up the phone, the dog, which had been sitting still on the ground, stood up and walked towards the sidewalk. After a few steps, it turned to look at her. Frost Sequence had no intention of approaching He Tingzhou and said to the dog, "You can go by yourself. I'm heading home." The Doberman returned to her side, signaling for her to follow. Frost Sequence replied, "I'm not going." The dog, inheriting its owner's domineering nature, clamped its mouth onto the hem of her pants and tugged insistently. It had considerable strength, and Frost Sequence was reluctant to engage in an undignified struggle with a dog in public. Moreover, the dog was rather fierce, which intimidated her. Reluctantly escorted like a prisoner, she crossed the street under the watchful gaze of the dog, leading her to He Tingzhou's car. He had already exited, leaning against the car door with his arms crossed, observing her being herded over by the dog. The twilight light was thin, casting a bluish filter over the world, rendering everything somewhat hazy. He Tingzhou's high cheekbones and sharp eyes created a strikingly handsome visage, his features defined and impactful. Dressed in white and black, he stood out distinctly against the dimming street. Frost Sequence halted a little over a meter away from him. "The dog has brought you back," she announced. He Tingzhou straightened and approached her, and instinctively, she took a step back. However, his long legs caught up to her, and he seized her arm, pulling her abruptly into his embrace. Taken by surprise by his sudden action, the cold scent of cedar enveloped her, instantly stirring her memories. As her heart raced, a motorcycle sped past her from behind. He Tingzhou released her arm and looked down at her, questioning, "Why is your face so red?" Frost Sequence maintained her composure. "Your face would be red too if you were slapped." He Tingzhou's gaze leisurely traversed her left cheek. It was severely swollen, likely due to burst capillaries. Her delicate skin was one factor, but the assailant had shown no mercy. Frost Sequence pushed his hand away, and He Tingzhou inquired, "Was the cake good?" "What?" she asked, only to realize the implication in his dark eyes. She bit her lip, annoyed at having to endure such mockery after being slapped. "You could try it and find out." Her retort did not provoke He Tingzhou. Instead, he smirked slightly. "What a pity, there's no opportunity. The person brave enough to slap my face has yet to be born." Frost Sequence fell silent. Although his arrogant tone was infuriating, it was, regrettably, the truth. Who would dare strike the face of the young master? He Tingzhou retrieved a tube of ointment from a bag emblazoned with the pharmacy's logo and unscrewed the cap, applying the ointment to his fingertip and bringing it close to her face. Frost Sequence instinctively recoiled, but He Tingzhou firmly grasped her chin, holding her face steady. "It's harmless. Don't move. It will reduce the swelling. I'll do it myself." Frost Sequence attempted to resist. He Tingzhou taunted her. "You've been sitting there on display for ages, yet you didn't come here yourself." "What do you mean by display?" He Tingzhou spoke as his fingers brushed against her cheek, the slight chill providing an immediate numbing effect. Shuangsu relinquished her resistance, turning her face to gaze at the greenery by the roadside. Even without looking, she could still sense the powerful gaze fixed upon her face. He Tingzhou lowered his head, his focus on applying the ointment causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush. Shuangsu pressed her back against the car door, attempting to create as much distance as possible. "They want to watch. What can I do? I cannot very well gouge out their eyes." Her features were strikingly exquisite, and had she possessed a touch more allure, she would have radiated a dazzling charm. Yet, she inexplicably carried an innate sense of purity, her round, soft eyes imbued with a gentle liveliness that easily evoked a protective instinct in others. With such proximity, the fine hairs on her face shimmered subtly in the dim light, and her eyelashes trembled slightly from nervousness. He Tingzhou pinched her chin between his thumb and forefinger, the moment his thumb moved against her cheek. Her head obediently followed his motion. As he spread the ointment, he looked down and asked, "Why not? Did you forget the spoon?" Shuangsu, somewhat speechless, turned her gaze to him. "Do you use a spoon to gouge out eyes?" He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "What else would one use?" His eyes were uniquely striking, sharp and cold like a blade, yet the upward curve at the outer corners exuded a flirtatious charm, a dangerous contradiction of qualities. Shuangsu turned her eyes away. "I've never done it. How would I know?" After applying the ointment, He Tingzhou released her and tossed the ointment back into the car. Shuangsu let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable and on the verge of leaving. He Tingzhou leisurely wiped his fingers clean and retrieved a cake from the car, offering it to her. Shuangsu glanced at the cake, Puzzled, what is this for? He Tingzhou tugged at the white satin ribbon on the cake box with a lazy smile. You've had your appetizers. Shouldn't you have something more substantial? This man, Shuangsu, discerning the gravity of the situation, paused in silence before ultimately accepting the cake. She sat on a bench by the roadside, savoring the cake while He Tingzhou leaned against the car door. He plucked a leaf from somewhere, idly pinching it between his fingers. A dog squatted beside him, watching her eat the cake. The tiramisu was surprisingly delicious. As Shuangsu indulged, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found the Doberman's cool, intense eyes fixated on the cake in her hand, its tongue flicking across its lips. Shuangsu inquired of He Tingzhou, can it eat this? He glanced at the dog and replied bluntly, it's poisoned. If the dog eats it, it will die. The Doberman, disheartened, lay down on the ground. After finishing the cake, the sky had completely darkened. Her face didn't seem to hurt as much, and her mood had returned to calm. He Tingzhou drove her home, and upon reaching No. 9, Songming Road, the night was deep. Shuangsu got out of the car at the entrance, standing in silence for a moment before finally saying to He Tingzhou, thank you. Her tone was slightly tense. After all, the ointment and cake could not redeem his earlier misdeeds. He Tingzhou smirked, leaning back against the seat nonchalantly. Don't thank me just yet. Remember this grand image I hold in your heart at this moment. Think twice before you scold me next time. Had she ever scolded him? That hardly counted. I didn't scold you, Shuangxu remarked. Each time, it is you who toys with me first. I am merely reacting to oppression. He Tingzhou, with his dark eyes, lazily glanced over and replied, what? Am I supposed to apologize to you? Shuangxiu, with a firm demeanor, retorted, before you think of bullying me again. Perhaps you should reflect on it first. After speaking, she turned and entered the building. Upon reaching the ground floor, she noticed Xinyu's car parked nearby. Xinyu stood by the vehicle, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its embers still glowing. He gazed into the distance, the shadows of the phoenix trees casting over him. Lost in thought, unaware of her approach. Brother, what brings you here? Shuangxiu inquired. Xinyu snapped back to reality, noticing her presence, and extinguished the cigarette. Where have you been? He asked. I met a friend, Shuangxiu replied. Have you treated the injury on your face? Xinyu examined her left cheek. Noting the swelling had subsided somewhat, Shuangxiu nodded. I applied some ointment. As May progressed, the temperature rose swiftly. The night breeze no longer felt cold, but transformed into a subtle chill that one only realized with time. Xinyu asked her, what did you want to tell me while you were in the hospital? The impulse to depend on him like an immature child had waned, and Shuangxiu shook her head. It's nothing. She could not remain sheltered under Xinyu's wings, enjoying his protection. Such a privilege had been stripped away 5 years ago. Xinyu seemed somewhat subdued today, quietly observing her for a moment before reaching out to tousle her hair. His eyes, well concealed by the night, softened as he gently urged, go upstairs. Rest early. Chapter 43. The proposal. The swelling on Shuangxiu's face took several days to subside completely. While at work, she wore a mask, and her colleagues, displaying a tacit understanding and thoughtfulness, refrained from probing into the matter. In the break room, discussions revolved around an incident at a nightclub where a group had been apprehended. The commotion was fueled by the involvement of several privileged scions from influential families. Lately, Shuangxiu had been preoccupied with the search for new composite materials for hydrogen storage. Showing little interest in such gossip, letting it drift in one ear and out the other, Xuyang slipped out of the hospital and took Shuangxiu to a nearby Japanese restaurant for a lunch of fried pork cutlet, with Xiao Liao tagging along. During the meal, Xuyang broached the topic. I heard there's someone quite notable involved, with the surname Zhang. Do you know him? Shuangxiu was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Zui? She replied. I'm not sure of his full name. The news didn't mention it extensively, just referred to him as Mr. Zhang. I overheard some gossip from a nurse at the hospital, mentioning that his grandfather is quite powerful. That must be Zhang Zui, then. Shuangxiu pondered the possibility of Zhang Zui's involvement with unsavory activities. Those wealthy young men often indulged in reckless behavior, yet their elders typically held strong taboos against such matters. The Zhang family certainly possessed the means to ensure his safety, but following this incident, he would likely be under stricter supervision for a while. This might afford Shuangxiu a bit more tranquility. She wondered if this had any connection to Xinyu. Lost in thought, Xuyang's chopsticks stealthily reached toward Shuangxiu's plate. If you wish to speak, do not pilfer my pork cutlet. Shuangxiu accurately intercepted her chopsticks. You cannot eat fried food. Xuyang let out a playful protest, relinquishing her grasp and returning to her salmon salad. This weekend, There's going to be a meteor shower in Aquarius, Xiao Liao chimed in from the side. The best viewing spot is Dongyu Mountain. Shall we go? What is there to see in a meteor shower? Xu Yang scoffed, lacking any romantic inclinations. It's merely stones falling from the sky, incinerated by the atmosphere before they even hit the ground. But you can make a wish. Xiao Liao turned to seek resonance from Shuangshu. Right, little boss. Unfortunately, her expectations fell flat as Shuangshu replied, I have never wished on a meteor shower. Xiao Liao was incredulous. You never make wishes? Is life so smooth and effortless for the wealthy? She exclaimed, I'm beginning to harbor resentment towards the affluent. Shuangshu laughed. I used to have wishes, ones I made for my brother, and they came true rather swiftly. And what about now? Xiao Liao inquired. Now. Shuangshu took a sip of the sake poured into a glass vessel, the flavor sharp, with a slightly bitter aftertaste. Now, I have no wishes. Xiao Liao opened her mouth to ask further, but Xu Yang stuffed a piece of pork cutlet into her mouth. This pork cutlet is so delicious. Do you still have time to talk? If you're not going to eat it, then let me have it. Everyone was aware of Shuangshu's entrepreneurial venture with her friends. To these affluent young men, her modest enterprise seemed akin to a child's game. That day, after concluding a meeting, a young woman at the front desk knocked on the glass door of the conference room and entered to say, President Song, someone is looking for you. He is somewhat handsome and claims to be your brother. Shen Yu is here? Shuangshu immediately rose from her seat. Where is he? In your office. As Shuangshu returned to her office and opened the door, a man, who had been exploring her workspace, turned around. Ah, you're done, President Song. Shuangshu was adorned in a fitted white shirt and a black floral skirt, with a string of Australian white pearls gracing her neck. Her natural elegance resembled that of a luminous pearl, and this outfit accentuated her gentle and delicate demeanor. Upon recognizing it was Yu Zifeng, she could not quite say she felt disappointment, though a flicker of expectation had dimmed. Zifeng, what brings you here? She inquired. Just passing by and thought I'd come see you, Yu Zifeng replied, taking a seat at her desk. I ordered you some afternoon tea. How is my dear sister? On the coffee table lay her portion, consisting of coffee, green dumplings, and an array of exquisite Chinese pastries. As she settled down to indulge in the treats, she asked, Are you here for something specific? Such keen insight. One does not visit without purpose, he remarked. Shuangshu nibbled on an almond cookie, blinking at him. When have you ever come to see me? Does our bond require daily meetings? Yu Zifeng approached and sat beside her, picking a preserved plum from the plate. My brother's engagement banquet with Man Man is set for the end of next month. Aunt Fu and Aunt He have consulted someone for the date. Shuangshu chewed slowly on the almond cookie, remaining silent. Though it was decided by the family, Man Man wishes for your brother to propose to her, Yu Zifeng continued. She is young, just your age, and surely you understand her desire for a touch of romance. And what does that have to do with me? She replied, finding the almond cookie somewhat dry, swallowing it down and setting aside the unfinished half. None of us have experience with proposals, after deliberating for ages. We couldn't conjure anything interesting, and Man Man dislikes the cliché. That is why I came to seek your advice, he said. I've never proposed to anyone either. She admitted. You are a girl, and you get along well with Man Man. You must know what she desires. Although he was not Shen Yu, Shuangshu felt a flicker of joy at his visit, yet that joy gradually faded upon realizing his intentions. Did my brother send you to consult me, or was it her? This question left Yu Zifeng somewhat perplexed. Neither asked. I just happened to be passing by and thought to drop by your company to see you and ask a few questions. This is a significant event in your brother's life, and I thought you might want to be involved. His words prompted Shuangshu to remember her role as a sister, which entailed offering blessings and suggestions. However, having never experienced a proposal, nor having proposed to anyone, she found it quite a challenge to be expected to provide both. After a moment of silence, Shuangshu finally spoke. What she truly desires is the sense of ceremony surrounding the proposal, not necessarily the method itself. I heard there will be a meteor shower this weekend. Dongyu Mountain is the best viewing spot. You might consider that. The very mention of a meteor shower exuded a romantic allure, transforming nature's magnificent wonders into grand blessings. Who could resist such enchantment? The timing was also fortuitous, and Yu Zifeng's expression brightened. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Yet, it was not she who deserved such praise. Once Yu Zifeng departed, she called for Xiao Liao to come in and take away the remaining pastries for her to enjoy. This afternoon tea was prepared for every employee in the company, and everyone was extolling the virtues of the little boss's brother, whose handsomeness matched his kindness. The dessert, a delightful persimmon custard cake, was visibly more sumptuous than theirs. Little Liao, feeling deeply touched, stuffed her mouth with the cake, exclaiming, "Is this all for me? Little boss, you are too generous." Shuangshu gently patted her head, responding, "You deserve it." While Shuangshu provided the inspiration, she did not partake in the meticulous planning of the proposal. Yu Zifeng arranged the itinerary for their trip to Dongyu Mountain over the weekend, disseminating it to their WeChat group. This group had been established long ago, with Yu Zifeng as the administrator and Shuangshu among the first members, trailing behind Shen Yu's avatar. Over the years, this small group consisted solely of their tightly knit circle of trusted friends, totaling just over 10 individuals, and had not welcomed any newcomers for years. Not even casual acquaintances or their girlfriends had the privilege to enter. Lu Man was an exception to this rule. To preserve the element of surprise, Yu Zifeng labeled the trip to Dongyu Mountain as a weekend camping excursion, yet everyone was well aware that the true purpose was Shen Yu's proposal. Given the significance of the occasion, everyone expressed their unwavering commitment to attend. Even Zhuozhong, who had initially planned to travel abroad for business, canceled his flight and postponed his work. Within the group, only Shuangshu and another perpetually inactive heir had not replied. Yu Zifeng tagged both of them in a message. 9H. Remember to clear your schedules for the weekend, don't forget. Upon seeing this message, Shuangshu noticed a private chat from Lu Man, who wrote, "Little Jiao, will you be coming?" Chapter 44. You are not coming to steal the bride, are you? Frost Sequence had just returned home from work. She chose not to respond to Yu Zifeng, but instead replied to Lu Man. "That day, my presence is optional." Lu Man expressed, "I hope you can witness it with me, yet I fear that your arrival may bring unforeseen circumstances." They both understood each other well. Allowing for a candid exchange devoid of any circumlocution, directness was indeed preferable. Frost Sequence stated, "Then I shall refrain from attending." She did not wish to miss a significant event in Shen Yu's life, despite knowing that such happiness would be built upon her own solitude. Nevertheless, she did not want to disrupt this momentous occasion for Lu Man, so if that was her wish, she could choose not to attend. Lu Man teased, "You are not coming to steal the bride, are you?" Frost Sequence replied, her expression unyielding, "You are merely getting engaged, not married. What would I steal?" Lu Man exclaimed, Withdraw. You have ruined my surprise." Frost Sequence had yet to dine. She had never learned to cook and lacked the inclination to do so. Instead, she ordered takeout on her phone and, while waiting, sat on the floor by the window, gazing at the night view. The expansive penthouse at No. 9 Songming Road felt vast and empty when occupied by just one person, creating an atmosphere so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights of Yin City illuminated the night, with a population of over 20 million. Each glimpse of the cityscape through the window reminded Frost Sequence of her own insignificance. When the takeout arrived, she retrieved it and set the table. Perhaps driven by a sense of revenge, though she was unsure whom she sought to retaliate against, she ordered a copious amount. Crispy fried chicken smothered in gooey cheese, along with a large pizza. It was a sumptuous feast, yet consuming it alone felt rather dreary. After a moment's contemplation, she snapped a photo and sent it to Xu Yang and Xiao Liao. Xu Yang, who was accustomed to bland hospital meals and felt as though he was on the brink of ascension, responded with a voice message lasting 60 seconds. He concluded, "I'll block you for now. I'll bring you back after you finish eating." Xiao Liao was much more straightforward. "Just wait. I'm hailing a cab right now." Frost Sequence felt her spirits lift considerably. "Come on over. Tonight you can sleep in the fish tank." Half an hour later, Xiao Liao arrived in a flurry, carrying a half-dozen beers. "Wow, what a stunning night view. It turns out that your affluent Yin City is truly different from ours." Xiao Liao leaned against the glass, pondering whether residing in such a place meant one had no worries. "Indeed," Frost Sequence replied, "even the wealthy can suffer from constipation." "True." Xiao Liao felt an immediate sense of balance restored in her perspective. Frost Sequence then moved the cushions to the window's edge, and the two sat on the floor, savoring the night view while enjoying fried chicken and beer. "Little boss, have you yet found your turtle?" Xiao Liao inquired. Frost Sequence shook her head. "It is likely lost for good. It has been missing for quite some time. Though turtles can endure hunger, they are not invincible. I wonder if it has succumbed to starvation in some corner. Then why not get another one?" Xiao Liao suggested lightly. "If you find the old one later, you'll have two." "I shan't," Frost Sequence replied. "Where would you sleep then?" Little Liao rushed towards her, exclaiming, "You scolded me." Shuangshu collapsed into laughter on the ground. With Little Liao by her side, her spirits lifted considerably. That evening, Xuanshu did not actually make her sleep in the fish tank, but instead took her to the guest room. The guest room had yet to be occupied. Little Yao rolled around on the bed like a dog marking its territory, then peacefully placed her hands folded on her belly. Don't wake me tomorrow. I intend to sleep here for 3 days and nights. Returning to her own bedroom, Xuanshu glanced at her phone one last time before sleeping. Discovering a message from Lu Man. I sincerely hope you can come. You must want you there as well. On Saturday afternoon, Xuanshu donned her lightweight hiking attire and, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, descended the stairs, where Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng had already arrived at her building. This gathering was the most complete yet. As Lu Man had brought several of her friends, a line of cars formed, each filled to capacity with passengers. Lu Man, sitting in the passenger seat beside Shen Yu, called out to her, "Little Jiu, Yu's friend is in our car. You should ride with my cousin first." The back window rolled down, revealing a striking couple inside. The man was Shen Yu's friend, the president of Hengtai Bank, whom Xuanshu had met before, while his newlywed wife was the eldest daughter of the Bai family from Yanqing. Brother Qing'an, sister Qingmei, she greeted politely before walking toward the car behind. He Tingzhou was driving a Cullinan, and whenever Xuanshu spotted him, she felt a twinge of discomfort, prompting her to bypass the passenger seat. Climbing into the back seat, she fastened her seatbelt, only to be startled by an unexpected gaze from He Tingzhou in the rearview mirror. He wore a black high-collared jacket, his features appearing even more pronounced and sharp. He was casually chewing on a piece of candy, glancing at her through the mirror. "Do I resemble your family's driver?" Xuanshu replied, "I'm not feeling well today. I prefer to sit in the back." "What's bothering you?" He Tingzhou inquired. "Nothing in particular," Xuanshu replied. He Tingzhou smirked slightly. "If you're feeling that unwell, shall we carry you up the mountain in a sedan chair later?" Xuanshu averted her gaze, choosing not to engage in conversation. A moment later, Yu Zifeng returned from buying water and took the passenger seat. Let's go. Yu Zifeng chattered incessantly throughout the journey, while Xuanshu sat quietly in the back. As the commander of this proposal operation, he assigned her an honorable yet challenging task. "Sister, today you need to do nothing but deliver the ring to your brother at a critical moment. Just follow my lead. Understood?" Xuanshu responded with a soft Yu Zifeng turned to her. "Why so lacking in enthusiasm?" Xuanshu raised her voice slightly. He Tingzhou suddenly chuckled. Xuanshu found herself perplexed by his amusement and continued to gaze out the window. He Tingzhou held the steering wheel with one hand, resting his left elbow on the window. As he crushed the candy in his mouth, the crisp yet muffled sound tinged with a hint of orange. "Where did you get that candy?" Yu Zifeng rummaged through the glove compartment, but found nothing. He Tingzhou gestured towards the back, asked the little princess. Frost Sequence cast him a bewildered glance. She had no sweets to offer. Yet, Yu Zifeng boldly extended his hand and requested, "Dear princess, may I have one?" "I have finished them," Frost Sequence replied. The convoy continued eastward, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the Dongyu Mountain camping site. Chapter 45. The supporting actress still has her scene. The camping base is situated atop Dongyu Mountain. Upon their arrival at the site, Shen Yu and his companions had already made their way there ahead of time. Lu Man was initially standing beside Shen Yu when He Tingzhou parked the car. As the three alighted, Shen Yu approached them, first glancing at Xuanshu's face. "Is your injury healed?" he inquired. "It recovered a few days ago," Xuanshu replied. Shen Yu instructed, "Rest for a while and have something to eat. We shall depart in an hour." Xuanshu nodded and noticed that Lu Man and her friends were observing them. Lu Man had brought along her usual group of friends. Fearing that Shen Yu might be displeased due to the previous unpleasantness on the yacht, she had opted not to invite Song Liyin this time. Xuanshu also spotted the pair of twins among them. Shen Yu had reserved the entire mountain in advance, ensuring that no outsiders would disturb their gathering today. The early arrivals had adeptly set up a portable stove, with an array of picnic utensils and food and beverages meticulously prepared. He Tingzhou unfolded a camping chair on the wooden platform, casually sitting with one leg crossed over the other, resembling a dignified gentleman. Yu Zifeng had brought along 2 professional DSLRs and a camcorder, intending to document the day's ceremony. He handed the camcorder to He Tingzhou, saying, "You'll be recording in a moment. I've already adjusted the settings for you. Go scout for a suitable position, record some scenic shots, and when we return, I'll have someone edit a grand film." He Tingzhou remained silent, lifting his eyelids to give Yu Zifeng a haughty look, as if to say, "Are you commanding me?" "After all, this is your cousin," Yu Zifeng remarked, directly placing the camcorder into his hands. "Remember, when my sister presents the ring, make sure to get a close-up." With an air of nonchalance, He Tingzhou accepted the camcorder, retorting, "The supporting actress still has her scene." Nearby, Shuangsu, who was taking a sip of water during her break, interjected, "What supporting actress? I only asked you to capture a close-up of the ring." Yu Zifeng felt he had entrusted the task to the wrong person. This young master had no concept of following orders, and he hoped that upon reviewing the footage, He Tingzhou wouldn't find that he hadn't even turned the camera on. As He Tingzhou fiddled with the camcorder, the lens swept across the campsite, capturing the individuals relaxing. Yu Zifeng approached Zhuozhong and the others to discuss their strategy for the moment, while Lu Manman and her group of friends busied themselves with grilling meat and preparing milk tea. Shen Yu and Zhou Zhengyan stood conversing in one corner, while Bai Qingmei, having plucked a wild grass from somewhere, crafted it into a ring and slipped it onto Zhou Zhengyan's finger. The camera panned in another direction, revealing Shuangsu with her hair styled into a bun atop her head. She held her phone aloft, photographing the distant mountains, with loose strands of hair dancing in the breeze, forming a graceful line from the base of her neck to the tip of her nose. Her unadorned face appeared light and translucent, akin to a flawless pearl nurtured within its shell. Once the meat was ready, everyone gathered around the table to dine. Shuangsu took a seat beside Yu Zifeng, and Lu Manman handed her a freshly served plate of food. "Xiaojiu, this one is for you," she said. As Shen Yu approached, he commented, "She doesn't eat bean sprouts." Lu Manman paused momentarily. Nevertheless, Shuangsu reached out to accept it. "It's fine," she insisted. Lu Manman retracted her offer, smiling nonchalantly. "Don't feel obliged. I'll get you another serving." Finally, Bai Qimei and Zhou Zhengyan settled down beside Shuangsu. Earlier in the vehicle, we merely exchanged hurried glances, and now we find ourselves with the time to converse. Frost Sequence is not particularly familiar with Bai Qingmei. Yet Bai Qingmei extends a warm friendliness. "The last time I saw you, you were participating in a swimming competition. It's been so long, and you've grown." Frost Sequence smiles, responding, "I wasn't back when you got married. Congratulations on your nuptials." Although she typically presents a cool demeanor, her smile reveals delicate dimples beneath her eyes, adding a hint of sweetness to her character. Bai Qimei, only a few years her senior, playfully pinches her cheek with the affectionate care of an adult towards a child. "Swimming competition?" Zhou Zhengyan inquires. "Indeed, the Youth Swimming Championship," she clinched the title. "Isn't that impressive?" Bai Qimei enthusiastically recounts the event. She outpaced the second-place competitor by a considerable margin, and after the race, a throng of reporters surrounded her for interviews, with the broadcast camera frequently focusing on her face. Unfortunately, all of that was cut from the replay. We all attended the competition that day, including Tingzhou. Frost Sequence's expression shifts slightly in surprise as she glances towards He Tingzhou, who sits diagonally across from her. He was there that day? She cannot recall. She had been competing, while Shun Chongyuan and Fu Yun were overjoyed, purchasing dozens of tickets, ensuring that every close friend and family member had one. It was only natural for He Tingzhou to receive an invitation. He, however, seemed indifferent to such trivial matters, offering her no acknowledgement, his tone nonchalant. "Is that so? I have no recollection." After finishing their meal and resting momentarily, the group prepared to commence their ascent. The journey from their current location to the viewing platform at the mountain summit would require about 2 hours of climbing. This would allow them to relish the moderate joys of hiking, infusing the meteor shower proposal ceremony with a sense of bittersweet joy, while avoiding excessive exertion that could leave them fatigued and ruin their appearance for such an important moment. Before setting off, Shen Yu reminded Frost Sequence, "It will be cold tonight. Bring a hat." Having accompanied him on numerous mountain excursions and camping trips before, she knew he was a brother who took great care of her, and she had never had to worry about anything with him around. Fortunately, her preparations prior to the trip had been thorough, and she had packed a warm head into her backpack. The hiking group formed a single-file line, with her originally trailing behind Shen Yu and Lu Manman. Lu Manman, likely not accustomed to physical exertion, began to complain of fatigue shortly after they started, prompting Shen Yu to take her relatively light bag and turn back to Frost Sequence, extending his hand. "No need, brother. I'm not tired," she replied, shaking her head. As they continued to ascend, the pair of twins called out, Man, let us take a picture for you." They squeezed past Frost Sequence, moving ahead of her. She made way for her friends, only to notice He Tingzhou leisurely trailing behind, capturing the scenery with his camcorder. At that twilight hour, as the sun retreated behind the mountains, the group chased after the setting sun, meandering and pausing, relishing the breathtaking vistas. Upon reaching the mountain, the temperature indeed dropped significantly. especially as they traversed the ravine, where the increased humidity and the coolness of flowing water made even wearing a jacket feel somewhat chilly. Frost Sequence donned her hat and followed the group, stepping carefully over the stones to cross the river. The final leap was slightly daunting, prompting her companion, Yu Zifeng, to turn around and assist her. Take it slow. Frost Sequence clasped his hand, stepping onto the stones for leverage. He Tingzhou walked behind her, his gaze slowly traversing their joined hands. Once atop, Yu Zifeng released her hand, responding to someone calling him from ahead. Just as Frost Sequence intended to move forward, He Tingzhou called out from behind, "Little Yellow Hat, lend me a hand." She turned to glance at him, then at the others ahead, realizing he was indeed addressing her. Very well, her hat was undeniably yellow. This height posed a slight challenge for a girl, yet the men ahead had ascended unaided. None had requested assistance. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, he certainly had the stature for it. However, Frost Sequence was not so petty as to deny him her aid. With a playful retort, she extended her hand to him. "The stone is hardly taller than your legs." He Tingzhou grasped her slender, delicate fingers, which felt soft and carried a hint of coolness. As she exerted herself to pull him up, she suddenly realized her naivety. She nearly toppled backward, nearly taking him down with her, teetering just a step away from mutual disaster. At that moment, her expression must have been one of sheer terror. Fortunately, at the last moment, He Tingzhou managed to place his other leg onto solid ground, stabilizing himself. Frost Sequence immediately released his hand and turned to stride ahead. During a brief pause to rest, twilight had already descended, and He Tingzhou stood with Yu Zifeng at the edge of the cliff, smoking. Frost Sequence chose not to join Xinyu, instead sitting alone on a stone in a corner, listening to the light-hearted banter among the group. A few girls, inadequately dressed, huddled together, shivering. "Why is it so cold up here?" one complained. "I told you to dress warmly," Yu Zifeng chided, resembling a disobedient child's mother. "There's a waterfall nearby. It will get even colder." Despite the admonitions, he displayed gentlemanly grace by shedding his jacket and offering it to them. He also gave away another jacket. Yet one girl remained, hugging her arms and trembling, casting hopeful glances toward the men nearby. He Tingzhou's bone structure was strikingly superior, from the side. The lines of his brow and nose rose and fell harmoniously, reminiscent of the undulating mountains in the distance. Yu Zifeng remarked, quickly take off your jacket for her." Chapter 46. Little Jiu? Do not be afraid. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression tinged with anticipation. He Tingzhou, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, cast a sidelong glance with his dark eyes and teased, "Which piece shall I remove? Should I let you take off your trousers as well?" Yu Zifeng asked. "If I tell you to undress, would you comply?" He Tingzhou narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone excessively frivolous. "If you wish to undress, by all means, do it yourself." "Damn!" Yu Zifeng exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. Upon hearing this, He Tingzhou shot a glance at Shuang Su, who quickly suppressed her amusement. The languid demeanor in He Tingzhou's eyes gradually faded as he removed the cigarette from his mouth, standing at the edge of the cliff. He addressed her with a serious tone, "Song Shuangshu, do not move." Shuang Su was taken aback. She had never witnessed such an expression on He Tingzhou's face before. He was either indifferent or, as he had been moments ago, nonchalant. This deep, earnest gaze was decidedly unusual. Meanwhile, Zhou Shenghan positioned himself protectively behind his wife, inquiring, "Where is Shanyu?" Realizing something, Shuang Su slowly turned her head in the direction of their gaze and saw, just a meter away on a branch behind her, a vivid green snake peering out. Holy crap! Yu Zifeng jumped in fright, the dimming light obscuring his view. He couldn't discern whether it was a green tree viper or a bamboo leaf viper. "It's a bamboo leaf viper," Zhuo Zhang stated gravely. "Look at the shape of its head. It's triangular, indicating it's a bamboo leaf viper. This snake is venomous. Do not move, sister." His words only heightened Shuang Su's fear. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep-seated dread of snakes and insects, especially snakes. The mere sight of a picture would send chills down her spine, let alone a live one staring at her from such proximity. She could not differentiate between the two types of snakes, but the bright green hue of this one was particularly terrifying. Its triangular head was even more alarming, making her heart race with sheer terror. She felt paralyzed, caught between the urge to flee and the instinct to remain still, her body tense with dread, her palms gripping tightly as her fingers trembled uncontrollably. The fear was suffocating, yet she dared not make a sudden move, fearing it might provoke an attack from the snake. Help! Would it not just slither away? Yu Zifeng and Zhuo Zhang were frantic, Is there a stick? Find a stick. Their wilderness experience paled in comparison to Bai Chime's. They were too close, and unless one struck with perfect precision, the snake was likely to react aggressively toward Shuangsu. Moreover, the branch was too pliable to strike effectively. What now? Yitingzhou had extinguished his cigarette, appearing remarkably calm as he spoke to Shuangsu in a composed manner. Do you have a trekking pole? Shuangsu's face drained of color. Her voice taut with tremors. Yes. Take it, Yitingzhou instructed. If it attacks you, just duel with it. Tears threatened to spill from Shuangsu's eyes. What duel? Yet, the nonchalant tone of Yitingzhou provided a modicum of reassurance amidst her panic. She cautiously reached for the trekking pole beside her, gripping it tightly. Now slowly rise. Come over here, Yitingzhou directed. Slowly, with a pace even more languid than that of a tortoise, Shuangsu cautiously lifted her body away from the stone. Her movements were delicate and meticulous, inching forward little by little. Everyone around fell silent, too afraid to make a sound, and none dared to approach. What was happening? In the distance, Xinyu noticed the unusual tension, and upon catching sight of the branches behind Shuangsu, his expression darkened suddenly. Lu Man, frightened, instinctively clung to his arm. Ah, there's a snake. The group of girls behind them shrieked in alarm. Not even Yu Zifeng could contain his startled reaction. Xinyu, who typically exhibited great grace in the presence of women, wore an uncommon scowl and commanded, "Be quiet." The snake, startled by the sharp and sudden cries, stirred from its stillness on the branch. Shuangxu's heart leapt into her throat. Unbeknownst to her, Yitingzhou had already moved to her side, gripping her wrist firmly and pulling her away. At that moment, the snake lunged, and in a split second, Yitingzhou swiftly and decisively seized the snake by its neck. Shuangxu's hair stood on end. Yitingzhou released her and approached the edge of the cliff, tossing the snake down into the abyss. Still in shock, Shuangxu had yet to comprehend the situation when Xinyu embraced her. His voice still tinged with residual tension. He comforted her. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Xiaojiu. The nerves that had nearly paralyzed Shuangxu began to relax as she turned her gaze toward Yitingzhou. Yu Zifeng was pouring water from a bottle to wash his hands, simultaneously expressing his admiration with fervent enthusiasm. Sir, you truly are my hero. You dare to catch a venomous snake with your bare hands. What wouldn't you dare to do? Yitingzhou methodically washed his hands under the flowing water, his brow furrowed in evident disdain. With an air of nonchalance, he replied earnestly, I watch horror films. The young prince's fastidiousness flared. After 3 minutes of scrubbing with 2 bottles of water and 2 more applications of disinfecting wipes, he reluctantly dried his hands. Xinyu led Shuangxu to a resting spot. As she sat down, still feeling the remnants of fear, she glanced behind her, relieved to find no trees or bushes. Reaching into her bag for a bottle of water, Xinyu replaced it with a thermos. Have something warm. Inside the thermos was surprisingly snow pear and ginger tea, the steam rising in the cold mountain air providing a comforting warmth after her fright. Did your godmother make this? Her face still pale from the scare. Xinyu gently ruffled her hair. Drink up. After a few hours, the ginger tea had cooled enough to be drinkable, and a wave of warmth spread through her stomach as she sipped from the thermos. She was oblivious to the pair of twins nearby, who exchanged glances and smirks. Thanks to the unexpected arrival of the snake, they had paused a while longer, waiting for Shuangxu to regain her composure before continuing their ascent. Zhuozhong looked up at the sky. Do you think it will rain soon? Impossible, Yu Zifeng replied decisively. I checked the weather forecast. We traveled this far to see the meteor shower, not to witness a downpour. Chapter 47. Xiaojiu is not that kind of person due to the earlier incident. Xinyu remained attentive and caring towards Shuangxu on their ascent. To Yu Zifeng and the others, this was the most natural thing. It is only right for a brother to look after his sister. If that troublemaker from his family were present today, he would have collapsed after just a few steps, demanding to be carried up the mountain. However, the twins exchanged glances of discontent, standing beside Lu Man in defense of her. Man, look at her, monopolizing Xinyu. Lu Man replied, he is Xiaojiu's brother, so it is only natural for him to care for her. Besides, he is not her biological brother. The elder twin, who had previously been slapped for her prattling, chimed in, did I not tell you? Their relationship is not innocent. Furthermore, she herself admitted to having feelings for Xinyu, a fact conveyed to us by her close friend. Just moments ago, Xinyu embraced her right in front of you. Was that not a slap in your face? Lu Man retorted, Xiaojiu was frightened by a snake. Yu was merely comforting her. So what if it was a snake? Why make such a fuss? Look at her now. She has successfully garnered Shen Yu's sympathy. In my opinion, you shouldn't have let her come today. On such an important occasion. Are you not concerned she might ruin it? Enough, Lu Manman interjected. Xiao Jiao is not that kind of person. Yet, she could not deny feeling a tinge of disappointment. Shen Yu had been attentive throughout their journey, but she sensed that his kindness stemmed more from a gentlemanly demeanor. His affection for Shuang Su was fundamentally different, natural, like breathing. She understood she should be understanding, but as a young woman in her early 20s, she still felt a hint of jealousy. She pretended to be innocent in front of Shen Yu, but in truth, she was quite cunning. Man, you are simply too soft-hearted. You cannot compete with someone as scheming as her. Regaining her composure, Shuang Su turned to glance back. Although Yi Tingo had often treated her poorly, teasing her repeatedly, one cannot deny that the depth of her feelings upon witnessing him capture that venomous snake was beyond the bounds of language, accumulated over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Yi Tingzhou walked at the back of the line, distanced from her by many people. She caught a fleeting glimpse of him, prompting him to look up suddenly, their eyes meeting across the long line of jovial chatter. Moments later, Shuang Su turned away first. Under the vast night sky, the mountain breeze was refreshing yet chilly, imbued with the scent of the forest. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Director Yu began organizing everyone to set up camp, rehearsing the crucial moments with the burdened Shuang Su several times. Had he not feared diminishing the element of surprise? His pursuit of perfection would have likely compelled him to drag Shen Yu and Lu Manman into the rehearsal. The process was rather straightforward. After all, Shuang Su was merely a tool, devoid of any lines. Yu Zifeng handed her the ring box, saying, "You hold on to this. It is the most important item today. Do not misplace it." Shuang Su placed the ring box into her backpack, replying, "Understood, Director Yu." Upon verifying the procedure, just as she was about to return to the camp, Lu Manman's group of friends approached, adorned with colorful lanterns and various decorations to set up the venue. The twins called out to her, "Shuangqiu, could you lend us a hand? We've taken too long a break, and time is running short. We fear we won't finish in time." Shuangqiu glanced back at them. These twin sisters were seasoned members of Song Lian's circle, who typically followed her lead. Having just returned, Shuangqiu had previously experienced an unpleasant encounter with them during Shen Yu's birthday celebration. Besides the twins, there were two other girls whom Shuangqiu did not recognize. They were friends of Lu Manman from her time in Lin City. Recognizing the urgency of the task, Shuangqiu did not decline and stayed to assist. Yu Zifeng checked his watch. "You all carry on. I'll head back for a bit and come find you later." Balloons, colorful lights, electronic candles, and the long-journeyed rose petals were all present. They were responsible for winding the lights around the railings, laying petals on the steps, and entrusted Shuangqiu with inflating the balloons. Each person had their assigned tasks, and the two unfamiliar girls swiftly completed the petal arrangement. Miss Song will return to help Man with her makeup. Shuangqiu acknowledged their departure, and just as she was nearing completion with the balloons, she suddenly heard an exclamation. The twins leaned over the railing, exclaiming, "Whose bag is that? I didn't see it," and accidentally kicked it down. Shuangqiu's bag, which had originally been placed on the right side of the steps, was now nowhere to be seen. She hurried over to the railing and peered down, discovering her backpack nestled in the grass below. "My bag was left here. How could you have kicked it?" The elder sister feigned innocence. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was busy wrapping the lights and didn't see it. You didn't place it properly, so you can't blame me." The younger sister added, "Perhaps when they were arranging the candles earlier, they moved it because it was in the way." The twins, with the elder exhibiting sharpness and the younger appearing simple-minded, were, in fact, two of a kind. Shuangqiu furrowed her brow. "You should know better than to cause trouble in public. Do you have any sense? What benefit do we gain from knocking your bag down?" Shuangqiu replied coldly, "That's precisely why you lack clarity of thought." Disinterested in wasting time arguing with them, she turned and headed down toward the observation deck. Her bag contained the ring. Losing it would ruin the proposal ceremony planned for that evening. The twins did not follow her, and Shuangqiu had no expectations of their assistance. She disregarded them entirely. With her phone in the bag, she was unable to call for help and had to rely on herself. Her sense of direction was already poor, and with darkness encroaching, the range of her flashlight was limited. Navigating the unfamiliar mountain path felt like traversing a labyrinth. She groped her way down, occasionally glancing up to ascertain her direction based on the observation deck's position. Yet, the winding path made distances seem deceptively short from above. It took her quite some time to finally arrive. Picking her bag up from the grass, she anxiously unzipped it for confirmation. Thankfully, The ring was still inside. Meanwhile, the twins made their way back to the camp from the observation deck, and with only the two of them present, they dropped the pretense. Is this really going to work? Rest assured, that grove is akin to a labyrinth. Despite my numerous visits, I have occasionally found myself lost within its depths. She will undoubtedly be unable to return for quite some time. On a day like today, how dare she show her face? Her intentions must be far from honorable. Surely, they do not intend to search for her? Soon, the meteor shower will grace the skies, and with Xinyu proposing, who has the leisure to concern themselves with her? After the proposal, we can look for her if necessary. Let her linger there for now. My sister expresses a hint of worry. What if she returns and informs Xinyu of our actions? We did not intend for this to happen. Who could have predicted she would lose her way? If she cannot find her way back, the fault lies with her poor sense of direction. The two of them chuckled as they made their way back, only to spot Tingzhou in the distance, holding a DV camera. They quickly fell silent, lowering their heads and hurrying past. Chapter 48. Why is she called Little Jiu? Frost Sequence retraced her steps when suddenly, a drop of water landed on her shoulder. Had it started to rain? She quickened her pace, but the unexpected downpour arrived with ferocity, transforming into a deluge that assaulted her from above. The sky darkened further, and the torrential rain rendered the mountain path increasingly indistinguishable, the ground turning muddy and treacherous. She took out her phone to make a call, only to discover, to her dismay, that there was no signal. Given the rain, everyone would likely remain at the campsite and forego the observation deck. With a considerable distance still to the campsite, traversing the mountains in such a storm was perilous and terrifying. Frost Sequence was unwilling to take the risk. Spotting a cave along the way, she sought refuge from the rain, believing she could remember the path to return once the downpour ceased. However, she worried that Xinyu and the others might become anxious upon discovering her absence, unsure if they would venture out to search for her. As a precaution, she hung her yellow cold hat on a branch outside the cave. Inside the cave, it was dry but somewhat dim. She turned on her flashlight and found a clean spot to sit and rest. A faint trickle of water echoed softly, suddenly reminding her of that snake, causing her to nervously scan the surroundings with her flashlight. Fortunately, the area was empty, devoid of any presence. Yet, she could not relax for long, as an uncomfortable chill began to envelop her. The mountain air was already cold, and with the relentless rain, the cave, perpetually damp and frigid, was a stark contrast. Frost Sequence, shivering from the cold, futilely powered her phone off and on again, but still encountered no signal, resignedly setting it aside. What sort of weather forecast was Yu Zifeng relying on? It was utterly inaccurate. With such heavy rain, not only was a proposal impossible, but even the meteor shower would be a lost cause. Perhaps the downpour, having arrived swiftly, would also depart just as quickly, with a stroke of luck. They might still adhere to their original plan, ensuring that the day's efforts and intentions would not be in vain. As the rain continued unabated, Frost Sequence listened to the sound of the downpour when, amidst the cacophony, she suddenly discerned footsteps approaching. The sound of footsteps on a rainy night felt reminiscent of the beginning of a horror film, instinctively putting her on high alert as she picked up a stone for defense. A tall silhouette loomed in the rain, drawing closer to the cave entrance. In the beam of her flashlight, she recognized Tingzhou's exceedingly handsome face. The unexpected encounter left her momentarily stunned, and it took several seconds before she lowered the stone. Frost Sequence had arrived wearing a hat, and after hastily entering to avoid the rain, she was only lightly dampened. In stark contrast, Tingzhou appeared far more disheveled. His hair was nearly soaked through, his black raincoat drenched, and water streamed down his face. He stepped into the cave, likely having rushed to escape the rain, and was slightly out of breath. He stood there for a moment, gazing at Frost Sequence, and after his breathing steadied, he smirked mockingly. "You're quite clever, knowing to hide from the rain." She retorted quietly, "Aren't you also seeking shelter from the rain?" Tingzhou brushed the water off his clothes, swept his hair back, and sat 2 steps away from her, leaning against the cave wall. His entire visage was damp, with his wet hair accentuating his chiseled features, thick brows and deep-set eyes lending him an undeniably striking handsomeness. The camcorder lay carelessly discarded upon the ground, thoroughly soaked by the rain, its condition uncertain. It was indeed his cousin who could inspire such dedication in him to film at such a late hour. In moments of shared misfortune, even when accompanied by someone she would rather avoid, such as Tingzhou, her sense of trepidation significantly diminished. Tingzhou remained silent, resting against the wall, and she, too, refrained from speaking. They ignored one another, akin to two strangers finding temporary refuge in the same cave. While only the gentle stream continued its serene flow, the torrential rain persisted, an icy chill seeping into their bones, causing Shuangshu to curl up, her face paling in the cold. A rustling sound nearby signaled that He Tingzhou had removed his coat. Initially, Shuangshu thought he might offer it to her, but quickly dismissed that notion. When the moment arose for him to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor, he had appeared utterly indifferent. Without such decorum, where could it manifest? Moreover, the temperature in the cave was frigid. He was undoubtedly cold himself. He Tingzhou draped the coat over his shoulders and called out to her, "Come here." An incongruous memory flashed through Shuangshu's mind of being held tightly in his embrace, basking in the warmth he provided. Her cheeks flushed slightly in the dim light. And without a second thought, she declined, "No need." He Tingzhou regarded her with his dark eyes, asserting, "Between you freezing to death and me freezing to death, there exists a compromise called both of us surviving. Come over." His tone brooked no argument, and as Shuangshu's fingertips began to tingle with cold, she realized that if this continued, by morning, when the rain ceased, she might find nothing more than a rigid, frozen figure. After a prolonged hesitation, she gradually moved closer to He Tingzhou, cautiously lifting one side of his coat and slipping into its warmth. He cast her a fleeting glance but did not respond. His raincoat was waterproof, its interior dry and warm, imbued with his characteristic cool demeanor. The moment she drew near, every cell in Shuangshu's body felt as if it were succumbing to illness, igniting a fever within her, a reminder of their past intimacy. As they shared the same coat for warmth, she endeavored to keep her body from drawing too close to his, a contradiction that left her feeling perpetually tense. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the rocky wall ahead, and with He Tingzhou's eyelids closed, Shuangshu assumed he might be on the verge of sleep and prepared to turn off the light. Just as she reached for it, he spoke, "Don't turn it off. I fear the dark." To everyone else, He Tingzhou was a man unbound by fear, one who could nonchalantly grasp a venomous snake, yet he was afraid of the dark? Shuangshu found this perplexing and turned the flashlight back on, adjusting its beam towards him. "Why is your nickname Little Nine?" he unexpectedly inquired. In truth, only Xinyu called her that. Lu Manman had picked it up from him. Shuangshu replied, "I was born on September 9th. Shuangshu means September. He Tingzhou tilted his head in contemplation. "September 9th, you say? Shouldn't you be called Chongyang?" Frost Sequence found herself somewhat speechless and retorted, "If you were born on August 1st, why not name yourself He Jianjun?" He Tingzhou chuckled softly. Their proximity allowed her to sense the subtle tremor in his throat. He lazily lifted his eyelids and regarded her. "How do you know my father never considered it?" Frost Sequence was taken aback. Her remark had been casual. The name He Jianjun and He Tingzhou carried entirely different gravitas, as dissimilar as the entire history of New China. "My father is a soldier. I was born on August 1st, and he believes it is fate. He has wished for me to enlist since childhood." He Tingzhou paused for a few seconds. "My name was given by my mother." This was the first time Frost Sequence had heard him mention his mother. She turned to look at He Tingzhou, who was also gazing back at her. The beam of the flashlight cast his silhouette against the stone wall, highlighting his prominent nose and the long shadows of his lashes. Frost Sequence felt her heart inexplicably quicken, and turning her head, she said, "My name was also chosen by my mother." After this exchange, a silence enveloped them once more. He Tingzhou radiated warmth, serving as a comforting source in the damp and chilly cave. Gradually, Frost Sequence felt her body warm up. She was no longer cold, and eventually dozed off against the wall. She was awakened by an overwhelming weight on her shoulder, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered that He Tingzhou's head had unknowingly slipped onto her left shoulder. Instantly, she tensed, reaching out to lift his head, only to feel an unusual warmth. Startled, she pressed her palm against his forehead. He was burning with fever. Chapter 49, The Nestling Complex. "Tingzhou?" she called softly, yet received no response. "He Tingzhou?" It seemed he had succumbed to the fever, unresponsive to her voice. Shuangshu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from pushing him away. He was considerably taller than her, and this awkward leaning position was rather uncomfortable. In light of the bamboo leaf's favor, she cautiously propped herself up, straightening her back to afford him a more comfortable position. Uncertain of how long He Tingzhou had been drenched by the rain, she was alarmed by the intensity of his body heat. His breath felt scorching against her neck, quickly tinting her porcelain skin a shade of crimson. A delicate shiver radiated from that point, weaving like vines through her limbs, dispelling any remnants of cold. She felt as though she might ignite from within. Her body had become rigid, her fingers gripping the fabric of her trousers, while her toes pressed firmly against the ground. He Tingzhou's weight was burdensome for Shuangshu's petite frame. Her left shoulder ached with an unbearable heaviness, while he remained blissfully unaware, lost in slumber, stranded in this desolate wilderness. With torrential rain pouring down, devoid of doctors or medicine, the situation was indeed dire. It was uncertain when the rain would cease, and allowing him to burn with fever was hardly a viable solution. After all, he was the sole heir to Commander He. What would happen if his mind were to become impaired? Already flawed, his combat prowess was excessive, and coupled with foolishness, he would become a true calamity. Shuangshu's gaze wandered around, eventually settling on the nearby stream. After a brief moment, she carefully cradled He Tingzhou's head and chin in her hands, gently lifting his heavy head. The sharpness of his bone structure pressed against her palm, and when her fingers inadvertently brushed against his feverish lips, she instinctively recoiled as if shocked. She positioned He Tingzhou against the stone wall and quietly wriggled out of her outer garment. With her back turned, she unfastened her coat and stealthily removed the inner layer. Once she had redressed and turned back, she discovered that He Tingzhou had opened his eyes at some point, one leg slightly bent, his wrist resting on his knee. He leaned against the wall, his dark, deep gaze silently fixed upon her. "When did you awaken?" "Just as you were removing the second layer," he replied lazily, his voice gravelly, likely due to the fever. The warm, husky timbre brushed against Shuangshu's ears, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She bit her lip. This man had no sense of modesty, boldly staring at her without a hint of shyness. If he weren't ill, she would have been tempted to give him a piece of her mind. Of course, he would never be able to overpower her. In an instant, she felt exasperated and glared at him, allowing her irritation to simmer for a few moments before turning away to the water's edge, wetting her undershirt before wringing it out. She returned, her expression taut, kneeling beside He Tingzhou and pressing the damp fabric to his forehead to help cool him down. Fortunately, the cave was dim, and the flashlight's weak beam allowed Shuangshu to maintain her composure. "You have quite a fever," she explained, uncertain of when the rain would cease. Opting to make do for the time being. The cotton fabric, washed by the mountain stream, bore a hint of coolness, intertwined with the faint fragrance that lingered on her. It is challenging to precisely describe the fragrance. It resembles a gentle woody rose note, imbued with the lightness of white tea, straddling the realms of purity and warmth, enticing one to bury their face and inhale deeply. He Tingzhou swallowed hard, tilting his head back and closing his eyes in the dim yellow light of the flashlight. His eyes shrouded from view, Shuangsu felt a newfound sense of freedom. After a while, once his vest was warmed by his body heat, she removed it to wash again. Despite the arrival of summer, the mountain stream remained quite cool, and prolonged exposure to the water felt bone-chilling. She repeated the process of bathing him to cool him down several times, sitting beside him, her fatigue causing her to nod off. Suddenly sensing a disturbance nearby, she blinked in confusion and noticed that He Tingzhou's face was exceptionally pale. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his brows knitted tightly together, emitting faint groans from his throat. His entire being in a state of heightened tension and unease as if a trapped beast. The man, typically so brazen, now revealed a paradoxical fragility. Shuangsu instantly awakened, initially fearing he had a fever, reaching out to his forehead to gauge his temperature. The moment her skin brushed against his, He Tingzhou reflexively seized her wrist with a sudden grip. The pressure nearly crushed her wrist, prompting a cry of pain, causing He Tingzhou to open his eyes. His dark gaze was sharp as a blade, deep and impenetrable like unfathomable ink. He was still breathing heavily, and upon seeing Shuangsu's face turn pale from the pain, he gradually relaxed his grip after a few seconds. "I apologize," he rasped, his voice hoarse and rough, gently rubbing her wrist as if to offer solace. Shuangsu withdrew her hand. Her initial shock and the tears that nearly spilled were replaced by astonishment upon hearing those two words. He Tingzhou actually apologized, akin to a dog unexpectedly meowing. "Did you have a nightmare?" he inquired. Shuangsu, rubbing her wrist, responded, "Someone like you can have nightmares? I am not a deity." "Of course, I can have nightmares. You are certainly not a deity. You resemble a Rakshasa," Shuangsu retorted. He cast her a sidelong glance, his body now relaxed, resting his arms on his knees and leaning back slightly. "Am I truly that terrifying? Are you unaware of your notorious reputation?" She replied, "They say you nearly committed murder." The truth behind the rumors mattered little. Those who gossiped reveled in the thrill of sensationalism. Shuangsu paused before continuing. "In a way, we are both victims of circumstance, bearing the burden of tarnished reputations." However, He Tingzhou lazily countered, My ill repute stems from their meddling and slander, while yours is well-deserved. What crime have I committed? Shuangsu found herself surprisingly calm, his words failing to ignite her anger. My mother abandoned me, my father rejected me, and others discarded me like refuse. Only my brother took me in and cherished me like a treasure. Is it strange that I love him? That is not love. It is an infatuation with a protector. He Tingzhou remarked with a mocking glint in his eye. Little princess, you know nothing of romantic relationships. Frosty was somewhat discontented. Yet she could not articulate the reason for her vexation. She merely felt that He Tingzhou was dismissing her feelings for Xinyu. You lack understanding, she remarked. Disregarding male decorum. He Tingzhou scoffed lightly. How am I not upholding male decorum? When you desired to be with me, did I not maintain my integrity, resolutely refusing? Frosty chose to ignore him, turning her face away in silence, her mind incessantly pondering the complexities of youthful infatuation until sleep overtook her. It was unclear how long she had been asleep, but amidst a haze, she seemed to hear a commotion, someone calling her name. Yu Zifeng arrived at the cave. Peering inside, and was taken aback. The two individuals, missing for an entire night, were leaning against the wall in a tender embrace. Frosty lay with her head on He Tingzhou's lap. The prince, who would never express tenderness, was unexpectedly serving as a human cushion. He Tingzhou was awake. And upon seeing Yu Zifeng's reaction, he replied with utmost indifference, You're here. My heavens, we have finally located you. Yu Zifeng exclaimed, his voice hoarse as he leaned out of the cave, shouting, Over here. They are here. Frosty was awakened by the uproar. Her eyes fluttering open to find that the cave was now considerably brighter. Daylight had arrived, and it seemed the rain outside had ceased. Upon opening her eyes to behold He Tingzhou's face above her, she was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her. Are you comfortable? Realizing she was reclining on his lap, she swiftly sat upright, puzzled, for she distinctly remembered having fallen asleep while seated. A sound of approaching footsteps drew near the cave, and Xinyu strode in, his tense and solemn demeanor easing only upon catching sight of her. Chapter 50 Whose Little Vest? Yu Zifeng finally felt a sense of relief after a night of restless worry. You have no idea how frantic your brother was. We searched for both of you all night. With such heavy rain last night, deep within these mountains, we feared for your safety. The twins had not anticipated the sudden downpour, and everyone became stranded at the campsite. Xinyu quickly realized Frost Sequence was missing. Upon hearing she had stayed behind to set up at the viewing platform, he ventured out with an umbrella to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. Shortly thereafter, he discovered that He Tingzhou had also vanished. Consequently, a great commotion ensued. Everyone remained awake through the night, braving the torrential rain to search for them. Although the path from the campsite to the viewing platform was not particularly long, they scoured the mountainside for hours, practically turning the entire mountain upside down. I've passed by this cave at least 3 times. Damn it, I should have checked inside. Yu Zifeng lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Frost Sequence questioned curiously. I hung my hat outside. Didn't you see it? We didn't see it. Perhaps the wind blew it away, Yu Zifeng replied. Weren't you at the viewing platform? How could you not think to return home in the rain, instead of hiding here? Frost Sequence opened her mouth to respond, but the twins behind her interjected. Oh. It's all my fault. While I was setting up the fairy lights, I accidentally knocked over Frost Sequence's bag. I thought it was so dark and that the bag wasn't important, so we could look for it in the daylight. She insisted on coming down to find it. Exactly. We were going to accompany her, but she walked too quickly and soon got separated from us. We thought it wasn't far, so we returned to regroup with you. If only we had insisted on staying with her. The twins displayed a remarkable ability to seize the moment, acting with apparent sincerity, framing the situation as Frost Sequence's stubbornness in disregarding their advice. Now, even if she claimed the bag was deliberately kicked down by them, it would come off as unreasonable. Frost Sequence silently observed as they played their roles. Without her needing to say a word, Yu Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim, You knocked her bag down? It contained the ring. Are you planning to wait until morning to search? By then, it will be too late to propose while putting it on her finger. The twins' expressions instantly shifted, and Lu Manman glanced at them with apprehension. They began to panic. We didn't know. Yu Zifeng was already displeased with them for prioritizing their return over leaving his sister alone outside the previous night. Now, learning they had nearly lost the ring only intensified his irritation. Truly, they are more trouble than they are worth. After all, they were friends brought by Lu Man. And chastising them was tantamount to rebuking her. Left Zhang hurriedly intervened. They didn't do it on purpose. Besides, with the rain pouring like that yesterday, a proposal was bound to fail anyway. Who told you to misinterpret the weather forecast? Yu Zifeng fell silent. Shin Yu squatted down in front of Frost Sequence, clearly weary after a night of searching in the rain. Are you hurt? Lu Man, who had also searched all night, looked worried. Are you all right? I was nearly frightened to death. Frost Sequence shook her head. I'm fine, but Tingo has a fever. Yu Zifeng reached out to touch Tingzhou's forehead, only to have him swat his hand away. Have you washed your hands? Alas, I nearly scalded myself. I must return to base immediately and summon a doctor. Shin Yu assisted Shuang Su to his feet, urging a hasty retreat. The romantic proposal plan had utterly failed, and now, a precious prince was ailing. Zuozhong and several vigorous young men returned to the camp to gather their belongings, while the others escorted Shuang Su and Tingzhou back to the hillside base. The descent was devoid of the joy and ease experienced during the ascent, as fatigue from the previous night weighed heavily upon everyone, leading them back to the camp for much-needed rest. Shuang Su went to bathe first, and as she changed out of her soiled clothes, she recalled her vest. In the rush of awakening, she had forgotten about it, likely left behind in the cave. The doctor, summoned in haste, had already arrived and was administering it to Tingzhou, who lay in bed resting. Outside, the others busied themselves, some boiling water, others preparing meals, each eager to serve. As if shedding layers of clothing in their enthusiasm, a bowl of noodles, personally cooked, was brought to Tingzhou, yet he lacked the appetite to even glance at it. Placing it aside untouched, Yu Zifeng entered, noticing Tingzhou's lack of consumption, and seated himself to devour the noodles. I searched for you all night. I'm starving. When I returned yesterday, weren't you loitering outside the camp? When did you wander off to the observation deck? Sickly Tingzhou, more lethargic than usual, could barely open his eyes. It rained, and I got lost. Getting lost does not excuse heading in the wrong direction. What sort of sense of direction do you possess? As they conversed, Tingzhou glanced up and spotted a white vest hanging on a rack. Cough. Yu Zifeng nearly choked on his noodles, pointing at the vest. Whose little vest is that? Tingzhou lazily lifted his eyelids to respond with a sense of entitlement. Mine. Nonsense. You can't possibly fit into something so small. It shrunk. Do you take me for a fool? This style is clearly feminine attire, Yu Zifeng retorted. Such garments are meant to fit closely. Where did you procure it? In just 2 days, you've disappeared for an entire night. When did you become acquainted with a woman from our team? Who is she? Annoyed by his inquiries, Tingzhou dismissed him. If you're so bored, go find some green bamboo leaves to play with. As Yu Zifeng finished his bowl of noodles and prepared to exit, Tingzhou spoke again. Reclining on the bed, his lazy gaze drifted to the DV placed on the table, and he casually mentioned, it got soaked in the rain yesterday. Check if it's broken. When Shuang Su emerged from her bath, Zuozhong and the others had returned to the base. Shin Yu sat cross-legged on a chair, gently calling her, come and have something to eat. On the table, a portable stove simmered a Korean hot pot, bubbling softly, while Lu Man approached with freshly washed fruit. Xiaojiu, come quickly. I made this just for you. Shuang Su thanked her, and as Lu Man settled beside her, she rested her chin on her hand. Smiling at Shin Yu, am I not quite the diligent one? Just then, Yu Zifeng emerged from the adjoining room with an odd expression, signaling to Shin Yu, who then rose to join him. The two stood together as Yu Zifeng showcased something on the DV. Lu Man murmured, what peculiar business are those two up to? As Shuangxiu savored the shrimp paste, she glanced up only to find Shin Yu turning his head at that very moment. His gaze was as tranquil as water, reminiscent of a stream within a cavern, imbued with a chilling undertone that penetrated to the bone. That glance was not directed at her, but rather at Lu Man. What on earth is this? Yu Zifeng grumbled under his breath. Should I call the person over now? There is no rush. Shin Yu's expression revealed no discernible emotion as he calmly remarked, let Xiaojiu finish her meal. Chapter 51 Man had long held a disdainful view of her. Once Shuangxiu finished her meal, Yu Zifeng summoned the pair of twins. Almost everyone gathered, uncertain of the situation, yet the gravity of Yu Zifeng's expression hinted at trouble. Known for his ever-present smile, his sudden seriousness signaled a matter of concern. The twins, feeling guilty about last night's incident, feigned nonchalance upon their arrival. Well, we have plans tonight. If you wish to continue your activities, we can take our leave. Why the rush? Yu Zifeng replied, his tone indicating that their affairs were far from settled. Where do you think you're going? What matters? They retorted. Surely, you both are aware. Yu Zifeng's voice grew stern. I ask you, how did your sister's bag fall? Their expressions shifted to one of evident anxiety, instinctively glancing at Shin Yu. He held a cigarette between his fingers, the crimson ember flickering ominously, his cold gaze instilling fear. Shuangxiu, seated beside him, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing nothing. It was an accidental bump, they insisted, still defiant. Miss Song, we understand you were upset about getting lost in the cave overnight. Didn't we apologize yesterday? Why do you still cling to this? We truly had no ill intentions, merely wanting to create a special ceremony for Man Man. We were so excited that we may have overlooked some details. Shuangshu interjected, whether your actions were intentional or not, we are all acutely aware of the truth. Is it not simply your disdain for us? One twin shot back. Last time, you slapped me without cause, and I did not retaliate. You cannot just accuse us baselessly. Xinyu turned to Shuangshu, last time, to explain that slap would necessitate discussing the reasons behind it. Yet the disparaging words they had hurled at him were not something Shuangshu could divulge in front of their friends. She furrowed her brow and remained silent. Emboldened by her silence, the twins pressed on. Yes, you have your brother backing you, and your family holds power. Are we to be your punching bags? The sister tugged at her sibling, adopting a submissive demeanor. Let it go. Look, now the blame is placed upon her again, they continued. With this, they painted Shuangshu as the tyrant, further entrenching their narrative. Should Xinyu come to her aid, he would only validate their claims of bullying. The twins were adept at this sort of manipulation, their skills honed through countless confrontations. Bai Qingmei, previously drowsy, became alert, producing a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere. Munching away and even sharing half with Zhou Zhengyan. As he shelled the seeds, he offered the kernels back to her. Noticing Shuangshu being momentarily cornered, her competitive spirit ignited. Shuangshu, it's your turn to turn the tide. Go. Shuangshu hesitated. Go where? Raising her gaze, she spotted Yi Tingzhou approaching from the opposite corridor. He donned a black sweatshirt, which accentuated his broad shoulders, though his complexion bore traces of post-illness pallor. Pushing his mobile force stand, which bore a half-filled bottle of medication. The infusion tube connected to the back of his hand. Immediately, someone rose to approach him, exclaiming, "Why is Zhou Yi out here?" The onlookers gathered curiously. He Tianzhou settled into a chair with a sense of ease, reclining slightly. What scene are we on? Not even a fever could deter his pursuit of entertainment. Shuangsu, unwilling to waste words, turned to Yu Zifeng. Brother Zifeng, could you please stop being so cryptic? She was unaware of the circumstances, yet Yu Zifeng had suddenly called someone over for a reason. Surprised, aren't you? Yu Zifeng let out a cold chuckle as he inserted the DV memory card into a computer, making a few adjustments before turning the screen toward the twins. Take a look for yourselves. He Tianzhou remarked, "Oh? ISNT this my video?" Yu Zifeng replied, "While I was checking the DV earlier, I happened to click on it and discovered something rather significant. The quality of He Tianzhou's filming left much to be desired. The video was shot in a casual manner, devoid of any cinematographic skill. As night fell on the mountains, the lighting was insufficient, revealing a dimly lit environment, with distant mountains barely perceptible against the night sky. The background was quiet, save for the sound of footsteps rustling through the grass. Before long, voices emerged. Two female voices engaged in conversation. The woods are like a maze. I've been here so many times and still get lost sometimes. She definitely won't return anytime soon. The meteor shower is coming, and Xinyu is proposing. Who has the time to worry about her? We can find her after the proposal. Let her stay there. If she can't find her way back, it's her own poor sense of direction. The faces of the identical twins suddenly contorted in panic as they exchanged startled glances, never having anticipated that their private conversation had been recorded by He Tianzhou. Shuangsu was equally taken aback. He Tianzhou raised an eyebrow. Well, a group of older brothers, who had watched Shuangsu grow up, could no longer contain themselves upon hearing this revelation. Are you out of your minds? How could you engage in such behavior under Xinyu's very nose? You must be tired of living. I can't believe you're so eloquent. I thought you two were innocent, with such a twisted sense of justice. It was a pity they had not pursued law as a career, for they could turn innocence into a capital offense. Have you both lost your minds? Lu Manman exclaimed incredulously. If anything happens to Xiaojiu, can you take responsibility? Upon finishing her statement, she noticed Yu Zifeng's expression had grown peculiar as he pointed to the still-playing video on the computer. The two individuals continued their banter, with the ensuing dialogue becoming increasingly clear. Man had long harbored disdain for her, but had refrained from voicing it, seizing this opportunity to vent her frustrations. After all, her incessant attachment to Xun Yu was quite bothersome. The atmosphere grew suddenly hushed, the previously agitated crowd falling silent. It was evident that she had brought her friends along, orchestrating the whole affair all along. The fiancée harbored a disdain for her stepsister, deliberately abandoning her in the mountains late at night. The unspoken glances were unmistakable, and Lu Man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively defending herself. "Do not cast such looks at me. I did not instigate them." Silence enveloped the group. One was a sister she had raised with her own hands, the other an almost betrothed fiancé. They were incapable of balancing this delicate situation, leaving it to Xinyu to intervene personally. Moreover, her cousin He Tingzhou was present, and who would dare speak against her in his presence? Yu Zifeng felt quite perplexed. His impression of Lu Man was that of a cheerful and lovely girl who did not, at least, did not appear to harbor such malevolent intentions. Lu Man turned to Xinyu, pleading, "Do you trust me?" He slowly took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. The twins, realizing they were in dire straits, fearful of Xinyu's wrath, hastily sought to grasp at Lu Man as a lifeline. Man, you cannot abandon us. We were merely defending you." Lu Man was left speechless. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. He Tingzhou exhibited little reaction, neither defending his cousin nor displaying any inclination to uphold familial loyalty. He leaned back, appearing nonchalant and detached. Yet, his mere presence provided Lu Man with a significant sense of security. Shuangsu understood this, contemplating that he had come specifically to support Lu Man. Regardless of whether she had indeed instigated the incident, it would ultimately reflect on the Lu family's reputation and the He family's standing. Amidst the oppressive silence, Shuangsu spoke up. "This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu. She is aware that the ring is with me. If I were to lose my way and fail to return, who would deliver it to her? She has been eagerly anticipating the proposal and would not act so foolishly." Yu Zifeng glanced at her and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have spoken to Man about this." The atmosphere finally began to ease. "I told you. Man is not that kind of person." Xinyu remained reticent, extinguishing his cigarette and stating, "Let us head back." The group began to gather their belongings, preparing to return to the city. Lu Man approached Xinyu, saying, "I truly had no knowledge of last night's events. I had no idea they." Xinyu had yet to express his stance on the matter, neither dismissing her trustworthiness nor affirming it. His unperturbed tone exuded a sense of indifference. "Take care of your friends. There will be no next time." Lu Man discerned from his demeanor that he was indifferent to whether she was aware of the situation. What mattered to him was that someone had bullied his sister beneath his very nose. She couldn't help but feel wronged. She chose not to ride in Xinyu's car, sulking as she turned and boarded the vehicle behind. When Shuangsu emerged, she found Xinyu engaged in conversation with Yu Zifeng. Noticing her approach, he instructed, "Take Tingzhou's car back." Shuangsu contemplated asking him something, but Xinyu gently ruffled her hair, a gesture of reassurance, signaling her not to pry further. Chapter 52. The temporary nanny. The pair of twins was ushered into an off-road vehicle, exchanging furtive glances, while Xinyu surprisingly remained silent. Was the situation to be resolved so effortlessly? As the convoy descended the mountain, the leading vehicle continued towards the city, while the off-roader veered right at a fork. Separating from the group, the twins sensed something amiss and grew anxious. "What are you planning to do? Where are you taking us?" The vehicle traversed a winding mountain road, delving deeper into the rugged terrain. Gradually, the path narrowed and became increasingly treacherous, eventually transforming into a bumpy dirt track. This mountain, more primitive than Dongyu Mountain, remained untouched by development, with dense forests casting shadows over the surroundings. There were no camping sites, nor even a flat piece of ground to be found. Aside from a few adventurous backpackers, few ventured here. The off-road vehicle halted in an entirely unfamiliar woodland. Yu Zifeng unceremoniously tossed the twins and their luggage out of the vehicle, clapping his hands together. "I presume you've never been to this mountain?" "Neither have I. It's time to test your sense of direction." The twins immediately grasped his intent. "You can't just abandon us here. We've never been in this wilderness before. Who knows if there are snakes or wolves? This deep forest is dangerous. How can two girls spend the night here, dressed in mountaineering attire?" Xinyu retained an air of elegance and refinement, yet his voice was as cold as ice. "If Xiaojiu can endure a night in the mountains, why can't you?" With tears in their eyes, the twins pleaded, "We were merely following orders. We truly cannot manage this, please. We promise to be respectful to Miss Song from now on, and we won't speak out of turn again." Xinyu remained unmoved. What did you say in front of her that warranted such punishment? The twins exchanged furtive glances, their guilt preventing them from answering. "Do I need to pry the truth from you?" Xinyu questioned, as he reached for a stick, prompting the twins to hastily speak up. "We just made a few trivial remarks." They then tremulously recounted their words. attempting to soften the initial offense in Shun Yu's presence. The wind rustled through the treetops, sending a chill down their spines. As Shen Yu's face remained as frigid as frost in the shadows of the forest. Yu Zifeng, incensed, exclaimed, "They are not even siblings, yet you treat them as such. How dare you insult them with your vile perceptions? By heavens, I should tear your mouths apart." The road into the mountains would be closed for 3 days, with no one to come for them. After 3 days, you can see if you can find your way back to Yanqing. Shen Yu ceased to waste any more time on them and turned to enter the vehicle. With nearly 70 kilometers separating them from the city, the rugged terrain offered no assistance. Their cries for help would go unheard. The twins sobbed as they pounded on the car door. "We have no food or water. Leaving us here will surely lead to our demise. You want to die in 3 days." Yu Zifeng retorted fiercely. "There is plenty of water in these mountains. Drink as you wish. If you're hungry, search the bamboo groves. Perhaps you'll find some bamboo leaves to roast. After all, you're more toxic than they are. Perhaps consuming them will cure you." Upon concluding her words, she promptly shut the car window and pressed the accelerator, descending the mountain amidst a bumpy ride. Yu Zifeng grumbled incessantly, attributing the chaos to that foolish Song Lian, who spread baseless rumors. He lamented the Song family's failure in raising their child, declaring that if it were his sister, he would have given her a resounding slap. Shen Yu remained silent throughout, and upon noticing Yu Zifeng rubbing his temples, he decided to cease his complaints. He Tingzhou, unwell, reclined in the back seat with his eyes closed, while Zhuo Zhong took the wheel. Shuangsu focused on her phone, and after a while, she heard He Tingzhou's hoarse voice inquire if there was any water. "Yes, indeed," Zhuo Zhong replied, handing him a bottle of purified water while still driving. He Tingzhou declined, expressing a desire for hot water. "I forgot you were running a fever," Zhuo Zhong remarked. Since he was not yet of the age to keep a thermos at hand, and He Tingzhou was not accustomed to drinking hot water, he had not prepared any before getting into the car. "Just hold on for a bit. We'll arrive in less than an hour," Zhuo Zhong assured him. He Tingzhou remained silent, and Shuangsu sensed a gaze directed at her. Turning to meet his eyes for a few seconds, she silently offered her thermos, which had been filled by Shen Yu. The young master still refused, boldly stating, "It's too hot." "You are truly difficult to please," she retorted, reluctantly pouring some hot water into the lid, blowing on it before presenting it to him. Only then did He Tingzhou lift his delicate hand to accept it. Taking a cautious sip, it likely remained too warm, as he frowned slightly but chose not to complain, leisurely sipping the drink. After finishing, he returned the lid to Shuangsu and stated, "I am hungry." Zhuo Zhong offered, "I have energy bars. Would you like one?" "Too dry," He Tingzhou replied. "What about bread? Not fresh. Bananas, apples, oranges? I won't eat them." Zhuo Zhong sighed. "Then what do you wish to eat, my lord?" That same gaze fell upon Shuangsu once more, scrutinizing her. She felt helpless and replied, "I have nothing to eat." He Tingzhou, in a condescending tone, requested, "Then peel me an orange." Reluctantly, Shuangsu complied, peeling the orange for him. Having been cared for by Shen Yu since childhood, she found herself now acting as his temporary maid, dutifully attending to him for half an hour. At the toll booth, Lu Man approached from another vehicle, tapping on the window before taking a seat in the passenger seat. "Where has Shen Yu taken you?" she asked. "Rest assured," Zhuo Zhong replied with a tone of reassurance. "No harm will come to them in this lawful society." It was evident that Shen Yu would impart a lesson to them, and after a moment of silence, Lu Man mused, "Shouldn't I have been in that car as well?" Zhuo Zhong, noticing her discontent, comforted her, "What are you thinking? That incident has nothing to do with you. With so many of us here, they can't possibly frame you." "Zifeng did not inform me about your plan to give a ring," Lu Man said to Shuangsu. "I am unaware of the ring's whereabouts with you." Zhuo Zhong, taken aback, glanced at her. Then what did the sister say to Zifeng earlier? Realizing halfway through, he understood that they were both attempting to shield her. Shuangsu, maintaining her composure, replied, "If you're offered a way out, just take it. Why say so much? Why do you trust me?" Lu Man resembled a serious young girl, saying, "Your brother doesn't believe me. I never said I believed you. I merely accorded you consideration for your cousin," Shuangxi replied. Upon hearing this, He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow and cast her a glance. Unperturbed, she continued, "Otherwise, it would be awkward for you. My brother would be caught in the middle, and it would also place Tingzhou in a difficult position. Creating such a scene is detrimental to everyone." "Why would I be in a difficult position?" He Tingzhou inquired. "She is your cousin. If a commotion ensues, you would undoubtedly have to protect her." "Why should I protect her?" He Tingzhou's tone was cold and devoid of any sibling affection. "I am weak and feeble, incapable of safeguarding such a large fool. You may not be able to bind a chicken, but you can certainly capture a venomous snake. Lu Manman puffed her cheeks in frustration, aware that he spoke the truth. Well, if my friends have caused trouble, I must take responsibility. She turned to Shuangxiu. But I truly did not incite them to bully you. Do you believe me? Shuangxiu scrutinized her for a moment. Lu Manman's gaze was sincere and straightforward. Through their interactions, it became evident what kind of person she was. She had been well protected by her family, naive yet worldly wise, innocent but not naive. Although she harbored a hint of jealousy typical among women towards Shuangxiu, her communication style remained direct and forthright. Shuangxiu remarked, I never doubted you. Immediately, Lu Manman's lips pursed, appearing on the verge of tears. Don't cry, Shuangxiu added. I don't trust in your character. I simply believe you are not that foolish. Even if she stayed out all night, what good would it do? Xinyu would undoubtedly be worried, or he might notice her absence that very night. Even if it doesn't rain, the search for her would disrupt the proposal ceremony. For Lu Manman, it would be a loss that outweighs any gain. Rather than resorting to such petty tactics, she would surely prefer to witness her own happiness with Xinyu firsthand. It's the same. After all, you believe me. Lu Manman stated, her clarity evident. As the car approached Songming Road, Shuangxiu exited, and Lu Manman followed, embracing her. The eagerly anticipated proposal had turned into a disappointment, and she had nearly been wronged. Although Shun Yu did not blame her, his demeanor left her heartbroken. In a moment of doubt, the person she cherished most was not by her side to offer support. The only one who believed in her was, unexpectedly, Shuangxiu. She sniffed, her voice trembling as she said, Xiao Jiu, thank you. Chapter 53. Brother, wishing you happiness a few days after returning from Dongyu Mountain. On a night when Shuangxiu came back to the Shin family for dinner, Fu Yun was urging Xinyu. Manman's character is clear to you. Isn't it? She would never do such a thing. You are unjustly accusing her. She must feel aggrieved. If Shuangxiu believes her, why can't you? The friend she brought offended Xiao Jiu. She bears some responsibility for that. If this is considered an injustice against her, then let it be on my conscience as well. Xinyu replied, engrossed in responding to emails on his phone without looking up. As long as it does not concern a matter of principle. Shin Changyuan has never opposed Fu Yun. Yet this time, he asserted, my view aligns with IU's on this matter. The friends you choose reflect your character. Just look at IU and Shuangxiu. They never associate with dubious individuals. Fu Yun argued, Manman grew up in Lin City and has few friends in Yin City, which is why she has become closer to them. While her friends may not be exemplary, her heart is in the right place. Shin Changyuan replied, precisely. This is an opportunity to discern their true character. We must weigh whether to continue these associations in the future. She often spends time with Li Yan, and none of that group are without their faults. This reasoning holds merit, Fu Yun sighed. After all, Manman is a girl. Wouldn't it be better to apologize and soothe her? Xinyu was the first to notice Shuangxiu at the door and set down his phone. You're back. Shuangxiu entered, carrying pastries. Godmother, I made some osmanthus cake for you. She had specially bought the ingredients and spent the afternoon preparing it. Blending glutinous rice flour and regular rice flour with water, sifting it layer by layer into the mold, covering it with fine cheesecloth, and steaming it for half an hour. The resulting rice cakes were soft and fragrant, cut into neat squares and garnished with dried osmanthus. Exquisitely made. I didn't add sugar. I prepared a bowl of osmanthus syrup to accompany it. Please have a taste, she offered. Fu Yun's smile was somewhat strained. I can hardly eat. Your brother has hurt Man's feelings for your sake. They have been in a cold war for several days now. Shuangxiu set the osmanthus cake down again. Is godmother blaming me? That is not her intention. Your godmother simply worries too much. What young people do not argue. Shin Changyuan interjected, reaching for a piece. Let me try. He took a bite of the osmanthus cake and praised, the flavor is truly delightful. Shuangxiu's skills surpass those of the pastry shops outside. With the topic diverted, Shuangxiu went to the pond, hoping to find Gui Gui had returned, but was met with disappointment. Upon her return, she found the three had left the living room. Dinner was ready, and she ascended the stairs to call Fu Yun and Shin Changyuan to eat. As she approached the master bedroom door, hand raised to knock, she overheard voices from within. Fu Yun's tone was heavy. Before Ayu marries Manman, it would be best to keep Shuangxiu away from him. I do not blame her, but this situation arose because of her. If she hadn't gone, Manman wouldn't have quarreled with Ayu. Ayu's excessive favoritism has caused Manman to suffer unjustly. Who can endure such a thing? Is it truly necessary to be so wary of the children? Shin Changyuan did not agree. Shuangxiu was raised by Ayu, And if she was bullied, who would stand up for her? If he were to marry and neglect his sister, he would no longer be Ayu. If he continued to protect her, he feared that Shuangshu might ruin his relationship with Man-Man. The child has done nothing wrong. How can you make such assumptions about her? This time, it was Man-Man who was at fault from the outset. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Am I really exaggerating? Fu Yun's emotions flared. Do you think I am unfairly accusing her for liking Ayu? Shin Changyuan replied. That is all slander spread by Lei Yin. Do not heed their nonsensical talk. I have read her diary. With Fu Yun's words hanging in the air, Shuangshu felt as though someone had struck her hard with a powerful blow. There was no sound, yet it caused a numbing pain. Shin Changyuan fell silent in shock. Hasn't she already harmed Ayu enough? Ayu raised her, yet she harbored other intentions, allowing others to accuse Ayu of being a pedophile and a pervert. As Fu Yun continued speaking, her voice diminished into sobs. Don't I care for her? She is the child I have watched grow up. Do I wish to force her away, to send her so far? Who am I doing this for? Shuangshu was unsure how she descended the stairs, but the sound of Wang Sa's voice brought her back to reality. Upon seeing her, Wang Sa greeted her with a beaming smile and proudly presented the medicinal soup simmering in the pot. Madam called you a few days ago, hearing you mention menstrual pain. She specially learned this siwu soup, made with angelica, chuanxiong, white peony, and cooked remania, to nourish the blood. She also instructed me to send some to your senior sister. Her condition requires blood replenishment. Perhaps it was the warmth of the medicinal soup that made Shuangshu's eyes slightly moist. Please thank my godmother for me, she said. You can tell her yourself. Why should I convey it? Wang Sa replied with a smile. I have some urgent matters at the company and need to work overtime. Wang Sa looked surprised. Dinner is about to be served. Are you really going out now? I won't eat. Please tell my godmother. Shuangshu departed under her curious gaze. As she exited, she spotted Xinyu seated in the outdoor pavilion. The sky had darkened. Wisps of smoke curled from his fingers, and his silhouette appeared solitary against the summer night's gentle breeze. Shuangshu stood at a distance for a moment before approaching him. Brother. Xinyu returned from his thoughts, extinguished his cigarette, turned to her with his usual gentle tone. What is it? The cool night breeze caressed Shuangshu's long hair, like a tender hand. She said, that incident is truly not Miss Lu's fault. She had been looking forward to your proposal that evening. When it rained, the surprise was lost. And she spent the entire night searching for me with you. She must have felt terrible too. Xinyu inquired, did mother send you to persuade me? Shuangshu shook her head. Miss Lu is a wonderful person. She is cheerful, lively, and straightforward. I have envied her, felt jealousy towards her, but never hated her. She genuinely cares for you. The orange glow of the courtyard lights illuminated the depths of Shun Yu's eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked her, why are you telling me this? Frosty smiled gently and said, brother, I wish you both eternal happiness. Chapter 54, Behave. I'll reward you. Frost Sequence did not have the driver take her home. Instead, she walked along the neat and straight asphalt road for a while after leaving the Shun residence. Passing by the Song family mansion, she caught a distant glimpse of the grand villa, its lights ablaze against the night sky. She had once resided there for a brief period during her childhood, though it left her with little joy. As she strolled past the garden, her footsteps momentarily faltered. She gazed through the fence at the corner where she had once sat. Now, it was deserted, save for the meticulously tended flowers and plants. Had Xinyu seen her from this very spot? A child silently squatting there each day must have been quite a curiosity. The house was lively. She had heard that her grandfather had been discharged from the hospital, yet she had not visited since. A servant hurried by the garden and, upon noticing her standing by the fence, looked surprised. Miss Frost Sequence? What brings you here? Just passing by, she replied, intending to leave. Won't you come in? The director has returned today, and the old gentleman is home as well. Without pausing, she replied, I wouldn't want to intrude on their reunion. She headed to the hospital, hoping to see Xu Yang. Just as she reached the ward's entrance, she overheard Xu Yang speaking solemnly inside. This matter must not reach Frost Sequence, understood? Little Liao answered gravely, rest assured, I won't breathe a word. Suddenly, Frost Sequence flung the door open. There. She found the two of them seated cross-legged on the hospital bed, a large bowl of fiery red crayfish placed on the small movable dining table between them, their hands adorned with disposable gloves. As the door swung open, both turned their greasy faces towards her, frozen in surprise. The once tranquil atmosphere of the ward was now infused with the enticing aroma of spicy delicacies. With an impassive expression, Frost Sequence remarked, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Shu Yang immediately pointed at little Liao with a shrimp head in hand. It's all her fault for enticing me. I merely made the mistake that anyone in the world could make, bringing such a sinful dish to the hospital. What were your intentions? Little Liao nearly leapt up. You were the one who said that eating hospital food would drive you to depression. You asked me to bring something delicious to lift your spirits. I suggested it, and you actually went along with it. You should have stopped me from going astray. Who threatened to dismiss me? In a matter of moments, the two, now in collusion, began to bicker in a bid to evade responsibility. Frost Sequence closed the door and walked over amidst their noisy exchange, and both instinctively shielded the bowl. Having purchased the crayfish, discarding them would be a waste of food. She won to eat. I can manage 3 bowls on my own, she declared as she pulled up a chair. Are there any gloves left? She asked. Little Liao promptly handed her a pair, while Shu Yang cautiously inquired, Are you really going to eat? It's not my body that is suffering, Frost Sequence replied, elegantly donning the gloves. The trial for Chun Perrin hasn't commenced yet. But fret not. If you can't hold out until then, I can always burn the verdict for you. Shu Yang reluctantly removed her gloves, exclaiming, I won't eat. I must outlive him. The crayfish had become a delightful meal for Shuangxiu. While Shu Yang retrieved 2 bottles of secretly stashed beer from the cupboard and opened them for the two of them, Shuangxiu glanced over with a pained expression, lamenting, Only these 2 bottles. Consider yourself lucky. Having skipped dinner, she was genuinely hungry now. Xiaoyao had ordered the spicy flavor. Although she wasn't particularly fond of spicy food, she nonetheless dove into her meal, her taste buds stimulated to the point of both pain and pleasure. Leaning against the headboard, Shu Yang munched on a cucumber, and after a moment of silence, unexpectedly asked, Feeling down? Xiaoyao, with her oil-smeared face, responded, I'm feeling just fine. Just eat your food, silly. Shu Yang looked at Shuangxiu, who remained engrossed in her task. After a while, Shuangxiu spoke, albeit off-topic. I've been researching several suppliers of liquid hydrogen systems. There's a company in Lincheng, Huifeng Technology, that specializes in small to medium-sized liquid hydrogen tanks and refueling systems. Their manager is quite interested in collaboration and has invited me to attend next week's Hydrogen Energy Development Summit in Lincheng. Go ahead, little workaholic, Shuang replied. I knew I had an eye for talent when I recruited you. Shuangxiu smiled, peeling the crayfish shells as she said, Treasure me. Otherwise, you'll regret it once I'm gone. Shuangxiu's flight to Lincheng was scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. She brought along the company's technical expert, leaving Xiaoyao behind in Yinxing as Shu Yang's personal dining supervisor. The weather in Lincheng was splendid, with a clear blue sky. Upon arriving at the airport, she caught sight of a private jet landing through the glass of the jet bridge. As the cabin door opened, a tall, elegant figure descended the stairs, clad in black attire that accentuated their long legs, wearing sunglasses and walking with a languid grace. From a distance, she couldn't see clearly but sensed that the aura resembled that of Yitingzhou. Shuangxiu first escorted the expert to their hotel, opting for 2 executive suites at her own expense, as the company's travel standards were modest. While checking in, the expert, carrying his backpack, bashfully remarked, Song, I shouldn't have let you spend so much. There is no need to feel bashful. You are the treasure of Fei Xue, worth far more than just this executive suite. Shuangxiu replied, a hint of warmth coloring the expert's cheeks. Let us go. As they entered the elevator, a bellboy in uniform rolled in with a luggage cart bearing a black suitcase. The bellboy greeted her with a smile, to which Shuangxiu politely nodded before averting her gaze. Their rooms were on the 7th floor, and after disembarking, the bellboy continued to the top-floor suite with the luggage. Shuangxiu had scheduled meetings with Huifeng for the next couple of days, and after placing her belongings in the room, she changed her clothes with the intention of exploring the evening. She extended a courteous invitation to the expert, who, being extremely socially anxious, preferred to remain at the hotel. Shuangxiu did not insist and set out on her own. As soon as she got into the car, the driver inquired, Are you here for a holiday, beautiful? Curiously, Shuangxiu asked, How can you tell? Do I not look like a local? It's an instinct we develop. The moment you stepped out with that expression, I knew you were a tourist. Locals view their city like a weary housewife. They've grown tired of it, lacking any sense of novelty. This metaphor, though somewhat crude, was strikingly apparent. As the conversation unfolded, Shuangxiu inquired about interesting places to visit, and her master enthusiastically shared numerous renowned local attractions and specialties along the way. In contrast to the profound historical ambience of Yinxing, Lincheng exuded a youthful, fashionable, and relaxed vibe. She dined at a local specialty restaurant and leisurely strolled through the streets. Returning to her hotel by 9 o'clock, Xiao Liao sent her a video, pointing at Xu Yang, who lay in bed, declaring, "Little boss, I am reporting her. She is trying to secretly order takeout again." Xu Yang retaliated by pointing back at her, saying, "Just wait for it. Your threats are futile," Xiao Liao retorted. "The little boss has declared that she is in charge now, and you cannot dismiss me. I am now an imperial envoy, tasked with investigating." As Shuangshu stepped into the elevator, she was engrossed in her phone. She chuckled and sent Xiao Liao a voice message. "Good girl. I'll reward you when I return." Having spent several years abroad, her demeanor had become more reserved and serene. In the past, when she carefree accompanied Xinyu, she had been full of laughter. Her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkled sweetly when she smiled, her voice soft, as if imbued with melodic waves. Only after speaking did she notice the presence of others in the elevator. Her gaze lifted from her phone, locking onto He Tingzhou's downward gaze. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes briefly scanning the phone in her hand. Through the inverted screen, he discerned the profile picture in the chat window, faintly recognizing it as a photograph of a man's abdominal muscles. The contact was labeled as Xiao Yao. Chapter 55. A taste of transformation. Frosty was somewhat taken aback as she recalled the silhouette she had glimpsed from afar at the airport. She had not anticipated it to be him. "Brother Tingzhou, what a coincidence." "Not really," He Tingzhou replied, his hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze discreetly shifting from her phone. "The summit you plan to attend, I shall attend as well. Using a photo of your abs as your profile picture. What kind of respectable person could that indicate?" He regarded her with a sense of superficiality, vulgarity, and ill intent. "Oh." Frosty turned to stand slightly in front of him. As the elevator ascended, she noticed he had no intention of speaking, so she refrained from initiating conversation, standing quietly beside him. After a few moments of silence, He Tingzhou's indifferent voice broke through the stillness, casually inquiring, "Did you come alone?" "I have a subordinate with me," Frosty replied. He Tingzhou fell silent once again. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, as she was about to step out, he leisurely asked, "Does your subordinate also reside here?" "Yes," Frosty answered, catching the faint sound of his derisive snicker. She detected his mockery but could not comprehend the reason behind it. "Is there a problem?" This floor comprised executive suites, a standard reserved solely for individuals at the director level or above within the Yundan Group. A struggling little company like Feishui would not allocate such accommodations for ordinary employees. Therefore, it was highly probable that they were residing together. Leaning against the elevator wall, He Tingzhou was bathed in a warm glow, yet his expression radiated a cold disdain. "Why is it that I lack a generous boss like you? You are the boss yourself. You could be a bit more generous to your subordinates," Frosty retorted, suppressing her irritation before turning to exit. Upon returning to her room, while taking a shower, she inexplicably recalled the gaze He Tingzhou had cast upon her. She could not articulate it, only feeling an unsettling heaviness in her previously pleasant mood. She could not fathom why He Tingzhou consistently treated her with such biting sarcasm. He had assisted her, had saved her, yet each time she believed their relationship had grown closer, she was inevitably jolted back to reality, reminded not to indulge in self-deception. Never mind. He Tingzhou was not someone she could consider a friend, to begin with. The following morning, the liaison from Huifeng Technology had yet to make any contact. As the appointed time approached, Frosty took the initiative to call, only to find the line busy. An hour passed without any communication from Huifeng. Such a lack of courtesy was what she loathed most, and a frown creased her brow as a sense of foreboding settled over her. Having encountered similar situations before, Frosty was well versed in the signs. Her colleague, a seasoned expert, expressed concern. "Do you think they might not want to collaborate after all?" No longer willing to wait idly, Frosty summoned a cab. "Let us head to their company." Upon arriving at the industrial park housing Huifeng Technology, they sought out the director of client relations. The secretary informed them, "Director Zhang is currently attending to another client. Please wait a moment." That wait extended to nearly an hour. Glancing at her watch, Frosty rose to inquire with the secretary, "Has Director Zhang finished with his client?" "I apologize, but Director Zhang had an urgent matter and has just stepped out," the secretary replied. Frosty remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon her. The secretary's expression turned awkward as she stammered, "I did inform him, but he mentioned there was an urgent matter and hurriedly left as soon as he stepped out." Such matters were beyond the authority of a mere secretary, and Shuangshu understood that pressing her would be futile. "Please convey to your general manager Zhang that integrity is fundamental in business dealings. If there are hesitations regarding collaboration or if you do not wish to proceed, it should have been made clear before our arrival." Rather than leaving us in limbo like this, Shuangshu asserted. Since you insisted on inviting us here, I will be sending you the invoices for the flight and hotel expenses shortly. Kindly arrange for reimbursement. After departing from Huifeng, Dashan, feeling dispirited, inquired, why do we always encounter such situations? It seems like a fruitless endeavor. They stood by the roadside awaiting a vehicle, while Shuangshu gazed at the distant blue sky and towering buildings, maintaining her calm demeanor. One must traverse some winding paths. This trip isn't entirely in vain. Tomorrow is the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit. It would be prudent to attend, as there may be unexpected benefits. How can you remain so unfazed? Dashan remarked. If it were General Manager Shu, he would have exploded by now. Being upset serves no purpose, Shuangshu replied with a smile. In fact, it's best to express one's anger. Repressed emotions only manifest as knots within the body. My senior is far more carefree than I. Upon returning to the hotel, faithfully, they encountered He Tingzhou at the entrance. A long Rolls-Royce was parked outside, and He Tingzhou was clad in a charcoal gray suit, his buttons impeccably fastened, and his tie neatly tied. Assistant Su Jun had already opened the car door, and he was about to enter. Shuangshu was caught in the act of politely greeting him while awkwardly attempting to ignore him, when, in an unexpected moment, she tripped over the carpet. Dashan immediately steadied her by the arm. Hey, be careful. I'm fine, Shuangshu replied, straightening herself. He Tingzhou had already taken notice of them from a distance. Standing beside his vehicle, the custom black paint accentuated his striking features, and his cold, sharp, narrow black eyes casually swept over Shuangshu. They then shifted to the man beside her. His tasteless shirt was tucked into his jeans, and he carried a student-style black backpack, his black-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, with hair that resembled soft wool in its natural curls. Apart from his skin being somewhat pale from lack of sunlight, and his features being rather delicate, he was unremarkable. One could easily find 20 similar individuals if they tossed him into any university. Noticing He Tingzhou's prolonged gaze, Su Jun also glanced in that direction, promptly explaining the young man's background. Accompanying Shuangshu on this business trip, this prodigy, who entered Yinxing University at the tender age of 13, was surnamed Cheng. With the rather uncommon given name Shiye, the employees affectionately referred to him as Dashan. He was the prized asset of Fei Xue, with the sole flaw of being socially anxious. When Chun Peiran and Xu Yang parted ways, he was the first to wish to take Dashan with him. Reportedly making over a dozen phone calls and sending dozens of lengthy voice messages, ultimately prompting Dashan to block him at 3 in the morning. He Tingzhou remained silent, fixated on the two approaching figures. As Shuangshu was about to greet him, He Tingzhou's discerning gaze shifted away from the man, and with an enigmatic tone, he remarked, Your tastes are truly ever-changing. Chapter 56. Picking you up at night, what? Shuangshu did not comprehend. He Tingzhou replied, It's nothing, just complimenting you. Shuangshu was skeptical. He could hardly believe that he had uttered a kind word. She intended to introduce the two of them, but upon turning, she found the deity standing some distance away, his expression clearly conveying a plea to be left alone. Shuangshu recognized his aversion to socializing. He would evade even the most trivial of colleague gatherings. Typically, the company did not mandate his participation in such events, and this business trip was only due to technical matters. Otherwise, he would not have been brought along. Noting his evident reluctance, she abandoned the idea of an introduction. He is our company's technical director, but he suffers from severe social anxiety. So I shall refrain from introducing you. He Tingzhou quipped. Your company seems to have a plethora of directors. Is it an average per capita position? Shuangshu, slightly displeased, retorted. There is no such thing as an average director. We have only one technical director. He is the cornerstone of our company. And the flight control system you initially admired was programmed by him. She felt a sense of protectiveness. He Tingzhou regarded the introverted figure with a dispassionate gaze. Noting his frail appearance, he would struggle to accomplish even 20 push-ups, let alone possess a six-pack. How could General Song be so easily deceived? He appears quite astute in my presence, employing his intellect solely to contend with me. Shuangshu, bewildered, could not grasp his meaning. Not everyone is like you. You always bully me. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door and inquired, How have I bullied you? The way he enunciated those words was languid, imbued with an ambiguous undertone, while Su Jun, maintaining a professional demeanor, averted his eyes, focusing instead on the ground. Shuangshu wisely chose to change the subject. I must be on my way. Without waiting for He Tingzhou's response, she hurriedly ascended the steps, and the waiting deity promptly followed, the two of them entering the hotel side by side. The Hydrogen Energy Development Summit was held at the Exhibition Center the following day. This summit gathered leading enterprises and scholars in the hydrogen energy sector, and Shuangxu regarded it with utmost seriousness, arriving early with the deity. In such an industrial setting, women, especially those of striking beauty, were a rarity. As Shuangxu entered in her professional attire, she instantly attracted numerous glances. A man approached her, initiating a conversation. And upon learning that their company also dealt in liquid hydrogen supply, she engaged him in discussion. However, it was evident that his interest lay elsewhere. When she inquired about the company's lightweight low-temperature liquid hydrogen storage tanks, he countered with a question about her age. "How old are you this year? You don't look like you've graduated yet. Which school do you attend?" She attempted to discuss transportation issues, but he diverted the conversation, asking, "Miss Song, you are so beautiful. Why are you still single?" It felt as though she were speaking to a wall. Under his unwavering gaze, she lost both interest and patience for the conversation, retorting, "If I were unattractive, would my single status be deemed acceptable?" "Ah, that is not what I meant." He retrieved his phone. "Your company requires low-temperature liquid hydrogen supply, right? Add me on WeChat, and we can find an opportunity to discuss this further." "No, I prefer not to collaborate with unprofessional individuals." As she turned away, she spotted General Zhang from Huifeng Technology, accompanied by several representatives from Qinxing. Observing the animated conversation between them, she instantly comprehended the reason for being stood up the previous day. After Qixing's defeat in collaboration with Yundun Group to Feishue, it was unexpected that they would attempt to snatch a supplier here. Upon noticing her, Qixing's representatives wore expressions of smugness and mockery. "President Song, I heard you faced a closed door at Huifeng yesterday. Quite unfortunate, as President Zhang was busy discussing collaboration with us and couldn't attend to you." Frost Sequence replied nonchalantly. "There are other liquid hydrogen suppliers besides this one. If Huifeng is unsuitable, I shall seek alternatives. If you wish to pursue Feishue, by all means, do so and see how long that lasts." President Zhang appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitant to meet her gaze, and once Qixing's representatives had departed, he privately offered his apologies. "I apologize, President Song. It was not my intention to leave you hanging. I truly couldn't spare the time yesterday." Frost Sequence interjected. "Before a formal contract is signed, you retain the right to choose, and I completely understand. However, there is no need for such insincere words. No matter how busy one is, there are moments for a meal, a drink, or a trip to the restroom. Surely there is time to send a message. To be candid, I am sincerely interested in collaborating with you. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to invite you here. They have contacted me, willing to facilitate an introduction to Director Fan of Yundun Group. You are aware that Yundun Group's positioning in the hydrogen energy industry chain is unparalleled by other enterprises. In addition to their drone sector, they have liquid hydrogen heavy-duty truck projects and mid to large liquid hydrogen aircraft projects. Establishing a long-term partnership would greatly benefit our company's development." After listening, Frost Sequence found the situation somewhat amusing. "Had you not canceled yesterday, you would have realized the extensive detour you took. Feishue's principal client is Yundun Group. As for Qixing, they are merely toying with you." She remarked, "You fell for it quicker than a monkey." President Zhang was momentarily stunned, caught in a state of disbelief. Just then, the impeccably dressed Su Zhang approached her respectfully, saying, "Miss Song, President he requests your presence." Turning around, she saw He Tingzhou standing at the opposite end of the venue, surrounded by admirers. He was clad in a tailored three-piece dark gray suit, perfectly fitted from shoulder to waist, with not a wrinkle in sight. His tie was elegantly knotted in a Prince-esque style, and the pocket square matched his shirt, exuding an air of opulence. His tall and striking figure was more than noticeable, his status even more so. As President Feng of the summit and a group of relevant leaders and experts gathered around him, unlike Xinyu, who adhered to etiquette and gentlemanly demeanor, He Tingzhou was known for not indulging anyone's pretenses. The deference and flattery of those around him elicited little more than indifference. His discerning gaze swept across the half of the venue, beckoning her with a subtle gesture. Led by Su Zheng, all eyes turned toward Frost Sequence as she approached. She was perplexed as to why He Tingzhou had summoned her. Was he truly inclined to assist her with an introduction? Surely, he was not that kind-hearted. As she drew nearer, the air of boredom on He Tingzhou's face faded, and amidst the hushed anticipation of onlookers, he introduced her, stating, "My partner." Frost Sequence. It was the first time I had encountered such an introduction. What need does an ordinary secondary party have for him to be specifically summoned for the purpose of recommendation? Everyone shared an unspoken understanding of this secondary party's extraordinary status. treating Frost's sequence with courtesy and warmth. She politely engaged in conversation, smiling as she stood beside He Tingzhou, benefiting from his presence. Many representatives from various enterprises approached her willingly. Before long, her hands were filled with business cards, including those from hydrogen suppliers of far greater renown than Huifeng. The president, intrigued, inquired about Feishua's liquid hydrogen drones. Despite being socially awkward, once the topic shifted to drones and flight control systems, he became a veritable fountain of information. Speaking rapidly and densely, peppering his discourse with esoteric technical jargon that would confound the average person, exuding the distinct aura of an intellectual. Such a rare talent was hard for the assemblage of entrepreneurs to overlook, and they all praised He Tingzhou for his discerning eye. Frost Sequence mused to herself. What does this have to do with him? This is our company's technical director, Cheng Shi. Cheng, you say? He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Then who is Liao? Frost Sequence regarded him with curiosity. My assistant. You've seen her. She accompanied my senior on the day of the signing. He Tingzhou had no recollection, but remembered that there had been 2 women that day. Once the meeting commenced, someone thoughtfully rearranged her seat in the front row, placing her right next to He Tingzhou. She listened intently to the presentations, occasionally lowering her head to take notes, her arms resting on the table, approaching the experience with an earnestness akin to that of being in a classroom. As the meeting drew to a close, Frost Sequence gathered her belongings, prepared to escort the director away. He Tingzhou cast a cool glance at the socially awkward director who had been trailing behind her like a shadow, and spoke with feigned sincerity. Heading back? I have a few questions regarding your flight control system, Director Cheng. Let us have dinner tonight and discuss. The director was taken aback, instinctively casting a pleading glance towards Frost Sequence. She promptly replied, I apologize, Mr. He, but he is somewhat socially anxious and not accustomed to face-to-face conversation. If you have any questions, I can compile the information and send it to you. What a pity, He Tingzhou remarked, having stealthily taken her pen, twirling it between his long, defined fingers. I prefer not to read texts. I only enjoy face-to-face discussions. Frost Sequence pressed her lips together, pondering for a moment. May I speak with you instead? He Tingzhou scrutinized her for several seconds, then leisurely capped the pen and placed it back in her hand. All right then. I'll pick you up tonight. Chapter 57. Dressed so beautifully for a date in the evening, Sujin sent a message to Shuangsu half an hour in advance, informing her of their arrival time at the hotel and the location of their dinner. It was a high-end restaurant, prompting Shuangsu to change into a more formal dress and simplify her makeup. Once she was dressed, she descended promptly, finding He Tingzhou's car already parked at the entrance of the hotel. Sujin respectfully opened the car door for her, and as she entered, He Tingzhou glanced over, momentarily pausing as his gaze fell upon her. The sleeveless design of her dress was elegantly simple, its clean lines perfectly contouring her curves. The color, a delicate ice blue, exuded purity. As she bent to enter the vehicle, her slender ankles were accentuated by matching strappy high heels. Her makeup was understated, with a nude peach lipstick adorning her lips, and 2 lustrous white pearls hanging from her ears, subtly shimmering amidst her dark hair. Once seated, she became aware of He Tingzhou's gaze lingering on her. He was accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, eschewing rigid formalities. Having removed his tie and loosened 2 buttons of his shirt, he appeared relaxed and carefree. Shuangsu returned his gaze, feeling a flutter in her heart beneath the weight of his deep, shadowed eyes. Just as she was about to speak, He Tingzhou resumed his nonchalant tone, dressed so beautifully. Are you going on a date? His choice of a formal restaurant seemed to imply that dressing appropriately was merely a matter of common courtesy. Shuangsu felt as though he suggested she had dressed with ulterior motives and turned her face away to clarify. This is merely my most ordinary dress. If you find it too beautiful, it is simply because I am naturally lovely. He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, a sound that resonated in Shuangsu's ears as a mocking jest. What was there to laugh at? She was indeed beautiful, though He Tingzhou likely disagreed. He favored the alluring and seductive, much like the captivating beauty in a qipao, whose mere glance could leave one weak in the knees. Shuangsu understood this sentiment. Which man did not appreciate such allure? He Tingzhou retrieved his discarded tie, readying it with deliberate slowness, adjusting the knot just below his throat. As the car began to move, he remarked, You look lovely in blue. The restaurant exuded elegance, with a band playing a melodious violin piece, the cuisine far superior to the establishment Shuangsu had visited 2 days prior. Preoccupied with work, she inquired during dinner, What part of the flight control system do you find questionable? He Tingzhou, deftly wielding his chopsticks. Meticulously picked out the green onions from the eggplant dish prepared by his grandmother. Does your company enjoy using work as a dining accompaniment? Why not simply consume the data directly and save on the cost of a shredder? Had he not insisted on dining to discuss matters? Who would relish socializing with clients after hours? He was not inclined to converse at the moment, so they would have to wait until their meal concluded. Observing his patient actions, Shuangsu recalled the question she had wanted to ask previously. If you do not eat green onions, why include them? He Tingzhou replied earnestly. Even if I do not consume them, they cannot be idle. Very well. By the time He Tingzhou finished and set down his chopsticks, Shuangsu had been waiting for quite a while. She retrieved a thick stack of documents from her bag, steeling herself to confront the inquiries from the client. He Tingzhou observed her, consumed by work and radiating a sense of integrity, and smirked. Why are you only bringing it out now? Shuangxu was momentarily taken aback by his retort. Aren't you the one who wanted to have dinner first? The server brought over the bill, and He Tingzhou, with his long fingers and striking poise, signed it with ease. After returning the bill, he looked up, a self-assured smile playing on his lips. I'm tired after dining. We shall continue this discussion another time. Ah, the client. He is indeed the client. Shuangxu silently repeated this, regaining her composure as she repacked her documents. Shuangxu? Hearing her name, she looked up to see Bai Qingmei waving at them from a distance, approaching with a smile. Sister Qingmei, Shuangxu exclaimed in surprise. Why didn't you reach out when you came to Linqing? I know this place well. I'm here on business, she replied. Bai Qingmei glanced at He Tingzhou. Did you come together? Not exactly, Shuangxu clarified. I'm here to assess suppliers, and Brother Tingzhou just happened to attend the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit. It's quite a rarity that such a significant figure like you would personally attend such a small summit. Bai Qingmei remarked, it seems that Yundun is rather idle lately. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, a languid expression crossing his face. Why so nosy? How about I just hand the company over to you? He was equally blunt with everyone, prompting Shuangxu to interject. Hydrogen energy is the new frontier in the energy sector. Yundun is very invested in this area. Oh, Bai Qingmei smiled knowingly. And before Shuangxu could decipher her implication, she shifted the subject. Have you finished your meal? Since you're here, let me treat you to some drinks. Shuangxu glanced at He Tingzhou, concerned he might not wish to join two women in their revelry, which would mean he could return alone. Before she could voice her thoughts, He Tingzhou misinterpreted her look. Is President Song in a hurry to get back to the hotel? Is someone waiting for you? No, Shuangxu replied. I'm not in a rush. He Tingzhou nonchalantly stood up, donning his coat, then let us go. Bai Qingmei called a few close friends, and Zhou Zhengyan arrived from work, still clad in a sharp suit. Upon seeing him, Bai Qingmei embraced him, exclaiming brother. Shuangxu turned back to see Zhou Zhengyan, a person of serious demeanor, speaking to her softly as he bent down. She stole a glance, then discreetly averted her gaze. Zhou Zhengyan took a glass of wine and approached He Tingzhou, while Shuangxu mingled with Bai Qingmei and her friends, engaging in lively conversation. They were all quite familiar and boisterous, and Shuangxu felt like a rabbit who had stumbled into a den of wolves, being urged to drink copiously and even pulled onto the dance floor. The music in the dance hall was deafening, shaking the very floor beneath her, and the air was thick with the scent of evaporating alcohol. Before long, she felt herself growing dizzy. After informing Bai Qingmei, she stepped out of the dance floor, navigating through the raucous crowd to the restroom to splash some water on her face, hoping to regain her clarity. As she dried her hands and exited, she stumbled upon a couple entwined in a passionate embrace, the woman's leg lifted by the man, the scene unfolding with fervor. The heated scene startled Shuangxu, causing her to halt abruptly, rendered momentarily speechless. The two individuals were perfectly positioned to obstruct the exit, and as others emerged from within, they showed no intention of pausing, utterly oblivious, as if they were in the comfort of their own bedroom. Yet, this was a restroom, bustling with activity. Could they not find a more discreet location? When she entered, there had been no such crowd. Who could have anticipated that in just a few short minutes, the path would become so congested? Perhaps the effects of alcohol dulled her reflexes, and caught off guard, Shuangxu felt disoriented, still not fully aware enough to avert her gaze. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind her, gently covering her eyes. He Tingzhou's languid voice cascaded down from above her head. What filthy sights are you peering at? Chapter 58. I had too much to drink. Shuangxu instinctively reached for He Tingzhou's hand, and at that moment, a woman called out, prompting her to grip tighter. He Tingzhou's hand was warm, perhaps due to having just washed them, the coolness of the water contrasting with the heat, creating a comforting sensation in her palm. His fingers were large and sturdy. Realizing her grip, she quickly released his fingers, her eyes covered. The sounds of the couple's passionate entanglement filled her ears, offering little more comfort than mere sight. The man had long been aware of their presence upon noticing a particularly beautiful girl nearby. And another man, even more handsome than himself, he seemed emboldened, giving his all. If He Tingzhou were to remove his hand from her eyes, she would be confronted with that brazen, wild scene. Yet, maintaining this position, having him cover her eyes while listening to the live broadcast, felt even more peculiar. At a loss for what to do, Shuangshu hesitated for a moment before deciding to turn her back to the spectacle. As her eyes were freed from He Tingzhou's palm, his crisp white shirt came into view, impeccably pressed, illuminated by the bar's deliberately dim and sultry lighting, giving it a gilded quality. When she looked up, she found herself staring into He Tingzhou's descending gaze. His eyes were as profound as an unfathomable abyss. Sensing the closeness, she tried to step back slightly. However, He Tingzhou's arm encircled her waist, effortlessly pulling her back. The sudden physical contact rendered Shuangshu rigid, her breath catching for a moment, before she heard him say, "What? Do you want to join them?" "I absolutely do not." Shuangshu felt out of place, her mind clouded by alcohol, silently pushing that solid arm from her waist. He Tingzhou shoved his hands into his pockets, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. She ceased her fidgeting, focusing on the area of his shirt at his chest, still feeling his gaze like a feather lightly tracing her face. With each inch he traversed, he left an imprint. He Tingzhou's deep voice leisurely fell, "Song Shuangshu, your ears have turned red." His words only heightened her awareness. She felt as if her ears had ignited, the warmth spreading rapidly to her cheeks. It was hardly her fault. Who could remain composed when forced to witness such a sordid display? Oh, but he could. "I had too much to drink," she feigned calmness. "Is that so?" He Tingzhou raised his hand and made a gesture in front of her. "How many is this?" Shuangshu, squinting her eyes, blurted, "3. He Tingzhou suddenly laughed, the sound resonating through his chest, and being so close, Shuangshu felt the vibrations subtly travel to her. The restroom corridor was cramped, largely blocked by the couple entwined together, leaving only a narrow passage that could be squeezed through. Yet, she had no desire to approach them, needing to utter, "Excuse me," without He Tingzhou's presence. Perhaps she could have remained unfazed. His presence, however, deepened her embarrassment. He Tingzhou, unfazed, appeared to revel in the situation. In this awkward predicament, Shuangshu hesitated for a moment before deciding to return to the restroom. However, on her way back, she was obstructed by He Tingzhou. "Could you please step aside?" she murmured. "I need to pass." He Tingzhou, with his raven-black lashes partially lowered, regarded her silently for a moment before shifting to allow her through. Upon re-entering the restroom, He Tingzhou cast a disdainful glance towards a pair of overly eager individuals who seemed oblivious to their surroundings, his indifferent gaze laced with a chilling contempt. So eager to perform, why not take it to the stage outside? A man, lacking any sense of decorum, leered with a lewd grin. "If you enjoy the show so much, why not bring your girlfriend along?" He Tingzhou snorted, his sarcasm unmistakable. "With your meager assets, what is there to see? How embarrassing to make a fool of yourself here. If I were you, I would have castrated myself at 3 to spare the humiliation of growing up insecure." The man, struck at his vulnerable point, turned pale. Observing his stature, it was evident he was not someone who could contend with He Tingzhou. He hastily pulled up his trousers, muttering curses as he exited. A woman, captivated by He Tingzhou's striking appearance, scrutinized him from head to toe, casting flirtatious glances his way. He Tingzhou coldly raised an eyebrow. "Clean up the floor. Now leave." Shuangshu whiled away some time in the restroom playing games, only venturing out when she felt it was nearly time. The outside was quiet. Both the couple and He Tingzhou had vanished, and she exhaled in relief. Upon returning to the private room, Bai Qingmei and the others had yet to return, leaving her to sip her drink leisurely. Initially, she believed herself only mildly intoxicated, clear-headed enough to attend a meeting, but after a short while, she began to feel lightheaded and slightly drowsy. She rested her chin on her hand several times, her awareness gradually blurring. Bai Qingmei called her name twice without success. Is Shuangshu drunk? She hardly drank anything. Zhou Zhengyan glanced at the bottle on the table. She must have grabbed the wrong drink. This one packs a punch. Shuangshu could only discern muffled voices, as if they were speaking through a glass barrier. When suddenly she felt something constricting around her waist, pulling her away. Her consciousness was a muddled mess, yet her instinct to survive surged, prompting her to struggle fiercely against her captor. Laughter echoed nearby. "She seems like such a demure girl, yet look at how raucous she is when drunk." He Tingzhou, Gripping her waist, glanced down at his legs, which had received several kicks, and clicked his tongue. Such poor drinking manners. He then effortlessly scooped her up in his arms and carried her outside. Shuangshu felt herself lifted off the ground, swaying as though adrift on the ocean. Following her survival instinct, she wrapped her arms around the substantial form of her rescuer, leaning against him for support. Su Zheng was waiting outside the bar and immediately opened the rear door of the car. He Tingzhou placed her gently onto the seat and, as he attempted to straighten up, she clung tightly to the nape of his neck, entwining herself around him like a vine. He Tingzhou braced himself against the car door, maintaining his bent posture as he looked down at her. She was blissfully unaware, as if she were merely cradling a pillow. Behind her, the bar buzzed with revelry. While the quiet street occasionally welcomed the passage of vehicles, their headlights flickering briefly. As a car traversed a speed bump, a gentle jolt stirred her from slumber, and she languidly opened her eyes to the scene outside the window. The night was alive with vibrant splendor, neon lights racing past, merging into a kaleidoscopic film. She blinked slowly, shutting her eyes momentarily before reopening them, and in that fleeting moment, her foggy mind began to regain a semblance of clarity. This angle, the texture of this seat. Suddenly, she tensed, turning her head in slow motion to behold a sharply defined jawline, rising above to a nose that stood tall like a mountain, and a pair of soft, dark eyes. "Awake now, my princess?" Startled like a frightened cat, she instantly sprang away from He Tingzhou, her inebriated body slipping downward. He Tingzhou's knee nudged her upward, securing her by the legs and pulling her back into place. "What is this? Have thorns suddenly sprouted on my legs?" Chapter 59. Crying and demanding a hug. The recent actions had stirred her heart into a frantic rhythm, causing her mind to spiral into a state of confusion, akin to dough being vigorously churned in a bread maker, with rational thought unable to form before being scattered. "Why are you holding me?" she complained first. He Tingzhou replied, "Shall we return to review the surveillance at the bar entrance to discover who was crying and demanding a hug?" Zhuangxi's mind was currently in a liquid state, rendering her incapable of discerning the truth in his words. She immediately shook her head in denial. "It wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" She spotted someone in the front passenger seat, its assistant Su. Su Zheng inquired, "What does that have to do with me?" He Tingzhou was taken aback by her attempt to deflect blame while intoxicated. "Do you think you would dare?" "I wouldn't dare," Su Zheng replied. "Why not?" "You are too wicked," Zhuangxi confessed earnestly. Outside the vehicle, the fleeting lights illuminated He Tingzhou's slightly raised brow. "How am I wicked?" "In countless ways. Your misdeeds are too numerous to enumerate." Zhuangxi found herself sitting awkwardly upon him, uncomfortably aware of the situation, and instinctively placed her hand against his chest. He Tingzhou's voice dropped low. "Where do you think you're touching?" She immediately withdrew her hand, apologizing as she pressed her palm against the back of his seat. Just as she attempted to rise, her head collided with the car ceiling, eliciting a soft groan as she covered her head and sat back down. He Tingzhou cautioned, "Do not move around." From the back seat came peculiar sounds and rustling noises. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, refraining from glancing back. Casting a sidelong glance at the calm, unfazed Su Zheng, who seemed entirely unperturbed. Truly, he is worthy of his position as the chief assistant, exhibiting such composure. Zhuangxi's skirt posed a slight hindrance as she awkwardly navigated over the central armrest to the empty seat on the other side. Fortunately, the dim light in the vehicle concealed her flushed cheeks. Fearing that her hazy consciousness might lead her to do something inappropriate with He Tingzhou, she fought against the encroaching drowsiness to remain alert. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out, her feet feeling as if they were treading on cotton, her head heavy yet light. He Tingzhou approached from the opposite side, leaning down to ask, "Would you like a hug?" Zhuangxi quickly composed herself, striving to solidify the thoughts swirling in her mind. "I can walk by myself." He Tingzhou merely raised an eyebrow. Saying nothing further, she proceeded towards the hotel, her mind perhaps too distant to fully register her feet, each step requiring considerable effort. Yet she walked with a sense of purpose. Fortunately, she was not excessively intoxicated, and she felt her steps remain steady. He Tingzhou followed behind, observing her legs appear unsteady while each step was as resolute as if she were marching in formation. As she approached the stairs, she exercised caution. Yet her legs seemed to have a will of their own, disobeying her commands. When her body swayed slightly, He Tingzhou reached out to steady her. She brushed his hand away, refusing his assistance. He Tingzhou retracted his hand, placing it in his pocket, escorting her to the door of her room. Zhuangxi lowered her gaze. searching her bag for the room card. Oh, where is my bag? She explored her own body for quite some time before turning her head to gaze at Yi Tingzhou with her clear eyes. I've lost my bag, she lamented. Yi Tingzhou feigned concern. Where did you lose your bag? I don't know, she replied, a bewildered expression crossing her face. Mimicking her tone, he elongated his words. How can I help you find it if you don't know? Xiao Su then retraced her steps down the corridor, widening her eyes as she scanned the carpet for her lost item. She continued her search into the elevator, descending to the lobby. Observing her tipsy state, the staff approached her with the utmost five-star service. Madam, what are you looking for? I can assist you. I'm looking for my bag. The staff glanced at the man following her, then lowered their gaze to the white handbag in his possession. Madam, what color is your bag? Xiao Su felt dizzy but appeared remarkably lucid, responding clearly, white. The staff's gaze shifted back to the striking gentleman residing in the presidential suite on the top floor, who was leisurely accompanying the lady in her search. With discretion and caution, they inquired, Mr. He, do you need our assistance? Yi Tingzhou replied, what do you think? Understanding the hint, the staff discreetly retreated. Xiao Su continued her aimless search, resembling a headless fly as she ventured outside through the revolving door. Bending down to search the lawn and the fountain, Yi Tingzhou followed closely behind, feigning benevolence. Have you asked that fish? What did it say? Xiao Su looked at him with an expression that questioned his sanity. It can't talk. Yi Tingzhou chuckled. Are you drunk or not? I'm not drunk, she quickly asserted. Yet, as she bent over, the alcohol seemed to surge to her head, leaving her lightheaded. She sat down beside the flower bed. Yi Tingzhou supported her swaying head, and she instantly felt as if she had found a pillow, resting the weight of her head in his palm. Are you done searching? He asked. I can't find it, she replied as the world began to spin before her eyes, her fatigue overwhelming her desire to sleep. What will you do now? Yi Tingzhou remarked casually. I suppose you can sleep in the flower bed under the leaves for the night. Xiao Su immediately shook her head, the motion intensifying her dizziness and nausea. Instinctively, she clutched Yi Tingzhou's sleeve. No. Oh, he replied, adopting the guise of a benevolent figure, though he was, in truth, rather cunning. Then shall we return to my room? Xiao Su attempted to think, but her cognitive abilities were waning, her mind muddied. Yet, she still recognized Yi Tingzhou standing before her. Well, it's fine to just sleep then. Her eyelids, straining to remain open, finally succumbed and closed, leaning against his palm. The last vestiges of her vigilance faded alongside her consciousness. Don't bully me, she murmured. Yi Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit late for that? No response. Asleep already? He gently tilted his wrist, and she, completely defenseless, rested her head upon his hand, unaware and unfeeling, her soft black hair spilling over his palm. Frost was roused from her slumber by the insistent chime of her phone. The heavy curtains shielded the light from streaming in, and as she emerged from the depths of her dreams, her mind remained in a haze. Instinctively, she followed the sound of the ringing, rising from her bed to locate her bag on the table, extracting her phone to answer the call. A middle-aged woman's voice resonated on the other end. Is this President Song? It is I, Frost replied, gradually shaking off the remnants of her sleep. May I ask who is speaking? The caller, with a courteous demeanor, introduced herself. My surname is Foam, from Anyang Low Temperature Technology. We met at the summit yesterday. I am quite intrigued by your company's liquid hydrogen drone project. I wonder if President Song is available today for a face-to-face discussion? Certainly, Frost responded, arranging a time with her and noting it down on a sticky note. After hanging up, she settled on the edge of her bed, allowing her mind to awaken fully as the memories from the previous night began to resurface. She could not recall how she had ended up in the car, but she remembered the subsequent events vividly. For instance, she found herself waking up in the car, perched on Yi Tingzhou's lap. Moreover, she recalled how he had taken her bag and accompanied her as she searched for it. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands, wishing for a place to hide. After a moment, she glanced around, realizing she was in her own room. A quick look down at her attire confirmed that she was still wearing the same dress from yesterday. Thankfully, Yi Tingzhou had not taken advantage of her vulnerable state. Chapter 60. The fear of excessive libations. Anyang Technology is a venerable publicly listed enterprise, boasting a profound heritage and a steadier demeanor compared to emerging tech firms like Huifeng. Anyang once engaged in an extensive collaboration with Cloud Shield, and its general manager, a capable woman with a short hairstyle, was fortunate to exchange business cards with Frost Sequence at the summit yesterday, where General Manager Feng expressed her admiration for her. In the afternoon, Frost Sequence was invited to the Anyang headquarters, where she was personally received by General Manager Feng, who guided her on a tour of the factory. Being a straightforward person, after reviewing the project materials from Fei Shiyue, she decided on the spot to sign the contract. Frost Sequence was somewhat taken aback. Do you not need to deliberate further? General Manager Feng laughed and replied, it is our honor at Anyang to collaborate on a project that General He has keenly recognized. It seems she would once again benefit from the influence of He Tingzhou. After finalizing the contract, Frost Sequence accompanied the great deity back to the hotel. Along the way, she inquired, I would like to invite Brother Tingzhou to dinner tonight to express my gratitude for his assistance. Would you care to join us? The great deity firmly declined, stating, I shall simply order takeout at the hotel. Frost Sequence expressed her understanding. The deity, with a hint of uncertainty, remarked, I feel that General He does not seem to favor me. Frost Sequence smiled reassuringly. Trust me, it is not your issue. He holds a universal disdain for everyone. She first messaged Sujin, inquiring whether He Tingzhou had any plans for the evening. Upon arriving at the hotel, Sujin replied, General He has no arrangements tonight and is currently at the hotel. Miss Song may inquire with him directly. As Frost Sequence contemplated whether to knock on the door or call He Tingzhou first, she was interrupted by a soft, melodious voice. I am here to see Mr. He. The voice struck a chord of familiarity, as if she had heard it before. Instinctively, Frost Sequence looked up to see a graceful figure at the front desk, donned in a chi pao, exuding an innate allure. The front desk staff was respectfully dialing the phone for the top-floor suite. Frost Sequence was momentarily taken aback, but the chi pao beauty turned to face her, noticing Frost Sequence and smiling gently. Miss Song, what a coincidence. Hello, Frost Sequence responded curtly, deliberately avoiding eye contact as she stepped into the elevator, erasing the words she had been composing on her phone. Once the elevator reached the 7th floor, she asked the great deity, which takeout are you ordering? Is there anything good to eat around here? Aren't you inviting General He to dinner? Frost Sequence shook her head. He is likely too occupied tonight. In just a few days, they had brought a beauty all the way from Yinqing to accompany him. It would be best not to intrude upon his refined leisure. Yet, she couldn't help but recall the previous night and the embarrassment of her last rejection. He Tingzhou was never the epitome of virtue, a charming libertine who attracted women eager to offer themselves. Perhaps, as he stated, he does not engage with friend sisters, or simply holds no interest in her. After spending 4 days in Lin City resolving the issue with the liquid hydrogen supplier, Frost Sequence booked a flight back to Yinqing for the following day. While checking in at the airport, she received a call from He Tingzhou. He inquired, where are you headed? I will be returning to Yinqing in 2 hours. I can give you a ride. No need, she replied. Xuanxu remarked, your private jet surely cannot accommodate so many people. Accompanied by a beloved consort, the thought of being an unwelcome presence was rather awkward, particularly for someone as socially anxious as the esteemed gentleman. His voice, as languid as ever, replied, it is my airplane, not a motorcycle. How could it possibly be insufficient? Did you purchase a football team? I have already procured my own ticket and am currently at the airport. In that case, why not transfer the cost of the ticket to me? He Tingzhou suggested, why should the good fortune flow to outsiders? Then I would be spending twice the amount. She retorted, not one to be easily deceived. Security check is approaching. I must hang up. As the plane touched down in Yinqing, Xuanxu emerged from the airport to find Shin Yu's car waiting outside. Brother? She exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Isn't it only natural to come and fetch you? Shin Yu replied, Zifeng mentioned that you were heading to Germany. I assumed you had already departed. She rarely initiated contact with Shin Yu anymore, receiving such news solely through you, Zifeng. I leave tonight. Shin Yu took her suitcase, while the driver placed it in the vehicle. Shin Yu glanced at his watch and said, there is still time to take you out for a meal. Xuanxu, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, I have already had the in-flight meal. Previously, she had deemed airplane food unpalatable, often choosing to endure hunger rather than sample it, eagerly anticipating a delicious meal once she disembarked. However, being abroad, where poor cuisine was more rampant and choices limited, she had since modified her discerning palate. Shin Yu's gaze deepened, lost in thought, before he lightly ruffled her hair and smiled. Our little Jiu has endured hardships. It was not so much about hardship, but rather the contrast to the pampered princess she had once been under his care, leading to a sense of loss. The driver, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly whispered, Master, he has arrived. Xuanxu turned around just in time to see Tingzhou walking through the glass doors of the airport. With his hands tucked in his pockets and his suit jacket draped over his arm, he appeared particularly aloof, perhaps due to the glaring sunlight. Su Jing followed closely behind, pushing a suitcase and politely nodding to Xinyu and Shuangxiu. The vehicle sent to collect him was parked behind Xinyu's car. As He Tingo passed by them, his gaze briefly flicked over Shuangxiu, lacking the warmth of his joking tone with Xinyu. You came to pick me up? You could have at least given me a heads up. Indeed, I made a special trip just for you. Xinyu chuckled, if you don't mind. We can all squeeze together. I do mind, He Tingzhou replied. A drunken fool clung to me a few days ago, using me as a makeshift seat for half an hour. My legs are still sore. His languid tone struck a sensitive chord within Shuangxiu, causing her to tense up. Xinyu, assuming He Tingzhou was merely recounting another escapade, dismissed it with a laugh. Since when did you become so patient? Allowing her to remain seated for half an hour without tossing her aside. She held on too tightly. I had no choice, He Tingzhou replied with a smile, though his tone hinted at unspoken complexities. Shuangxiu felt her spine stiffen, as rigid as bamboo, her composure fragile. Had He Tingzhou said anything more, she feared she might shatter. Noticing her startled demeanor, He Tingzhou cast a casual glance her way and asked, Does the little princess enjoy drinking? Xinyu remarked that her tolerance for alcohol was modest, and she was not particularly fond of drinking. He Tingzhou responded, suggesting that while she may not have enjoyed it in the past, she might have developed a taste for it now. This statement rendered Xinyu momentarily silent. Indeed, during the 5 years that Shuangxiu was absent from his side, many changes had transpired that remained unknown to him. Presently, he found no inclination towards alcohol. Shuangxiu, feeling tense, cast a furtive glare at He Tingzhou, silently beseeching him to show mercy and refrain from further commentary. That is quite well, He Tingzhou said, his lips curling into an ambiguous smile, adopting an elder brotherly tone of concern. If your tolerance is low, it would be wise to indulge less. I fear you might cause a scene if you drink too much. Chapter 61. The gift. Only when He Tingzhou boarded the car did Shuangxiu finally relax her tense nerves. Why did he have to say such things in front of Xinyu? Was he subtly warning her that if she ever took advantage of him again, he would inform Xinyu? This method was indeed effective, yet she truly had no intention of doing so. She seldom drank to the point of inebriation. Shuang often remarked that when she was drunk, she became quite honest, devoid of any drunken antics, merely seeking sleep. That day, she could not explain her behavior, crying and insisting on hugs, which was entirely out of character for her. Xinyu took her to a restaurant he used to frequent with her, ordering all of Shuangxiu's favorite dishes. After finishing the meal, he had to depart for Germany, as the seasons of the Shun family awaited outside. He reminded her before she entered the car, I will return in a week. Call me if anything arises, understood? Shuangxiu nodded, understood. Go home and rest early. Xinyu advised, adding, I have a gift for you tomorrow. What kind of gift? She inquired. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise, Xinyu replied. His eyes filled with gentle amusement as he closed the car door for her. You'll find out tomorrow. The anticipation of the surprise lingered in Shuangxiu's mind even as she drifted off to sleep. The following morning at work, nothing remarkable occurred throughout the morning. As noon approached, she received a call from a voice that was formal and precise. Miss Shuangxiu, your gift has arrived downstairs at the company. Please come down to sign for it. Shuangxiu was in the midst of signing a financial document, using her shoulder to hold the phone. Zifeng, what are you doing? Yu Zifeng dropped the pretense, his tone returning to its usual nonchalant manner. I recognized you. You used your own number. Shuangxiu felt exasperated. Oh dear, my mind. Yu Zifeng urged her, hurry down. Just a moment, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Shuangxiu hastily completed her signature and headed toward the elevator hall, where Xiao Liao, craning her neck, asked, Where are you going? Going downstairs to pick something up, Shuangxiu replied. I'll accompany you. Xiao Liao exclaimed, springing from her seat and rushing to Shuangxiu's side, declaring grandly, I fear you might struggle to carry it. Uncertain of what Xinyu had sent, Shuangxiu allowed her to join her descent. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yu Zifeng had been waiting for quite some time, dressed in a creamy yellow shirt paired with light gray trousers. He leaned casually against the hood of a white sports car, arms crossed, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose that could easily grace the cover of a magazine. Wow, Xiao Liao remarked, so flashy. Shuangxiu couldn't help but laugh. Who says I'm flashy? Yu Zifeng, sharp-eared, interrupted his posing. At such a young age, you possess no sense of aesthetics. As Shuangxiu approached, Yu Zifeng held out a driver's license. Here, starting today, you can drive legally. Her original license was from the United States, which was not valid domestically, but Xinyu had facilitated the process of its replacement. So this is the gift my brother gave me. As if your brother could be so stingy? Yu Zifeng raised his hand, tossing an object toward her, which Shuangshu hurriedly caught with both hands. It was a car key. Yu Zifeng gestured towards the sports car behind him, proclaiming, "This is the gift your brother has bestowed upon you." Suddenly, the exuberant Xiao Liao emitted a sharp shriek, startling Shuangshu momentarily. A Porsche 918. The car of my dreams. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Liao dashed towards the vehicle like an arrow, her fingers gliding from the hood to the rear wing. This car, with a starting price of 14 million, was a sight she had only glimpsed speeding past on the streets and had inhaled its expensive exhaust. She had never before had the chance to touch it. "How much does this car cost?" she inquired cautiously. Yu Zifeng chuckled, "The top configuration." Shuangshu felt a wave of mixed emotions wash over her. The excitement that once bubbled within her began to wane. She was well aware of Shun Yu's affection for her, having spent generously on her since childhood. However, the presence of Lu Man, who had always been somewhat perturbed by her existence as Shun Yu's younger sister, made the situation more complicated. With Shun Yu gifting her a car at such a moment, it might only exacerbate her discomfort. "Why aren't you happy? Don't you like this car?" Yu Zifeng pointed at Xiao Liao, who was practically drooling. "How much does this car cost?" "I like it," Shuangshu replied, but suddenly felt a tinge of sadness. When receiving gifts from Xinyu, her first emotion was not joy but rather the fear of inciting discontent in others. Is it fear of Man being upset? Yu Zifeng, usually oblivious, momentarily displayed insight, patting her shoulder with a smile. "Don't overthink it. I spoke with Man last time I was back. If she wishes to marry your brother, she must first accept that he has a sister. If she cannot accept that, then their marriage is off the table." He held an evident fondness for Lu Man, the naive and charming young lady, who was also the cousin of He Tingzhou, further strengthening their bond. Yet, the sentiments within one's heart can often reflect varying degrees of closeness. Shuangshu was the sister he had watched grow up. The affection was incomparable. "It is unreasonable for a new wife to bully a sister," she pondered aloud. "Is it appropriate to say that?" she asked, slightly taken aback. "What is inappropriate about it?" "This is what your brother intends," Yu Zifeng continued. "He ordered this car upon returning from Dongyu Mountain, wanting them to know that you are Xin Yu's sister. He treats you well. No one can object to that. If you had been around a few days ago, this car would have already been delivered to you." These were words Xin Yu had never uttered to her. After Yu Zifeng departed, Shuangshu stood by the car, holding the keys, reflecting for a moment. Xiao Liao, having examined every inch of the vehicle, asked with glistening eyes, "Does your brother need another sister? One who can eat, drink, and spend money? Though I am in my 20s, I can still be adopted." She brushed away those subtle emotions and chuckled. "No. We can only have one darling in our family. Can I be your darling then? Let us see how you perform." Xiao Liao, eager to please, approached her to massage her shoulders. Upon returning to the office, she was infused with newfound energy, not only refraining from slacking off, but actively seeking tasks to undertake. Sitting upright while typing, her fingers struck the keyboard with vigor. After work, Xiao Liao, with her crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, cheerfully settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with precision. "My home is farther than yours. It's not on the way. Are you truly going to drive me?" Frost Sequence methodically ignited the engine, steering the sports car onto the main road. "Aren't you my darling?" Xiao Liao was once again moved to tears, exclaiming, "From now on, I shall be utterly devoted to you." Xinyu presented Frost Sequence with a sports car, a gesture that could not be concealed, especially since he had no intention of hiding it. Those unaware of the circumstances assumed that young Master Shun was merely indulging his sister, while those with some knowledge connected the recent events at Dongyu Mountain and understood this as a form of compensation for his sister's grievances. This ostentatious gift could hardly escape the notice of the elders. Lu Man had recently found her relationship with Shun Yu somewhat strained. She used to speak of him incessantly, but ever since her return from Dongyu Mountain, she seemed to have wilted. She no longer contacted Shun Yu, spending her days at home, lying around with the ragdoll cat she had adopted. He Wenjing, unable to bear the sight, took the initiative to approach the Shen family. Chapter 62. My boyfriend Ling Man's ongoing discord with Ayu is becoming increasingly untenable. Were it not for her visible distress, I would have refrained from seeking your counsel. He Wenjing, seated in the Shun family's parlor, spoke directly. It is entirely normal for young people to bicker, and I had initially believed Ayu to be of a temperate disposition, capable of tenderness and accommodating to our man. However, it is surprising that, despite the passage of time, he has yet to soften or soothe her. Does he not understand Man's temperament? When others act maliciously, he ought not to place the blame on her. A casual inquiry into the events on Dongyu Mountain would reveal the truth. Naturally, He Wenjing stood by her own child. Although Fu Yun harbored her worries, she had not yet reached the point of turning against her own. Yu had always exhibited a gentle nature, never quick to anger. This time, however, he was genuinely provoked. With the torrential downpour, our Shuangshu had been left stranded in the wilderness, and it took him an entire night to find her. How could one not feel heartache? If the roles were reversed, and it were Man in such a predicament, one could only imagine the uproar that would ensue with old Liu. Indeed, He Wenjing could no longer press the matter. Your Shuangshu appears quite obedient. And though she is not your biological child, the bond forged over the years is undeniable. Yu has treated her kindly, and I cannot fault him for that. However, at present, He Wenjing paused, delicately. I have heard some whispers from outside. While I do not wish to view Yu through a lens of skepticism, one must wonder if his kindness towards Shuangshu is excessive. He gifts her a house and conspicuously presents her with a car. Yet he has not demonstrated such attentiveness towards our man. This remark struck a nerve with Fu Yun. Yu regards Shuangshu as a sister, and you are aware that Guijin shows no interest in her. He has assumed the responsibilities that her parents should bear. Not only has he given her a house and a car, but he will also provide for her future marriage. Do you still doubt Yu's character? Of course. I have faith in him. With that, He Wenjing's anger dissipated, and she continued, Shuangshu is the same age as Man, now 22. Perhaps it is time to consider her marriage prospects. Fu Yun arranged a blind date for Shuangshu. Upon learning this, Shuangshu paused mid-meal, her chopsticks suspended in midair, unable to articulate a response. On the phone, Fu Yun said, I have met the gentleman. He is quite distinguished and attentive in his endeavors. Since you have no engagements tonight, why not join him for dinner? Shuangshu's throat felt parched. I am currently not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship. You are 22. It is not feasible to remain unattached. Look at your sister Lian, who is just 2 years younger than you. Your Aunt Chui is already aiding her in finding suitable suitors. Although girls may not rush to marry, engaging in romance is essential to discern the type of person who compliments you. Fu Yun's persuasion was gentle, or rather, tactfully sidestepping certain sensitive topics. Shuangshu found it difficult to refuse, knowing that declining would seem to affirm her lingering feelings for Shenyu. With her throat constricted, she ultimately acquiesced. Very well. I shall meet him. The man's name was Wei Qian, though his lineage did not rival the 3 generations of officialdom of the Song family. Fu Yun's careful selection indicated he possessed noteworthy qualities. He has achieved remarkable success in his career, having founded a thriving dining brand, and at a young age. He possesses a fortune worth billions. Among his peers, he undoubtedly stands out. Wei Qian appears quite pleased with her, as she is the daughter of a director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she has the formidable backing of the Shin family, making her background a substantial elevation for him. In Yen City, the realm is not lacking in affluent individuals. Wealth, in the face of genuine power, merely amounts to a sequence of digits. Miss Song herself is breathtakingly beautiful, captivating him at first glance. Throughout the meal, Wei Qian spoke eloquently, while Shuangsu exhibited remarkable poise, listening attentively, occasionally responding with a smile or engaging him in brief exchanges. From Wei Qian's perspective, the meeting was exceedingly pleasant. However, from Shuangsu's viewpoint, he was overflowing with words, discussing everything from his entrepreneurial journey to his views on current international affairs. Yet he had failed to inquire about her in any manner. Halfway through the meal, Wei Qian finally asked, Miss Song, forgive my boldness, but have you ever had a boyfriend? Shuangsu hesitated for a few seconds between honesty and deceit, ultimately deciding to maintain the persona she had previously fabricated to avoid contradictions in the future. After all, matters abroad cannot be verified. Yes. Oh, Wei Qian responded. What was he like? Shuangsu glanced at him and replied, a man. Wei Qian chuckled awkwardly. Shuangsu understood that he was genuinely probing for the other party's background, perhaps for comparison or other motives. Nonetheless, she remained indifferent, feeling no obligation to answer. Moreover, she could not fabricate more specifics, as adding details to a lie often invites contradictions. After finishing their meal, Wei Qian summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter, adorned with a butterfly bow tie, leaned down and said, Sir, your bill has already been settled. Wei Qian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze swiftly darting to Shuangsu. You paid? The act of secretly settling the bill typically signifies dissatisfaction with the blind date and an unwillingness to pursue further contact, essentially implying that she was not interested in him, which left Wei Qian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shuangsu had briefly excused herself to the restroom, providing her the opportunity for such an act. However, she too was puzzled. It was Timmy. She inquired of the waiter, who paid the bill. It was Mr. He. The waiter replied, glancing in a particular direction. Following her gaze, Shuangsu looked over to see He Tingzhou dining at a rectangular table draped with a pristine white tablecloth. Engaged in conversation with several well-dressed foreigners. They appeared to be discussing something, and while He Tingzhou seemed focused, at the moment she glanced over, he happened to catch her eye. With his long legs comfortably resting, he leaned back in his chair. A hint of a smile gracing his lips before he turned back to his companions. Shuangsu did not grasp the significance of that fleeting expression. Wei Qian inquired. Who is that? A friend of my brother's, Shuangsu responded, not wishing to elaborate further. Yet, Wei Qian, possessing the acumen of a businessman, remarked. Is he from the He family? The same He family? The connection to Xinyu suggested a potentially significant identity. And He Tingzhou's effortless demeanor was undoubtedly cultivated in an environment of absolute power. The man standing at the center of power radiated an effortless nobility. Even from the corners of his garments. Before Shuangsu could respond, Wei Qian had already adjusted his attire and risen to approach the table. Shuangsu was unable to intervene in time. Mr. He, a pleasure to meet you. Wei Qian greeted with a beaming smile, extending his hand. I am Wei Qian. He Tingzhou glanced up, casting a fleeting look at him before his gaze naturally shifted to Shuangsu, who was approaching from behind, with a slight furrow in her brow. Shuangshu's eyes betrayed her impatience as she observed Wei Qian's retreating figure. Perhaps the crown prince was in high spirits today, as he graciously extended his hand to Wei Qian. He Tingzhou, he introduced, remaining seated, his composure rooted in his elevated status. Internally, Shuangshu felt displeased with Wei Qian's presumptuousness in initiating the greeting, yet standing before him. She had no choice but to muster the courage to say, Brother Tingzhou, I often hear Shuangshu mention you. I never expected to see you here dining as well. Had I known you were present, I would have come to greet you sooner. As Wei Qian spoke, he shot her a glance that seemed to reproach her for not making the introduction. Shuangshu pressed her lips together. She had not mentioned him at all. Is that so? He Tingzhou inquired with genuine interest. What does she say about me? Wei Qian, ever astute, replied without missing a beat. She mentioned that you are a friend of young Master Shan, and that you share a particularly close relationship. He Tingzhou regarded Shuangshu with a knowing glance, one laden with sarcasm. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, for while Wei Qian sought to flatter, he remained oblivious to the true nature of her connection with He Tingzhou, which was far from what he presumed. Such a statement painted her as a vain woman boasting behind his name. A boyfriend, then? He Tingzhou spoke slowly. No, Shuangshu stammered, suddenly shy for reasons she could not fathom, fiddling with her fingertips. An arranged partner, she clarified. Ah, so you are eager to find a boyfriend? His teasing tone made her feel as if her dignity had been stripped away entirely, leaving her reluctant to respond to such derision. Brother Tingzhou, you must be busy. We shall not disturb you further. With that, she turned to leave, while Wei Qian offered a friendly smile to He Tingzhou and followed her. Once outside the restaurant, Wei Qian produced 2 tickets. There is a musical at the theater tonight. Shall we? Before he could finish, Shuangshu interrupted him with a firm refusal. I am tired. I will head back now. Is it not yet 9? Are you retiring this early? He queried. Is that not permissible? Her demeanor was markedly colder than it had been during dinner. That was not my intention, he hurriedly reassured her. Then allow me to drive you home. No need. Shuangshu replied, making her way towards the parking area. I drove myself here. Once inside her car, she made no move to start the engine, instead gripping the steering wheel in silence for a moment before burying her face in her arms. After a while, she straightened up and sent a message to Yu Zifeng on her phone. Zifeng, can you accompany me for a drink? Chapter 63. My desire for romance. Yu Zifeng had previously informed that as soon as Shuangshu arrived at Lanye, someone would be there to receive her, leading her to a VIP box on the 2nd floor. The waiter brought drinks and fruits, saying, Miss Song, please take a moment to relax. Young Master Yu is already on his way. Shuangshu opened a bottle of wine herself, pouring a glass. By the time the door to the box swung open, half of the bottle was already empty before her. Yu Zifeng's voice resonated. Sister, why did you start drinking without waiting for us? I left some for you. Shuangshu assumed he had come with Zhuozhong and the others, but upon looking up and seeing no one else, she was taken aback by an unexpected figure trailing behind him. The smile on her face vanished in an instant. He Tingzhou observed the subtle change in her expression, smirking. Not welcoming me, are you? Having just embarrassed herself in front of him, Shuangxiu certainly did not wish for his presence, yet she could not admit it. I thought you were still dining. Dining holds no significance compared to coaxing you, He Tingzhou replied lazily, striding directly toward the single sofa opposite her and sitting down with his legs crossed. From this angle, he faced Shuangxiu, and his gaze naturally fell upon her, inducing an unexpected sense of vulnerability, as if she were standing on a podium for public scrutiny. Brother Tingzhou happened to be nearby, so I invited him along, Yu Zifeng remarked as he settled beside Shuangxiu with a glass of wine. Didn't you have a blind date today? Why come for drinks instead? Shuangxiu paused mid-pour. How did you know about my blind date? Your blind date is from that catering company. A friend of mine has invested in it. Just the other day, Auntie paid me a visit to inquire about his character. Shuangxiu remained silent for a few seconds, then asked in a casual tone, what do you think of him? He seems quite decent. Starting from scratch and achieving such success demonstrates undeniable personal capability. Such execution and energy are not common. Shuangxiu sensed he had more to say, but Yu Zifeng chuckled, but I believe he and you are not on the same wavelength. He Tingzhou reached for a glass of wine, casually inquiring, what do you mean by not being on the same wavelength? A man with a strong career focus is primarily concerned with his own ambitions. He approaches tasks with a goal-oriented mindset, where means become secondary. In the intimate setting with just the three of them, Yu Zifeng spoke candidly, to put it bluntly. Men who claw their way up solely through their own efforts tend to be rather utilitarian. My sister, Shuangxiu, is a gem. The nurturing of a pearl is something I need not elaborate upon. A robust outer shell and resilient internal honing are both indispensable. She requires care. Shen can be her shell, providing her with such nurturing, but Wei Qian cannot. A person like Wei Qian is akin to a spear. Yu Zifeng, usually carefree, surprisingly articulated this perspective with clarity. He Tingzhou offered no counterpoint, taking a sip of his drink and mocking. Did you go study biology with your ex-girlfriend? She studied microbiology. It has nothing to do with what I said. Is it so difficult to acknowledge that I am cultured? Yu Zifeng retorted. Just tell me if what I said makes sense. He Tingzhou replied, too many words. I can't be bothered to listen. Yu Zifeng. Shuangxiu found herself at a loss for words to describe the tumultuous emotions surging within her, akin to the relentless tide of the sea. Once, Shenyu had been her protective shell, but now that shell had been violently shattered by another. In truth, I do not require anyone's protection, Shuangxiu declared. For once a pearl has matured, it will inevitably be extracted. Yu Zifeng remarked, observe those expensive pearls in the showcase. Why do they all bear labels indicating their origin? He had already expressed himself with considerable tact. Shuangxiu was indeed a beautiful and endearing young lady, and when men professed their affection for her, there was invariably a measure of sincerity. However, more often than not, it was her background that piqued their interest. This was not entirely unfounded. Everyone weighs the pros and cons, and the higher their social standing, the more acutely they recognize that self-interest is the most primal driving force. Yet, Shuangxiu was someone they had watched grow up, akin to a younger sister. Should she choose to date, Yu Zifeng naturally hoped for someone who would cherish her wholeheartedly. Shuangxiu understood his implication. Wei Qian was indeed more interested in her background. She could perceive his excessive enthusiasm for He Tingzhou, a man accustomed to admiration, who surely saw through it all. How embarrassing. She did not raise her gaze to He Tingzhou, quietly sipping her drink. He Tingzhou shifted his attention from her to Yu Zifeng, remarking, you have quite the sweet tongue. I presume you had bamboo leaf green for dinner. Yu Zifeng realized Shuangxiu's spirits were somewhat dampened, and knowing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly sought to comfort her. Oh, I did not mean to imply you are a mere commodity. What I meant is, to many, you are a treasure. Just understand what your brother intends. I understand. Yu Zifeng considered her one of his own, which was why he confided such thoughts to her. Shuangxiu did not deny that Wei Qian was an outstanding young talent. Yet it was evident that neither of them could genuinely appreciate the other. Rather than squander time with him, it would be wiser to seek someone more compatible. If her dating someone could put Fu Yun's mind at ease, it would indeed resolve this impasse. Zifeng Gu, do you know anyone suitable to introduce to me? He Tingzhou slowly leaned back, his right hand resting on the armrest of his chair, his high brow casting a shadow over his dark, distant eyes. Yu Zifeng was somewhat taken aback. What prompts this sudden desire for me to introduce a boyfriend? The reason was easily found, Shuangxiu replied. I want to fall in love. Yu Zifeng let out a sigh, rubbing his face as he activated his mental search among acquaintances. If you prefer someone fierce and domineering, that might prove quite difficult. How could he still remember that detail? Shuangxiu instinctively glanced at He Tingzhou. Yu Zifeng caught the subtle movement and chuckled. Do not look at him. This lord, he is not someone I can dictate. He Tingzhou remained silent, leaning back with disinterest. Yu Zifeng had a wide social circle with thousands of contacts. Yet at this moment, he struggled to think of a suitable match. Most of the scions of wealthy families were either unworthy or changed partners as easily as changing clothes. All rather unremarkable. This matter requires your brother's personal involvement to assist you in finding a suitable partner. His standards are exceedingly exacting: family background, appearance, character, temperament, career, all must achieve perfection to qualify. Yu Zifeng would not dare to take on such a task. If I were to casually introduce someone to you, he would undoubtedly hold me accountable later. I merely asked out of curiosity. Shuangxu remarked, "Don't tell my brother." At that moment, Yu Zifeng's phone rang. He answered, listened for a moment, and hurriedly set down his wine glass. My troublesome sibling is fighting again. I must return and check on the situation. Tingzhou, please escort my sister home. He Tingzhou remained noncommittal. The door to the private room opened and then closed, effectively muffling the noise from outside. Shuangxu sensed a gaze fixed upon her, its intensity too overwhelming to ignore. She attempted to feign indifference, but found it impossible. Raising her eyes to meet He Tingzhou's, she found his expression inscrutable. He gently turned his wrist, causing the amber liquid in his glass to sway with his movement. Are you in desperate need of a man? The question was sharp and jarring, and Shuangxu was disinclined to hear it. I shall take my leave now, she declared, rising to depart. However, she soon heard leisurely footsteps approaching from behind her. Just as she pulled the door open, an irresistible force pushed her back. He Tingzhou's distinctly articulated hand pressed against the doorframe, his voice emanating from behind her. I am asking you a question. Chapter 64. Talk to me. Perhaps today I have lost too much face, and rebelliousness surged within Shuangxu. I am deaf. He Tingzhou directly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Shuangxu gasped, "What are you doing?" He set her down on a nearby platform, his hands braced on the edge of the table beside her. His cold, sharp gaze fixed upon her. Which ear is deaf? Let me see. He confined her within a small space. The marble surface was hard and cool, causing Shuangxu to instinctively lean back, her hands pushing against the table as she attempted to retreat. Behind her stood a row of bottles, which she accidentally knocked over, rolling away with a clatter. He Tingzhou neither caught them nor turned to look, allowing them to fall from the edge with a resounding crash. The sharp sound sent a tremor through Shuangxu's nerves. You are not deaf, He Tingzhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I see your hearing is quite intact. Shuangxu took a deep breath. He truly was an overbearing prince. When he had a problem, others were obliged to provide answers. You already know, don't you? Your cousin is quite bothered by my presence, so I find a man to date, proving that I have no lingering feelings for my brother, and everyone is satisfied. Is that acceptable? She felt a surge of irritation, all her emotions coiling within her, and after speaking, she attempted to push him away. She could not budge him. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze upon her. Then talk to me. Shuangxu's expression of restraint instantly transformed into one of astonishment. She was momentarily speechless. What? Do I need to buy you a hearing aid, little deaf one? He Tingzhou pinched one of her ears and tugged it outward, enunciating each word clearly. Talk to me. Do you hear? I hear, but I do not comprehend. Shuangxu felt a discomfort wash over her, pushing his hand away with the back of her hand. Why? You are in need of a man. He Tingzhou leaned casually against the table, feigning indifference. How coincidental it is that I happen to be a man. There are many men in the world, yet He Tingzhou is the most unpredictable and perilous of them all. How foolish of her to consider using him as a facade. Moreover, how could he possibly be so benevolent? What else do you intend to tease me about? Shuangxu's eyes conveyed her wariness. I have a boyfriend. And my godmother will feel at ease, as will your cousin. This is beneficial for everyone. You need not mock me. This matter does not concern you. He Tingzhou proclaimed with feigned gravity. How can it not concern me? It pertains to my cousin's happiness, as her cousin. It would be remiss of me not to contribute in some way. Contribute what? Contribute yourself as her shield? Shuangxu nearly became ensnared in his logic. That is a different matter. Why is it a different matter? Shuangxu attempted to argue her point, but before she could speak, she was ensnared by his dark, deep gaze. He stood against the light, casting her in his shadow, and for a brief moment, she felt as if she were being drawn into a vortex of profound unknowns. The words she meant to utter fled her mind, and she could not recall what she had intended to say. A certain gravitational pull transpired in their exchange of glances. He Tingzhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he grasped her chin, tilting her face upwards slightly. Shuangxu's scalp tingled suddenly, and she swiftly turned her head, evading his hand. She swallowed hard, regaining her composure. It would be prudent to keep you out of this matter, as it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, complicating our relationship further. She merely sought a shield, someone who could play that role. Many men could suffice, but not He Tingzhou. Involving He Tingzhou would alter the nature of the situation, causing it to spiral beyond her control. How could she possibly utilize the heir of the He family as a shield? What is our relationship? He Tingzhou inquired. Shuangsu replied, you are my brother's friend and also the client for Fei Shui. He Tingzhou regarded her for a moment, slowly straightened up, withdrew his hand from her side, and stepped back. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracted a cigarette, bit down on it, struck a lighter, ignited it, and casually tossed the lighter back onto the table. After taking a couple of puffs, his voice, tinged with nicotine, was as insipid as water. Let us depart. I will escort you home. I have arranged for a driver. Shuangsu nimbly jumped down from the countertop. He Tingzhou cast her a glance, said nothing further, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, opened the door, and left. The driver was a taciturn woman, maintaining silence throughout the journey. Upon returning to Songming Road No. 9, the sensor light at the entrance flickered to life. Shuangsu removed her shoes, donned slippers, and traversed the desolate living room, entering her bedroom and collapsing onto the bed. Though she had consumed little alcohol, her mind was tumultuous, alternating between thoughts of Fu Yun and flashes of Wei Qian's astute visage. He Tingzhou, was he intending to kiss her at that moment? Surely not. Perhaps she had misinterpreted the signals once more. When Shuangsu inquired with Xu Yang about available single male friends, Xiao Liao gasped in shock. What? You still need someone to introduce you to a boyfriend? Do you not have a single fish in your social circle? Shuangsu shook her head. My social circle is as pristine as my fish tank. I once kept a turtle, but it has since gone missing. Such a waste. Xiao Liao, exasperated, exclaimed, if I were you, I would be dating 6 handsome boyfriends, rotating them from Monday to Saturday, with Sunday as my day off. I would even maintain a pond of fish, replacing them whenever I grew tired of one. Shuangsu had never held an interest in men. She discovered her affection for Xinyu during her formative years but never had the opportunity to confess, as Song Lian publicly exposed her feelings. During her years of exile abroad, she could not be bothered to make friends, let alone pursue romantic interests. It is only when one is in need that they lament the scarcity. Following that day, Wei Qian ardently pursued Shuangsu, delivering bouquets of the freshest roses to Fei Shui every morning, creating quite the spectacle, much to the delight of Fu Yun and Wang Sa, who were aware of the situation. During a family dinner at the Shun residence, Wang Sa expressed her joy. It seems that Wei is smitten with our Miss Shuangsu. That is to be expected. Fu Yun could discern her happiness, while Shuangsu quietly sipped her congee in the dining room, hesitating for a while, but ultimately refraining from voicing her disinterest in Wei Qian. Wei Qian's pursuit was rather ostentatious, and on Friday evening, Shuangsu received an overseas call from Xinyu. After exchanging customary pleasantries and casual banter, he broached the subject. Have you been on any blind dates lately? Shuangsu responded with a non-committal hum. How has the interaction been? Xinyu inquired. Chapter 65. Would you trust your brother? No, I do not like it. I do not want to see him. In the past, I could share any concerns with him, seeking solace for any grievances, but now I can only utter a disingenuous. I'm doing well. When did I learn to lie? Xinyu remarked. Frost Sequence did not anticipate being exposed so swiftly and momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Nervously inquiring, did Zifeng brother tell you? Xinyu's voice was tinged with a detached indifference, as if dulled by an electric current. Did I not tell you? If something is amiss, just call me. It's merely a blind date, Frost Sequence replied, not a significant matter that requires your attention. Silence enveloped the phone line. And after a brief pause, Xinyu stated, if you dislike it, do not meet him. Do not force yourself. You are still young. Not yet at the age for blind dates. I will handle matters with mother. It is not about being forced. It is simply a pursuit of peace. In the realm of adulthood, no one can attain perfect satisfaction. Indulgence was a privilege reserved for the days before 17, when one was pampered at every turn. Frost Sequence spoke calmly. Brother, I do not feel wronged. I am already 22. Blind dates are nothing extraordinary. Besides, he is quite exceptional, chosen by my godmother. She was interrupted by Xinyu. Do you like him? Frost Sequence fell silent. Little Nine, your brother has raised you. It is not for you to suffer. Xinyu's voice softened, and Frost Sequence suddenly recalled their first encounter on the street, her tear-streaked face and his gentle, patient tone. A wave of emotion surged within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, a release she could not suppress. No matter the reason, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Your happiness is all that matters. Leave the troubles to me. Xinyu said, will you trust your brother? Tears silently cascaded down her face. Frost Sequence stifled a sob in her throat and murmured an indistinct affirmation. After ending the call, she buried her face in her pillow, remaining motionless and silent. She knew how fortunate she was to have met Xinyu at the age of 8. On rare occasions, she would despairingly ponder whether it would have been better had she never encountered him. For what one has not possessed, one cannot fear losing. A notification chimed from her phone, and as she reached for it, she lifted her face to find her pillow dampened with tears. It was a message from Wei Qian. Have you been busy these days? I can never seem to reach you. Can we have dinner together tomorrow? Frost Sequence contemplated for a moment and replied, sure. The following day, half an hour past their agreed time, Wei Qian called to inquire about her whereabouts, offering to pick her up. By then, Frost Sequence was already seated in the French restaurant he had reserved. I have arrived. You can come directly, she informed him. After waiting an additional 40 minutes, Wei Qian finally arrived, apologizing as he took a seat. I'm sorry, the traffic was terribly congested. Frost Sequence was not perturbed by his tardiness. She had intended to clarify things face to face. It's fine. I was just organizing my thoughts. Perhaps due to his rush, Wei Qian did not inquire about her preferences when ordering. The Frost Sequence was indeed hungry, and the meticulousness of French dining etiquette was evident. Beginning with the appetizer of foie gras. As she sipped her wine, she pondered the most opportune moment to broach those uncomfortable topics. The server cleared the plates and presented the next course, French baked escargot. Fortunately, the main dishes ordered were steak and sea bass, both of which she could partake. However, before the serving commenced, Wei Qian produced a delicate flat box and handed it to her. I intended to wait until after the meal to present this, but I could hardly contain my eagerness to witness your reaction upon receiving it. Do open it. Upon opening the box, she discovered a diamond necklace. The central stone was estimated to be around 5 carats, encircled by a halo of smaller diamonds, their brilliance dazzling under the ambient light. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this, she replied, extending the necklace back to him. You may accept it, Wei Qian insisted. You must realize how fond I am of you. If you do not harbor any disdain for me, I wish for our relationship to be solidified today. You are my girlfriend. What is there that prevents you from accepting a gift? A necklace for a girlfriend? He certainly knows how to conduct business, she thought. What is it that you find appealing about me? Frost Sequence inquired. This is only our second meeting, and you hardly know me. We will have time to understand each other gradually, he replied. The order is incorrect, she retorted. What order is incorrect? You must first know me before claiming to like me. She placed the box on the table and pushed it back toward him. A man accustomed to the business realm, with a mind astute and perceptive, could hardly misunderstand her rejection. Wei Qian asked, is it because our acquaintance is too brief? Even though we have known each other for less than a week, I feel I have come to understand you quite well. What you know is merely my background, my resume, my birth date, and my zodiac sign, information easily accessible to anyone. You remain oblivious to my personality and preferences. Had you merely inquired about my tastes, you would have discovered that I neither enjoy foie gras nor consume escargot. Wei Qian's gaze shifted to her utensils, noticing that her knife and fork had hardly been touched. You are aware that my career keeps me exceedingly busy, leaving little time to devote to women, which may explain my lack of understanding in relating to them. However, you cannot dismiss my character on that account. If you wish, I could temporarily set aside my business to revolve around you like other men do. Would that bring you joy? If you do not like these dishes, you may voice it. It is quite simple to change them, and making an issue out of it seems rather pointless. Frost Sequence felt a smile tugging at her lips. It appeared that the main course would remain uneaten today. Very well, let me be more explicit, she stated, fixing her gaze on Wei Qian. What you are enamored with is not me, but rather the sister of Xinyu and the daughter of Song Mianji. If you put it that way. Wei Qian finally revealed a shrewd and pragmatic side typical of a businessman. Miss Song, I had thought someone of your stature would not be so naive. The purpose of a wealthy young lady such as yourself is to secure a truly valuable man, thereby fortifying your family as prosperity. I harbor at least a modicum of genuine affection for you. Were it someone else. He chuckled derisively, dismissing the notion of Xun Yu's half-sister and the daughter of the Song family. Do you truly believe there is nothing about me that merits pursuit? Indeed, even though I bear the surname Song and am not my brother's sister, there will still be those who cherish me. Your perception of my worth stems from your fixation on those two superficial aspects. Frost Sequence remarked, you wish to use me as a stepping stone to infiltrate this circle, yet simultaneously look down upon me. Do you not find that contradictory? Wei Qian's seemingly omnipotent demeanor began to fracture. He could discern that Frost's sequence had never held him in high regard. Now, as she laid bare the truth, her words insinuated that he was merely a sycophant. That nonchalant yet condescending attitude deeply pierced his pride as a man, a successful man, no less. To speak candidly, your lack of affection for me is rooted in your disdain for my family background. You are acutely aware of your own standing within the Song family. Were it not for Xin Yu's support, who would take you seriously? You possess no superior alternatives to me. Frost's sequence, however, was indifferent to whether others regarded her with esteem. Her only concern lay with those she valued. You oscillate between insecurity and arrogance. Do you not fear a split in your psyche? Having reached this juncture, she no longer felt the need to spare him any semblance of courtesy. My purpose in visiting you today was to clarify that we are ill-suited. You need not squander your time on me, and it seems I need not elaborate further. Rising to drape her bag over her shoulder, she regarded Wei Qian with a frosty demeanor and added, your methods of courtship are rather tawdry. A few inconsequential messages on WeChat, a handful of flowers, and a rather mediocre necklace. Mr. Wei, what you have offered pales in comparison to what I have previously received, not even a fraction of it. Perhaps such gestures might suffice to attract a university student, but if you wish to pursue me, at the very least, you ought to present something of genuine substance. Chapter 66. She will marry eventually. As she emerged from the French restaurant, a gentle breeze caressed her face, and Shuangshu's stomach rumbled audibly. It was already 8:30, and she had only sipped a glass of aperitif. Her stomach was as empty as a fish tank, leaving only water behind. Starving. She felt as though she could consume an entire cow, yet she could not conjure up any specific cravings. Standing in the luminous doorway of the restaurant, she pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the noodle shop He Tingzhou had taken her to last time, which seemed to be nearby. Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger that made her think of that fragrant bowl of beef noodles, and she found herself salivating. Though she did not quite remember the direction of the alley, she took a somewhat convoluted route before successfully locating the unassuming wooden sign. She had not paid attention last time, but today she clearly noticed the inscription, Youpu Noodle House. Fortunately, the noodle shop was still in operation. After entering, she found a seat and ordered a bowl of beef noodles, just like the previous visit. When the proprietor brought her the dish, he presented a plate of freshly fried crispy meat, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Miss Song, do give it a try, he urged. Thank you, Shuangshu replied with a smile, her almond-shaped eyes curving with delight. You remember me? The owner chuckled. Of course, mister, he only brought you here alone. How could I forget? The crispy meat, golden and crunchy, was sprinkled with chili powder and pepper salt, and Shuangshu took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. Has he never brought any other women here? Shuangshu inquired, perplexed. What about his previous girlfriends? Not at all, the owner replied. Have you ever seen Mr. He with a girlfriend? Shuangshu shook her head. I am not well acquainted with him, she added, at least not until recently. Perhaps He Tingzhou preferred to take women to upscale restaurants. Their encounter by the bridge had been merely coincidental. He thought she was about to jump into the river and had instinctively pulled her back. Uncle, your noodles are so delicious. Why not relocate to a busier area? She asked, noting the quietness of the shop, which had no other patrons at the moment. The owner sat down to chat with her. This noodle shop was established by my father. My skills pale in comparison to his. My mother passed away early, and he relied on selling beef noodles to support my siblings and me through college. This area was bustling 20 years ago, but after the nearby demolition, people gradually moved away. My father fell ill with cancer, and we had initially planned to close the shop. It was Mr. He who purchased it and even financed my father's medical treatment, seeking the most reputable brain cancer specialists. Unfortunately, he still passed away. Shuangshu's chopsticks came to a gradual halt as she absorbed this narrative. Such acts of benevolence seemed utterly incongruous with He Tingzhou's persona. Her immediate thought was that the owner might have taken money from He Tingzhou and crafted a narrative to embellish his character. However, upon reflection, she realized that someone as arrogant as He Tingzhou would not care about his reputation. Why did he help you? She asked. Because I possess a kind heart and a charitable spirit, a voice interjected with a signature languid tone. Shuangshu looked up to see He Tingzhou standing in the doorway, coolly remarking, I am affectionately known as the living Lei Feng. Haven tea, you heard? You might as well be the living king of hell, she retorted. The owner immediately rose with a smile. I will prepare your noodles. He Tingzhou approached, pulled out the chair opposite Shuangshu, and sat down with a certain grace. What a coincidence. Shuangshu poked at the noodles in her bowl. The memory of their last encounter at the Blue Night lingered vividly in her mind. She found herself unable to decipher his capricious thoughts, uncertain of the face she should present to him. It would be best to hastily finish her meal and leave. Bowing her head, she began to eat, while He Tingzhou's faint gaze was cast upon her from across the table. Why didn't you bring your boyfriend along? Just as Shuangshu was about to respond, he interjected. Oh, I forgot. He is not your boyfriend, just your blind date, right? How unfortunate. Blown, Shuangshu retorted. He Tingzhou chuckled softly, resting his legs casually, adopting a tone that suggested he relished the spectacle. Congratulations. Soon, He Tingzhou's noodles were served, steaming and fragrant, topped with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. As was his habit, he began to pick out the scallions, prompting Shuangshu to set down her chopsticks and prepare to leave, her mouth barely opening to speak. Stay seated. Leaving a bowl of leftover noodles affects my appetite, he insisted, grumbling inwardly about his demanding nature. Shuangshu lifted her bowl and directly returned it to the kitchen. He Tingzhou cast a glance at her retreating figure heading towards the entrance but remained silent. Upon exiting the noodle shop, Shuangshu discovered her car was blocked. A sleek black Koenigsegg was parked defiantly in front of her white Porsche, exuding arrogance and disregard. The alley was too narrow to accommodate two vehicles side by side, leaving her with no choice but to turn around. Seated in her car, she cautiously reversed a bit, then maneuvered the steering wheel in an attempt to turn around in the constricted alley. Her driving skills were limited to the basic ability to operate a vehicle. The alley's width posed a significant challenge, rendering the turn nearly acrobatic. After several attempts, she remained stuck in place. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately decided to exit the vehicle and obediently returned to the shop. Shinyu returned to the country a day early. Upon arriving at the Shin residence, Fu Yun was poring over a stack of photographs with Sister Wang, engaged in hushed deliberation. This one is the best, a scholarly family, and he is quite impressive himself. I hear he has won a literary award and is the youngest associate professor at Yin City University. I specifically audited a class there yesterday. He wore glasses and appeared quite refined. Shuangshu should like him. Sister Wang remarked, character is the most important. I never expected General Wei to be so superficial. Hearing the sound of a car, the servant at the door called out, young master has returned. Fu Yun quickly set the photographs aside and stood up as Shinyu stepped out of the car, with the driver following behind, carrying a suitcase. Wasn't he had said you would return tomorrow? Why are you back early? Fu Yun inquired. I came back as soon as the matter was resolved. Shinyu changed his shoes and entered, noticing the scattered photographs on the coffee table. Have you had dinner yet? I'll ask Sister Wang to prepare a late-night snack for you, Fu Yun offered. Shinyu raised his gaze. I need an explanation regarding Wei Qian. Clearly, I misjudged him. I saw his potential. He built his career through hard work. If Shuangshu were to marry him, she wouldn't have to bow to the whims of the elders. I never anticipated. Noticing his frosty demeanor, Fu Yun interrupted. I want nothing more than for Shuangshu to find a good home, someone to look after her. If you're concerned, you can help keep an eye on things as well. Am I dead or merely incapacitated that you feel the urgency to seek someone to entrust my legacy? Fu Yun's nerves were frayed. You? What do you mean by this? You cannot care for her eternally. She will inevitably marry one day, sooner or later. But not at this moment. In the weariness etched across Shun Yu's features mingled with a hint of indifference. He pinched the bridge of his nose and stated, our family should not barter her marriage. Let her choose whom she wishes to love. Chapter 67. The ominous twinge of the right eye. He Tingzhou delicately lifted a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, his calm, dark eyes briefly glancing at her dejected face. Why are you back? Did you not eat enough? The alley is too narrow. I couldn't get out. Shuangsu could not accuse him of being deliberate, as the alley was indeed that narrow, and it was entirely reasonable for his car to be parked there. Perhaps you should ask your blind date to hire a demolition crew to tear down the adjacent houses, clearing a path for the princess. Why bring up the blind date again? Haven't we already said? He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, expressing a tinge of regret for her. Oh, I forgot. You two have broken up. Shuangsu remained unfazed. Laugh if you will. It's no great loss. Who is your next target? He inquired. There is no next one. Shuangsu cradled a rough, gray-blue ceramic teacup, the warm water inside at a perfect temperature. My brother said he would handle it. He Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at her, then, with a hint of mockery, remarked, Are you living for your brother? Without my brother, I might not have made it this far, Shuangsu replied. He Tingzhou fell silent, and Shuangsu sat across from him, observing him as he savored his noodles. His manner of eating was elegantly composed, each movement reflecting the refinement cultivated from a life of privilege. He ate slowly, revealing little appetite. His mother had passed away early, and his father was an Air Force commander, likely not having much leisure to spend with his children. The noodle shop, situated in this forgotten alley left behind by economic development, clearly did not aim for profit. Furthermore, even if the small establishment thrived, its monthly revenue might not match what he could casually spend on a bottle of wine elsewhere. The lack of investment potential suggested that perhaps emotional ties were the sole reason for its existence. She recalled the story the owner had begun to tell earlier and, driven by curiosity, asked, "Why did you buy this noodle shop? Why do you care about my affairs?" He Tingzhou replied, his tone languid yet startling Shuangsu into silence. Had she pried too much? "I was merely asking out of curiosity," she explained. "I do not respond to casual inquiries." Oh. Shuangsu had no intention of intruding on his privacy, but his indifferent demeanor indicated she had overstepped. Recognizing this, she prudently refrained from further questioning and took a sip from her ceramic cup. She maintained her silence until He Tingzhou finished his meal, not seeking to initiate any further conversation. Upon leaving the noodle shop, she entered her vehicle. He Tingzhou, in front of her, shifted into reverse and executed a remarkable maneuver, gliding smoothly out of the alley and completing a turn with impeccable grace. The seamlessness of his actions left Shuangsu feeling a deep sense of embarrassment for having fumbled in the same spot for 5 minutes earlier. He parked his car at the alley's entrance and, glancing at her through the lowered window, remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Waiting for your demolition crew?" Shuangsu started her car and drove forward. After emerging onto the main road, she glanced back through the rearview mirror. The Koenigsegg remained stationary, a long-fingered hand resting casually on the window ledge, the faint crimson hue fading into the distance. It was only the next day that Shuangsu learned Shen Yu had returned. It is unclear how he communicated with Fu Yun, nevertheless. Fu Yun ceased to arrange any more blind dates for her. As time swiftly progressed into June, the temperature rose daily, and the engagement ceremony between Shen Yu and Lu Manman was set for the end of that month. Fu Yun had been tirelessly occupied with the preparations for the engagement banquet, selecting the hotel, compiling the guest list, and organizing the various ceremonial gifts. Shuangsu had not participated in any of these arrangements and had refrained from inquiring, which was beneficial for her, Lu Manman, and Fu Yun alike. After leaving the rustic noodle shop that day, she had not encountered He Tingzhou again. She attended meetings at Yundun weekly, and previously, she would always run into him. However, she had not crossed paths with him these past few occasions. Assuming He Tingzhou was away on a business trip, she inadvertently overheard employees discussing Mr. He while passing, only to discover he was indeed on the upper floor. Director Fan's demeanor had notably transformed, displaying a heightened level of attentiveness. After all, it was a project personally overseen by the president, so demonstrating diligence would provide an opportunity to present oneself before him. Director Fan escorted them to the elevator hall, and Shuangsu suddenly remarked, "Mr. He has not attended the meetings these past few times." Director Fan responded with a look of naive incredulity. "Isn't the progress being monitored by me? I am essentially Mr. He's eyes. Song, please do not take offense at my candor. Our group handles innumerable major projects daily, and this liquid hydrogen drone of yours is but a minor concern. Mr. He hardly has the time to personally inquire about it." Xiao Liao clenched her fist, contemplating a retaliation. Shuangsu replied, It seems Director Fan's role at Yundun is to oversee minor matters." Director Fan was displeased by this comment. "I am responsible for the entire civil drone sector, with numerous projects under my purview. That amounts to nothing more than a table of minor matters," Shuangsu countered. Xiao Liao, seemingly oblivious, chimed in, "Minor matters do complement a meal." The elevator arrived, and as Shuangsu stepped inside, she turned to see Director Fan's face flushed with indignation. As the doors closed, Xiao Liao gleefully raised her hand, and Shuangsu solemnly admonished, "That is impolite. Do not behave like this next time. You started it. I merely followed your lead." Xiao Liao retorted, then sighed dejectedly, lamenting the absence of the dashing Mr. He. Shuangsu observed the numbers flickering on the display, remaining silent. This was entirely normal. Director Fan spoke the truth. He Tingzhou must indeed be rather busy, with little time to focus on their modest project. On the day of the summer solstice, a torrential rain fell, only clearing the following day. Upon awakening that morning, Shuangsu felt a persistent twitch in her eyelid, likely a consequence of her late-night endeavors. Arriving at the office, Xiao Liao had procured coffee for her and, noticing her incessant eyelid twitching, leaned in to inquire, "What is wrong with your eyes? Your eyelid keeps jumping." Shuangsu replied, "It is probably due to eye strain." Xiao Liao gasped, "Oh no, right eye twitching is a bad omen." Shuang Su playfully tapped her head. Can you please trust in science? Xiao Liao promptly silenced herself. All right. During the meeting, Shuang Su momentarily lost focus. When she regained her attention mere seconds later, she reached for her coffee to awaken her senses, but, for reasons unknown, failed to secure it properly, and the cup fell onto her laptop with a resounding thud. Coffee splattered across the entire keyboard, causing a commotion in the conference room. Paper. Quick, get some paper. Turn off the computer. Tilt it upside down. Have you backed up the files on your computer, little boss? Before Shuangshu could react, her computer was snatched away, leaving her in a flurry to clean up the spilled coffee. Fortunately, everything had been backed up. She touched her right eyelid, glancing at the nearby Xiao Liao, whose ominous words had proven eerily prophetic. Strangely enough, though she had not taken a sip, the invigorating effect was indeed remarkable. Ultimately, her computer could not be salvaged, and she switched to a new one. Just as she was responding to emails, her phone, resting on the desk, rang. It was a call from her godmother. Shuangshu answered, only to hear the choked voice of Fu Yun on the other end. Shuangshu, your father has been taken away by the disciplinary committee. A thunderous sound echoed in her mind as she suddenly comprehended that her eyelids twitching was not due to fatigue or her computer troubles. She leapt up abruptly, hurrying towards the elevator, disregarding Xiao Liao as frantic calls. On her drive back to the Shun residence, she encountered a traffic jam, her anxiety mounting as she occasionally leaned out the window, hearing sanitation workers chatting about an accident up ahead. Unable to wait, she veered off the main road onto a side street, taking a longer route. Journalists, like hyenas sensing blood, had besieged the entrance to the Shun home, eager to swarm her car as it approached. With a swift press of the accelerator, she barreled past them, circling to the back of the villa and parking by the roadside. Upon receiving her call, Wang Sa dashed over to open the door for her. After exiting the vehicle, she hurriedly ran, so frantic that Wang Sa struggled to keep up. Chapter 68. Song Mianji in the living room. Fu Yun was restless, unable to find peace. The servants huddled together, each face marked by a palpable sense of disarray. When Shuangshu rushed in, breathless, she exclaimed, Godmother, what on earth is happening? Fu Yun lifted her head, her brow furrowed tightly, and replied, They say your godfather is being investigated for corruption and bribery. But my godfather is not that kind of person. He is not the one who accepted bribes. Fu Yun mentioned the name of a prominent figure whose downfall had caused her godfather to be implicated. Why is my godfather being implicated? Shuangshu asked, perplexed. Doesn't he the charge of bribery require evidence? Fu Yun sighed heavily, her frustration evident. Shuangshu, you do not comprehend the intricacies of politics. Do you believe he fell from grace solely due to corruption? Your godfather shares a close bond with him, having been classmates. In Yin City, even if Shuangshu is not attuned to the political climate, she has still heard whispers of significant upheavals. The shifting of power has always been rooted in turmoil. Beneath the seemingly calm surface lies a tempest of bloodshed and chaos unbeknownst to ordinary people. She began to grasp that the crux of the matter was no longer about Xinchang Yuan's innocence or guilt, but rather, who would ultimately emerge victorious in the struggle. The entrenched foundations of aristocratic families meant that, given Xinchang Yuan's status, no one would dare to detain him without higher authorization. The fact that the disciplinary commission had come to take him away indicated that they possessed certain evidence, and the situation was rather grim. Wang Sa, her eyes red with worry, attempted to reassure them, saying, It will surely be fine. The young master has gone with them, and he will notify us as soon as he has news. Shuangshu grasped Fu Yun's hand firmly. Godmother, do not worry just yet. I will stay here with you. Fu Yun clutched her hand tightly, akin to a lost soul finding solace in a lifeline. They waited, and the hours dragged on until darkness fell. Wang Sa prepared dinner. Yet neither Shuangshu nor Fu Yun had any appetite. The house was eerily silent, the entire villa enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere, while the once bright crystal chandeliers now exuded a chilling sharpness. When the sound of a car broke the stillness, Fu Yun, who had been resting her forehead on her hand, immediately lifted her head, rising eagerly to greet him. Shen Yu appeared, his tie slightly loosened, likely having smoked more than a few cigarettes, and he reeked of tobacco. He shook his head, and Fu Yun's face instantly drained of color. Among those implicated in the bribery, one was recommended by her father, and now that person was determined to implicate her father as well. They had come prepared, intent on convicting him. After enduring a day of anxiety, Fu Yun could no longer bear the strain. Her body swayed, prompting those nearby to exclaim in alarm, Madam. Godmother. Shuangshu hurried to support Fu Yun as she collapsed. Shen Yu carried her to the car, and Shuangshu accompanied them to the hospital, where they dealt with paperwork and examinations amidst the chaos of the day. After seeing the doctor out, Shuangshu caught sight of Shunyu standing at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone call, presumably still concerning Shin Changyuan. From his typically composed demeanor, she detected an unusual gravity and fatigue. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Shinyu turned, exchanged a few more words before ending the call, and walked towards her. He glanced through the window into the ward, and Shuangshu remarked, "The doctor said that my godmother merely fainted due to emotional agitation. There is no serious concern. However, her health has always been fragile, and she needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days." Shinyu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "If you're tired, you should go rest. There are others here to keep watch." Shuangshu shook her head, her tone betraying her deep-seated worry. "Brother, will our godfather be all right?" Even in her eyes, Shinyu, who seemed capable of anything, could not provide her with the reassurance she sought at that moment. He pulled her into his embrace, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, I'm here." He always regarded her as a child in need of his protection, yet Shuangshu had matured and could no longer, as he suggested, offload all her troubles onto him while she comfortably hid behind him. That evening, she remained at the hospital, both anxious for Fu Yun and hoping that her awakening would bring her comfort by her side, and also because, in such times, she preferred to be with her family. Even if she returned home, sleep would elude her. Shuangshu lay on the hospital's accompanying bed, the waning moon hanging in the indigo sky, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Sleep was far from her, and her thoughts drifted back to her childhood when she first arrived at the Shin household. Fu Yun had always longed for a daughter, but due to health issues, she could not have one. Therefore, after Shinyu brought Shuangshu back, Fu Yun showered her with affection. Shin Changyuan had initially wished to remain uninvolved in others' family matters, yet seeing the mother and son so engaged with their child, he ultimately acquiesced. At first, Shuangshu felt a bit intimidated by him, prompting Fu Yun to reproach, "Can't you stop wearing that long face every day? Look at how you're scaring Shuangshu." Shin Changyuan then strained to muster a warm smile, beckoning her over. "Come here, and I'll give you something delicious." Shuangshu felt a bond with them. Yet her closeness to Shunyu always surpassed that with Shin Changyuan, aware that she was a little burden he had taken in. Living under someone else's roof instilled in her a sense of caution. Once, when her school held a parent-teacher meeting and Shinyu was absent, she lingered outside their door several times, hesitant to speak up. The following morning, she awoke to find Fu Yun already dressed and urging Shin Changyuan to change. He had taken a day off specifically to accompany her to the meeting. Upon arriving at the school and encountering teachers and other parents, they referred to her as our child. Thus, even after returning to the country, when Fu Yun exhibited considerable wariness towards her, Shuangshu bore her no ill will. The kindness they had shown her was as weighty as a mountain. They had genuinely provided her with abundant love. Before dawn, Fu Yun awakened briefly, and Shuangshu sat by her bedside, softly conversing with her, eventually soothing her back to sleep. Early in the morning, Sister Wang arrived with breakfast. After sharing a meal with Fu Yun, Shuangshu decided to leave someone at the hospital to watch over her and ventured out. She hailed a cab, and upon arriving at the Song residence, she found Song Mianji yet to depart. He and Cui Ning sat in the dining room, the sweet aroma of toasted bread filling the air. Cui Ning, her hair neatly styled, spread jam on her bread with a butter knife, and upon seeing Shuangshu, her expression was one of no surprise. Clearly, she was already aware of the upheaval in the Shin family. "Why are you back at this hour?" Song Minji, nearing 50, exuded an air of refined elegance, his captivating demeanor and enduring handsomeness rendering him far more alluring than many men of his age. It has been quite some time since Shuangshu returned to her homeland, yet the father and daughter have not exchanged a single word. At this moment, the customary warmth and pleasantries typical of a father-daughter relationship were conspicuously absent. Shuangshu called out, "Father," her tone imbued with deference, lacking any semblance of intimacy. "I have something to discuss with you." Song Mianji wiped his hands and rose from the dining table, saying, "Come to the study." Chapter 69. Will he meet death without offering aid? This marked the first visit of Shuangshu to Song Mianji's study, a space predominantly occupied by an array of books, adorned with numerous antique calligraphies and paintings, while the air was imbued with the rich fragrance of sandalwood. To the east, a small-leafed red sandalwood sofa was elegantly arranged, its cloud-patterned relief symbolizing elevation and auspiciousness since ancient times. Song Mianji was well aware of her intentions as he gestured for her to take a seat. Inquiring, "I heard from your aunt that during your time back in the country, you've partnered with friends to start a business. How is it progressing?" Shuangshu, disinterested in such topics, replied dismissively, "It's just getting started." The current environment makes entrepreneurship challenging. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to speak to the family. Do not struggle alone. Your grandfather may seem stern, but his intentions are for your own good. Although they had not seen each other for quite some time, Song Mianji was well informed about her affairs since her return. Shuangshu had no desire to debate her grandfather's intentions. She had come with a singular purpose. "Dad, my godfather is in trouble. Can you please help?" Song Mianji leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. "Do you comprehend the nature of this matter? It is not something you can involve yourself in. Dad, I have never asked you for anything, but for this one thing, I implore you, will you?" After a sleepless night, as she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, pleadingly fixed on him. Song Mianji set down the teapot. "This case involves numerous individuals. The disciplinary committee has established a special investigation team, and many are watching closely. It is not as simple as you imagine. But my godfather has been framed." Song Mianji interrupted her, not allowing her to finish. "The political arena is not child's play. You do not understand these matters. Do not speak recklessly and certainly do not meddle, as it may bring trouble to the Song family." Shuangshu realized that he would not offer assistance. Yet she clung to a flicker of hope. "I know I hold little weight in your heart. You have never raised me. It was my brother and my godparents who nurtured me, shouldering your responsibilities and obligations. You owe them a favor. Are you attempting to coerce me?" He retorted. "I am not coercing you. I am stating facts. The Shin family is in distress, and while all others may remain indifferent, you should not. Is the Shin family all that matters to you?" Song Mianji's voice grew grave. "If I intervene, it would be akin to pushing the Song family into a pit of fire. Are you willing to sacrifice the Song family to aid them?" If Shuangshu had a choice, she would not hesitate for a second to trade the Song family for the Shin family. "I merely hope that within your means, you can do something for them. This matter is no longer yours to meddle in." Song Mianji gestured dismissively with his hand, his stance resolute. "Leave." In the lengthy silence that ensued, lasting 2 minutes, neither spoke, the sandalwood fragrance thickening the palpable rift between them. Disheartened, Shuangshu uttered not a word more, opened the door, and left without a backward glance. Having heard of her return, Song Lian, who had been indulging in late mornings, was now up, clad in her pajamas, waiting at the staircase. Upon seeing Shuangshu emerge, she sarcastically remarked, "What is the daughter of the Shun family doing at our home?" Shuangshu ignored her entirely, descending the stairs past her. Song Lian followed her closely, remarking, "Political struggles are inherently like this. The victors are exalted while the vanquished are scorned. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your unfortunate father, for his association with that individual was ill-fated. Look at the Zheng family. They aligned themselves with the right people and are now flourishing." Frosty Su chose to disregard her. But Lian continued her incessant chatter. "What were you thinking? Returning to seek your father's assistance? Are you not aware that he is poised to be promoted to minister next year? If he becomes embroiled in this mess, his career will be jeopardized. You truly understand nothing." Cui Ning shot her a warning glance, prompting Song Lian to silence herself. Frosty Su did not exchange even a greeting with Cui Ning as she briskly exited the distasteful house. Self-preservation is the nature of all, and Song Mianji merely reaffirmed his selfishness, rendering his daughter inconsequential. Under the blazing sun, her heart felt like a block of ice, impervious to warmth. Upon returning to the hospital, she unexpectedly encountered the hurriedly arriving Lu Man. It had been quite some time since they last saw each other after Donyu Mountain. "Xiaojiao." Lu Man rushed over and embraced her. "I heard that Annie fainted last night, so I came to check on her. How are you all faring?" "Godmother has already regained consciousness. You may go in to see her." Frosty Su's heavy heart could not muster a smile at that moment. Not wishing to cause Fu Yun further distress, she refrained from entering and instead sat down on a chair in the corridor. "I feel awkward about seeing her," Lu Man said, sitting beside her with a downcast expression. "I pleaded with my father for a long while, but he said this matter is too sensitive. Even the slightest action could suggest a factional alignment. They cannot afford to intervene right now, so I was advised to stay out of it." The fickleness of human sentiment was hardly surprising. Frosty Su expressed her understanding. "Your father's stance is not without merit. The Liu and Shin families are connected by marriage, which makes their situation delicate. Should the Liu family engage in activities for Shinchan Yuan, they would easily be labeled as accomplices and subsequently suffer the repercussions. The same applies to the Yu and Zhou families. The risks are substantial, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences." Summoning her courage, Lu Man entered to visit Fu Yun. "Fu Yun, more acutely aware of the stakes than her younger counterparts, refrained from voicing any requests for assistance from the Liu family. Instead, she apologetically informed Man, "You must cancel the engagement banquet with Ayu for now. After some time, when the dust settles, we will plan a grand celebration for you." As for what some time meant, and whether the turmoil would subside, no one could ascertain. Should Shen Changyuan face condemnation, their marriage might also meet a grim fate. "Don't worry, Andy. You and I are not in a rush. Right now, Uncle Shen's situation is far more pressing." Liu Man said with maturity. "Please do not be too disheartened. Focus on your health. Uncle Shen is such a good person. He will surely be all right." Fu Yun managed to conjure a reassuring smile for her, yet the worry etched upon her brow remained. For several consecutive days, Shen Yu had been tirelessly advocating for Shen Changyuan, but the thin veneer of human relations offered little support. Kindness was rare, while opportunistic cruelty thrived. By the time he and Yu Zifeng arrived at the hospital that evening, it was already quite late. "How is Andy?" Yu Zifeng inquired. "Her condition has stabilized over the past few days. She wishes to be discharged and return home." "That is good to hear." The carefree demeanor of Yu Zifeng had vanished, replaced by a newfound composure that rendered him significantly more steadfast. He consoled her, saying, "Sister, do not fret too much. Focus on caring for Aunt Fu in the hospital. This matter is in the hands of your brother and me." The Yu family could not directly intervene, yet the bond forged over many years provided ample covert support. "If you wish to be discharged, then so be it," Shen Yu declared. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow and will not be able to come. I will send the driver to fetch you." Frost Sequence noticed the red veins in his eyes, an indication that he had likely not enjoyed a restful night in several days, and the lingering sin of alcohol from the banquet still clung to him. She refrained from mentioning her visit to Song Mianzi, obediently responding, "Understood." After Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng departed, Frost Sequence gazed at their retreating figures from the window. Suddenly, without warning, the visage of He Tingzhou surfaced in her mind. The He family. If there were anyone capable of stepping forward in such turbulent times to rescue Shen Changyuan from peril, it would likely be Commander He. She pondered whether Shen Yu had sought He Tingzhou's assistance. With the situation stagnant, had he declined? They were friends. Would he truly stand by and not lend a hand in times of crisis? Chapter 70. You must have some interest in me the following day. Shuangxiu assisted Fu Yun in completing her discharge procedures. Upon returning to the Shun residence, Fu Yun, having taken her medication, needed to take a short nap. In an uncharacteristic display of affection, Shuangxiu asked, "Godmother, may I sleep with you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Yun's face. "What's wrong with that?" She smiled, patting the bed. "Come." Shuangxiu removed her shoes and climbed up, resting her head on Fu Yun's shoulder as Fu Yun held her hand. Although Fu Yun lived a life of luxury, her hands, tender and well-maintained, felt different to Shuangxiu. To her, Fu Yun occupied a maternal position. Fu Yun embraced her, saying, "It is indeed nice to have a daughter." At that moment, the two nestled together, devoid of any pretense or caution. The anxieties and worries of the past few days momentarily faded away, granting them a rare tranquility and sense of security. "You've worked hard these past few days," Fu Yun acknowledged, having vigilantly cared for her at the bedside. Reflecting on her actions since returning home, Fu Yun felt a deep sense of guilt. Words eluded her. Yet the scene evoked memories of yesteryears. "When you first came to our home, you were so timid, afraid to sleep alone at night. And it was I who soothed you to sleep." When Shuangxiu first arrived at the Shen household, she resembled a young creature in an unfamiliar territory, lacking security. Often scratching at Shen Yu's door in the middle of the night, Shen Yu would escort her back to her room, but soon after, she would return to scratch again. Ultimately, he relented, allowing her to stay. Thus, for the initial days, she stealthily slept in Shen Yu's room. Upon learning of her fear of sleeping alone, Fu Yun joyfully visited her room each night to comfort her, expressing her maternal love until Shuangxiu grew accustomed to her new environment and no longer woke startled in the night. Shuangxiu smiled softly, whispering, "I truly wish that when I awakened, time would rewind to those days." Fu Yun felt a poignant sentiment in her heart, gently patting her back as one would comfort a child. Once Fu Yun fell asleep, Shuangxiu carefully rose and left the bedroom. She called Shen Yu, hoping to discuss something with him. After a prolonged wait, the call connected, and Lu Man's voice came through. "Xiaojiu, your brother has just fallen asleep. Is there something you wish to discuss with him?" Shuangxiu hesitated briefly. "I wanted to talk to him about something. He's been so exhausted these days and has just drifted off. I wouldn't want to disturb him," Lu Man replied, lowering her voice. "Once he awakens, I shall relay your message." "I'll wait for him at home," Shuangxiu said. All right, Lu Man agreed. Shuangshu settled in the living room. Whereat Wang inquired if she would like a blanket to rest. She shook her head. Leaning back on the sofa, her mind replayed memories in vivid frames. 15 years ago, a pair of white sneakers had paused her journey on the street as Shinyu took her hand and led her into this house, which had become her home for the subsequent decade. Uncertain of how long she had waited, when she finally lifted her head, the night had quietly unfurled. Time passed swiftly. It felt as though she had traversed another decade in those few hours. Shinyu did not return, nor did he call her back. Shuangshu made her decision. As she stepped out of her home, she ensured not to disturb anyone. Standing in the night breeze, she dialed He Tingzhou's number. The call was answered swiftly. Yet silence enveloped the line, the other end awaiting her to speak first. Tingoge, she began. His voice was flat. What is it? May I meet you? I have something to discuss. After a brief pause, He Tingzhou replied, come over. The journey from the Shun residence to Yinshi took half an hour. He Tingzhou's villa was situated in Taihei Yuan, nestled in one of the most exclusive areas on the western outskirts of Yin City. As she drove along the wide, smooth driveway, the villa's grand entrance stood open, anticipating her arrival. He preferred lively environments as a form of relaxation, yet this villa exuded an unusual tranquility. Shuangshu parked her car in the courtyard. The door was unlocked, and she pushed it open. He Tingzhou awaited her in the living room, dressed in a shirt and trousers, appearing as though he had just returned from outside. He leaned lazily against the sofa, fingers pressed against his temple, absently twirling his phone. Hearing her footsteps, he lifted his eyelids slightly, displaying little reaction, his phone's movement ceasing. He remained still, observing Shuangshu as she made her way over. Only when she settled on the adjacent sofa did he speak. Did you come for the Shin family? It seemed he was well aware of everything. Shuangshu nodded. Yes. Who did you consult before coming to me? He Tingzhou inquired. My father. Did he not inform you how complicated this matter is? Shuangshu replied. That is precisely why I sought you. How can you be so certain that I will assist you? The question struck at the heart of the matter. Shuangshu gazed at him, her almond-shaped eyes pure and clear, reflecting a hope as pristine as water. I have no certainty, Tingoge. Can you help me? He Tingzhou rested his head in his hand, scrutinizing her for a moment before slowly responding, I can. He then shifted the conversation. What leverage do you possess to negotiate with me? This statement momentarily startled Shuangshu, and she answered candidly, I have no leverage. Apart from herself, she held nothing. Her wealth paled in comparison to his. Her influence was inferior, and she lacked any supportive backing. On what basis should I assist you? He Tingzhou questioned. The flicker of hope that had yet to ignite within her heart was abruptly extinguished by his cold words, causing Shuangshu's bright gaze to dim. It was understandable. Everyone avoided involvement, fearing repercussions, and his decision to remain uninvolved was indeed the wisest choice. He Tingzhou had aided her numerous times, leading her to develop a misleading sense of friendship between them. Yet, each time she entertained such delusions, he would remind her not to mistake his kindness for affection. On no basis, she conceded, often forgetting that she was not so significant as to impose upon him. After uttering her words, she rose and approached the door, her hand grasping the doorknob yet hesitating to pull it open. Walking out from here, she had no better means to alleviate the Shin family's troubles. The Shin family had once sheltered her from storms, and now, with Shin Changguan in distress, she felt utterly powerless. He Tingzhou was her sole beacon of hope. He Tingzhou stood and walked to the bar, pouring himself a glass of water, not casting a glance in her direction. Frost paused at the doorway, lingering in silence for a moment before returning to stand before him. I possess no leverage, only my own self. She clenched her fingertips, striving to mask any tremor in her voice. Yet you must harbor some semblance of interest in me, I presume. In truth, her confidence was rather fragile. It was akin to presenting him with a means to humiliate and mock her at will. She was wagering that the flicker of desire she had perceived in his gaze that fateful night under the azure sky was not merely a misinterpretation on her part. Should she be mistaken, he would undoubtedly revel in mocking her, ridiculing her, leaving her utterly bereft of dignity. Chapter 71. I do not like to coerce others. He Tingzhou paused momentarily while drinking water, turning his gaze towards her. The light was as bright as day, yet within his sharp black eyes lay an inscrutable depth. During the prolonged silence of several seconds, Shuangshu's heart performed an anxious dance. After a while, He Tingzhou set down the half-filled glass, leaning against the bar with a demeanor that had reverted to its usual nonchalance. You've caught on, haven't you? He said, then continued. What do you intend to do? Plan to sell yourself to me? He made no attempt to deny it. Shuangshu's heart skipped a beat. The taut nerves awaiting judgment began to relax. Certainly, she replied without a hint of hesitation. If you can promise to assist me, I would be willing to sell myself to you. Hitingo crossed his arms, silently scrutinizing her for a moment. For Xinyu, you would do anything, would you? This is not for my brother, Shuangsu clarified. This is for my godfather. Hitingzhou regarded her for a few seconds before straightening up and approaching her. His deep gray slippers brushed against the tip of her shoe, prompting Shuangsu to instinctively take a half step back, only to find her waist caught. His long, powerful fingers, warm in contrast to her own, rested at her waist, causing her skin to involuntarily tighten. Hitingo lowered his head slightly, his eyelashes casting a heavy shadow that obscured his gaze. Then, he uttered 2 words, "Kiss me." A flicker of astonishment crossed Shuangsu's eyes. Was this how it was to begin? For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt as rigid as a statue, her breathing becoming unnatural under Hitingzhou's unwavering scrutiny. He released her, his cool voice suggesting that it had merely been a test. If you were unprepared, why present yourself as though you were ready to offer yourself to me? With that, he brushed past her and returned to the living room. Shuangsu stood still for several seconds before turning to face him directly. Hitingzhou lifted his gaze to meet hers as she pressed her hand against his shoulder and pushed him onto the sofa. Hitingzhou leaned back with her force, remaining silent, merely raising an eyebrow. Shuangsu felt a profound uncertainty. She could not grasp even a fraction of Hitingzhou's thoughts. It was as if she walked on cotton, unable to discern whether the ground beneath her was solid or a perilous trap. Yet she knew her purpose for being here. Compared to the Shun family's kindness towards her, nothing else mattered. The villa was eerily quiet, so much so that it was unsettling, leaving only the sound of her accelerated breathing due to her nerves. The humiliation of being drugged and rejected during her previous attempt at intimacy was still fresh in her mind. At that time, the effects of the drug had clouded her judgment, making her shameful actions somewhat excusable. Now, however, she was fully aware of what she was doing, fully conscious and sober. Kneeling beside him on the sofa, she steadied herself by gripping his shoulder, steeling her resolve and summoning the courage to lean in for a kiss. Hitingzhou remained motionless, allowing her to draw near. Just as their lips were about to meet, he raised his wrist, his thumb deftly capturing her chin. His gaze shifted from her lips, reddened by his own bite, to the depths of his dark eyes, which seemed devoid of stars. That expression of yours, as if you were prepared to face death, makes me feel like a piece of excrement. Frost's sequence is uncertain how he interpreted it. I never regarded you as insignificant. Hitingzhou, should I thank you then? Shall we continue? Frost's sequence inquired. Hitingzhou silently observed her for a moment, grasped one of her legs, and, with a firmness that was neither tender nor harsh, nudged her onto the adjacent sofa. He then ascended the stairs. I do not favor coercing others. Thus, has he declined the transaction? The quiet living room was left with only Frost's sequence, who sat in stillness for a moment before rising and departing from Hitingzhou's residence. In times of prosperity, the Shin family was a bustling hub, with everyone respectfully addressing Xinyu as young Master Shin. However, when Shinchan Yuan fell from grace, numerous fresh faces appeared, ones that had previously been unseen. Some were opportunistic, while others were predatory, many eagerly hoping for the Shin family's downfall, anticipating the division of the spoils. During a midday banquet, Xinyu was inundated with drinks from a few elder gentlemen and was sent back by his son-in-law, coincidentally encountering Lu Man, who had come to find him. Lu Man silenced his phone, allowing him a peaceful slumber. When Xinyu awoke, he realized night had fallen. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, he emerged from his bedroom to find Lu Man preparing porridge in a clay pot, which she placed on the dining table. She looked up with a smile and said, "You're awake." Xinyu stood at the doorway, silently observing her. "Is something wrong?" Lu Man inquired. "Let us cancel our engagement," Xinyu stated. The smile on Lu Man's face gradually faded. Why? Given the current circumstances of the Shin family, this marriage is no longer suitable. Xinyu explained that it was best to delineate boundaries early on to minimize the impact on the Lu family. He was a gentleman, considering her in every word, yet Lu Man felt no joy whatsoever. "Are you wishing to annul our engagement out of fear of burdening me, or did you never wish to marry me in the first place?" Xinyu had been overwhelmed these past few days, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, yet he remained gentle as he apologized. "I am sorry for letting you down." "Who asked you to apologize?" Lu Man pouted, on the verge of tears, unable to contain her emotions. "It is my own choice to care for you. Do not blame yourself." With reddened eyes, she walked to the entrance to change her shoes, opened the door to leave, then turned back, her voice trembling as she said, "Xiaojiu called you this afternoon, saying he needed to discuss something with you." After relaying the message, She could no longer hold back her tears, running off weeping. Xinyu rubbed his forehead and picked up the phone on the table, dialing Frost Sequence's number. But there was no answer. He donned his coat and descended the stairs. Upon returning to the Shun residence, the servant informed him that Miss Frost had left 2 hours prior. Frost no longer frequently initiated calls to him. What could she wish to discuss today? Xinyu felt inexplicably restless, redialing her number as he stepped outside, intending to seek her out. As the headlights illuminated the courtyard, Frost Sequence returned. Spotting Xinyu's silhouette in the night, she halted her car, exited, and approached him. "Brother, what has become of our Godfather's situation?" "Still seeking solutions, do not worry." Xinyu replied gently. He habitually regarded her as a child in need of protection, wishing to shield her from the tempests of the outside world. "What brings you to me this afternoon?" Shuangxu wished to avoid adding any more pressure on him, especially not letting Xinyu, who had cherished her like a precious gem, know that she was engaging in such a transaction with herself. After all, He Tingzhou had not acquiesced. "I merely wanted to inquire whether you have reached out to Brother Tingzhou." Xinyu chuckled softly and replied, "Tingzhou has a cold demeanor and is not close to anyone. He may grant me a modicum of respect, yet this matter is akin to a hot potato. His assistance would be a kindness, but his refusal would be entirely justified." "Have you eaten?" he asked. Shuangxu shook her head, and he gently tapped her on the head, saying, "No matter how busy you are, you must remember to eat first. The kitchen has prepared congee for you. Go and have some." Chapter 72. Why Don't You Cry and See? That night, Shuangxu lay in bed, reflecting on He Tingzhou's capricious demeanor. If even Shun Yu's influence proved ineffective this time, when she positioned herself as a bargaining chip in negotiations with him, was he genuinely willing to accept this exchange, or merely intent on toying with her emotions? Anxious and troubled, she wished for the invention of a translation device that could interpret He Tingzhou's thoughts into comprehensible language. The following morning, Shuangxu visited Feishua. Having spent the past few days at the hospital, some matters at the company awaited her attention. Upon arriving, she discovered that Xu Yang was present, diligently signing documents in the office. Recently finished with her first round of chemotherapy, she wore a hat that could not conceal the pallor of her complexion. "What brings you here?" Shuangxu inquired as she entered. Xu Yang set down the documents and gestured for Xiao Liao to close the office door. Xiao Liao complied, remaining in the office. "I heard there were issues at home. Luckily, my nausea isn't too severe today, so I came to handle these trivial matters. How is your godfather?" At that moment, Shuangxu's unexpressed anxiety and indecision could finally surface. With a defeated tone, she replied, not very optimistic, "I can't be of much help in this matter. I've informed Xiao Liao that any documents requiring signatures will be sent to the hospital during this time. Decisions that need to be made will be discussed via video conference. So you can focus on your family affairs. The company is in good hands with me," Xu Yang assured her. "Moreover, I have always believed in karma. Good people like your brother and your godfather will surely be rewarded," Xu Yang added. Shuangxu found some solace in her words. "When did you start believing in such things?" "Just recently. It's a new belief." Xu Yang embraced her, and Xiao Liao joined in, exclaiming, "And me too. I now ring my electronic wooden fish daily to pray for your godfather." The trio's embrace was indeed cramped, making it difficult for Shuangxu to breathe. Yet her spirits lifted slightly. She reciprocated their hugs, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you both." After attending to her responsibilities at the company, Shuangxu departed and drove to the cake shop He Tingzhou had taken her to previously, ordering a blueberry mousse. As the staff handed her the packaged cake, she turned, nearly colliding with someone. Zhang Zui grinned at her. "Long time no see, little beauty." Shuangxu immediately furrowed her brow, attempting to bypass him. But Zhang Zui stepped in front of her, his imposing figure blocking her path. "Now that the Shen family is struggling to stay afloat, do you still have the audacity to throw me a cold shoulder?" Shuangxu sidestepped, but he moved with her, and the staff, noticing his harassment, inquired from behind the counter. "Ma'am, do you need assistance in calling the police?" "Go ahead. Let's see which officer dares to apprehend me," Zhang Zui boasted, confident that he could evade trouble even with drugs in his possession. Seizing the opportunity, Shuangxu quickened her pace to leave, but Zhang Zui attempted to grab her. Anticipating his move, she nimbly evaded him. "Don't touch me." All right, I want to touch you," Zhang Zui replied, unusually accommodating. "I'm here to help you today. You surely do not wish for Shen Changyuan to be incarcerated, do you? The trouble he has stirred up this time is not easily resolved. Shenyu cannot save him. Only I possess the means to assist you. If you comply and follow me, I shall intercede with my grandfather to plead for leniency, allowing Shun Changyuan to evade punishment. Does this not seem a fair exchange? Frost Sequence suddenly turned her gaze upon him. Is your family the one that has ensnared him? Zhang Zui scoffed disdainfully. When shouldn't you have me confined to a rehabilitation center? He ought to have anticipated the repercussions of crossing the Zhang family. My grandfather is merely seizing this opportunity to teach them a lesson. So it was indeed Shen Yu who orchestrated Zhang Zui's drug-related arrest. Ultimately, it stemmed from her transgressions against the Zhang family. If only you had permitted me to indulge earlier, we would not be entangled in such complications, Zhang Zui retorted, reaching out to embrace her. Is there any need for deliberation? No one but me can aid you. Let me assure you, my patience is limited. Then conserve it wisely. A cold, detached voice interjected, as Zhang Zui's arm, which had been resting on her shoulder, was brushed aside. He Tingzhou enveloped Frost Sequence's forehead from behind, drawing her before him. Frost Sequence had yet to react when Zhang Zui's gaze flitted between the two, his once carefree demeanor shifting into something more intense. You have taken an interest in her as well? He fixated on He Tingzhou, a lewd grin spreading across his face. What do you think of the girl I fancy? Even you have fallen under her spell. Yet, I discovered her first. I shall indulge for a while, and once I tire of her, she may be yours. So eager to claim first dibs, why don't you just perish first? He Tingzhou regarded Zhang Zui with a cold, disdainful stare. When will your grandfather learn to tether you properly? Zhang Zui's temper flared, his eyes darkening. He Tingzhou, had it not been for your father, my grandfather would have eliminated you long ago. He Tingzhou smirked nonchalantly. What then? I find him rather disagreeable as well. Perhaps you should dispose of him first before turning your wrath upon me? Unable to counter He Tingzhou, Zhang Zui shifted his focus back to Frost Sequence. We shall settle our grievances later. Since you two are smitten, let us engage in fair competition. He believed he had seized upon Frost Sequence's vulnerability. Knowing Shun Qingyuan's fate rested in the hands of the Zhang family, she dared not defy him, confidently proclaiming, allow her to choose for herself. Let us see whom she follows. To her surprise, He Tingzhou was exceedingly domineering, granting Frost Sequence no opportunity to voice her opinion. Under my guardianship, she has no choice. With that, he directly led her away in front of Zhang Zui. Upon departing the cake shop, Frost Sequence found herself lost in thought, oblivious to when He Tingzhou had come to a halt. She nearly collided with him, breaking just in time. Who occupies your mind so thoroughly? I was thinking of Zhang. Frost Sequence began, but He Tingzhou interjected with a smirk. After merely 2 minutes apart, you are already ailing for him? Speak up, and I shall escort you back to him. I was not contemplating him. I was considering his grandfather, Frost Sequence clarified. He Tingzhou's expression and tone turned icy. You do not spare even an 80-year-old man? Frost Sequence's scattered thoughts were dismissed in her frustration. She realized that He Tingzhou had known all along that this matter was entangled with the Zhang family. Shen Yu surely knows as well. You seem to have quite a few backups. He Tingzhou cast a downward glance at her, having sought me out last night, and today, someone else. Is it that I alone cannot satisfy you? I did not seek him out. Shuang Su met his gaze and replied, did you not reject me? He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Which word did I utter that signifies rejection? Shuang Su replayed his words. You explicitly stated you do not like to force others. Among these 6 characters, which one conveys the notion of refusal, and which one signifies finality? So, are you implying your consent? He Tingzhou's tone was nonchalant. Which word did I utter that implies agreement? What exactly do you mean? Shuang Su looked at him directly. I do not comprehend. Perhaps you might try crying. He Tingzhou regarded her eyes. Perhaps if my heart softens, I might acquiesce. What an odd request. She is not an actress, capable of crying on cue. I cannot summon tears. Then take your time to prepare. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door, adopting a posture of anticipation. The moment you shed tears, I shall concede to your request. Chapter 73. The underground lover, you said it. Shuangxu replied immediately. There's no turning back. Would he truly soften his heart just because a woman weeps? Regardless of the truth, if a single tear could sway him, it would indeed be an exceedingly simple condition. Shuangxu reflected on all the sorrows of her life, the inexplicable abandonment by her mother, the carefree years of her childhood that could never be reclaimed, and the downfall of the Shen family, which she believed was due to her own misfortunes. What would Shen Yu feel if he knew she was so willing to sell herself short? The thought brought a wave of melancholy. Yet the more she forced herself to cry, the more elusive the tears became. She discreetly pinched her thigh. The pain was acute, yet no tears emerged, especially as she caught a glimpse of He Tingzhou's smirking lips and his amused gaze. What are you laughing at? Is it because you aren't pinching hard enough? He Tingzhou, with an air of feigned concern, offered, "Shall I assist you?" I possess considerable strength. The fragile emotion she had managed to cultivate dissipated under his teasing, leaving Shuangshu feeling somewhat defeated. Had she known she ought to have brought an onion when she left the house, she would have done so. She extended her blueberry mousse toward him. "Would you mind enjoying a piece of cake? It might grant me a bit more time." He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Did you buy this for me? I was actually planning to seek you out once more." Shuangshu was reluctant to surrender so easily. If her expression had been the reason for yesterday's mishap, she could certainly adopt one more to his liking. He Tingzhou regarded her, his expression largely unchanged. Yet somehow the frosty demeanor that seemed to challenge everyone melted away. He lifted her chin, peering deeply into her eyes. Yu Zifeng was always eager to recount the tale of how Xinyu brought Shuangshu home, narrating how the 8-year-old Shuangshu appeared so pitiful, her eyes capable of softening even the hardest of hearts. He spoke as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Yet, he was not lying. Shuangshu possessed a pair of eyes that inspired a profound desire to protect and cherish. How could one bear to see her cry? All he wished was to present her with the most exquisite treasures of the world. Xinyu was indeed fortunate to have discovered her amidst a city of 20 million souls. "Let us leave it for now, cry another time," he decided, temporarily releasing her. "Hand me your phone." "What for?" Shuangshu was puzzled. He Tingzhou took the phone from her hand, swiftly unlocking it while capturing her bewildered expression. After a few deft movements, he returned it to her. Upon receiving her phone, Shuangshu noticed he had set himself as a pinned contact, even altering the label from Tingzhou Gu to Tingzhou Gij. A mere word change had transformed its essence entirely. "My calls must be answered. I should be at your beck and call. You are not permitted to hold hands, embrace, kiss, or sleep with any man, your brother included." He Tingzhou stated firmly. "Can you comply?" This seemed trivial to Shuangshu. She had anticipated he might impose more stringent demands regarding her identity or her interactions. "I can," she nodded. "But I have one request. You must not let my brother find out. To keep this from Xinyu means that no one else can know." He Tingzhou let out a light scoff. "So you want me to be your secret lover? Am I so unpresentable?" Yet, this was not a matter of honor. Shuangsu remarked, "If my brother finds out, he will certainly not approve." He Tingzhou cast her a fleeting glance before turning to open the car door. "Just wait at home." In the following days, He Tingzhou remained silent. Shuangsu understood that this was no trivial matter and refrained from urging him. However, as time dragged on, the wait became a torment, until there was a resolution. She chose not to inform Fu Yun to spare her any false hopes. That afternoon, Fu Yun's blood pressure was elevated again. Shuangsu brought her some medication and poured a glass of warm water. As Fu Yun took her pills, Shuangsu's phone chimed. "Tingzhou Gij, where are you?" Shuangsu quickly replied, "At my godmother's place." He Tingzhou did not send another message. Once Fu Yun finished her medication, Wang Sa came in to report, "Old Master Song has arrived. I went to plead for his assistance earlier, but he wouldn't see me. Why has he come today?" During this time, Fu Yun had witnessed the vicissitudes of human relationships. Wang Sa speculated, could it be that he has changed his mind and is willing to help? If he has come, let's invite him in. The servant ushered the guest into the living room and served tea. Old Master Song entered, casting a glance at Shuangsu, who was seated beside Fu Yun. Besides his usual sternness, there was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. Fu Yun mustered her strength to politely inquire, "Uncle Song, how have you been lately? I wanted to visit you a few days ago, but Cui Ning said you were unwell and had moved to the southern part of the city for recuperation. I know you sought me out for long-term matters." Old Master Song stated directly, bypassing pleasantries. "I am here today specifically regarding this. Chang Yuan has been detained for 10 days. Further delay will only worsen his situation. Once he is convicted, there will be no room for negotiation." Fu Yun, already tormented with worry, felt her chest tighten at his words. She was acutely aware of the Song family's detached stance, yet with the old man's visit, a flicker of hope ignited within her. "I understand everything you've said. We have done all we can, but when the walls crumble, everyone pushes." Many would revel in the downfall of the Shin family, eager to partake in the spoils. "Uncle Song, when my father was alive, he valued your decades of friendship. Given the ties between our families over the years, could you extend a helping hand to Chang Yuan? I have watched Chang Yuan grow up. Naturally, I do not wish for him to face calamity. However, I have been retired for many years now, and my voice holds little weight. Old Zhang, on the other hand, can still wield influence," Old Master Song replied, casting another glance at Shuangsu. The predicament regarding Chang Yuan was orchestrated by him in the shadows. Therefore, you should seek the Zheng family and plead for them to show leniency towards him. That is easier said than done. Fu Yun's emotions flared. He did not hesitate to ensnare Chang Yuan. He never intended to let us off the hook. Old Master Song remarked, this matter arose because of Shuang Su. If Xin Yu had not intervened to discipline Zheng Zui, he would not have made an enemy of the Zheng family. In recent years, the Zheng family has been flourishing, and now they have struck gold once again. Their path ahead will only widen further. The young man from their family has taken a liking to Shuangxiu, and coincidentally, old Zheng is also keen on finding a reliable young lady for him. If Shuangxiu were to marry him, the feud between the Shun and Zheng families would be effortlessly resolved. Eventually, they would become in-laws, and old Zheng would naturally show leniency. Fu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The previously quiet Shuangxiu finally spoke. He nearly assaulted me and attempted to drug me for the purpose of violation. Do you truly consider this affection? The elder's brows furrowed. One may indulge in a variety of foods, but one must not utter unfounded accusations. As a young lady, you should refrain from such bold claims of assault and violation. Where is your sense of propriety? Despite the clear lack of hope in their expectations, disappointment continued to mount. You might as well confess your desire to ride the coattails of the Zheng family, sacrificing me for the prosperity of your Song family, Shuangxiu bluntly exposed. I am doing this for your benefit. Grandfather Song proclaimed with feigned righteousness, asserting that this was the only solution for long-term salvation. Shuangxiu turned her gaze toward Fu Yun, fearful of witnessing any flicker of desire on her face. Initially stunned, Fu Yun eventually fell into silence. Shuangxiu found herself at a loss, perhaps due to the coldness in her heart, as her tone took on an unusually calm demeanor. Godmother, do you think the same way? Chapter 74. The notion of selling a daughter for glory is beyond me. The silence in the air was unsettling. Grandfather was right. The Shin family had offended the Zheng family because of her, and it was only fitting to use her to break the deadlock. How could one expect others to cherish someone who had been forsaken by her own parents? Shuangxiu could empathize with Fu Yun's feelings, conjuring 1,000 justifications in her mind. Even if Fu Yun agreed, she would not harbor any resentment. It was merely another instance of being abandoned by her mother. Suddenly, Fu Yun grasped her hand. Her eyes reddened with emotion. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? A pang of bitterness surged within Shuangxiu. He did not succeed. Brother Tingzhou saved me. Silly child, you must share this with the family. The thought of having previously treated her like a frightened bird, pushing her further away, and being unable to confide in her own mother, made Fu Yun feel both guilty and heartbroken. Only after experiencing tremendous ups and downs did she realize how blind she had been. The Zheng family was truly overstepping their bounds. It was that scoundrel who had bullied Shuangxiu first. How could they still hold a grudge against us, plotting against and suppressing us? Did they expect me to grovel before them? Fu Yun's teeth clenched in anger. Human hearts are tender. And Shuangxiu was also a child of the Song family. How could their hearts be so cruel? Zheng Zui was a wretched man, indulging in all vices. And marrying Shuangxiu to him was something he would never agree to in the long run. Confronted by a younger generation's accusations, Grandfather Song maintained his dignity. Though he appeared somewhat discomfited, she is my granddaughter. How could I harm her? He urged her to think carefully. It was impossible for Long Yuan to extricate himself unscathed this time. Once he was truly convicted, the Shin family would never be able to cleanse themselves of this stain. Accepting that they had been schemed against this time, she conceded it was merely their luck. The Shin family may face decline and poverty, but we will never lose our dignity. Fu Yun's tone had become rather curt. Uncle Song, I respect you as an elder. I do not blame you for watching from the sidelines, but you need not mention this matter again. I cannot bring myself to sell my daughter for glory. If you do not care for Shuangxiu, I do. At that moment, Shuangxiu felt an indescribable mix of emotions. She was touched, believing that all her actions were worthwhile, yet fearful of what Fu Yun might discover in the future. Grandfather Song also grew angry, leaving with a parting remark, "Then you may seek your own fortune." He swept away in a huff. Just as he reached the door, the sound of a car echoed in the courtyard. Yu Zifeng excitedly shouted from outside, "Aunt Fu Yun, come see who has returned." Fu Yun, who had been bedridden for days due to illness, suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Long Yuan, her voice, filled with joy and tears, resonated. When Shuangxiu arrived at the door, she witnessed Fu Yun weeping profusely in an embrace with Xinchang Yuan. He appeared noticeably thinner and somewhat haggard, suggesting that this period had not been easy for him. He smiled as he patted Fu Yun's back. "You're grown now. Don't fear the children laughing at you." Just moments ago, Yu Zifeng had been grinning, but he suddenly turned and buried his face against the man beside him. "Wow, you've made me want to cry too." Before she could even touch the hem of his garment, He Tingzhou coldly pushed her away, uttering a dismissive "hold it." Shen Yu approached, gently ruffling Shuangshu's hair, expressing gratitude for her diligent care of the household these past few days. Shuangshu shook her head in denial, insisting it was no trouble at all. However, mid-sentence, she felt the weight of a piercing gaze. Turning her head, she caught Tingzhou casting a fleeting glance at Shen Yu's hand on her hair, his eyes devoid of warmth. A shiver ran down Shuangshu's spine. Was touching hair considered improper? Meanwhile, Grandpa Song lingered at the doorway, observing the joyful aftermath of a crisis in the courtyard. He had never anticipated that Shinchang Yuan would emerge so effortlessly. During Shinchang Yuan's days of detention, he was acutely aware of who had watched with indifference and who had tirelessly advocated for him. He even nodded politely at Grandpa Song from a distance while holding on to Fu Yun. Uncle Song, he greeted, having spent a lifetime in the political arena. Grandpa Song maintained his composure, responding amiably, "It's good to have you back. Both Mianji and I were quite worried about you. It's no easy feat to avert disaster. You must exercise caution in the future." Shinchang Yuan acknowledged, "You speak the truth." After Grandpa Song departed, Fu Yun invited everyone inside. The clouds of despair that had loomed over the villa dissipated with Shun Jingyuan's safe return, and the servants rejoiced, with numerous guests expected. Sister Wang busily compiled a grocery list for the driver and prepared dinner in the kitchen, barely pausing for breath. Shuangxi was brewing tea while Tingzhou sat on the opposite sofa. The weight that had long burdened Yu Zifeng's heart finally lifted, and he chattered incessantly, recounting the disdain he and Shun Yu had faced in their recent endeavors. In front of everyone, Shuangshu feared detection, avoiding any glance towards Tingzhou. Yet, an undeniable sense of guilt gnawed at her, causing her to lose focus while preparing the tea. It was time to turn off the heat. Shen Yu's voice broke through her thoughts, reminding her that before the spring harvest of Longjing, the water temperature should not exceed 85 degrees. "Oh," she exclaimed, hastily extinguishing the flame, "I'll steep it a bit longer." Shen Yu appeared relaxed, a smile gracing his features as he reassured her, "It's just us. It's no trouble." Shuangshu felt as if 2 nails were driven into her back. Stealing a glance at Tingzhou while pouring the tea, she noticed he was engrossed in Yu Zifeng's recitation of his grudge list, his demeanor nonchalant and utterly indifferent to her presence. "Make one for me too," he said. "Do you really need a grudge list? ISNT at others who keep tabs on you?" Yu Zifeng, ever the gossip, pressed for details. "Who was the first person on your list?" Tingzhou replied lazily, "My enemies? Why would I share that with you?" After preparing the tea, Shen Yu personally poured a cup and offered it to Tingzhou. Tingzhou accepted it, glancing at the clear, vibrant green brew that exuded a fresh, bean-like aroma. "Tingzhou, I owe you a debt of gratitude for what happened with my father," Shen Yu stated sincerely. "How would you like me to thank you?" Tingzhou took a sip, appearing nonchalant as he replied, "No need." His response echoed the sentiment of brothers who need not express gratitude. Shen Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, giving it a couple of pats. Only Shuangshu understood the true meaning behind Tingzhou's words. There is no need for Shen Yu to express gratitude. This is merely a transaction between her and Tingzhou. Fu Yun insisted strongly on having them stay for dinner, and Yu Zifeng rubbed his hands together, saying, "And Fu, I shall not be polite then. I am quite famished." Tingzhou, undeterred by the mood, graciously agreed to stay. After the meal, Shuangshu sat beside Shen Yu, with Tingzhou directly across from her. Shinchang Yuan was able to extricate himself from his predicament, largely thanks to Commander He's intervention, and thus expressed his sincere gratitude towards Tingzhou. Tingzhou handled the situation with poise, maintaining a natural demeanor throughout. Once dinner concluded, they did not linger, allowing the family some private time. Fu Yun inquired with concern about Shinchang Yuan's recent experiences, questioning whether he had suffered. Shinchang Yuan reassured her. In a society governed by law, who would dare to act violently? He refrained from mentioning the psychological torment he endured during the interrogation. Shuangshu's phone vibrated softly in her pocket, and upon seeing the words "Brother Tingzhou," she instinctively glanced up at Shen Yu and Shinchang Yuan, who were engaged in conversation and did not notice her. Brother Tingzhou texted, "I'm stepping out. Dad, Mom, there is an urgent document at the company that I need to attend to." Finding a suitable excuse, she stood up, but Shen Yu interjected, "I'll accompany you." Shuangshu quickly shook her head. "No need, brother. You've been exhausted for several days. You should rest." As she made her way outside, Fu Yun's voice called after her, "Finish your business and return early. If it's too late, I'll have your brother come to fetch you." Considering that Tingzhou likely only had something to discuss, and that it wouldn't take long, Shuangshu agreed and stepped into the night. Chapter 75. Will you accept a kiss? He Tingzhou awaited her outside the Shun residence. The night breeze had transformed into a warm caress. Clad in black attire, he appeared strikingly handsome amidst the sparse streetlights, standing out in the shadows. They were perilously close to the Shun household, merely 100 meters away. Any passerby would surely spot them. As Shuangshu stepped out of the villa, she furtively scanned her surroundings, her countenance betraying her stealthy intentions. Once assured of her solitude, she hastened to He Tingzhou's side and inquired, "What do you want with me?" His silk shirt shimmered in the darkness, exuding a fluid elegance. He Tingzhou, a piece of candy resting in his mouth, articulated slowly, "An affair." "What?" she retorted. "Could you not use such peculiar terminology? What's strange about it?" He Tingzhou countered. "Isn't it you who sneaks around, as if trying to elude someone? I am merely exercising caution." With Shun Chongyuan safely returned today, a heavy weight lifted from Shuangshu's heart, and her spirits soared. She sincerely expressed, "Thank you so much, Brother Tingzhou." He Tingzhou inquired, "How shall I be thanked?" Shuangshu instinctively thought of going to his place. "Not today," she replied. "I've been staying at home lately. Returning late would raise suspicions. My godmother is still waiting for me." He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slowly, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What is not possible today?" Shuangshu perceived his pretense and replied, "Don't play coy. You know very well." He Tingzhou chuckled and asked, "Then when would it be possible?" "I'll be back at Songming Road tomorrow." Upon uttering this, she realized it implied tomorrow would work, hastily adding, "Any time after that." Yet He Tingzhou had already latched onto the key phrase. "Tomorrow, huh?" He repeated languidly, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her, gently grinding the candy between his teeth. The night was tranquil, the sound of the wind crisp and clear, while Shuangshu's cheeks flushed slightly from the breeze. Just as she contemplated changing the subject, He Tingzhou unexpectedly asked, "Will you accept a kiss?" Shuangshu paused momentarily. "Why do you ask that?" He Tingzhou crunched the candy, chewing nonchalantly. "What? Is it inappropriate to inquire?" "Not that it's inappropriate," she answered, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Striving to maintain the persona she had established regarding her interactions with men, she replied with feigned composure, "Of course, I have." "How many times?" "Who asks such things?" "No one counts." "Apparently, there are so many you can't keep track." "You seem quite experienced," He Tingzhou teased, adept at twisting interpretations. "As a master of kissing. I suppose you wouldn't mind imparting some wisdom." "What nonsense," she thought, but before she could react, He Tingzhou's face abruptly drew near, leaving only a breath's distance between them. Shuangshu's nerves tightened, her gaze fixated on his lips, catching a hint of the sweet flavor from the candy he had just consumed. He paused, lowering his gaze to her for a moment, slightly tilting his head to avoid their noses colliding, his lips inching closer. The warm, gentle touch brushed against Shuangshu's lips with a feather-like caress. Her breath involuntarily softened, leaving her standing frozen in place. He Tingzhou's kiss was light and delicate, a far cry from what she had envisioned, a mere brush of lips. After just a few seconds, he withdrew. Was he truly so innocent? Just as Shuangshu was taken aback, He Tingzhou pushed her against the car door, his hands bracing against the roof, enclosing her within the confines of his tall and powerful physique. As he leaned down once more, he captured her lips with his. The kiss escalated from a simple touch to a profound embrace. The friction of their lips intensified, imbued with his signature assertiveness and the sweet essence of lychee. Shuangshu's lips parted involuntarily, as his tongue gently caressed hers in a fleeting encounter. Reflexively, she tightened her fingers, her heart racing chaotically. As the kiss deepened, the flavor of lychee gradually dominated her mouth, leaving her breathless, the intake of oxygen unable to keep pace with her consumption. He Tingzhou held her chin firmly, preventing her from retreating, his fingertips grazing her jaw with a delicate touch. His kisses fluctuated between fervent and gentle, a rhythm that rendered Shuangshu entirely under his control. She felt utterly powerless, not even knowing the reason to resist. Warmth coursed beneath her skin, seeping through her pores, enveloping her in a fervent haze. After the kiss, her body temperature had risen significantly. He Tingzhou released her, and as she opened her eyes, still breathless, her dazed gaze focused on the chiseled brow above his deep-set black eyes, which seemed like whirlpools ready to consume the unwary. He Tingzhou's voice was low and laced with a hint of languor. "Master of kissing, your technique leaves much to be desired." Shuangshu felt her cheeks flush, unsure if it was from embarrassment or mortification. She bit her lip, feigning composure. "That's how Americans kiss. All of them. Seems you've kissed many Americans." "Not really," she retorted, not wishing to malign the reputation of her American acquaintances. "How many have you kissed?" He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, probing. "About 6, 7, 8. Or maybe 10. Shuangshu began to babble nonsensically. With so many, none taught you how to kiss? You should erase them from your list. He Tingo straightened up, creating space between them. Only then did Shuangshu feel her breathing ease. Once her breath steadied, she glanced at Yi Tingzhou, who leaned casually against the car. His long legs slightly bent in a relaxed pose. I should head back, Shuangshu said. Go ahead, he replied. As she turned, she instinctively glanced back at the villa. The sight nearly startled her soul from her body. Yi Tingzhou had parked at a bend in the road, but it was not concealed. From the second floor of the Shun family villa, the rear of the car was visible. That angle aligned perfectly with Shen Yu's room. The lights were on. She couldn't tell if Shen Yu was inside. Suddenly, her senses sharpened, and the previous disarray vanished. Feeling anxious, she entered, only to find that Shen Yu and Shun Changyuan were no longer in the living room, leaving her feeling disheartened. Where's my brother? She asked Wang Sa. He has returned to his room, Wang Sa replied. The remaining half of her heart felt nearly frozen, akin to returning from an illicit rendezvous. As Shuangshu ascended the stairs with a feeble step. Upon reaching the threshold of her bedroom, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing Shen Yu emerging. Back so soon? He inquired. Shuangshu had spent neither an excessively long nor short time with Yi Tingzhou outside, but it was insufficient for a round trip to the office. In a moment of quick thinking, she replied, I suddenly remembered I have a backup on my computer, so I came back. A faint smile graced Shen Yu's lips as he remarked, You scatterbrain. Noticing that his expression bore no signs of suspicion, Shuangshu felt her racing heart gradually settle. Get some rest, Shen Yu said, ruffling her hair. Good night. Good night, brother, Shuangshu replied, entering her room and closing the door, allowing herself a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 76. Come to my place. The lingering taste of lychee accompanied Shuangshu like a shadow, as she meticulously brushed her teeth twice, yet the delightful sweetness refused to dissipate. How peculiar. The following day, Shuangshu approached her workplace with a buoyant spirit, treating all her colleagues to coffee. Upon hearing the news that Shen Changyuan had turned a crisis into a triumph, Xiao Liao was even more excited than she was. Clasping her hands together and bowing in gratitude to deities from all realms. Thank you, gods and goddesses of past and present. Amen. Hallelujah. Everyone rejoiced for her, truly. Heaven has eyes, and good deeds are rewarded. The good news enveloped Fei Xue in a jubilant atmosphere throughout the day. In the afternoon, Shuangshu received a call from Lu Man. Xiaojiu, are you free tonight? I would like to have dinner with you. Her voice lacked the usual vitality, sounding rather disheartened. During the days when Fu Yun was hospitalized, she had been visiting the hospital daily, and Shuangshu appreciated her dedication, thus she did not decline. I'm free. What would you like to eat? You treat me, Lu Man insisted with a mix of melancholy and assertiveness. I want seafood. All right. Shuangshu arranged a time with her and ended the call. In the evening, after work, Shuangshu arrived punctually at the agreed location. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, a pink sports car maneuvered through the crowded street, then awkwardly reversed back. As Lu Man exited the vehicle, still wearing sunglasses and carrying a Hermes bag, she bore the aura of a celebrity misplaced in the wrong scene. She lifted her sunglasses to inspect the LED sign, noting several broken lights, and glanced around at the simple outdoor tables and chairs. Shocked, she stared at Shuangshu. You're treating me to a roadside stall? How stingy can you be? Aren't you the one who wanted seafood? The proprietress had just brought out a large bowl of freshly cooked crayfish, and Shuangshu nodded towards it. This place serves excellent crayfish. Are crayfish even considered seafood? Shuangshu leisurely donned her gloves. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Lu Man plopped down onto the chair opposite her, placing a layer of tissue on the table before setting her bag upon it. She removed her sunglasses, and Shuangshu caught a glimpse of her swollen eyes. Lu Man leaned in to show her. It's all because of your brother. I didn't ask, Shuangshu replied. With a humph, Lu Man began peeling the crayfish, their aroma both enticing and spicy. As they ate, beads of sweat began to form, and Lu Man, unmindful of her image, gasped for air. Why do you enjoy such intense flavors? You hardly eat them often. Shuangshu, skillfully peeling shells, replied, You weren't feeling well, so I thought a bit of spice might clear your mind. Indeed, Lu Man's gloomy disposition seemed to lighten ever so slightly. I've called off the engagement with your brother, she suddenly declared without preamble. Shuangshu paused, looking up at her. Why? Your brother suggested it. When Shenbo was in trouble, he said he didn't want to burden me, but I know that, apart from that, it's because he doesn't truly like me. Lu Man cautioned her, however. I've told everyone that I broke up with him. So please don't expose my lie. Shuangshu remained silent for a moment. Uncle S' situation has been resolved. Your engagement banquet can proceed as planned. Lu Manman shook her head. In truth, I am quite infatuated with love. I yearn for a romance akin to that of my parents, desiring a man who loves me above all else. If my potential partner were not your brother, I would never consent to an arranged marriage. My feelings for him run deep. However, I do not wish for a union born of compulsion. I once held an unwavering confidence, believing that my worth would inevitably win his affection, only to later realize that my self-assurance had been misplaced. You, indeed, are exceptional. I must sincerely admit, I have envied you. Your life is filled with abundant love, and you possess an unwavering belief that you deserve it all. I shall never attain your level of certainty. Those who have been abandoned carry a void within, a constant reminder that love can fade, and the one who cherishes you most may one day cruelly cast you aside. Lu Manman smiled. I share your jealousy as well. Xiaojiu, do you know? To your brother, all women, aside from you, are interchangeable. His tenderness is reserved solely for you. This statement did not bring a shred of joy to Shuangshu. She understood that Xinyu's affection was the bomb that filled the void in her heart, yet they could only ever be siblings. The unpredictability of life is astounding. Here they were, two rivals, confiding in one another. Shuangshu raised her ice-cold cola, a toast to you, and to myself. Lu Manman lifted her glass in response, declaring with enthusiasm, from this day forth, we are no longer rivals in love, but good friends. Shuangshu hesitated, uncertain whether to drink from this cup. You are quite the extrovert. We are not truly friends yet. Because of you, I have severed ties with my circle of friends and now find myself alone. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility for that? Lu Manman argued passionately. Shuangshu refused to shoulder that blame. Your poor choices in friendships are not my fault. I don't care. According to the law of conservation of matter, having lost a fiancé, I must gain a good friend in return. Lu Manman took the initiative, sipping from her cup and even bringing it to Shuangshu's lips. Reluctantly, Shuangshu was forced to drink, pondering silently that the essence of dominance must be ingrained in the He family's genes. After dining with Lu Manman, Shuangshu returned home to Songming Road. She glanced at her phone, noticing that He Tingzhou had not messaged her. Did that mean she was relieved of her obligations today? Of course. She would not be foolish enough to reach out to him. After bathing and donning her pajamas, she climbed into bed early, intending to conclude the day with a good night's sleep. She picked up a tedious literary book to induce drowsiness, yet found it challenging to concentrate, her attention frequently drifting back to the silent phone. After half an hour, she began to feel drowsy, but just as the onset of sleep began to take hold, a sudden ring shattered the tranquility. Seeing the caller ID display Tingzhou brother, her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively shoved the phone beneath her blanket, attempting to bury it alive. The muffled ring emanated from beneath the covers, relentless, as He Tingzhou's stipulations loomed like a prophet, extinguishing any possibility of evading her responsibilities. Ultimately, Shuangshu resigned herself to fate, retrieving the phone and answering the call. Tingzhou brother, do you need something from me? What do you think? His leisurely response obliterated the last remnants of her hope. Forget it, it is something that must be done sooner or later. She clutched the blanket and asked, so, should you come over, or shall I come to you? Come to my place, He Tingzhou replied. The background noise on the phone was quite chaotic, and Yu Zifeng's mischievous voice stood out distinctly, making it difficult not to recognize him. Oh, what are you going to do at your place? Shuangshu immediately tensed up. Why are you calling me in front of Zifeng? He Tingzhou responded, should I ask him to turn around? What difference does that make? With such a timid disposition, you still engage in a clandestine affair. He Tingzhou remained relaxed, showing no concern for the presence of others. I've been drinking, come pick me up. Shuangshu dared not let him speak further, fearing he might divulge more secrets. She got up again, changed her clothes, and drove to Lanyi to fetch He Tingzhou. Chapter 77. A small purchase. Upon arriving at the bar, the anxious Frost Sequence dared not park directly at the bustling entrance, for Blue Night served as the stronghold for Yu Zifeng and his associates, making it all too easy to be caught in the act. She nestled her vehicle beneath the shadows of a nearby tree and sent a message to He Tingzhou. I've arrived. The response from the other end was succinct. Come up. Wasn't heading upstairs akin to walking into a trap? What was he thinking? As Frost Sequence contemplated whether he had perhaps indulged a bit too much, intending to remind him that the reason for their clandestine affair was precisely that it was clandestine, He Tingzhou's second message promptly followed. No one. Well, all right then. Frost Sequence surmised that he was indeed inebriated, and she deleted her message, alighting from her vehicle to enter the bar and retrieve him. In the VIP room on the second floor, as Frost Sequence pushed the door open, she was struck by the unusual silence. Yu Zifeng and his entourage had already departed, leaving behind a table cluttered with both finished and unfinished drinks, a testament to the revelry that had transpired moments before. He Tingzhou occupied his customary spot, reclining against the sofa, and when Frost Sequence approached and called out to him, he remained unresponsive. Was he asleep? She bent down and gently tapped his shoulder. Tingzhou? His eyelids did not flutter as he seized her wrist and pulled her down onto his lap. Startled, she looked up just as he tilted down his head, their noses brushing against each other's. Have you bathed? He inquired, while she had indeed washed, admitting it felt as if she were offering herself up on a platter. And fearing his imagination might run wild, Frost Sequence hastily clarified, I was just about to sleep. He Tingzhou seemed indifferent to the reason behind her bath. One hand still clasped her wrist while the other delicately sifted through her silken hair, pushing it behind her shoulder. Her features were exquisitely formed, her bare face radiant and translucent, devoid of any blemish. The room was saturated with the scent of alcohol, prompting Frost Sequence to avert her gaze as she asked, Have Zifeng Ge and the others left? Why do you ask? He inquired. Just curious, she replied. He Tingzhou did not respond, leaning down as if to kiss her. Frost Sequence instinctively recoiled. Can we not? He Tingzhou's fingers caressed her wrist for a moment before he straightened and declared, Let us go. As they descended, Frost Sequence led the way while He Tingzhou followed leisurely behind, creating a conspicuous distance between them, as if they were strangers. Once outside the bar, she turned left, and He Tingzhou caught sight of a white Porsche parked 200 meters away, a silent smirk crossing his lips. Once inside the car, He Tingzhou leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest, while Frost Sequence gripped the steering wheel, appearing to focus intently on driving. Though her mind was preoccupied with the events that lay ahead, neither spoke, and the interior of the vehicle was enveloped in a serene silence. A faint aroma of white tea lingered in the air, reminiscent of her own scent, subtle yet tender, leaving one to wonder if it emanated from the car's fragrance or from her. As the car entered the Taihe Courtyard Villa and came to a halt, He Tingzhou exited, and Frost Sequence leaned over to retrieve a box from the glove compartment of the passenger seat, tucking it into her bag. Ascending the steps to the front door, she turned to wait for He Tingzhou to unlock it. However, his gaze was fixed upon her bag. Just as Frost Sequence noticed this, his fingertips had already caught the strap of her bag, drawing it away from her and opening it. He Tingzhou raised his eyebrows meaningfully as he retrieved the box of Okamoto, glancing at both the front and back. Shuangshu maintained her usual composure and spoke in a declarative tone, I'm not sure if you have it here. I bought some on the way. After all, it's a necessity, nothing to be shy about. He Tingzhou's gaze languidly fell upon her face, too small. A slight crack appeared in Shuangshu's calm demeanor. How could she possibly know what size he required? I'll go exchange it. As she tried to retrieve it, He Tingzhou prevented her, slipping the box into his own pocket and draping the bag back over her shoulder. Let us make do for now, he said, pulling open the large door and waiting for her to enter. Shuangshu stepped inside, and as the door closed behind them, the once spacious villa transformed into a completely enclosed space, shared solely by the two of them. She paused in the middle of the living room and asked the man who sauntered in behind her, Are we going upstairs? He Tingzhou replied lazily, It's up to you. Where do you prefer to be? Such a question seemed unnecessary. Let us go upstairs. Shuangshu had never visited the second floor. This level was equally expansive, with nearly all spaces interconnected. The master bedroom, adorned with an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, led into a vast walk-in closet. It appeared that his dog was absent today. Shuangshu glanced around and turned to find He Tingzhou seated on the blue velvet sofa at the foot of the bed. He casually removed his cufflinks and tossed them onto the long table, beckoning her, Come here. Shuangshu approached, and He Tingzhou extended his hand toward her. She offered her hand, which he took, pulling her onto his lap. He Tingzhou grasped her chin and kissed her. Throughout the encounter, he exuded a calm demeanor, showing no urgency to address the matter at hand, his hand resting gently on her waist, his kisses patient and gradually deepening. It wasn't until Shuangshu found herself slightly breathless, letting out a faint whimper, that He Tingzhou paused for half a second. His hand slipped beneath the hem of her garment. The kindling ignited, sending waves of shivers cascading from her waist upwards. Shuangshu felt as though she were being swept into an unfamiliar and perilous sea. In the tranquil villa, all she could hear was the frantic and chaotic rhythm of her heart. She felt his fingers at the clasp behind her, and instinctively, she turned her back to press down on it. He Tingzhou's gaze darkened, his voice taking on a low, magnetic drawl. Will you undo it yourself? The act of resistance was instinctive, not a coy game of refusal. Shuangshu slowly released her grip. You do it. He Tingzhou's fingers effortlessly unfastened the clasp, his fingertips tracing along the line as he moved forward. Shuangshu held her breath. Just as he was about to touch her, a sudden and jarring phone ring shattered the simmering atmosphere in the living room. Realizing it was her phone, she exclaimed, I have a call. He Tingzhou showed no inclination to cease, continuing to kiss her. Is it important? Given the timing, it was likely a call from home or perhaps from Shuyong. Shuangshu gently pushed him away. I'll answer the call. She stepped down, approaching the table to rummage through her bag for her phone. It was a call from Xinyu. The recent actions she had undertaken instilled in her a sense of guilt akin to that of a child caught in a misdeed when she received a call from Xinyu. She endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her voice. Brother, you were looking for me? On the other end, Xinyu's voice inquired, aren't you at home? Frosty Sequence was momentarily taken aback. Are you at Songming Road? Today, a friend of our father is visiting him, bringing with him wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Mother mentioned that you have been working too hard lately, so she has prepared chicken soup for you to nourish your health and asked me to deliver it. Xinyu then asked, where have you gone? A sudden tension gripped her nerves, and Frosty Sequence hastily fabricated an excuse. I am working overtime. Working overtime at this hour? Xinyu glanced at the clock, which read 11 o'clock. Has the company been particularly busy lately? Chapter 78. A sleepless night. It was mistakenly stated that I had a night out with friends. Xiaoxu regretted it too late and hurriedly explained that she had accumulated some unfinished matters recently, but she had completed them and was now heading back. I will wait for you here, Xinyu said, reminding her to drive carefully. How unfortunate. Xiaoxu felt overwhelmed and dared not waste a single second. She hung up the phone, hastily organized her clothes, and glanced back. He Tingzhou reclined on the sofa, and from Xiaoxu's perspective, she could see the pronounced Adam's apple exposed by his tilted head, with his bony hands draped over the armrest. My brother is bringing me soup. I must return home. Xiaoxu informed him. Hearing her conversation, He Tingzhou lifted his eyelids to glance at her before resting his head back and pulling a cushion onto his lap. The ceiling light illuminated him, his pupils as dark as ink yet devoid of vibrancy. The distance from Yanshi to the East Third Ring was not short. By the time Xiaoxu returned to Songming Road No. 9, 40 minutes had passed. The night was deep, and Xinyu's car remained parked downstairs. She rushed over as Xinyu handed her the thermos filled with chicken soup, expressing his concerns about her working so late into the night. You went out last night, and now you're busy again until this late? I'm not bankrupt. You don't need to exhaust yourself like this. Xiaoxu remained silent, obediently accepting his admonitions. Business is important, but don't wear yourself out. I understand. I won't stay out this late again, she replied. You always play the innocent. Xinyu chuckled, ruffling her hair before advising. Ginseng is warming. Don't drink it so late. Cook a bowl of noodles in the morning before heading to work. Xiaoxu nodded, watching him drive away before carrying the thermos upstairs. After placing the chicken soup in the refrigerator, she lay down on her bed, surrounded by silence. And He Tingzhou's lackluster expression flashed in her mind. She had been so dazed by his kiss earlier that she hadn't noticed, now reflecting on it. He must have felt interrupted, which likely dampened his spirits. Xiaoxu turned over, pressing her still warm ears against the pillow and closing her eyes. The following day coincided with the routine meeting at Yundan. After resolving the issue with the liquid hydrogen storage tank, progress on the drone accelerated, with the first test flight expected next month. As usual, He Tingzhou did not appear at the meeting. Once it concluded, Xiaoxu was packing her belongings to leave when Su Jing entered, politely nodding to her. President Song. President, he requests that you visit his office after the meeting to discuss the arrangements for the drone test flight in person. Xiao Liao followed Xiaoxu, eager to accompany her. Partly out of habit, and partly due to her fondness for handsome men, Su Jing pressed the button for He Tingzhou's private elevator, holding the door open for Xiaoxu. As Xiao Liao raised her foot to step inside, Su Jing gently yet firmly blocked her way. President He's meeting with President Song may extend until noon. To avoid keeping Assistant Liao waiting, President He has arranged for a car to take you back. His demeanor was entirely professional, making Xiaoxu feel somewhat embarrassed to suspect that He Tingzhou was taking the opportunity for personal gain. The simple-minded Xiao Liao was utterly astonished. President, he sent a car for me? What merit do I possess? Su Jun, with a smile, invited her into another elevator. Assistant Liao, please follow me. Dreamily, Xiao Liao trailed behind him. As the elevator doors closed, Shuangsu reached the top floor, where the secretaries of the president's office were working methodically. Upon seeing her, they greeted her in unison. "Good afternoon, President Song." Shuangsu nodded in acknowledgement and approached the door of He Dingzhou's office, knocking twice. A languorous voice emanated from within. "Come in." Upon entering, she discovered him reclining on the sofa, his long legs crossed atop the armrest, a comfortable pillow propped behind him. His tie was loosened, the collar buttons undone, and he lay there, looking drowsy. Even as he heard Shuangsu's footsteps, he did not open his eyes. How could he consistently succumb to sleep in broad daylight? Brazenly napping at the office? "Did you not sleep well last night?" Shuangsu inquired. "Not at all," He Tingzhou replied. "I was awake the entire night." Doing what? After her departure, had he summoned someone else? Shuangsu paused in shock, the mere thought hitting her like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the core. She was acutely aware that the nature of her relationship with He Tingzhou was one of dependency. He could demand her loyalty. While she had no right to insist, he refrained from pursuing other women. For him, any unresolved desires could easily be satisfied elsewhere. After all, he was He Tingzhou and had no need to compromise himself in such matters. Yet, it was somewhat disconcerting. She felt like a cheap escort, knowing he would immediately replace her with another woman. Perhaps, to him, such a situation was merely par for the course. Sitting silently on the adjacent sofa for a moment, she finally stood. "Then you should rest. I will take my leave." He Tingzhou opened his eyes, his tone neither warm nor cold. "You're supposed to be at my beck and call, yet you come, shout, and then leave. Quite clever, aren't you? Like a slippery eel?" Shuangsu thought to herself. Being at his beck and call felt no different from being an escort. She refrained from retorting and sat back down. "I thought you wanted to sleep." "I cannot sleep in silence," He Tingzhou remarked, glancing at the document in her hand. "What is that?" "The liquid hydrogen drone testing implementation plan," she replied. "Read it to me," he instructed, like an obedient automaton. She opened the document and began to read from the first line. Testing objectives. 1. Validate the drone's flight performance and stability. 2. Test the reliability of the drone's flight control and communication systems. 3. Examine. Her voice was soft and melodic, imbued with a touch of liveliness, flowing like pure water over smooth pebbles, soothingly refreshing. The plan spanned 5 pages, and she read it word for word, lifting her gaze only to see He Tingzhou's head tilted to the side, his breathing steady. He must have fallen asleep. She remained silent, closing the document, adjusting her phone to silent mode, and responding to messages. He Tingzhou must have truly not slept the night before. He slumbered deeply until past 1 in the afternoon. Frost Sequence hoped that Su Zhan or someone else might come to knock on the door, naturally awakening him and rescuing her from the pangs of hunger that threatened to overwhelm her. However, this busy and industrious CEO had not a single visitor today. By 2 o'clock, her stomach could no longer bear the strain and emitted a protest. She glanced around, seeking a cup of water, but He Tingzhou, accustomed to having someone at his beck and call even for a sip of water, had no water dispenser in his office. "Hungry?" He Tingzhou's deep voice broke the silence. Frost Sequence turned to him, watching as he lazily rubbed his neck and sat up, then strolled to his desk to press the intercom. Su Zhan's voice came through. "President He, your song is hungry," He Tingzhou replied. "Please send something to eat." Chapter 79. Are 3 people a bit crowded? "Very well, Mr. He. Please allow Mr. Song a moment's wait." 2 minutes later, Su Zhan punctually delivered the lunch. Such a brief interval suggested he must have pre-ordered, ever ready for He Tingzhou to awaken and dine. The dishes remained warm, surely. Even 2 minutes scarcely sufficed for a hot meal. While adeptly managing official duties, he also meticulously arranged trivial personal matters. Shuangsu profoundly sensed the disparity between assistants. As Su Zhan placed the sanitized utensils before her, she could not resist inquiring, "May I ask, Su Assistant, what is your monthly salary?" Su Zhan was unyielding. "I apologize, Mr. Song, but company policy prohibits private discussions regarding salaries." "And how many years have you been working?" Shuangsu pressed on. "Since completing my MBA at Stanford. I have been with Mr. He for 5 years now." Shuangsu's eyes lit up. "You are also from Stanford? How fortuitous. However, regrettably, I entered just as you were graduating." He Tingzhou cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhan. "Regrettable? Such fondness. Perhaps I should gift him to you?" Shuangsu indeed wished for such a gift, but would he part with it? "Is that true?" she asked, intrigued. "False," He Tingzhou replied. "He is avaricious and money-minded. You could not afford him." Upon reflection, it was evident that Su Zhan's salary corresponded with his capabilities. As a senior assistant, particularly within a colossal corporation like Yundan, Su Zhan's rank approached that of a vice president. with a salary scale far removed from that of Xiaoliao. Comparatively, Xiaoliao offered greater cost-effectiveness. Very well then, Shuangsu conceded. Su Zhen dared not speak further and exited the office after delivering the meal. The poached 9-section shrimp was exquisite, its texture crisp and sweet, a favorite of Shuangsu's. Since childhood, she had enjoyed shrimp, either having servants peel them or having Xinyu do it for her. Now, with only Tingzhou beside her, this young master was clearly not one to assist in such tasks. It was a wonder if he would even allow the shrimp to peel themselves. Fearful of pricking her hands, she proceeded cautiously, detaching the shrimp head before meticulously removing the shell. The tender, white flesh emerged, only for a pair of chopsticks to reach across and snatch it away. She glanced up at He Tingzhou, who, with unabashed satisfaction, commanded, "Peel another." With a sense of resigned duty, Shuangsu picked up a second shrimp to peel for him. He Tingzhou observed her labor like a landlord relishing her industrious effort, awaiting the fruits of her toil while critiquing her pace. Clumsy. By the time you finish peeling, it will have already reincarnated. She held her tongue. I have never peeled shrimp for others before. If you find my pace slow, feel free to eat something else. Quite the princess. He Tingzhou remarked as he set down his chopsticks and took to peeling the shrimp himself. Once completed, he tossed the peeled shrimp tail into her dish. Shuangsu, with some skepticism, picked up a shrimp to eat. Before she had finished one, He Tingzhou had already peeled a second. It seemed he was showcasing his prowess. Soon, a small mound of shrimp formed on her plate. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he wiped his hands clean with a towel. Go ahead, eat. After finishing their lunch, Su Zhen entered once more with a stack of documents. As Shuangsu glanced at the time, He Tingzhou continued to sign documents, yet he also noticed her movements. Is something the matter? I have a meeting at the company this afternoon. May I leave now? She had already spent over 4 hours here, and much of her work could not be managed via her mobile phone. He Tingzhou retorted, if I say you cannot leave, would you still attempt to? In truth, Shuangsu had overheard Su Zheng's earlier report regarding his schedule. He had a meeting with the president of XX company later, and she was surely no longer needed. Thus, she simply murmured, feigning an attitude of unwavering loyalty, always ready to serve him. It's fine if the meeting starts a bit later. All right, He Tingzhou replied. How about accompanying me to meet the client? Shuangsu's expression nearly broke. Had she known, she would have refrained from pretending. After a refreshing nap, He Tingzhou was in good spirits and generously decided to let her off. You may return. He handed the signed documents to Su Zheng, his gaze lingering on her momentarily. Come find me at Taihe Courtyard this evening. She was acutely aware of the implications behind his words. Instinctively, she glanced at Su Zheng, who remained composed and unperturbed, revealing not a hint of surprise. He likely already knew about her relationship with He Tingzhou. As He Tingzhou's trusted aide, his ability to keep secrets must be quite formidable. What are you staring at? He Tingzhou's voice drifted coolly through the air. Aren't we a bit crowded here? Su Zheng's body visibly stiffened. Shuangsu felt utterly mortified, wishing fervently for adhesive tape to silence He Tingzhou. She hastily made her escape from the office, nearly colliding with a secretary returning from the photocopier on her way out. Due to the time lost at Yundan during the day, Shuangsu left work later than usual. By the time she arrived at Taihe Courtyard, twilight had descended. The villa was illuminated, yet when she rang the doorbell, no one answered. She found herself dialing He Tingzhou's number from the doorstep. Are you here? The background noise on the other end was filled with conversations. It appeared He Tingzhou was still occupied. Come in and wait for me. The password is the dog's birthday. Shuangsu thought, are you overestimating my acquaintance with your dog? When is its birthday? He Tingzhou replied, I don't know. Then you'll just have to wait for it to let you in. Is it home? Shuangsu immediately peered into the house, seeing no sign of the dog. When will you return? There was a brief pause on the line, and He Tingzhou's voice carried a subtle hint of delight. Are you anxious? I'll finish in 10 minutes, but it will take you at least 30 or 40 minutes to get back. She felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of being alone with a large dog. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I'll wait outside for you. Just then, the door lock clicked open from the inside. She paused, turning to see a serious dog head peering through the crack. The Doberman nudged the door open with its front paw and sat at the threshold, observing her. It truly could open the door. Shuangsu was unsure whether to commend its intelligence or question its naivety. After all, it would simply let anyone in without fear of admitting intruders. She stood in silent confrontation with the dog for a moment, and it tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why she wouldn't come inside. To be candid, aside from the initial encounter when he licked her, Dubin's demeanor has consistently been amiable. Recently, he even presented her with an ice pack. She found it difficult to continue harboring such unfounded suspicions regarding the dog's character and reluctantly stepped inside. This dog rarely barks and does not leap at people. It simply follows her wherever she goes. After sitting in the living room for a while, it lay down less than a meter away from her. When she rose to ascend the stairs, it stood and trailed her closely to the second floor. Growing increasingly bored, she wandered about upstairs. She had presumed that He Tingzhou would prefer a more subdued, dark-hued aesthetic. Yet the design of this house embraced a natural and refreshing light color palette. The floating staircase led to the second floor, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and skylights illuminated the over 1,000 square meters of space with bright clarity. The carefully tended vegetation in the courtyard would cast beautiful shadows through the glass during the day. The swimming pool, filled with water, displayed gentle ripples on its tranquil surface under the night sky. In summary, the house exuded an artistic ambience, yet it appeared devoid of the warmth of a permanent residence. It seemed that He Tingzhou did not typically inhabit this place. The box of Okamoto remained discarded on the bedroom sofa, and as Shuangshu passed by, she caught a glimpse of it, still unopened. She settled on the edge of the bed, and the dog sat beside her, lazily resting its head on the ground, watching her with an intensity reminiscent of a watchful sentinel. Chapter 80. The Capitalist Who Never Suffers Losses. As the dinner concluded, He Tingzhou emerged to find a guard waiting patiently in the shadows. The guard bowed respectfully and spoke in hushed tones. "Chief, you have just landed this evening. Please return home now. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." He Tingzhou, unlocking his car with a casual demeanor, replied, "I am rather occupied tonight. The chief is returning to the military district first thing in the morning. He has not seen you for a while and is quite concerned about you." "Concerned about what?" He Tingzhou, ever dutiful, retorted, "With such a tight schedule, there's no need for back and forth. Everyone is busy, and a rare meeting will not be fatal." The guard, having accompanied the commander for many years, was well acquainted with the temperament of this young master. There was no one in the realm who would dare to disregard the commander's wishes, save for his own son. Demonstrating remarkable patience, the guard urged, "The chief has returned this time to discuss the recent matters concerning the Shin family. You used his influence to extricate someone from the disciplinary committee without prior notice. At least provide him with some explanation afterward." He Tingzhou clicked his tongue in acknowledgement, conceding the validity of the guard's statement. Having borrowed the elder's authority to facilitate matters, he realized he ought to show some respect today. The family still resided within the military compound, guarded by armed police, with entry requiring rigorous checks. Those living within the compound were all significant figures, and the He family possessed a private residence in the most prestigious area. Commander He seldom stayed home, usually accompanied only by a dog. Yet, the household employed 12 servants to tend to the gardens, irrigate the greens, clean, dust, and prune the pine trees at the entrance. Even the Doberman's meals were managed by 2 dedicated staff, exemplifying an extravagant lifestyle. This was solely because the young master preferred a lively atmosphere. For this reason, Commander He had faced considerable criticism over the years, being chastised for improper conduct. In his position, he ought to avoid providing ammunition for detractors. Yet, everyone was aware of his sense of obligation towards his only son, leading to considerable indulgence as long as the law was not broken. As He Tingzhou's vehicle entered the courtyard, Commander He sat in the living room, receiving reports on his recent daily activities. Every detail was accounted for, including how many nights he had spent away from home in the past month. He Tingzhou sauntered in, approached the servant, and pointed at her ledger. "Sister Zhao, have you learned to be lazy? Why did you not record yesterday?" Sister Zhao, flustered, quickly marked the previous day with a tick and informed Commander He. "He did not return last night either." Commander He shot her a mild glance, prompting her to hurriedly exit with her notebook. He Tingzhou took a seat opposite, stretching his long legs and quipped, "What age is this? I still have a steward. Why don't you conquer the kingdom for me and make me emperor?" The guard promptly cleared his throat, cautioning, "Mind your words. Mind your words." Commander He, clad in military uniform of a deep solemn blue adorned with golden pine branches and 3 5-pointed stars on his epaulets, exuded an imposing presence without uttering a word. He Tingzhou, with his ambiguous charm, presented a stark contrast, embodying 2 extremes. He Chengwei remarked, "I have heard about Shen Chongyuan's bribery case. The waters run deep here, and others dare not meddle. Yet you, with your audacity, act in my name. How could I be unaware? When have I ever guaranteed anything for Shen Chongyuan?" The Zheng family, in their desire to cast blame upon him, ought to think twice before proceeding. As he spoke, He Tingzhou lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, sending a message that went unanswered. He turned his phone with a casual air. "Have you come all this way just to settle accounts with me?" Ichue fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to tread lightly. "It is rare for you to extend a helping hand in others' affairs. It seems you are quite invested in your friendship with Xinyu." Tingzhou offered a cryptic smile, leaning back against the chair. "If you say so." The father and son were not loquacious, and after a few brief exchanges on a sensational matter in Yin City, there was little left to discuss. After a moment of stillness, noticing Tingzhou glance at his phone again, Ichue inquired, "Have you been staying out often lately?" Tingzhou replied, "At my youthful and splendid age, if I do not stay out, should not you be the one concerned?" Ichue expressed his worry. "I am concerned about your sleep. Do not trouble yourself over matters on my bed." Tingzhou, in a languid and irreverent manner, seemed to draw a boundary. With a wave of his hand, Ichue, the commander, dismissed him. "Fine, go wherever you please. If you wish to see me again, make an appointment in advance. I have been quite busy lately." Tingzhou draped his coat over his shoulder and departed. Outside, a guard, seeing him leave at such a late hour, remarked, "The commander only stays home for one night. Want you keep him company? At your age, needing someone to lull you to sleep is quite amusing." Tingzhou opened the car door. His voice softened by the night. "Just manage it yourself. He never soothed me to sleep when I was a child." Back and forth, nearly 2 hours slipped away. Upon returning to Taihe Courtyard, the sprawling 600-square-meter villa felt even more desolate in the dead of night. He disliked the oppressive silence. But his dog greeted him at the door, tail wagging. "Where is everyone?" The dog led him inside, up to the second floor, and into the bedroom. There, a slender figure lay upon the bed, her dark hair cascading over the white sheets like flowing ink. She was asleep. Shuangxiu had initially thought Tingzhou would return shortly, but the wait extended to 2 hours. Growing weary, she considered going home but was deterred by a text from Tingzhou that simply read, "Don't leave." She forced herself to remain awake, eventually succumbing to slumber. Shuangxiu was abruptly awakened, struggling to breathe through her nose. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, gradually rousing from her stupor. Still disoriented as to her surroundings, Tingzhou released her nose. "Have you come here to sleep soundly?" Gasping, she blinked for several seconds, her sleepiness slowly dissipating as she asked, "What time is it?" 3:01. Tingzhou lay beside her, propping his head with one hand. His nonchalant dark eyes fixed upon her. "You managed to hold your breath for a full minute before waking up. Quite impressive," he remarked. "I practiced this technique while learning to swim." How ruthless of him to pinch her nose at 3 in the morning to rouse her. A true capitalist. Leaving no room for loss. Shuangxiu rubbed her eyes and inquired, "Do you wish to proceed now?" Chapter 81. Lull me to sleep. Upon finishing her words, Tingzhou propped his head on his hand and gazed at her for a moment before saying, "Tell me a story." "Huh?" Shuangxiu looked utterly bewildered. "Having slept so long, you must be well rested." Tingzhou replied, "It's your turn to lull me to sleep." Shuangxiu teased him, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. "How old are you? Still needing someone to coax you to sleep?" 28. Tingzhou drawled lazily, his tone assertively threatening, "Tell a story, or bring me your Okamoto. Choose wisely." Clearly, narrating a story was far simpler than sharing a bed. Shuangxiu, understanding the situation, inquired, "What story would you like to hear?" Tingzhou had already closed his eyes, his voice languid at 3 in the morning. "Anything." Having never before lulled anyone to sleep, especially not a nearly 30-year-old man, Shuangxiu pondered that she couldn't possibly tell him the tale of the 3 little pigs. After racking her brain for a while, she recalled a humorous snippet she had seen on her phone, shared by Xiao Liao before bedtime. Once upon a time, when Snow White was born, her skin was as white as snow, hence her name. The queen, envious of her beauty, forced her to work in the woodshed, and her skin became darkened by soot, transforming her into Cinderella. While fetching water, Cinderella noticed how dark she had become and cried. To her surprise, her tears turned into pearls, and she joyfully danced by the riverbank. However, when a pearl fell into the water, the river god appeared with a golden axe, asking, "Is this yours?" Tingzhou opened his eyes once more. "I asked for a story, not a joke." Shuangxiu felt a flush of embarrassment. "That's the only one I could think of." He propped himself up again and inquired, "And then what happened?" Then she shook her head, and the river god produced a silver axe, asking, "Is this yours?" She shook her head again, and the river god praised her for being such an honest child, rewarding her with a frog, saying, "If you kiss him, he will turn into your prince." Cinderella demanded the river god return her pearls, and when he vanished, she angrily kicked the frog, which then transformed into an evil dragon that carried her away. He Tingzhou chuckled softly. They lay on the same bed, less than 50 centimeters apart, the resonance from his chest traveling to her, infecting Shuang Su with laughter as well. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, holding a gentle light within their crescent shadows. The dog sleeping on the floor was roused by their noise, lifting its head to glance at the bed before settling back down to doze off. After a fit of laughter, Shuang Su realized He Tingzhou was observing her. The bedroom light, which had been aglow before, had unknowingly been turned off, leaving only the warm orange hue of the wall lamp casting a honeyed shadow beneath his pronounced brow. His dark eyes twinkled with a lazy smile, and amidst the soft glow, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You look so adorable when you laugh. Are you trying to seduce me?" Instantly, Shuang Su's smile vanished. Sensing He Tingzhou leaning closer, she quickly grabbed her phone, turned it on, and searched for bedtime stories. "Let me tell you another one." He Tingzhou retreated slightly. He seemed genuinely tired, lacking enthusiasm, and lay back down, resting his arm beneath his head while urging, "Hurry up." Frost Xiu opened the first story she found and began to read. Once upon a time, there was a foolish sheep. He Tingzhou, not one to be picky, simply listened. By the third tale, Frost Xiu noticed his breathing had become even and steady. Just as she paused, He Tingzhou spoke up, "Don't stop. Continue." It was unclear whether he had truly fallen asleep or was merely roused by her interruption. Reluctantly, Frost Xiu resumed reading, unsure how many stories she had recited. Uncertain whether He Tingzhou had succumbed to slumber, afraid to call out to him. Her voice gradually grew indistinct, her eyelids heavy, and the phone slipped from her grasp as she succumbed to sleep. The following morning, she was awakened by the gentle light streaming through the window. The bedroom was adorned only with sheer curtains that offered no, and in that bright morning glow, she found it impossible to remain in bed. She tiptoed out of the room, glancing back at He Tingzhou, who lay with half his face buried in the pillow, his long lashes casting shadows. In his peaceful slumber, he appeared less menacing. Yet, this did not alter his fundamentally abrasive nature, having roused her in the middle of the night for stories while she was utterly exhausted. As she descended the stairs, the Doberman, already awake, trotted ahead, glancing back at her as it made its way towards the kitchen. Understanding the dog's intent, Frost Xiu followed, and the Doberman led her to its empty food bowl. She comprehended its need. Looking around, she wondered, "Where is your dog food?" The dog turned and guided her to a cabinet. Upon opening it, she found the dog food and filled its bowl generously before departing the villa. Returning to Songming Road, she yawned, took a shower, and changed her clothes, ready to head to work. Just as she stepped out, He Tingzhou's call came through. He had likely just awakened, his voice still heavy with sleep, laced with a hint of annoyance. "When did you leave?" "Leave? I'm just going home to change for work," she replied. "I was asleep, not dead. You could have informed me before you left." His tone was less than pleasant. Frost Xiu explained, "I woke up early. Your light was too bright. You only fell asleep around 3, so I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer." He said nothing further, ending the call, and sat on the edge of the bed, bracing his forehead as he gradually gathered himself before lazily rising to wash his face. As he descended, the dog was amusing itself with a ball, and upon seeing him, it approached, wagging its tail. He Tingzhou went to refill its bowl, only to discover that it was already abundantly filled, a small mountain of dog food with only a peak nibbled away. He let out a low grunt. "You certainly have eaten well." At lunch, Xiao Liao eagerly inquired, "How was the story I forwarded to you yesterday? It was hilarious, right? There are still 7 more Calabash brothers, and Sun Wukong absolutely killed me with laughter." Frost Xiu reflected on it, finding it a rather tedious hodgepodge of fairy tales. Baffled by how He Tingzhou had found such amusement in it, it was surprising to discover that his sense of humor was as simplistic as Xiao Liao's. From the morning call, it was evident that He Tingzhou was not particularly pleased. But Frost Xiu remained uncertain whether his displeasure stemmed from the previous day's lack of accomplishment or her stealthy departure in the morning without a word. She had not anticipated that He Tingzhou would return so late yesterday. He was fatigued and lacked the inclination to engage, and this time, she could not be held accountable. Resting her chin on her hand, she poked at her pork chop rice. As for the morning, her intentions were truly benevolent. She did not wish to disturb his slumber. "Why are you so distracted?" Xiao Liao inquired, leaning closer to scrutinize her face. "Nothing," she replied, as Shuang Su deftly pushed her head aside, skillfully diverting her attention. "Have you completed the PPT?" Xiao Liao immediately buried her anxious face in her bowl. "I will do it once I get home." In the following 2 days, He Tingzhou did not seek out Shuang Su again. adhering to the principle of being readily available yet not initiating contact unless summoned. Shuangsu refrained from reaching out to him. After work on Friday, she visited Xu Yang at the hospital before returning to Songming Road, number 9. Passing by the landscaped pond in the courtyard, her gaze inadvertently swept across the outdoor lounge area, where she spotted a figure seated on a chair, strikingly handsome and conspicuously noticeable. Chapter 82. Walking the dog, He Tingzhou sat with his legs crossed, leisurely enjoying an ice cream as he regarded her with a relaxed demeanor. "You're back," he said. She instinctively glanced around. "What brings you here?" He Tingzhou reclined against the chair's back, taking a bite of his ice cream. "Just out for a dog walk." "You traveled all the way from Yinxi to the East Third Ring for a dog walk?" The area was devoid of any canine companions. Frost Sequence surveyed her surroundings. "Where's your dog?" Unfazed, he replied, "I forgot to bring it." "You're just full of nonsense." Frost Sequence understood his intention for being there. One could not evade what was destined to come. Whether it was early or late, he would still need her. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, he would lose interest and no longer require her presence. "Let us go," she said, leading the way into the lobby to wait. He Tingzhou remained leisurely, savoring his ice cream, seemingly oblivious to her impatient glances. As her frustration mounted, her staring escalated into a glare. Finally, unable to contain herself, she stormed out and yanked his arm to pull him up. He Tingzhou stood up effortlessly, following her as she dragged him along. He ambled leisurely, passing by an artistically designed trash bin and casually discarding his ice cream stick. Casting a sidelong glance at Frost Sequence, he teased, "Are you forcibly abducting me?" As she pulled him into the elevator, she clarified, "My brother has a friend living here. If you sit there so brazenly, it would be disastrous if someone sees you." He Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, "If you weren't clinging to me, who would know I came to see you?" Well, perhaps it was she who felt guilty. Frost Sequence instantly released her grip, maintaining a stern expression as she stood on the opposite side of the elevator, choosing silence. Upon reaching her floor, she guided him to her door. While she unlocked it with her fingerprint, He Tingzhou seemingly casually glanced at the lock. "The code is Xinyu's birthday?" he inquired. Frost Sequence shot him a glance. "It's my high school student ID number." She opened the door and invited He Tingzhou inside. He entered as if it were his own home, exploring with a sense of ease and contentment. This residence was a gift from Xinyu to Frost Sequence. The initial decor reflecting her preferences, showcasing meticulous attention to detail. A grand square fish tank adorned the space, featuring a majestic icy mountain landscape, pristine white sand, and a foam mountain from Qinglongshan, with a beam of light illuminating the snow-capped peak. Yet, such a beautiful aquarium housed not a single living creature. Acting as a gracious host, she asked, "Would you like some water?" He Tingzhou turned, retorting, "You forcibly dragged me up here just to offer me water?" "Who was forceful?" "You came here on your own accord," she countered. Then He Tingzhou approached her, his palm gently cradling her cheek, silencing her unfinished thought. His hand slid down to her slender neck, and in that moment, she felt like prey caught by a predator, despite his touch being warm and gentle. Lowering his head, he inquired at a close distance, "What about me?" "Nothing," Frost Sequence replied. He Tingzhou lifted her chin with his thumb, compelling her to look up at his deep, penetrating gaze. "Why didn't you ask me if I wanted to?" Frost Sequence pressed her lips together. "If you want to, then do it." He Tingzhou chuckled, his cold eyes tinged with a hint of flirtation, and hypocritically inquired, "Do you wish to?" Naturally, Shuangxu responded, "No." He disliked her answer, pinching her face until her cheeks formed a small indentation, insisting, "Incorrect. Say it again." Shuangxu turned her face away, only to have him pull it back. And then he descended upon her with a kiss. Unlike his usual assertiveness, He Tingzhou's intensity was palpable as he pried open her lips, his tongue intertwining with hers in a fervent embrace. Shuangxu found her breath swiftly stolen away, struggling to keep pace with the rhythm of their connection. She was bewildered by his sudden transformation. He had previously exuded a sense of ease, yet now his kiss was deep and fervent, unreservedly expressing his unmistakable desire in this searing kiss. She had never realized that a mere kiss could render one weak at the knees, breathless under his assault. Her forearm braced against his chest, but nothing could deter him. Completely overwhelmed, she instinctively called his name, pleading for him to cease. He Tingzhou. He persisted, his lips never faltering, insincerely asking, "What is it?" Shuangxu struggled for words, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. The doorbell rang, neither timely nor unwelcome, interrupting their entangled embrace. Shuangxu tensed, glancing anxiously at the video intercom. On the electronic screen, Lu Mianmian was striking poses for the camera, seemingly enamored with herself. Why was she here? He Tingzhou remained silent, his narrowed eyes fixed on the intercom. With no response, Lu Man pressed the button twice more. Shuangxiu, momentarily stunned, was at a loss for what to do when Lu Man, with a boisterous voice, called out, Xiaojiu, open the door, it's your brother. He Tingzhou coldly muttered two disdainful words, idiot. Open the door, I can see your lights are on, don't pretend you're not home. Lu Man continued. It's taking so long. You're not hiding someone in there, are you? Shuangxiu quickly shoved He Tingzhou, who was caught off guard, and stumbled back. Feeling as if she were caught in an act of infidelity, she urged him towards the bedroom without a moment's hesitation. You need to hide for a bit. The crown prince, interrupted for the second time, was not in a good mood as she pushed him inside. Hide from what? Is she avoiding you while kissing Xinyu? That is different. What is different? He Tingzhou inquired. They are openly and justly in a relationship. Shuangxiu retorted, pushing him into the bedroom and firmly shutting the door. When she opened the door for Lu Man, she was about to dial her number. Shuangxiu steadied her expression. What do you want? I came to play with you. Lu Man replied, lifting a pizza triumphantly. I brought pizza and beer, plus an old movie on DVD. We can eat and watch together. Shuangxiu held the door firmly, indicating no intention of inviting her in. Not today, maybe next time. Lu Man playfully struck her arm, pouting, don't always reject me. We agreed to be good friends. Frosty brows furrowed in contemplation, troubled by how to gently extricate herself from the clinging presence beside her. Lu Man appeared wounded by her demeanor, her expression one of desolation. Her voice quivering as she spoke. You still do not wish to be friends with me, do you? Your brother dislikes me, and so do you. It is perfectly all right. I blame myself for lacking charm. Do not feign pity, Frosty retorted coldly. Today is truly not suitable. What do you mean by not suitable? Lu Man immediately pressed for clarification. Frosty's mind raced. I am feeling rather unwell. Then I must care for you even more, Lu Man declared, stepping closer to touch her forehead. Upon feeling a hint of warmth, she inquired, Are you running a fever? I am not feverish. Lu Man looked at her quizzically. Then why is your face so flushed? Chapter 83. The Deceitful Little Liar, Is It Very Popular? Shuangxiu instinctively touched her cheek with the back of her hand. Before she could ascertain the answer, Lu Man had already set the pizza down and seized her by the shoulders, pressing their foreheads together. Shuangxiu, you must have a fever. Lu Man concluded with certainty, without further ado, dragging her to the sofa. Where is your medicine cabinet? I need to check your temperature. I truly don't have. Found it. Lu Man retrieved the ear thermometer from the cabinet, and Shuangxiu, like a doll at the mercy of its master, was forcibly pressed onto the sofa for a temperature check. Shuangxiu's bedroom was simply adorned, the silk sheets a soft pastel pink. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. He Tingzhou wandered around her room, intrigued, peering here and there. On her bed lay a fluffy sleeping companion, placed in the middle of the pillows. He Tingzhou lifted it by the ears, inspecting it before turning it upside down and placing it back. Several photo frames adorned the dresser, capturing moments of Shuangxiu and Xinyu together. On her 9th birthday, she wore a beautifully crafted crown, eyes closed as she earnestly made a wish. At that time, Xinyu still bore the visage of a youth, clad in a pristine white shirt, cradling her on his lap, his gaze upon her filled with tenderness. In another photo, she was about 13 or 14, tall and lanky yet still retaining a hint of baby fat, sneaking up behind Xinyu to cover his eyes after returning home from school. At 17, during a swimming competition, Xinyu affectionately wrapped his arm around her shoulder as her guardian, smiling gently, while she held a trophy, her grin radiating an innocence and brilliance that was now absent. That day, He Tingzhou was also present. The first thing she did after winning was to flutter towards Xinyu like a jubilant bird, calling out to him as she leapt into his arms. He Tingzhou casually opened a drawer and tossed all the photo frames inside. Outside, Lu Man had not yet been dismissed and was still present. Hearing the commotion as he entered the room, his patience waned, and he picked up the phone to call He Wenjing. Upon answering her nephew's call, He Wenjing's tone was one of surprise. Tingzhou, you finally remembered to call your aunt. He Tingzhou replied succinctly. Call Lu Man and tell her to come home. What's wrong? Has something happened? Times have been tumultuous lately. It's either Lu Man in conflict with Xinyu or the Shin family entangled in legal troubles, causing He Wenjing to feel a rush of anxiety. He Tingzhou spoke gravely. It's dangerous outside. There is no time to explain. Just get her back immediately. He Wenjing was taken aback by his seriousness, never suspecting that her beloved nephew could deceive her. In her maternal concern, she rushed to call Lu Man without further inquiry. Strangely, her temperature is normal. Lu Manman scrutinized the readings on the ear thermometer, which starkly contrasted with Shuangshu's flushed complexion. Is this device malfunctioning? Shuangshu sighed, unsure whether to feel sympathy for her own difficult situation or for her friend, who remained blissfully unaware. Just then, Lu Manman received a call from home. Mom. What's the matter? Why do you want me to come back? I'm taking care of Xiaojiao, and she seems rather unwell. Huh? What on earth has happened? She was utterly bewildered, yet He Wenjing's resolute demeanor compelled her to set aside the thermometer and rise. My mother is so strange. Xiaojiao, I must return home. Would you like me to inform your brother to take you to the hospital? No, was Shuangshu's curt response. If you still feel unwell later, remember to see a doctor. After Lu Manman departed, Shuangshu rose from the sofa. The bedroom was eerily silent. God knows how anxious she had been, fearing that Yitingzhou might emerge from the room without a care. Pushing open the bedroom door, she found no trace of Yitingzhou. She ventured further in, checking the bed and the wardrobe, but he was nowhere to be found. How strange. Had he vanished into thin air? She searched around, peering into the bathroom. Tingzhou? Suddenly, a door clicked shut behind her. Turning around, she discovered Yitingzhou leaning against the doorframe, his back pressed against the door, arms crossed. Your cousin has already left, Shuangshu stated. Yitingzhou remained silent, his dark eyes fixated on her, like an unfathomable abyss. That gaze suggested he was displeased, likely irked once more. It was understandable, after being thwarted thrice. He was not one to possess a gentle temperament. Shuangshu did not wish for him to perceive her as shirking her responsibilities, as provoking his anger would serve her no good. After a moment's contemplation, she approached Yitingzhou, rising on her toes to kiss him. He remained unmoving, merely lowering his chilly eyelids to regard her. Unable to reach him, she returned her heels to the ground, grasping his shirt collar to pull his head down for a kiss. Yitingzhou's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet he neither rejected nor reciprocated her gesture. Shuangshu had to admit her kissing skills were quite lacking. Her awkward attempts garnered no response from Yitingzhou, which stung her pride. Unable to continue, she sheepishly released his collar and turned to leave, only to be caught by an arm around her waist. Yitingzhou's voice drifted down from above. Why did you stop kissing? Did you not want to kiss? She had intended to extend an olive branch. But since he refused to descend from his lofty pedestal, what could she do? Yitingzhou remarked, it is your kissing technique that is subpar. Shuangshu bit her lip, unable to restrain herself, as if your skills are any better. Since both were so lacking, why not engage in a little practice? Yitingzhou said, lifting her off the ground and striding towards the bed, where he tossed her onto the mattress. He knelt beside her, looking down from his elevated position. Shuangshu propped herself up on her hands to sit, which conveniently aided Yitingzhou. One hand supported her back, while the other threaded through her long hair, gripping the nape of her neck as he kissed her. His kiss carried an indescribable possessiveness, and only when Shuangshu's breath became erratic did he release her lips, kissing her earlobe, which was flushed red, and then her delicate shoulders. He pressed her down onto the bed, continuing his descent along her collarbone. Shuangshu shielded her eyes with the back of her hand, yet her senses heightened. Yitingzhou's deep breaths were intoxicatingly alluring. Her blood surged, heat flooding her skin. Illuminated by the light, turn off the lights. He kissed her nose tip, his voice low and tender. I fear the dark. The frost sequence diminished his strength, allowing him to gain the upper hand effortlessly. The sensation of pain instinctively compelled her gaze downward to Yitingzhou's slender waist and abdomen, where the contours of his physique, accentuated by movement, evoked a potent sense of desire. Her eyes swiftly diverted as if scalded, her brow furrowed in pained concentration. Gradually, she felt adrift like a small boat bobbing upon gentle waves, a sound of uncontainable emotion escaping her throat. Yitingzhou kissed the shell of her ear and, in her most vulnerable moment, inquired, have you done this before? Frost's sequence trembled as she responded, I have. With whom? My ex-boyfriend. The one who no longer exists. Yitingzhou positioned himself above her, his fingers caressing her hair, and asked, do you prefer being with me or with him? Breathless, she struggled to articulate a response. Yitingzhou seemed particularly invested in her answer, repeating the question, was your ex-boyfriend better, or am I? What a peculiar question to pose at such a moment, she thought, cursing him internally as she turned her head away, reluctant to reply. Yitingzhou grasped her chin, insisting, I'm asking you. Provoked by his relentless questioning, she defiantly answered, he was better. Is that so? Yitingzhou suddenly halted, flipping her over, causing her waist to dip. Her face buried in the pillow, she emitted muffled, fragmented sounds of despair. Yitingzhou leaned down to kiss her, murmuring, Song Shuangxue. You are nothing but a little liar with a mouth full of falsehoods. Chapter 84. Does the Crown Prince personally change the sheets? What does it mean? Does he know she is lying? Frost Sequence found herself utterly devoid of energy, ensnared in a tumultuous sea of confusion. On a bustling summer night, the vibrant outside world was separated from the humid allure of the room by a wall of glass. After it was over, Frost Sequence felt as if she had been pulled from the depths of water, utterly drained of strength. He Tingzhou brushed aside her damp hair and, with lingering desire, pressed his lips against the delicate skin of her nape. After a brief moment of rest, she gradually regained her composure, the awkwardness of their candid intimacy slowly dissipating. She sluggishly moved off the bed, turning her back to him as she hastily donned her clothes. Where are you going? He Tingzhou propped his head on his hand, watching her. To take a shower. Her voice, as if submerged in water, bore an unusual timbre, making her sound particularly vulnerable. Shall I carry you? No need. Fearing he might genuinely attempt to lift her, she hurried into the bathroom and closed the door behind her. As she soaked in the bathtub, her body began to relax. Perhaps it was the heat of the water, but the flush on her cheeks refused to subside. She lingered in the bath for quite some time, processing the events of the night. When she finally emerged, she found that the soiled sheets on the bed had been changed. Does the Crown Prince really change sheets himself? Noticing his absence from the bedroom, Frost Sequence paid no mind to his whereabouts. She had expended too much energy that day. Her fingers felt weak, and she collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Half awake, she sensed someone touching her, as if playing with modeling clay, gently squeezing her cheeks, pinching her earlobes. And occasionally, something seemed to tickle the tip of her nose, causing an itch. Exhausted, she futilely tried to evade the sensations before succumbing to sleep once more. This sleep was profound, devoid of dreams. The weekend alarm did not ring, and when she opened her eyes, the wall clock indicated it was already past 9. Her body felt weary, and her lower back ached severely. As she moved slightly, she became aware of a heavy weight pressing down on her. It was He Tingzhou's arm. He held her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and Frost Sequence's back was completely nestled against his chest. The intimacy of this position made her feel uncomfortable as she gently lifted his arm, attempting to free herself from his embrace. Yet, that arm suddenly displayed a will of its own, tightening its grip around her waist once more. Are you awake? He Tingzhou's husky breath brushed against her ear. Frost Sequence responded with a soft nearly simultaneously feeling something behind her pressing against her. Certain images flashed through her mind like an advertisement on a screen, prompting her to divert her attention to the gap in the curtains. He Tingzhou's body was awake, but his mind remained in slumber, displaying a languid demeanor as he inquired. Did you sleep well? Not bad, Frost Sequence replied. He scoffed. You slept like a dead pig. How can you say it was not bad? You were the pig. What kind of person insults her so early in the morning? He Tingzhou, unfazed, accepted her retort with a grin. Then let us be pigs together. The phone on the table rang, and he picked it up, placing it in Frost Sequence's hand before once again resting his chin on her shoulder. Answer it. Frost Sequence suspected he was still half asleep. This is your phone. He was aware, yet unabashedly claimed laziness. I'm tired. Please answer it for me. Upon receiving a call from Su Zheng, Shuang Su answered, Assistant Su. President Song. Su Zheng's psychological resilience was formidable. He displayed no hint of surprise upon hearing her voice. I have brought clothes for President He and am currently at your doorstep. Seizing the opportunity, Shuang Su pushed aside He Tingzhou's arm, extricating herself from his embrace, and lifted the covers to rise from the bed. The curtains were drawn tightly, enveloping the room in dimness, while the light-colored sheets draped over He Tingzhou's slender, taut waist. As she departed, his right hand languidly fell onto the bed, the distinct bones of his fingers visible, with prominent blue veins snaking up to his forearm. A sudden recollection of last night surged in Shuang Su's mind, the fierce power of his hand gripping her leg. Her head swam with heat, prompting her to leave the room at once. Upon opening the door, she found Su Zheng standing outside, one hand carrying a takeout box from a five-star hotel and the other holding a neatly pressed suit, greeting her with a smile. Good morning. He is inside. You may call for him yourself, Shuang Su replied. Even with 1,000 opportunities, Su Zheng would not dare to enter. President, he may still need some rest. This bag contains sleepwear. Su Zheng placed the items inside with meticulous care, not lingering a moment longer, stating, President Song has tasks for me. Thank you for your trouble. At this early hour, delivering clothes and breakfast to a woman's residence, Su Zheng, if he were not a fool, would surely understand what transpired the previous night. Indeed, he was far from foolish. His intelligence was almost excessive. However, he must have performed such errands countless times, honing his skills to perfection. As Shuangsu entered the bedroom with He Tingzhou's clothes, she noticed the curtains had been opened. He Tingzhou reclined against the headboard, his unkempt dark hair lazily falling over his brow, exuding a sense of drowsiness. He retrieved a cigarette from a pack, biting it between his teeth, flicking the lighter to ignite it, only to abruptly close it again, discarding the cigarette onto the nearby dresser. Just as Shuangsu was about to remind him not to smoke in her bedroom, she swallowed her words. She did not step further inside, placing the suit and sleepwear on the dresser. Your clothes. He Tingzhou glanced at the dresser, 5 meters away, and lifted his eyelids slightly. Not even a gibbon has arms that long. Besides, I am human. Can't you come down to fetch them? Can't you deliver them to me? He countered. You ravaged me in bed, yet now you act as if we are strangers? Reluctantly, Shuangsu approached like a maid, bringing the clothes to the bedside. Put them on and join me for breakfast, sir. In her own home, she rarely cooked. She neither possessed the interest nor the skill, typically subsisting on toasted bread and brewed coffee. Thankfully, Su Zheng had brought breakfast, or she would have dreaded the thought of the esteemed young master commanding her to prepare a meal. She set the breakfast Su Zheng had brought on the table, and when He Tingzhou emerged, he was clad in sleepwear. The silk fabric was exquisite, and the loungewear softened his otherwise sharp demeanor as he ambled towards the dining table with languid strides. He appeared to have little appetite, barely touching his breakfast, instead leaning against the chair opposite her, observing Shuangsu as she ate. After she finished her meal, he inquired, Are you satisfied? If so, accompany me for a while. You may rest alone, replied Shuangsu. I must return to assist my godmother in preparing for tonight's banquet. At that moment, a message from Fu Yun arrived, asking if she had awakened and sending a driver to fetch her. Once Shuangsu responded to the message, she looked up to find He Tingzhou's expression somewhat despondent. My godfather is resuming his position next week. I need to celebrate with him. Did you not also receive an invitation? She assumed He Tingzhou was displeased with her disobedience, thus offering an explanation. Go ahead, He Tingzhou said as he rose and returned to his bedroom. Chapter 85. Can mosquitoes leave bite marks? Shen Changyuan is set to resume his position next week. Taking advantage of the weekend, the Shen family hosted a grand banquet, both to celebrate his fortunate escape from peril and to publicly declare that the stain of scandal had been washed away. The Shen family remains as illustrious as ever. Prior to the commencement of the banquet, Lu Manman arrived at the Shen residence early. With a cheerful smile, she greeted Fu Yun. Aunt, I'm here. Fu Yun responded warmly. Manman, why did you come so early? Lu Manman presented her with a jewelry box, saying, This is the jewelry you gave me before. Now that my engagement with Shen Yu has ended, it's best to return it to you. Although Fu Yun felt a tinge of regret over the dissolution of the engagement, she was also acutely aware, given the recent upheavals, that the two would not reunite. With a sigh, Fu Yun replied, You should keep the jewelry as a token from our family to you. If it were anything else, I would have secretly kept it, as I adore it dearly, but this piece has been passed down through generations in your family. It holds great significance. It's best to leave it for Xiaojiu. Lu Manman, though somewhat infatuated, was able to let go. She understood that a forced union is seldom sweet. Having come to terms with her feelings, she was much more lighthearted. She thrust the jewelry box into Fu Yun's hands, asking, Where's Xiaojiu? I'd like to play with her. She is upstairs changing, came the reply. As Lu Manman dashed upstairs, Shuangsu was in the midst of changing into her evening gown. She had been busy all day and hadn't given a thought to He Tingzhou's whereabouts. She wondered if leaving such a dangerous individual alone in her presence would lead to any trouble. Knocking on the door, she popped her head in. Are you changing? I can help. The two cousins, each more difficult than the last, had experienced a rather taxing encounter the previous day, and Shuangsu had resolved not to waste her energy sparring with Lu Manman. Come in, she said. Lu Manman assisted her with the zipper at the back, but suddenly paused midway, exclaiming, What is this? Turning around, Shuangsu noticed Lu Manman leaning in, her fingertip poking at a mark on her shoulder blade. What is this? What? Shuangsu asked, feigning nonchalance. Lu Manman scrutinized intently. It's red, it looks like. In an instant, Shuangsu realized what she was alluding to and sidestepped to avoid her gaze, casually responding, It's a mosquito bite. Lu Manman straightened up, incredulous. Can mosquitoes really leave bite marks like that? You're mistaken, Shuangsu insisted firmly. Do you think I'm a fool? I may not have seen a pig run, but I've certainly eaten pork that has clearly a strawberry mark. A look of sudden realization washed over Lu Manman's face, and she nearly leaped in excitement. I knew there was something odd about you last night. My goodness! You really were hiding someone at home. Shuangshu swiftly covered her mouth, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Could you keep it down? Lu Manman nodded. And only then did Shuangshu release her grip. While Lu Manman refrained from shouting, her expression grew decidedly peculiar. Is it your brother? Shuangshu was taken aback. How could that be? What are you thinking? Why not? Lu Manman countered. Don't you like him? I have no such impure thoughts about my brother. Shuangshu felt somewhat speechless, suggesting that Song Lian maintain a respectful distance as her mind seemed consumed by unsavory thoughts. Lu Manman expressed her astonishment, questioning whether Shuangshu harbored any impure feelings for her brother despite her affection. Shuangshu retorted, asserting that affection does not inherently entail such sordid thoughts. She had never contemplated such matters. Her fondness for Shun Yu was purely innocent and untainted. How pure your love is, Lu Manman mused, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand while reclining on the bed. Shuangshu approached the mirror, observing that her dress featured a subtle open-back design, which inadvertently showcased the unmistakable bite mark left by He Tingyo. She had not even noticed when he had taken a bite. Unsure whether to chastise or commend him for such a discreet mark, she reflected on how, had Lu Manman not spotted it first, she would have worn the dress out that evening, unwittingly drawing attention. The image was too overwhelming, prompting Shuangshu to cover her eyes instinctively. She selected another gown to change into while Lu Manman remained lost in thought, her mind elsewhere. After Shen Changyuan had recently been wrongfully accused of bribery, Shuangshu opted for a more understated look, a white satin gown with a diagonal shoulder and open back, the bodice elegantly draped in soft folds. A single strand of lustrous white pearls adorned her neck, striking a balance of simplicity and sophistication. As she descended the stairs, she found Xin Yu engaged in conversation with Shen Changyuan and Fu Yun, clad in a light gray three-piece suit, exuding his usual composure and elegance. His gaze casually lifted to her, and he remarked, "My dear sister, you grow more beautiful by the day." Yu Zifeng, grinning broadly, chimed in, "Indeed. Your vibrant attire is as lively as ever." Shuangshu glanced at his purple shirt and replied, "Brother Zifeng, your ensemble remains as flamboyant as usual." Yu Zifeng chuckled at her sharp tongue, while Xin Yu gently patted Shuangshu's head, advising her to eat something to line her stomach before drinking later. The banquet was lively, with those who had previously reveled in others' misfortunes now donning a different facade. Fu Yun had gained considerable insight, allowing her relationship with Cui Ning to fade entirely. With Song Mianji occupied with official duties, Cui Ning attended with Song Lian, only engaging in polite exchanges before taking Shuangshu to greet others. When old Master Zheng arrived, the once boisterous banquet hall quieted slightly. After the recent incident, the rift between the Shun and Zheng families had deepened irreparably. Both sides understood the gravity of the situation, yet they maintained a semblance of decorum. Old Master Zheng's presence was a show of respect, though he had failed to gain the upper hand this time. As the Shun family remained entwined with the He family, Long Yuan, it is truly fortuitous that you emerged unscathed from this ordeal. I must admit, I was quite anxious for you given our family's long-standing ties, Shen Changyuan remarked. Your concern is appreciated, if not for your guidance. I might never have discerned who among us is a true friend and who merely lurks, eager to feast upon the Shun family's misfortune, he replied. Old Master Zheng, with his 80 years of experience, was not easily daunted. In times of prosperity, one admires the scenery. In adversity, one must watch their step. This experience will serve you well. Your Yu is capable, able to secure the support of Qing Wei on your behalf. The future holds great promise for him. Shen Changyuan remarked, Yu is still too lenient, lacking the decisiveness of your ancestry. He possesses the vigor reminiscent of your youth. Upon hearing this, the face of old Master Zheng nearly turned green with envy. In his younger days, he had never resorted to such despicable acts as drugging a woman. His countenance nearly fell to the ground, while Zheng Zui continued to stare intently at Shuangshu. The Shen family was embroiled in turmoil, and the He family intervened to provide rescue. To anyone's eyes, this was an act of camaraderie between He Tingzhou and Shen Yu, akin to brothers standing united in the face of adversity. When Zheng Zui returned home and suggested that He Tingzhou had developed feelings for Song Shuangshu, no one believed him. The old master, filled with frustration, scolded him for his foolishness. You are fixated on that Song Shuangshu, thinking He Tingzhou would act foolishly for a woman like you? Look at him. Within a few years, he has strengthened the Yun Dun group, while you, a mere girl, has left you utterly disoriented. If this continues, you shall inevitably fall into a woman's snare. Thick-skinned, Zhang Zui was unafraid of criticism but could not tolerate being compared to He Tingzhou. He pondered repeatedly. In the cake shop, He Tingzhou had indeed never directly acknowledged his interest in Song Shuangxiu. As good brothers with Shen Yu, He Tingzhou was aware of Zhang Zui's affection for Song Shuangxiu and might deliberately oppose him. Previously, on the boat, when he observed Zhang Zui's interest in Song Shuangxiu, He Tingzhou showed no reaction whatsoever. Yet, Zhang Zui sensed something amiss. He glanced around, wondering why the He family was absent today. Chapter 86. Beware of your good brother. Frosty Sequence found the gaze of Zhang Zui to be as persistent as a haunting specter. Shen Yu shielded her from Zhang Zui's stare, gently advising, Xiaojiao, perhaps it would be wise for you to rest for a while. Wait. Elder Zhang called out to her. So, this is Frosty Sequence? I heard this young man has been troublesome, bullying you the last time. Today, I shall ensure he offers you a proper apology. Shen Yu reiterated his suggestion to Frosty Sequence. Go on. Frosty Sequence wished to protest, but Fu Yun pulled her away, stating, I'm tired. Frosty Sequence, accompany me for a moment. She realized this was a ploy to divert her attention. They had matters to discuss that involved her. She was reluctant to abandon the situation, yet Shen Yu's demeanor left no room for dissent. Furthermore, the unfolding events had escalated into a conflict between the Shun and Zheng families. Elder Zheng was displeased with Shen Yu's attitude. Are you disregarding my authority as well? He demanded. I have already extended the courtesy that was due. Shen Yu's expression remained indifferent. Without your protection, would he even have the opportunity to stand here today? I have also heard about your sister's predicament. In his youth, Elder Zheng was no ordinary individual. The history of the Zheng family's rise was not without its shadows. In terms of cunning, he surpassed Zheng Zui by far, and even his posture in offering an apology was imbued with an air of superiority. In my younger days, Zheng Zui's father endured considerable hardship under my watch. I owe him a debt of gratitude, and when this boy was born, I endeavored to make amends, indulging him excessively, and thus raising him in ignorance of the world. Your young lady possesses a striking beauty. I find her quite charming. He is fond of her, yet lacks the understanding of how to win a woman's heart, employing misguided methods. The last incident with the medicine. He claimed it was given to him by a friend, said to enhance enjoyment without causing harm. What kind of medicine? Shen Yu abruptly interrupted. Elder Zheng fell silent. The last time the Yu family celebrated Zhao Zhao's birthday, you accompanied Man Man to Linqing to visit her grandmother. On that day, Frosty Sequence was drugged. You were unaware of this? Shen Changyuan appeared surprised. I presumed she would certainly inform you. Your mother reproached you for not notifying us of such a grave matter. Had it not been for Frosty Sequence mentioning it herself, we would have remained oblivious to her near victimization. Shen Yu's expression darkened, his hands clenched at his sides. Zheng Zui sneered provocatively. What use is your vigilance against me? You ought to be wary of your good brother instead. It was that man who was taken by the Yu family. Have you not inquired about his actions? Silence. Elder Zheng admonished. He had not anticipated Shen Yu's ignorance. Logically, his sister should have been the first to seek him out in times of trouble. I have come today specifically for this matter. Elder Zheng lowered his tone slightly. As the saying goes, if a child misbehaves, the blame lies with the parent. He has caused trouble, and as his grandfather, my responsibility is paramount. Therefore, I ask that you summon Frosty Sequence back. Today, I will personally apologize to her on behalf of Zheng Zui. An apology offered without sincerity is meaningless. Spare us the pretense, Shen Yu retorted. Raising a grandson to be a wastrel is no loss for the Zheng family. But tell me, Elder Zheng, how long can you shield him from the consequences? The typically genteel individual suddenly adopted a cold demeanor, causing Elder Zheng to momentarily doubt his own hearing. What did you say? Your father would never dare to speak to me in such a manner. Zheng Zui retorted with irritation. Shen Yu, what do you mean by that? Literally, Shen Yu replied, the last vestige of warmth in his expression evaporating. You had better pray daily for your grandfather's longevity. How dare you? Zheng Zui seethed with rage, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Elder Zheng's dark countenance. Given his age, how many years could he possibly have left? With such a reckless demeanor, having offended numerous individuals, as long as he remained alive, anyone contemplating an affront to the Zheng family would think twice. Once he passes, Shen Yu would likely be the first to eliminate Zheng Zui. It was no surprise that he, freshly ascendant, was eager to suppress the Shen family, acting hastily without proper strategy, leaving openings for Shen Changyuan to seize his chance. He glanced at Shen Changyuan, who stood behind Shen Yu. His tacit approval was evident. Shen Yu's stance mirrored that of the Shen family. You have no say in this matter. Elder Zheng subdued Zheng Zui. contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Since everyone is gathered here today, I, Zheng Jingren, assure you in front of all, that he will never again harass that young lady from your family." "Grandfather, you don't understand that," Zhang Zui began, but was swiftly silenced by a sharp slap from the elder. Elder Zheng turned to Shun Yu and stated, "My words stand firm. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Meanwhile, Shuangxiu accompanied Fu Yun to rest and encountered several women who shared a cordial relationship with Fu Yun, greeting them with a smile. After they departed, the women conversed among themselves, commenting on how well Fu Yun's adopted daughter had been raised, beautiful and well-behaved, a true delight to behold. No wonder she was treated like a biological daughter. However, the kindness of the Shin family held little weight if her own relatives did not regard her warmly. It was merely a manifestation of Cui Ning's small-mindedness. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from a debt of gratitude owed by Song Minji, as the child could not choose her lineage. It could be argued that being raised by the Shin family was advantageous, yet they had spoiled their second child, turning her into a spoiled and arrogant individual, devoid of the grace expected of a refined young lady. The affairs of the Song family were hardly secrets. One daughter was nurtured closely by the couple serving as the minister, while the other was neglected and left to be raised by others. Yet, when the two sisters stood together, anyone with discernment would perceive that the latter embodied the essence of a true heiress. Indeed, Shuangxiu had been impeccably raised by the Shin family, radiating a brightness akin to a princess. This was an undeniable truth. Engrossed in their gossip, they failed to notice Cui Ning standing nearby, her expression darkened with displeasure. As Shuangxiu approached the refreshment table to fetch some delicacies for Fu Yun, she crossed paths with Cui Ning. A fleeting glance was exchanged before Shuangxiu resumed her selection of Fu Yun's favorite treats. Cui Ning frowned and remarked, "Today is the Shun family's banquet, and yet you act as if you are the hostess, circling around them daily, attempting to provoke me?" Shuangxiu replied evenly, "I could just as easily orbit around you, provided you are not concerned about your blood pressure." With that, she disregarded Cui Ning's displeased countenance and strode away, holding her plate aloft. Yu Zifeng sat with a few others, indulging in wine, when Shuangxiu passed by at a distance and overheard someone mentioning, "Isn't Zhou Yu coming today? Perhaps he is still in slumber. Should we rouse him? Look at the time. He might end up completely disoriented. If anyone should call him, it ought to be you." Yu Zifeng replied, perched with one leg crossed over the other. He had spent the previous night awake, his mood rather foul. In the afternoon, when he had called to invite Zhou out for some leisure, he was met with a barrage of scorn, as Zhou accused him of intruding upon his peace and told him to amuse himself instead. How infuriating! The group erupted in laughter. Shuangxiu halted in astonishment. Had Tingzhou truly remained awake all night? Their activities had not lasted that long, had they? Chapter 87. Tender embrace. Last night, Zhou was out gallivanting again. Not a wink of sleep, so vigorous. Surely, he must be more formidable than you. Otherwise, how could the enchanting moose still be so infatuated with him? Yu Zifeng teasingly remarked, "To be honest, if I were a woman, I would be tempted to share a bed with that physique." "Damn, you filthy gay." Someone pulled out their phone, eager to capture the moment to share with Zhou later. "I was merely jesting. I am quite terrifying." They engaged in their shameless banter for a while, and then Zifeng suggested, "Why not give Tingzhou a call? He would sleep soundly amidst all this commotion." "Why don't you make the call?" "I'm the one stuck with the arduous tasks on the front line," Zifeng retorted, yet he eventually rose to dial the number. What peculiar habit is this, needing an audience to sleep soundly? Shuangxiu passed some food to Fu Yun, who was then asked about Shen Yu and Lu Manman's impending nuptials. Fu Yun sighed regretfully. "Manman is a wonderful child, but alas, she and Yu are not fated." Shuangxiu listened, slowly losing focus. She had no recollection of what Zhou had been up to the previous night. The fatigue was overwhelming. She vaguely remembered him pestering her while she slept. So deeply was she slumbering that upon waking, she assumed Zhou had just risen as well. After finishing his call, Zifeng turned to find Shuangxiu behind him, holding a slice of cake. "Zifeng, I saw you drinking quite a bit earlier. You should eat something, or you'll easily get drunk." "Such a considerate sister," Zifeng said, touched as he accepted it. "When will my troublesome sibling ever be as well behaved as you?" Shuangxiu replied, "Sometimes, one must reflect on their own issues." "What issues do I have?" Zifeng deflected, "It's all your brother's fault. If he didn't flaunt you around, I wouldn't have strayed and asked my mother for a sister." Shuangxiu chuckled, watching him enjoy the cake, and casually inquired, "Does Tingzhou often suffer from insomnia?" "What he experiences is not insomnia. It's more like a case of the pampered young master. His family has hired a dozen individuals to create white noise for him daily. Why? Shuangshu asked, puzzled. Zifeng, without hesitation, explained he cannot sleep in silence. He finds it unsettling, especially at night. The combination of darkness and quiet amplifies his restlessness. He certainly cannot find slumber. How peculiar, she mused. No wonder he can sleep in places like bars. No wonder he woke me in the middle of the night, demanding stories. I thought he was merely toying with me. It also made sense why he insisted on bringing along a stunning beauty when traveling for business. He had previously mentioned his inability to sleep without noise. But she hadn't realized the gravity of the situation back then. Could it be related to the incident during his childhood abduction? Zifeng glanced around the banquet hall, where glasses clinked and laughter echoed, noticing that no one was paying attention to them. Lowering his voice after swallowing his cake, he confided he was injured back then, with a perforated eardrum that led to temporary deafness. We know not what transpired during that time, but consider, those drug dealers are utterly ruthless. What heinous acts would they not commit? His mother sacrificed herself there, and he must have endured considerable suffering. It is likely that the shadows of that time still linger. Well then, she delicately inquired, has he ever sought the counsel of a psychologist? Yu Zifeng chuckled. Do you think he appears to be psychologically unhealthy? He has seen the most esteemed psychologists, and he sleeps soundly in their clinics, yet returns home unchanged. Indeed, He Tingzhou does not seem like someone with psychological issues. Rather, he resembles a person who could instill such issues in others. Have you thought about listening to crosstalk or radio programs? Shuangshu asked. Would that be of assistance? Not much. He needs to hear human voices to be reminded that someone is by his side. That is indeed a challenging situation. Must all the women he has been with recount bedtime stories to him? This is something I should not be divulging to you. Please keep it between us. Do not inquire with others, Yu Zifeng cautioned. The commander is sensitive about this matter and forbids its discussion. Shuangshu nodded. I understand. Zhou Yi has arrived. Someone called out. Shuangshu looked up in the direction of the voice, just in time to see the tardy He Tingzhou. He wore a black suit that Suzhen had sent over that morning, donned casually, with the jacket unbuttoned and no tie around his neck. He sauntered in with a relaxed gait, and at that moment, Xinyu approached from the opposite side, greeting him as they both settled into the sofa area. Noticing Xinyu's gaze fixed upon him, Shuangshu was curious about what he had discussed with the Zheng family and made her way over to them. Yu Zifeng returned with a slice of cake and asked Xinyu, have you finished? That old man is quite a handful, turning black into white. He can even bring the dead back to life in conversation. Every time my father deals with him, he never comes out on top. Xinyu's gaze shifted to his face, remaining silent, his stare somewhat inscrutable. What is with that look? Yu Zifeng felt uneasy under his scrutiny. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Xinyu averted his gaze, his expression strangely indifferent. Shuangshu deliberately chose a seat farthest from He Tingzhou. After sitting down, she briefly met his eyes, but the next moment, she looked away and politely called out, Brother Tingzhou. He Tingzhou lounged casually on the sofa, showing no response to her. Not far away, Zhang Zui stood behind a pillar, covertly observing them. It was as if they were strangers. Their interactions so sparse that they had exchanged no more than 10 sentences in their lives. Xinyu took 2 glasses of champagne from a server's tray. Handing one to He Tingzhou, why have you arrived so late? What is the matter? He Tingzhou accepted the glass, leisurely taking a sip, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Someone missing me? Of course not. Zhou Zhong immediately blurted out, someone wishes to sleep with you. Is that so? He Tingzhou shook his wrist. The pale gold champagne swirling against the glass. Who could it be? Oh, I was just joking. The boastful Yu Zifeng inadvertently revealed too much. That was merely a rhetorical flourish to praise your charm. Do you understand rhetoric? I harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards you. Even if I did, it would be futile. He Tingzhou smirked, a roguish smile playing on his lips. Darling, you must wait your turn. Yu Zifeng, ah. It seems that Lord Zheng is in quite a good mood today. Which gentle haven has he just returned from? Shuangshu instinctively stiffened her back, lowering her gaze to sip her drink, oblivious to the gentle sweep of He Tingzhou's gaze as it glided past her. He spoke in a leisurely tone. Take a guess. This banquet was supposed to be a celebration of joy, yet Xinyu was entirely preoccupied. His mind was occupied with other matters as he quietly observed Yu Zifeng, who was bantering and grinning broadly with others. Among all present, he had known Yu Zifeng the longest, as close as brothers. Yet that did not deter him from wanting to deliver a hearty blow to him now. Chapter 88. Master Zhou falls into the water after dinner. The guests moved to the garden, where colorful lights adorned the courtyard, creating a romantic ambience. Elegantly dressed men and women danced gracefully to the melodious music. Fu Yan suddenly suggested, Shuangshu, why don't you invite Tingzhou for a dance? Shuangshu instinctively glanced towards He Tingzhou, who was conversing with Shen Changyuan, leaning casually against a pillar with a glass of champagne in hand. Even in the presence of elders, his demeanor remained relaxed and unrestrained. Me? Shuangshu hesitated. I would like to ask him to dance, Fu Yan replied with a smile, but he's too tall. Dancing with him is quite a challenge for me. Imagining the sight of He Tingzhou dancing with Fu Yan made Shuangshu chuckle unexpectedly. He Tingzhou was now a great benefactor to the Shen family, and both Shen Changyuan and Fu Yan were deeply grateful, offering him not only the usual courtesies but also a genuine warmth. Inviting him to dance signified respect, and Shuangshu had no reason to decline. She could only approach He Tingzhou with purpose. It seemed He Tingzhou was entirely oblivious to her presence until she stood before him. Mustering her courage to invite, Brother Tingzhou, may I request a dance? His gaze finally descended upon her exquisitely bright features. Shen Changyuan chimed in, Shuangshu dances beautifully. All right. He Tingzhou replied slowly, setting down his champagne glass and extending a hand to her. Shuangshu placed her hand in his, and as they entered the dance floor, the music shifted to Poruna Cabeza. With one hand clasped in his, Shuangshu cautiously rested her left arm on his shoulder. He Tingzhou's right hand languidly rested on her back, maintaining a palpable distance between them. This unfamiliarity starkly contrasted with the fervor of the previous night. The subtle touches in public felt like delicate feathers brushing against Shuangshu's nerves. Especially as He Tingzhou's fingertips grazed her shoulder blade, it felt like a covert reminder. The first segment of this tango was languid and uplifting, and as Shuangshu moved in sync with the music, she inquired softly, Did you bite me yesterday? He Tingzhou's eyelashes fluttered slightly as his gaze fell lazily upon her profile, his voice equally relaxed. Where did I bite you? Shuangshu felt a rush of anxiety, wishing she could retreat to her room to inspect her body thoroughly. You bit me in more than one place, didn't you? Aside from my back. There must be other spots. He Tingzhou appeared remarkably at ease. Who can say? When caught up in the moment, how could I possibly remember? Could you refrain from leaving marks on me next time? Shuangshu negotiated gently. It's quite conspicuous. Just don't undress in front of others. He Tingzhou replied leisurely. Who would notice? How could he be so unabashedly confident? Shuangshu gritted her teeth. Can't you just refrain from doing it? Then I wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. As her words lingered in the air, the music transitioned into a more lively B section, and He Tingzhou propelled her forward. After a swift spin, he drew her back into his embrace amidst the spirited melody. He leaned in so closely that his cool lips nearly brushed against her ear as he whispered, No. Managing me is far more complicated than taking care of your own attire. Frost Sequence swiftly distanced herself from him with her dance steps, refraining from engaging in further debate. With each shift in rhythm, He Tingzhou would tighten his embrace around her in plain view of the crowd. Frost Sequence had never danced a routine so fraught with anxiety. Her heartbeat thundered like a drum, each spin feeling as if she were hurled into the air only to land precariously on a tightrope. He Tingzhou wore a casual smile, the slight curve at the corners of his mouth betraying his delight in her discomfort. You seem rather tense for a dance, he remarked. Perhaps you should rename yourself Song Tension. As the music concluded, Frost Sequence hastily stepped back, fearing that even a moment's delay would reveal their concealed intentions. Shen Changyuan was searching for Shen Yu but could not find him anywhere. He inquired of Fu Yan, Where is Ayu? Fu Yan confessed she had not seen Shen Yu for a while either. After scanning the vicinity for Shen Yu's presence, she turned to Frost Sequence and asked, Where is your brother? I'll go look for him. Frost Sequence seized the opportunity to depart immediately. She found him in the outdoor pavilion where Shen Yu often lingered. Guests were congregated in the garden. The area was devoid of decorations, and the lighting was sparse. As she approached, she saw Shen Yu sitting in a rattan chair, smoking. Brother, what are you doing here? Uncle Bai wishes to discuss the resort project with you. The smoke veiled Shen Yu's features as he remained seated, beckoning her. Xiao Jiu. Come here. The summer night was warm, yet his voice carried the chill of a breeze that did not belong to this season. Frost Sequence was accustomed to his gentleness, and she was acutely aware of the slightest changes in him. After his conversation with old Master Zheng, he appeared rather unenthused. Frost Sequence settled into the chair beside him. Brother, what did you discuss with Grandfather Zheng? Shen Yu extinguished his cigarette, a soothing smile gracing his lips. He assured me that he will no longer allow Zheng Zui to harass you. This was indeed joyous news, akin to the exhilarating moment when bamboo leaves are cast down a precipice, evoking a sense of relief. Then why are you not happy? Frost Sequence inquired. Xin Yu's calm gaze lingered on her face, and after a lengthy pause, he asked, "Why didn't you inform me about Zheng Zui drugging you?" Frost Sequence was momentarily taken aback. Xin Yu continued, "Was it Zifeng who took you away?" His tone was gentle, cautious of any words that might inadvertently wound her. Frost Sequence did not deceive him. It was brother Tingzhou. Xin Yu was momentarily stunned. Tingzhou? He saved me, and even called a doctor. Nothing happened that day. Frost Sequence hurriedly clarified, anxious that he might misconstrue the situation, despite her current entanglement with He Tingzhou. Then how did Zheng Zui claim it was you Zifeng who took you away? Xin Yu took a few seconds to untangle the complex relationships involved in this affair. So, it was He Tingzhou who rescued Frost Sequence, concerned that Zheng Zui might target her because of him, hence attributing the good deed to Yu Zifeng. Xin Yu rubbed his temples, realizing she had not been wronged, which alleviated some of the heaviness in his heart. The banquet was bustling with voices. The night illuminated by brilliant lights, casting a deep shadow around the pavilion. Are you disappointed in your brother, Xiaojiao? Xin Yu suddenly posed a question. Frost Sequence answered without a moment's hesitation. No. Then why, when faced with danger, did you not seek me out immediately nor inform me afterward? Do you believe that your brother can no longer protect you? His tone remained gentle, yet the gaze he directed at her filled Frost Sequence with a sense of melancholy. She had intended to confide in him, yet the myriad of circumstances piled upon her gradually led her to feel that she was a burden to Xin Yu. A weight that everyone wished him to cast aside. It was never my intention to keep secrets from you. I did not want to trouble you, Frost Sequence explained. Moreover, I have grown up. I should. So, you no longer need your brother? Xin Yu inquired. Frost Sequence shook her head. No, that's not it. You will always be my brother, and I will always need you. I am sorry, Xiaojiao, Xin Yu said, whenever you need your brother. I am never by your side. Brother, please do not apologize. You have been more than good to me. She did not comprehend his feelings, how he despised the thought of her suffering even the slightest harm, and how he felt upon realizing she no longer relied on him. Xin Yu's palm rested lightly upon her head, a gesture imbued with profound guilt. That tenderness reminded Frost Sequence of her childhood, of the 10 years he had crafted for her, a world of fairy tale bliss, devoid of worries. In that realm, she had received all of Xin Yu's attention and affection. A bittersweet sensation began to unfurl in her nostrils, stirring her emotions. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Ah, young Master Zhou has fallen into the water. Chapter 89. He Tingting and Xin Yu were startled by the commotion and turned their gazes toward the pool. The water rippled, and 2 women stood by the edge. Utterly flustered. Had He Tingzhou fallen into the water? Shuangsu immediately rose from her chair, lifting her skirt as she hurried to the poolside. The 2 women stood helplessly nearby, and He Tingzhou had not yet resurfaced. Could it be that he could not swim? Tingzhou? Shuangsu called out, met with only the sound of splashing water in response. This pool had once been her training ground for swimming. Its depth of 1.8 meters was sufficient to be fatal for those unable to swim. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuangsu removed her high heels and leapt into the water. She swam toward He Tingzhou, grasped his arm underwater, maneuvered behind him, and with her hands slipping under his armpits, she embraced his body, half lifting and half dragging him to the surface. He was exceedingly heavy, and she struggled to pull him to the shore. By now, others had rushed over, standing dumbfounded at the water's edge, seemingly in shock. Yu Zifeng snapped back to reality and helped haul He Tingzhou up. Shuangsu followed suit, climbing out drenched, her satin dress clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. He Tingzhou, now upright, leaned weakly against her, and she exerted all her strength to support him. His arm draped over her shoulder. His towering frame nearly obscured her entirely. Yu Zifeng approached, intent on assisting. What happened? Did you drink too much? How could someone your size fall into the pool? However, before he could grasp He Tingzhou's arm, He Tingzhou stumbled, stepping on Yu Zifeng's foot, who immediately yelped in pain, hopping on one leg. Water dripped from Shuangsu's face, the glistening droplets lending her skin an ethereal clarity. Her long, thick lashes, now damp, fluttered like a fan. Are you all right? He Tingzhou coughed violently, as though he had swallowed water. I'll help you inside. Shuangsu steadied him as they moved toward the house. Xin Yu approached, handing Shuangsu his discarded suit, and took over supporting He Tingzhou. Let me handle this. He Tingzhou glanced at him but remained silent. Shuangsu donned the jacket. Go take a hot shower. Be careful not to catch a cold, Xin Yu advised. Shuangsu nodded, casting one last look at He Tingzhou before heading upstairs. Xin Yu assisted He Tingzhou, and it seemed far less arduous than it had been for Shuangsu. On the staircase, He Tingzhou regained some composure, releasing Xin Yu's arm. Xinyu brought him to the guest room and fetched a set of his own clothes for He Tingzhou to change into. Thank you, He Tingzhou said. There's no need for formality between us, Xinyu replied. I recall you being quite the swimmer. Cramps, He Tingzhou explained, towel in hand, drying his hair with an expression of utmost calm. Your sister has quite the sense of gratitude. Xinyu chuckled. As the crowd of onlookers at the poolside finally came to their senses, they were left astonished. Who would have thought that Master Zhou could not swim? Indeed. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities, my foot. Yu Zifeng sat on the ground, rubbing his toes in agony, grimacing at the pain. I'm a strong swimmer. I could swim across the Yangtze River and back. Frost Sequence returned to her room, shedding her drenched skirt. While showering, she heard her phone ringing, and upon emerging, she discovered it was He Tingzhou. Hadn't he gone to his guest room to change? Why was he calling her? She called him back, and the connection was established swiftly. Before she could utter a word, a command resounded from the other end. Bring me a bath towel. Having changed her clothes, with her hair still damp, she fetched a towel and knocked on the guest room door. When He Tingzhou opened it, he was still clad in wet clothes, his dark hair slicked back, accentuating his already striking features. He glanced at her hand. Whose is it? Frost Sequence presumed his aristocratic fastidiousness had resurfaced and emphasized. It's specially prepared for guests. New and unused. Not acceptable. He Tingzhou raised his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent. Too coarse. My skin is very sensitive. The sight of a towering man at 188 meters professing skin sensitivity evoked a peculiar sense of incongruity. This is the only one. Make do with it. And yours? He Tingzhou inquired, knowing her towel was undoubtedly far softer. Such was the privilege of a young master. Even bath towels had to be the softest. Just use this. It's less convenient for me to use mine. He leaned against the doorframe, his piercing black eyes assessing her with a detached gaze. Where's the inconvenience? I used yours yesterday. Frost Sequence resignedly turned to retrieve the spare towel, muttering under her breath. He Tingzhou sounds too formal. Heating would be better. What did you say? His voice followed her from behind. Nothing, she replied. As she fetched the backup towel from her room, she glanced around nervously, fearing an unexpected appearance from her family that might expose her. Once the door opened, she slipped the towel to He Tingzhou as if in a clandestine exchange, ready to depart. However, He Tingzhou grasped her wrist, saying, Come in and keep me company. Frost Sequence shot him a glare, lowering her voice. Are you insane? Someone might see us. He Tingzhou, unfazed, countered, You'll be seen standing here. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but his grip was as unyielding as a shackle. Please, stop it, she implored, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. This is my home. If my brother sees us, it's over. He regarded her for a moment before releasing her wrist and closing the door. Upon hearing that He Tingzhou had fallen into the water, Fu Yun prepared a pot of ginger tea with snow pears. Frost Sequence, donning heat-resistant gloves, carried the steaming ginger tea from the kitchen and spotted a familiar silhouette descending the spiral staircase. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and gray trousers, she called out, Brother, would you like some ginger tea? The figure continued down, moving with a languid grace, and she suddenly sensed something amiss. He Tingzhou descended the stairs, his gaze sliding past her with an unsettling aloofness. Chapter 90. Do I resemble your brother? He Tingzhou addressed her as sister in a light-hearted manner, seemingly jesting with a friend as sibling, yet only Shuangxiu discerned the underlying coldness. Do I resemble your brother? Yu Zifeng and his companions were the ones who enjoyed calling her sister. He Tingzhou had referred to her by her full name, had called her General Song, and even mockingly dubbed her Little Princess, but he had never referred to her as sister. Shuangxiu quickly clarified, It's merely that our figures are somewhat alike. I didn't see your face just now. He Tingzhou shared a similar physique with Xinyu, being a couple of centimeters taller and possessing broader shoulders with a more muscular build. In most respects, they were comparable. However, the essence of their characters was starkly different. The same attire on him lost the elegance it bore on Xinyu. He embodied a paradoxical blend of sharp aggression and languid ease, a duality that defined He Tingzhou. With a sardonic twist of his lips, He Tingzhou remarked, So you mean my face doesn't resemble his, but my body does? The living room buzzed with the activity of passing servants, and he unabashedly continued, Is this the reason you wanted to turn off the lights last night? What on earth are you talking about? Shuangxiu's expression shifted from shock to a hint of panic as she glanced at Fu Yun emerging from the kitchen, silently hoping she hadn't overheard. He Tingzhou stepped away, seemingly uninterested in her response. Fu Yun, with concern, said, Tingzhou, I've brewed some hot ginger tea for you. Have a bit to ward off a cold. Having ginger at night, is like consuming arsenic. He Tingzhou replied coldly, I'm not in the mood to die today. Fu Yin felt a touch of awkwardness from his words, but he paid no mind and continued on his way. When Xin Yu entered, he brushed past He Tingzhou, who exuded an aura of detachment, leaving behind the remark, your sister seems to have poor eyesight. Perhaps you should take her for a pair of glasses. Xin Yu was somewhat taken aback and turned to Shuangxiu. What's wrong? Shuangxiu expressed her frustration. I just mistook Tingzhou for you. Is that such a big deal? Xin Yu replied nonchalantly. Tingzhou isn't that petty. Quite the contrary, Shuangxiu thought, observing He Tingzhou's departing figure, her mood plummeting as if thrown from a great height, endlessly falling without a landing in sight. How could he have thought of that? He Tingzhou's notorious arrogance and brazen demeanor preceded him. He was a man without constraints, unafraid even to confront his father, while Fu Yun had overlooked his rudeness. Finish your ginger tea, she urged Shuangxiu. You can be so reckless. Why didn't you call for help and just jumped in? Saving someone is instinctual. Shuangxiu hadn't considered much at that moment. Tingzhou has saved me several times. And this time he helped our family so much. It was only right for me to save him. Fu Yin tenderly patted her head. Good child. Shuangxiu picked up the spoon to sip the ginger tea, but it was too hot to drink comfortably. Suddenly, Lu Manman appeared, sitting beside her. I'm heading to your place later. I can give you a ride. This was not a request. Shuangxiu turned her head, and Lu Manman winked at her, her eyes conveying, let us talk privately. Shuangxiu did not refuse. The brother and sister duo were both quite domineering, allowing neither refusal nor the opportunity for explanation. Along the way, Lu Manman frequently cast glances at her, while Shuangxiu seemed oblivious, troubled by how to untangle this inexplicable misunderstanding. The driver from the Lu family dropped Shuangxiu off at Songming Road, and Lu Manman insisted on accompanying her upstairs. Uncertain whether He Tingzhou was present or would arrive later that evening, Shuangxiu reluctantly halted. Why are you following me? Do you not want me to go in? That man is still hiding in your house, isn't he? Lu Manman grasped her shoulder, her tone akin to that of a wife discovering her husband's infidelity. Tell me, who is he? Shuangxiu diverted the conversation. Where did you go tonight? Lu Manman, stroking her chin in a mysterious manner, replied, I was contemplating. A little more contemplation would benefit you. After saying this, Shuangxiu attempted to leave, but was swiftly halted by Lu Manman's quick grasp. Oh, don't go. Lu Manman clung to her. You need to tell me. If he is not your brother, then who is he? How could you change your heart so swiftly? Don't ask. Knowing won't do you any good, Shuangxiu retorted, pushing her hand away. Lu Manman threatened, if you don't tell me, I'll inform your brother that you have someone outside. Go ahead. Shuangxiu dismissed the threat. My brother wouldn't care. What truly frightened her was the possibility of Xin Yu discovering her clandestine dealings with He Tingzhou. As for engaging with men, she was no child. Xin Yu would hardly be concerned. She waved her hand, disregarding Lu Manman's insatiable curiosity, and turned to ascend the stairs. Xiaojiu, I truly contemplated much today. I realized that I might have underestimated the bond between you and your brother. Shuangxiu paused and turned to face her. Others perceive you with lewd conjectures. Yet your brother regards you with genuine affection tempered by propriety. You cherish him but have never entertained any carnal fantasies. Your relationship is devoid of desire. Far more noble than the assumptions we make. I used to fear you would take Xin Yu away, but it seems I am the one intruding between you two, correct? Shuangxiu was taken aback by her self-reflection, her tone softening. That is not true. There is no one between my brother and me. It's merely a matter of my misplaced standing. In truth, I cannot decipher your brother's feelings for you. However, Xiaojiu, I believe his sentiments may not be entirely devoid of intention. Lu Manman's eyes sparkled with sincerity under the night sky, yearning for the purest form of love. If she could not attain it herself, she wished for others to find it. Yet Shuangxiu shook her head. He only sees me as a sister. That is more than sufficient. She was unwilling to take any risks that might further distance her from Xin Yu. With no one at home that night, He Tingzhou did not show up either. Shuangxiu lay in bed, recalling his distant demeanor when he left the Xin residence. To treat one's partner as another person in bed is rather insulting, although it is difficult to comprehend how He Tingzhou's thoughts could leap to such a notion. One must consider that he is accustomed to being exalted and likely cannot endure such humiliation. In truth, He Tingzhou was the very first to perceive her affection for Xin Yu, even before her close friend He Siya did. During that period, he frequently visited the Xin residence. And while he often suffered defeat in chess, she would anxiously await Xin Yu's return. On one occasion, while Xin Yu was changing in his room, she was in the living room playing chess with He Tingzhou, all the while glancing toward the staircase. He Tingzhou suddenly inquired, "Do you have feelings for your brother?" Frost Sequence was taken aback, turning to meet his meaningful gaze. Caught in her secret, she felt a wave of anxiety, her mind blank, unsure of how to respond. As warmth threatened to rise to her cheeks. When Shen Yu finally descended, she was a bundle of nerves, fearing that He Tingzhou might betray her feelings. However, he said nothing, seemingly uninterested in her little secret. Yet, after that day, she never saw He Tingzhou at the Shun residence again. Chapter 91. Parenting experience. He Tingzhou was aware of her secret, and it was only natural for him to be contemplative. Xuanshu turned over and picked up her phone, sending him a message. "I don't regard you as my brother. I simply wish to turn off the lights because I am unaccustomed to such stark exposure. If you fear the dark, we can leave them on in the future." Unsurprisingly, the message fell into silence. After waiting a while, Xuanshu set her phone down. He Tingzhou's temperament was often as unpredictable as the weather, shifting suddenly and elusively. As He Tingzhou drove back to the courtyard, the guards at the entrance saluted and allowed passage. The retired military driver, with keen vigilance, glanced into the rearview mirror and quietly cautioned the man in the backseat to rest his eyes. "The car behind us has been following the entire way." He Tingzhou opened his eyes and caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, nodding slightly at the guard. He opened the car door and strode towards the inconspicuous black sedan that was trailing them. The driver of the black car, sensing danger, attempted to swerve away, but armed guards swiftly surrounded it. He Tingzhou approached and rapped his knuckles on the car window. As the glass lowered, a man wearing a cap averted his gaze, while a camera lay on the passenger seat. He Tingzhou rested his right hand casually on the roof of the car, surveying him with a nonchalant air. "Do you know where you are? At such a young age, what brings you here to court death? Are you terminally ill?" "I was just passing by. The cap-wearing man had never encountered such a scene before, his legs trembling beneath the steering wheel. "You may pass, but you cannot leave," He Tingzhou asserted, extending his hand. "Hand over the camera." The man hesitated for a mere second, prompting He Tingzhou to click his tongue impatiently, causing the guards to raise their weapons. Terrified, the cap-wearing man hurriedly offered the camera with both hands. He Tingzhou pressed the button to scroll through the images, revealing trivial photographs. His car exiting the Shun residence, his car entering the Shun residence, his car departing from number 9 Songming Road. His fingers halted abruptly. It was from the previous night. He Tingzhou lifted his eyelids. The icy glare froze the cap-wearing man's blood, and he began to tremble. On the verge of pleading for mercy when He Tingzhou inquired, "Have you shown these photographs to Zheng Zui?" The man dared not conceal the truth. "I have." "What did he say?" "Zheng said this is insignificant. There are so many residents in the community. Who knows whom you're looking for? It needs to be more sensational." "How sensational?" He Tingzhou pressed. "Should I bring you both to my bed for a tour?" The cap-wearing man, intimidated into silence by the gun, spilled everything about his dealings with Zheng Zui. "Zheng suspects that you have a relationship with Miss Song, and he instructed us to keep a close watch on you both, insisting we capture evidence of your entanglement. The community security is too stringent for us to infiltrate, but we have bribed a guard and are waiting for the right moment. Is anyone watching over Songming Road? My apprentice is there." He Tingzhou tossed the camera back to him and directly opened the rear door, settling into the back seat. "Let us go meet your apprentice." The following afternoon, a few female colleagues from the company were coordinating a dinner outing in their group chat. And Xiao Yao tagged Xuanshu. "Little boss, are you coming?" He Tingzhou had not reached out to her, and it seemed unlikely that he would today. Therefore, Xuanshu agreed. She drove to pick up Xiao Yao, taking her on a breezy ride to the reserved hot pot restaurant. Xuanshu drove with such steadiness that it felt like a waste of the performance capabilities of her esteemed vehicle, missing every red light amidst the congested evening rush in Yanqing. The colleagues who arrived first teased the two of them in the group chat. "How is this 918 not faster than my Wuling? Should I hop on my little electric scooter to fetch you?" There was no hurry. Xuanshu remained unflustered and composed, suggesting, "You all order first. We'll enjoy what's ready." Xiao Yao, buoyed by her association with the current CEO who wielded the administrative power at Feishua, retorted with confidence, "What is there to boast about? The little boss hasn't arrived yet, and you don't even have anyone to pay the bill. Don't worry. You two will make it in time to settle the bill," came the response. When they finally arrived at the restaurant, their colleagues had already placed the orders. Xuanshu was serious while working, decisive in her words, yet she displayed no airs in her usual demeanor. Over time, everyone had become familiar with her, feeling comfortable enough to share a jest or two. During the meal, while savoring her food, Xuanshu perused bedtime stories on her phone. saving those she found appealing into her favorites list. What are you searching for? Xiaoliao leaned over, shocked. You're pregnant? Shuangshu nearly choked on her lemon juice, exclaiming. Is your thought process jumping too many levels? Where did you draw that conclusion? Why else would you be looking at bedtime stories? Aren't those for children? I've been experiencing a bit of insomnia lately, Shuangshu replied earnestly. Xiaoliao, with wide curious eyes, asked, why? Shuangshu gently pushed her face away. There isn't always a reason for insomnia. A female colleague, dipping beef slices into the hot pot, chimed in, my daughter insists on a story every night to fall asleep. Sometimes after a tiring day at work, I still have to tell her a story or she throws a tantrum. That sounds quite similar to He Tingzhou, Shuangshu noted. How old is your daughter? She inquired. She is 5.5. He Tingzhou is 28, Shuangshu remarked, biting into a cucumber. Turning to the seasoned colleague for parenting advice, what stories do you tell her? The colleague responded, I'll have my husband compile a list. He is at home with the kids today. Shuangshu's eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you. After finishing their hot pot, they emerged from the restaurant, chatting and laughing together. The mall was bustling, being a weekend filled with groups of young people, couples, and families with children. The elevator hall was crowded. The colleague's husband had already sent over the list, and Shuangshu leaned in to review it together with her. She was surprised to discover the vast variety of bedtime storybooks available, most of which were picture books, including beautifully crafted pop-up books, categorized by age, 0 years, 2 years, 5 years, and so forth. The colleague asked, what age group are you looking for? Shuangshu pondered for a moment, all of them, I suppose. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and Xiaoliao called out excitedly, over here, come quickly. As the group turned, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of someone standing inside. President He. In the elevator, there were only 2 individuals, and the group intending to enter came to a sudden halt. He Tingzhou, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers, initially appeared somewhat disinterested, his languid gaze inadvertently drawn to the individuals behind the women, gradually honing in on a particular sight. Beside him stood a captivating classical beauty, adorned in a fitted, sleeveless gown that accentuated her figure, resembling the epitome of exquisite modeling. Her hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo secured with a hairpin, with a single, delicate curl cascading beside her cheek. In her hand, she held an exquisitely crafted ivory fan, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty antiques that Xiaoliao had admired during their visit to the museum. Such a trinket, though priceless, was beyond mere valuation. The beauty pressed the elevator button and spoke with a tone that seemed to have emerged straight from a painting. Miss Song, are you not coming in? Chapter 92. Men Can Only Play. Shuangshu withdrew her gaze from the enchanting beauty, Muda, and stepped into the elevator. Expressing her gratitude without sparing a glance at He Tingzhou, she turned her back to him, facing the elevator doors. The others followed suit, their previously boisterous laughter now replaced by an eerie silence. As the elevator doors closed, the mechanical descent echoed, and He Tingzhou's deep voice resonated from behind. When did I learn to become invisible? Why are there those who cannot see me? The few workers from Feishui, who had not greeted him earlier, hastily offered their respects. Hello, President He. He Tingzhou replied, I wasn't addressing you. A chorus of eyes swiftly turned toward Shuangshu. She turned once more, facing him, her expression morphing into a smile typically reserved for dealings with the client. President He, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well? He Tingzhou cast a glance at her insincere smile. What are you eating? Shuangshu inquired further. Is it good? He Tingzhou replied, Mayu fish. It must be delicious then. Not at all. After 3 exchanges, Shuangshu turned away, speaking to him only out of obligation as the party in a contract. Mu Yinshu interjected with a gentle smile. President Zhou has discerning tastes. This restaurant's Mayu fish risotto is quite renowned. Inspired by Chaozhou fish rice and Spanish paella, it uses wild fish, glutinous rice, and crab patty rice, blending 2 textures harmoniously. The base is crafted from slowly simmered New Zealand blue abalone, adorned with spring bracken, and the flavor is quite delightful. Miss Song, you should try it when you have the chance. Shuangshu returned her smile. Thank you for the recommendation. I shall endeavor to try it next time. Following this exchange, silence enveloped the elevator. The unspoken tension made the atmosphere increasingly uncomfortable, while Shuangshu maintained her composure, her profile serene, in stark contrast to the flustered workers. One colleague, desperately seeking to ease the awkwardness, suggested, Miss Song, how about I accompany you to buy storybooks afterward? There's a bookstore just around the corner. Each second of silence felt interminable, and after the digital display flickered twice, Shuangshu finally responded, "No need." Her tone was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples. The female colleague failed to grasp her intent. "You could always shop online. I can send you the book list later." "I won't be purchasing anything," Shuangshu clarified. After all, there were countless others to narrate stories to him. Her presence was unnecessary. She had no desire to be just another face in the crowd of women. Feeling sympathy for He Tingzhou seemed rather superfluous. What wine had she caught to feel such? He was the scion of the He family, lacking for naught. With such idle time, she would rather focus on her own well-being. In a transaction, fulfilling the role of a warm bed partner was sufficient. As the elevator reached the ground floor, the doors swung open, and Shuangshu stepped out first. Xiao Liao opened his mouth to call her, but was unable to utter a sound in time. She took small, hurried steps, and beside her, a colleague pressed her hand to her heart. "You too find the air inside unbearable, don't you?" The co-workers began chattering. "By the way, that beauty earlier had an incredible figure. I nearly drooled just seeing her. A woman of a handsome man is indeed a stunning beauty. Boss, is she President He's girlfriend?" Shuangshu responded as if discussing a matter unrelated to herself. "Perhaps. Even if she is merely a beloved concubine, she has encountered her several times." Upon exiting the mall, it suddenly dawned on her that her car was parked in the underground garage. Slightly vexed, she furrowed her brows, which caught the attention of a few colleagues. "Shouldn't you two be heading to the B2 floor? Why did you come out with us?" "Let us see you off," Shuangshu said. "Be careful on the way." After seeing Xiao Liao off, Shuangshu redirected her path to the hospital to visit Xu Yang. Xu Yang had completed 2 rounds of treatment, and her condition had improved significantly. Although she had lost over 10 pounds due to chemotherapy and her hair had fallen out in clumps, leading her to shave it all off. When Shuangshu arrived, Xu Yang was trying on her newly purchased clothes and wig. Entering silently, Shuangshu lay down on the hospital bed. "My bust size has decreased by a cup." Xu Yang sighed. "If I lose any more weight, I could walk the Victoria's Secret runway." Shuangshu consoled her. "Do not fret. Your legs are not long enough for them to accept you. You are quite adept at offering comfort," Xu Yang remarked. "I'll give you another chance to rephrase that." Shuangshu glanced at her and adjusted her words. "Do not worry. Even if you are a cup smaller, you are still larger than I." That was a commendable line. Xu Yang approved, adjusting the angle of her wig in the mirror, casting a glance at Shuangshu lying on the bed. "Are you feeling down today?" After a moment of contemplation, Shuangshu asked, "Senior, if you must engage with a man who is also involved with other women, how can one overcome the psychological barriers?" Xu Yang turned to face her, sitting on the bed and adopting a posture for a heart-to-heart discussion. "First, you need to clarify one thing. Is this psychological barrier a mere physiological aversion, or is it jealousy?" Her relationship with He Tingzhou was devoid of such sentiments. Having been too familiarized with the situation, Shuangshu pondered briefly before responding. "The former, I suppose." "That certainly makes things easier," Xu Yang continued. "Does this must imply it is voluntary or coerced?" "Voluntary," Shuangshu replied. "Then, is he your partner?" "No." "Wearing a pink wig and a pair of empty Victoria's Secret cups." Xu Yang shrugged humorously. "So, it seems you already possess the answer." Shuangshu remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Thank you." This relationship was one she had chosen for herself, and He Tingzhou was not her partner. There was no fidelity between them. Xu Yang might not grasp the entirety of Shuangshu's experiences or the reason behind such a dilemma, yet she understood her well. "Junior, your romantic history is far too blank. Encountering your first man under such complicated circumstances can easily blur the lines between physical and emotional connections." She feared Shuangshu might fall into an undesired emotional entanglement, suffering the pangs of love, but there were limits to what she could advise. The bitterness must be tasted alone. Xu Yang affectionately patted Shuangshu's shoulder. "I have been in a few relationships, and the greatest lesson I have gleaned is that men are merely for amusement. The only things truly within your grasp are your career and finances. I pass this wisdom on to you." "Understood," Shuangshu nodded. "I shall inscribe it on the company wall to brainwash everyone into working tirelessly for us." "Haha, what a splendid idea." Shuang laughed heartily. "Congratulating you on grasping the essence of capitalism." Shuangshu also chuckled, feeling the burdens in her heart gradually fragmenting, something she would digest in due time. Upon returning home, she set down her bag and slipped into her slippers. The house remained as tranquil as ever. She gazed at the empty fish tank for a while before heading to the shower and then to bed. Her drowsiness was somewhat scattered, with the image of He Tingzhou standing alongside that beauty replaying in her mind. She began to count her breaths, trying to cultivate a sense of sleepiness. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, she vaguely heard the soft click of the door opening. It was so faint that it did not disturb her heavy sense of fatigue. Moments later, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind, like a net tightly wrapping around her. The strap of her nightgown slipped down, and in her dazed state, she emitted a few soft murmurs. It was only when a man's strong grip clasped her knee, pressing insistently against her, that her drowsiness was swept away entirely, and she became fully alert. The room remained dim, and she could hear the deep, husky breaths. The man kissed his way up to her, tracing along her collarbone and reaching her ear. Chapter 93, the prologue of Song Shuang. What are you doing? Her voice was laced with a sleepy nasal tone, accompanied by a subtle tremor from the sensation of being suspended. The other party remained silent, kissing her with an intensity that unfolded a silent yet potent desire in the darkness. She struggled to move back, intending to turn on the light, but was forcefully dragged back by his hands gripping her legs. Could you take it slow? The man feigned ignorance, continuing his fervent actions, overwhelmed by his passionate approach. Shuang found herself instinctively pushing him away. Consequently, her hands were pinned above her head, a position that inexplicably reminded her of a meme featuring a kitten suspended mid-grooming. It was both embarrassing and powerless, leaving her with no choice but to passively endure his possession. It was only at that moment that Shuang realized how much gentler last night had been in comparison. Soon, she could no longer bear it, arching her body in struggle, only to be firmly pressed back down. A low, husky voice whispered in her ear, "Can you recognize who I am?" She bit her lower lip, enduring the sensation as his fingertip pried her lips apart, causing her to involuntarily let out a broken, sweet sound. His breath suddenly deepened, coaxing her in a husky tone. "Be good. Call me by my name." It was evident he was deliberately seeking revenge for the day she had mistakenly called him by the wrong name. Recognizing the situation, Shuang complied, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she uttered, "He Tingzhou." Only then did he seem satisfied, kissing her deeply, treating her with a touch of tenderness. After the encounter, He Tingzhou reached for the light switch. The sudden brightness pierced Shuang's eyes,